Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 3GT, Chapter 85. Jiren is defeated in one move, and the clown gods of destruction arrives. Bet has already obtained what he needs in this battle. His basic combat power has been torn into a hole. It is only a matter of time to break through to the first level of Angel. He does not need to continue to tangle with Jiren. Bet floated in the air, but found that Jiren had lost his combat power. There was a long slip mark on the ground. Countless building debris submerged Jiren. Toppo and others also looked at Jiren and fell silent. But at this moment, the ground shook violently. Red energy surrounded Jiren. Boom! Countless building debris was immediately blown away. Jiren's eyes suddenly opened. Ha! A low roar came from Jiren's mouth. Abu! His body actually jumped into the air. Red energy surrounded Jiren like a whirlpool. No one expected that Jiren would not fail at the most critical moment, but broke through instead. Bet looked at Jiren, who was even more powerful, and said softly, "I admit that you are a proud warrior, but my goal has been achieved, and I don't need to entangle with you anymore. It's over." When these words came out, Jiren's pupils suddenly shrank. What do you mean? Do you mean you have been hiding your strength? Bet closed his eyes. At this moment, any words he said were so pale, and only the strongest power was the best response. Bet took a deep breath. Gods of destruction form. Abu. Bet's forehead was bulging with blue veins. The rule power of gods of destruction rushed out like a tsunami. Buzz buzz buzz. The sky and the earth changed color. There were continuous purple lightnings sliding down from the sky. The whole person went dark. Boom. After the terrifying sound came. The purple energy immediately surrounded Bet. Bet's eyes were filled with strange purple. The rule power that only belonged to gods of destruction surged wildly. Terrifying. Toppo is very familiar with this scene. It turns out that gods of destruction has been hiding his strength. This is the true power of gods of destruction. It was the first time for the members of the Pride team to see gods of destruction go all out. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Jiren looked at Bet, who was wrapped in purple energy. It turns out that gods of destruction has such a trump card. It is indeed a powerful god. But even so, I will not lose. Jiren is still like a demon god in the underworld, continuously bursting with red energy. Bet looked at Jiren, who was covered by the red beam of light, and smiled faintly. I was really underestimated, but you underestimated the power of gods of destruction too much. Next, you will regret it. As soon as the voice fell, Beishi's body disappeared from the spot. Bang! It was so fast that it was invisible. Only the purple beam flashed, and Jiren's red body slammed into the ground like a cannonball. Rumble! Smoke and dust rose up. A huge pit appeared on the ground. Bet floated above the pit with a calm face. The power of destroying rules surging in his body showed that he was not simple. It's so powerful. I can't believe it. As expected of Lord Gods of Destruction. Quincy, Boone, Toppo, and others were all shocked. Jiren's strength had exceeded their imagination, but he still withstood the blow of Gods of Destruction. It turned out that the power of Gods of Destruction was so terrifying. Bet looked down calmly. He could feel that Jiren was not defeated. He was just lurking in the deep pit. But Bet was not in a hurry, just looking down calmly. After a while, a red energy ball flew up directly at a very fast speed. Seeing the purple destructive power surging in the palm of his hand. Bang! The energy ball was knocked out by Bet. At this time, Jiren turned into a red beam and appeared opposite Bet. His eyes were solemn. As expected of gods of destruction, the attack just now made me feel very painful. But it's far from enough to defeat me. Hearing Jiren's voice, Bet laughed. Really? What if I said I only used 30% of my strength just now? After Bet used the gods of destruction form, both his combat power and destructive power have been greatly improved. In addition, Bet's basic combat power has broken through the gods of destruction level. Although it has not yet reached the first level angel realm, it can also be called a half-step first level angel realm. The strength is naturally advancing by leaps and bounds. It is not comparable to what happened just now. Don't be so proud. With a roar, Jiren rushed towards Bet again. His fist was covered with red terrifying energy. The speed was also very fast. Even the space was distorted. But Jiren found that his attacks were all in vain. Bet stood there without moving, but every attack would pass through his body. He couldn't hit at all. It was as if the two people were in different dimensions. What's going on? Just as Jiren was shocked, Bet's voice reached his ears. Jiren, have you ever heard of the power of time jump? As soon as these words came out, Jiren was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Is this the power of gods of destruction? Under Bet's pressure, Jiren's fighting power at this moment has surpassed his own fighting with Ultra Instinct in the original book in the Power Conference. But in front of Bet, it is still not enough. No, impossible. I am invincible, how can I lose here? Jiren roared madly. He wanted revenge. If the gods of destruction were so strong, what chance would he have? In anger, Jiren punched Bet with all his strength again. Bang! Bet stretched out a finger. Easily blocked Jiren's attack. No, impossible. Cold sweat dripped from Jiren's forehead. His full-strength attack was actually blocked by the opponent's finger. It was incredible. Just then, a faint voice came into Jiren's ears. Your investigation is correct. Everything was done by Vermut. He wanted an invincible warrior, so you were chosen. Everything you have experienced is thanks to Vermut. Bet's voice made Jiren's pupils shrink suddenly. His eyes were filled with deep shock. Then, hatred filled his heart. I have told you everything, just sleep peacefully. 17. Vermut, let me help you kill him. Bet made his move as soon as he finished speaking. Amid Jiren's roar, Bet punched him hard in the abdomen. Blood immediately spurted out of his mouth. Jiren covered his stomach and fell slowly. His mind flashed back to his miserable life. Various scenes flashed back to his mind. Finally, is the truth finally out? Swoosh, thump, Jiren fell into the ruins. Toppo and the others hadn't reacted yet. 11, the strongest warrior in the universe, Jiren, lost just like that. Everything seemed like a dream. Bet floated in the air. His eyes were calm as he looked at Jiren, who had fainted below. I didn't expect to meet Jiren. He is indeed a powerful warrior who can defeat the perfect Ultra Instinct Son Goku. It actually made my basic combat power a step further. In this way, it's only a matter of time before I reach that level of angel. What an unexpected gain. Quote, Bet originally came to deal with Vermut, but he didn't expect to be able to break through his basic combat power. It was an unexpected gain. And Jiren's power at this moment has surpassed the explosive Jiren who fought against the perfect Ultra Instinct Son Goku in the original work. It was also a gain for Jiren. In short, this battle brought unimaginable benefits to Bet and Jiren. Just then, Vados' figure slowly floated in the air. She came directly to Bet's side. Lord Bet, I have something to report to you. Bet nodded. Go ahead, Vados. In a few minutes, Lord Vermut and Sister Makarita of Universe 11 will arrive at the battlefield. Hearing this, Bet smiled slightly. Have they finally noticed it? That's good, so that I don't have to go find them. Quote, since Bet 3.6 got the system task, he was very confused. Vermut actually betrayed the God realm. He became a traitor. How could the omnipotent Grand Priest not notice this behavior? And Vermut's mentor Angel Makarita has the terrifying power of a level 5 angel. Did she not notice Vermut's betrayal? Many questions puzzled Bet. However, as long as he saw Vermut, everything would be clear. Just when Bet and Vados looked into the distance. Swoosh. Two sounds of breaking through the air sounded. White light flashed. After the light faded, a clown-dressed girl with twin ponytails appeared in front of everyone. It was the clown gods of destruction Vermut of Universe 11 and the mentor of Universe 11 Angel Makarita. Chapter 87. Dark Power Revealed, Super Saiyan 4, Earth-Shaking. The face of the clown gods of destruction Jiren was full of gloom. If such a look could kill. Bet didn't know how many times he had been killed. This planet of the 11th universe had been destroyed beyond recognition. Then he saw Jiren lying not far away. I spent so much time on you. What a waste. Bet's eyes were still calm. As if Vermut could not pose any threat to him at all. Just then, Toppo and others hurried over. Lord Vermut. Vermut nodded coldly. The Pride Team retreat. Take Jiren with you. I'll deal with Bet. Obviously the opponent was the gods of destruction, and the Pride Team led by Toppo was not good enough. Then, Vermut looked at Bet. You are a new gods of destruction, and you came to my 11th universe to wreak havoc. What is your intention? Don't you really take me seriously? Quote, although Vermut is the gods of destruction of Universe 11, he knows in his heart that he can't even beat Jiren in terms of strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have provoked those things and betrayed the god realm. Bet's eyes swept over Vermut. Don't put on airs like a senior. As for you, I don't care about you. Bet obviously didn't take Vermut, who couldn't even reach the strength of a first-level angel, seriously at all. But the Makarita behind him is a genuine 5th-level angel. If he wants to kill Vermut, Makarita will definitely not stand idly by. Since the system says that Vermut betrayed the god realm, there must be evidence. As long as Vermut is seriously injured, we will definitely be able to find clues. What an arrogant kid, you have been a gods of destruction for less than a year, and you dare to challenge me, you are really looking for death. Quote, the reason why Vermut dared to come here was because of the 9th prince in his body. Obviously, he was confident that he could kill Bet without being exposed. But, he still miscalculated Bet's strength. Bet is not an ordinary gods of destruction. Seeing Vermut being so rude, Bet was more certain of his weirdness. He was obviously very weak, but he was not afraid when he saw himself defeat Jiren. Trash clown. Stop talking nonsense, I can kill a person like you with a snap of my fingers. Bet kept irritating Vermut, and the other party showed some clues. Damn it, Vermut was really irritated. A purple card appeared between his hands. This is the attack method of the clown gods of destruction Vermut. These cards are all condensed by the power of destroying rules. Swish, swish, swish. In Bet's surprised eyes, several cards flew over immediately. A trifle. Bet snapped his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. The cards condensed by the power of destroying rules exploded immediately. DBU. Bet immediately disappeared from the spot. He instantly appeared beside Vermut. His vice-like hand grabbed Vermut's neck directly. He lifted up gods of destruction Vermut. You know, Vermut is also at the peak of gods of destruction. He didn't even enter the gods of destruction form. He was still reckless. He was directly subdued by Bet. Looking at Vermut being lifted up by Bet, the Pride team was stunned. This is their universe's gods of destruction. He couldn't even take a single move in front of Bet. This is too shocking. Just as Makarita was about to attack, Gudos appeared in front of her. Where are you going, sister? Lord Bet is communicating with Lord Vermut about destructive power. Don't interfere. Makarita, with her twin ponytails, looked at Vados, who had a BG body opposite. Sister. Bet smiled at Vermut, who was held in his hand. What a useless gods of destruction. I waited in vain. As soon as the words fell, Vermut's eyes changed. Unless anyone noticed, Vermut's eyes turned black. A force that did not belong to him immediately came out from his palm. The black card immediately flew towards Bet. The sudden change surprised Bet. He quickly let go of Vermut's neck and quickly retreated. Destruction. The powerful destructive gas bomb was immediately fired by Bet. Boom. The terrifying explosion sounded immediately. The terrible impact force directly made Bet fly back more than 10 meters. Bet, who stabilized his figure, looked at the black energy that flashed in Vermut's eyes. His eyes were solemn. There is something in Vermut's body. This feeling is that of the Demon King of the Dark Demon Realm. As a person who had fought with the Demon King before, Bet immediately felt the power of the Demon King in Vermut's body. Looking at the repelled Bet, Vermut immediately showed a face of teasing. Boy, don't think that you can challenge me just because you have been the gods of destruction for a few days. You are just ignorant of life and death. If I hadn't shown mercy, you would have died here just now. Vermut, who had borrowed the power of the Demon King, had a face full of ridicule at the moment. He had only been the gods of destruction for a few days. Bet stood up straight with a solemn look in his eyes. I still say that trash is always trash, even if it borrows the power of others, it is not trash. Looking at the self-righteous Vermut, Bet said bluntly. Although Vermut borrowed the power of the Demon King to burst out the power of the second-level angel, that power was borrowed after all. Bet still didn't take it seriously. Bet had no respect for this traitor who betrayed the god realm. Lord Vermut, what kind of power did you just explode? Makarita had never known that Vermut had such power, and he was also surprised. You have to know that Makarita is Vermut's guiding angel, his master. All of Vermut's power comes from her teaching. But the power that Vermut used just now was obviously something she had never seen before. Makarita didn't expect Vermut to have such a trump card. Vermut just snorted coldly at Makarita's question. I'll explain this to you later. The main goal now is to teach this guy a lesson. Looking at Makarita, Vados spoke. Lord Bet, gods of destruction cannot fight each other. If the battle is too intense, it will cause the two universes to collapse. Lord Zeno will definitely be angry. Facing Vados's reminder, Bet spoke softly. Don't worry, Vados. To deal with this kind of stuff, there still needs to be a fierce battle. I can take him down in an instant. It is obvious that no one can stop Bet from dealing with Vermut today. In order to track down the matter of the Dark Demon Realm, tenfold chased from GT time control to super time and space. Now there is a clue. Bet can't give up. The two gods of destruction are determined to go their own way, and Makarita and Vados, as the guiding angels, are also powerless. The two can only work together to set up a defense circle. To save the two universes from destruction. Bet looked at Vermut at this time. Come on, Vermut, let me see how far I can reach by borrowing the power of others. Vermut was a little panicked when Bet said that he borrowed power. With the comfort of the 9 demon kings in his body, he calmed down. Vermut, you must kill with one blow, otherwise things will be troublesome. Quote, the 9 demon kings in the body reminded. Vermut raised his head and chuckled. You are just a newly promoted gods of destruction. You really think you are a piece of cake? Die, Vermut roared, and purple rule-breaking power appeared around his real body. It was mixed with black dark magic. They joined forces to kill Bet on the spot. At least they had to make Bet shut up. Frieza, who was standing not far away, raised his mouth and looked at Vermut with an expression like a fool. Because he had seen Bet transform into Super 6 and abuse Beerus. Just then, Bet clenched his fists. Just take a good look at your power that looks down on gods of destruction. Open your eyes and see clearly. Quote, ha. Under everyone's surprised gaze, a low roar came from Bet's throat. The golden flame immediately surged out of his body. Boom, boom, rustle. In an instant, Universe 11 began to shake violently. The golden flame rubbed against the air, making a rustling sound. Under Bet's feet, there were constant waves of air leading to the surroundings. Boom. Bet's appearance also changed immediately. The next second, he directly transformed into Super Saiyan IV. With the basic combat power of the half-step first-level angel realm, and after obtaining the Super Bloodline, Bet transformed into Super 4. The combat power actually reached the astonishing 4th-level angel realm. The terrible energy made the earth tremble. Bet slowly floated in the air. The red tail kept shaking behind him. The hair was extremely lush, the whole body was covered with red body hair, and the muscle lines were extremely even. The facial features were also more mature. Transformed into Super Saiyan IV Saiyan 4's Bet can only be described as perfect. Chapter 88. Confident Vermut, seriously injured with one punch. Subscribe. This is the form of Super Saiyan 4, wake up. Vermut. Bet's voice sounded faintly. Vados was fine. Makarita had never heard that gods of destruction could transform. Her pretty face changed slightly in shock. I don't know what she was thinking. Vermut on the side was already shaking, his eyes filled with disbelief. What are you kidding? Didn't Bet just become gods of destruction? How come he is so much stronger than me? What's going on? Vermut was surprised to find that Bet's power was so strong that it was shocking. He was no match for him at all. Even the 9 demons in Vermut's body were shocked at this moment. The overwhelming terrible power was shocking. You know, Bet has obtained the Super Bloodline, and his basic combat power has reached the half-step level 1 angel. At this moment, he has transformed into Super Saiyan 4. His combat power has reached the threshold of level 4 angel. Even if Vermut borrowed the power of the 9 demon kings, he was only at the level of a second-level angel. The two were not at the same level at all. Vermut's body was already retreating. Is this power really strong? And it's very domineering, dear. Makarita said in surprise. After all, she had never felt such a terrifying power in gods of destruction. Even Beerus didn't have it. Sister, how did Lord Bet practice? She was very curious. It was common for such power to appear in the angel clan. But it was a bit too exaggerated in gods of destruction. In fact, Lord Bet already had such a strong power when he was gods of destruction. Vados said bitterly. Makarita opened her red lips and didn't say anything. Bet looked at Vermut, who was constantly retreating, and said with a joking face. What? You were surprised by this little power? Hearing Bet's ridicule, Vermut unexpectedly did not respond. Instead, he communicated with the 9 demon kings in his body with a gloomy face. Hey, what should we do now? This kid's power is so strong. However, an unpleasant sound came out of his body soon. You are too weak, not too strong. In this case, I can only take the risk of lending you all my power. Whether you can win or not depends on your body's ability to bear it. Hearing that the other party was willing to lend him all his power, Vermut immediately smiled. Confidence returned to his face again. Boy, don't get carried away. Although your explosive power is very strong, it is simply a dream to think that you can fight against me with it. My strength is something you can never imagine. I will let you feel what hell is in a while. Vermut, who was confident, immediately retorted. Really? Then come and try it. Bet said to Vermut with a provocative smile. A-hole. Vermut, who was furious, immediately mixed the borrowed power with the destructive power and roared. He rushed directly towards Bet. It must be said that Vermut, who was blessed by the 9 demon kings, was really powerful at this moment. He turned directly into a black and purple beam and rushed towards Bet. The speed was so fast that he arrived in front of Bet in an instant. He punched directly. Swish. The black and purple energy wrapped around his fist, making the air keep ringing. Vermut was doing his best, and his strength was terrifying. But Bet had reached the level of the 4th level angel at this moment. The 9 demon kings did not dare to do their best because they were afraid that the Grand Priest would discover his whereabouts. Therefore, Vermut's power rose to the level of the 3rd level angel and stopped. Vermut, who had never felt such a powerful force, was full of confidence. Vermut, you are really a complete clown. No wonder it is the clown gods of destruction. Bet's voice was full of sympathy. The next second, swoosh, Bet's body rushed out like lightning. The speed was so fast that it was incredible, faster than Vermut. In order to defeat Vermut directly, Bet used his full strength. The moment he rushed out, all the strength of his body gathered in his right fist. Suddenly, a strong golden flame appeared on his fist. Swoosh, bang. Vermut didn't even see Bet's move clearly, and he was hit in the face by Junjun's fist. Boom, boom. At the moment of the impact, Vermut flew backwards like a cannonball. Bang bang bang. It smashed several buildings in a row before falling into the ruins. Parallel taste. Lord Vermut, how could it be? The sudden scene stunned the Pride team. Makarita had already expected it. After all, Bet's explosive power has reached the angel level. Vermut as a gods of destruction can't be a match. It can be said that it is not worth mentioning. It is reasonable that Bet knocked Vermut away with one punch. Lord Vermut is too miserable, Doctor. Vados heard Makarita's voice, but shook his head. Lord Vermut is really confident. Can't he feel how strong Lord Bet is? After Bet transformed, his strength went straight to the 4th level angel, Mano. As the gods of destruction, Vermut should also feel Bet's powerful strength. Why did he still attack? Hearing this, Makarita whispered. Sister, such a terrible power, Lord Vermut can't have not felt it. It must be his gods of destruction self-esteem at work. Lord Vermut kicked the iron plate this time. At the same time, Vermut was so scared that he spat out blood. He looked incredulous. Chapter 89. The powerful dark devil, Zeno noticed. Subscribe. At this moment, Vermut stood up shakily. There were obvious scars on his face, and blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. He kept shaking his dizzy head. After being the gods of destruction for so many years, this was the first time he was beaten so badly. And the other party was just a stinky boy who had just become the gods of destruction. Anger filled Vermut's chest. Damn guy, I want you to die. The next second, Vermut was so angry that he let go of his mind and let the 9 demons in his body control his body. Ha! A heart-wrenching roar came from Vermut's throat. Like a beast, it lasted for a long time. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, Vermut's eyes turned completely black. What happened? Lord Vermut. Makarita's eyes were fixed on the constantly changing Vermut. Because he had never seen such a change. Vados also had a solemn face. Only Bet understands what is going on. I am afraid that 803 is Vermut and the Dark Demon King has made some deal again. At the same time, Zeno Palace. Grand Priest's eyes changed slightly. This feeling is, the Dark Demon King. No, impossible. How dare the people of the Dark Demon King appear in the multiverse? Aren't they afraid of death? Just as Grand Priest was constantly observing Universe 11, Zeno's babyish voice came immediately. Grand Priest, are there any new games? I am tired of playing the previous games. Hearing Zeno's voice, Grand Priest suddenly smiled faintly. Master Zeno, I seem to have found something interesting. Hearing Grand Priest actually say something interesting, Zeno immediately became excited. Hurry up and say it, I want to go. Zeno was as happy as a child. It seems that the Dark Demon King was found in Universe 11. As soon as these words came out, Zeno's little eyes changed immediately. Who dares to come? If I knew that, I shouldn't have let that guy go. The Grand Priest still had a smile on his face. Yes, Lord Zeno is really too kind. The next second, Zeno stood up from his throne. Since you're here, let's go out and play. There just happens to be no new games at the moment. His voice was childish, but what he said was shocking. Hearing that Zeno was leaving the Zeno Temple, the two guards standing on both sides immediately followed him. Although Zeno's guard looks like a pencil, he is actually very powerful. Even Angel may not be his opponent. It is said that the two guards can defeat the Grand Priest together. However, no one has ever seen these two mysterious beings take action. Zeno was ready to leave, and the Grand Priest immediately waved his hand, and a white light shone. Zeno and the Grand Priest disappeared in the Zeno Palace. The 11th universe. Vermut, who was filled with black dark magic, rushed directly to Bet. Bet did not hesitate at all. I'm not afraid of you. Quote, bang, bang, bang. The black and red beams collided in space immediately. At this moment, the Pride team could no longer see the two fighting. They could only see two shadows colliding. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosions continued. The 11th universe continued to collide violently. The ground appeared stunned by the energy shock. What? The power of Lord Vermut and Lord Bet is so strong that it has exceeded the energy of the third-level angel. AFBH. Quote. Makarita was surprised. She never thought that gods of destruction would reach such a power. Boom. The fists of the two collided again. Boy, I have to say that it is not easy for you, a new gods of destruction, to fight with me to this extent. Quote. Vermut's voice became harsh and came slowly. At this moment, his body was slowly being controlled by the 9 demon kings. The power was also constantly increasing in the battle. Stop talking nonsense, Vermut. Watch this. Bet didn't care if he was the Dark Demon King or Vermut, he would be beaten to a pulp today. After the words fell, Bet punched him directly. Red energy continued to surround his fist. Obviously, Bet had already started to kill. Bang. Vermut also punched him. The two fists collided with each other, and the space exploded immediately. The terrible hurricane immediately rushed towards the two. Vermut was directly blown away. And Bet stabilized his body with a flip. A-hole. Vermut's pupils flashed with irritability. Swish. He rushed towards Bet again, and it was obvious that he would not stop until he knocked Bet down. Swish, swish, swish. The red beam and the black beam kept colliding like meteors. As the battle deepened, Vermut's self-awareness is constantly losing. For the sake of powerful power, he is constantly compromising with the devil. From an outsider's point of view, Vermut's power is constantly increasing. While Bet is constantly bombarding him, he finds that Vermut's dark magic is getting stronger and stronger. What the hell is this guy doing? The dark magic is getting stronger and stronger, it's unbelievable. Bet's eyes gradually became solemn. Get down. Vermut seemed to be getting more and more impatient, and a destructive gas bomb immediately hit Bet. Seeing this, Bet quickly retreated. The destructive gas bomb burst out amazing energy under the blessing of dark magic. Even the space was distorted. 4x. Bet immediately felt the danger. Unexpectedly, in a short while, Vermut's combat power was close to that of a level 4 angel. How strong is this BD Dark Devil? Quote, if you want to see the destructive gas bomb, you have to hit him. Swish. The destructive gas bomb passed through Bet's body in Vermut's shocked eyes. Bet didn't seem to move at all. The scene was very weird. Chapter 90. 9 Demon Kings appear, Super Saiyan 5 destroy demons. Please subscribe. Everyone in the battlefield thought that Bet was hit. The destructive gas bomb fired by Vermut directly penetrated Bet's body. What? It actually passed through, but his breath didn't move. Vermut's face, which was full of black dark energy, was full of shock. He saw clearly that Bet did not dodge. He disappeared at the moment of being hit. At this moment, whoosh, Bet suddenly appeared behind Vermut and hit Vermut's head with a heavy knee. Bang! A crisp sound came immediately. Vermut's body was kicked out directly. He fell heavily on the ground. Boom! Dust rose everywhere. A long scratch immediately appeared on the ground. Bet floated in the air, looking at Vermut buried in the ruins. Garbage is garbage. No matter what power it borrows, it is just garbage. The scene in front of them has completely shocked the proud battle. They couldn't believe it. The strongest gods of destruction, Lord Vermut, was actually suppressed and beaten. This was something they had never expected. At this moment, a long roar, purple-black flames immediately rose. The terrifying energy immediately spread. A long crack appeared on the ground. Clouds in the sky were constantly blown away. At this moment, Vermut had completely given his body to the Dark Lord. The boundless dark magic power shocked even Bet at this moment. Vados and Makarita appeared directly next to Bet. Lord Bet, the battle has stopped. That is no longer Lord Vermut, but the 5th level angel level demon lord of the dark demon realm. Makarita said in disbelief. Vados also had a solemn face. The 5th level angel level dark lord, even if she took action, would probably have to pay a heavy price. At this moment, a faint laugh came from Bet's mouth. You guys get out of the way. Quote, I just found out. I don't care about this level of stuff. Vados and Makarita were incredulous. Lord Bet, are you sure? Bet nodded. He walked forward. Then he let out a long roar and shook his arms. Boom. The sky immediately changed color and dark clouds covered it. Lightning fell from the sky. Buzz buzz buzz. The entire 11 universes shook violently. Terrible energy burst out from Bet's body. Terrible lightning kept falling from the sky. Vados and Makarita looked at this solid back, and there was a different look in their eyes. Topo looked at this scene with a gloomy face. That guy is going to break the limit again, what a crazy guy. For Bet, who increased his explosive power again, Topo was numb. Vados and Makarita were just worried that Bet would be killed by the dark devil who suddenly appeared. But now, Bet is just like a prehistoric beast ready to kill. Roar. A giant ape's voice came from the space. Brawly's body trembled. Frieza's body was also stiff, as if he had seen something terrible. Bet's sudden change made the 9 demon kings who had just occupied Vermut's body stunned. What's going on? This kid. He originally thought that as long as he occupied Vermut's body, he could end this boring battle in an instant. But now it seems that the real battle has just begun. Because Bet's fighting power has entered the level of a 5th level angel with the explosion of power. Boom. Thunder continued to fall from the sky. Bet's roar continued to come, and terrible power continued to burst out from his body. Super Saiyan 4 full power. The power is still increasing. What kind of power is hidden in Lord Bet's body? How can it be so terrifying? His power has entered the level of a 5th level angel. Quote, Makarita was surprised. She could see the violent power flashing around Bet. Just then, Lord Bet is about to finish. Vados suddenly said. Bet's appearance changed while he roared. The black hair turned silver white and shone with light. 0. The red hair turned silver white. The golden pupils turned dark red. The golden flames continued to surround him. The terrible pressure spread around like a tsunami. Bet's strength also rushed to the peak of the 5th level angel. With the basic combat power of the half-step 1st level angel, and the blessing of the Super Bloodline, the transformation of Super Saiyan 5 is extremely terrifying. Bet felt the vast energy in his body, clenched his fists and looked at the 9 Demon Kings in the air. The 9 Demon Kings were also surprised. This guy's appearance has changed again. There are such guys in Gods of Destruction. The people of the Pride team had their eyes wide open. They might never forget what happened today. Bet's faint voice sounded in the battlefield. Dark Lord, die. I will make you regret coming to the multiverse. Hearing this, the 9 Demon Kings sneered. Think you can defeat me by changing your image? You really don't know how to live or die. It is obvious that the 9 Demon Kings of the Dark World are still very confident in their own strength. However, the next second, Bear Grylls shot out directly. Whoosh! Only a sound of breaking through the air was heard. A silver-white meteor streaked across the sky. Bang! The 9 Demon King was directly blown away by the silver energy. He couldn't resist it at all. Boom! He hit a building heavily. The back of the 9 Demon King's body was covered with spider web-like cracks. Bet's body emerged. He kept punching. Puff! Black blood immediately spurted out of the 9 Demon King's mouth. Then, the 9 Demon King raised his head and smiled miserably. You're quite good at it. Chapter 91. Overwhelming Strength, Destroying Rules and Destroying Enemies with Strength. Subscribe. Bet's sudden burst of power has shocked everyone present. The faces of the Pride team, Frieza, and Brawly were filled with horror. You know, the terrifying aura exuded by the 9 Demon Kings that suddenly appeared made even them feel cold in their hearts. But they were defeated by Bet in one blow. Bet's move was so fast that even they couldn't see clearly. Too terrible. It's not in the same dimension as us at all. No wonder Jiren and Vermut were defeated, but what's the matter with the Dark Demon King? Toppo's face was pale, and he said to himself. Swish! Bet retracted his fist and slowly retreated. The appearance of the Dark Demon World, how does this punch taste? Bet said lightly. He had just exerted 40% of his power and had already caused damage to the opponent. At this moment, a terrifying smile came. 1997. I never thought that after I haven't appeared in the multiverse for 100,000 years, there would be gods of destruction like you in the multiverse. The god realm is really full of talents. But if I met you today, I would never let you live. Crack. After the words fell, the 9 Demon King pulled out his body from the building behind him. He stretched his neck and spat out a mouthful of blood. I didn't expect to get hurt just now. But next, I won't let this happen. Hearing the voice of the 9 Demon King, Bet sneered. Really, your ceremonial guard is not the strength of your initial level 5 angel. Bet's words immediately made the 9 Demon King look pale. What? Then, he gritted his teeth and roared. Don't get carried away. Quote, ha! Swoosh! The 9 Demon Kings rushed towards Bet. The speed was very fast. The people around could only see a black afterimage. However, in Bet's eyes, the speed of the 9 Demon Kings seemed to have slowed down countless times. Just then, the 9 Demon Kings launched a fast attack on Bet, and the surrounding space was shattered layer by layer. Facing the Black Fist shadow, Bet's body kept shaking and easily avoided the opponent's attack. 9 Demon Kings, you are not my opponent. Quote, Bet said while dodging the attacks of the 9 Demon Kings. At this moment, after he transformed into Super Saiyan 5, his combat power was terrifyingly strong. Because in the battle with Jiren, his basic combat power had achieved a breakthrough, and he also obtained the Super Bloodline through the system task, so the strength of Super Saiyan 5 was very exaggerated. You know, in the GT space-time, Bet could not stop the Demon King even if he transformed into Super 6. At this moment, he could crush the Demon King just by transforming into Super 5. This is the importance of basic combat power. A-hole, how could this happen? The continuous attacks of the 9 Demon Kings could not hit Bet at all, making him irritated. This kind of thing has never happened even when he faced the Angel of the God Realm. The opponent is just a gods of destruction. Swoosh. The 9 Demon Kings used all their strength to punch again. Bet stood in the air and suddenly stopped moving, allowing the opponent to hit him in the face. However, Bet's figure did not move at all, but his head tilted back slightly. Then, Bet slowly straightened his head and showed a playful smile on his face. Sure enough, you are only this level. What a waste of my time. As soon as these words came out, the Nine-Demon King was directly frightened. He could not help but step back. No, impossible. Shock and fear filled his heart. That was his full-strength attack, but the opponent actually took it with his face. And he was unharmed. At this moment, swoosh, bang, a silver beam flashed, and a heavy punch hit the Nine-Demon King's abdomen directly. Woo! The Nine-Demon King, who had not yet recovered from his fear, was hit hard. Blood kept spitting out of his mouth. He covered his stomach, his face twisted together, and the sudden pain was really unbearable. At this moment, bang! Bet instantly appeared above the Nine-Demon King's head, and he clenched his fists. The heavy double fist attack hit the Nine-Demon King's head. Swoosh! Bang! The Nine-Demon King's body was like a cannonball, directly passing through several buildings and directly piercing into the ground. Thick smoke and dust filled the entire battlefield. Bet stood in the air with a look of disdain. He was very disappointed with the power of the Dark Demon Realm Demon King. After a while, the 9 Demon Kings had already crawled out of the ruins. There was still the same arrogance as before. He clenched his fists and looked angry. The sudden change made him unable to accept it at all. Damn it, why did it become like this? Where did this kid get pregnant? Quote, because he was the 9th Demon King of the Dark Demon Realm, he couldn't believe that a small gods of destruction could surpass him. Bet looked at the 9th Demon King who was roaring in place, and he stretched out his right hand. You're done. Destruction. As soon as the words fell, a purple destructive gas bomb immediately condensed out. Swoosh. The destructive gas bomb was instantly launched. At this moment, the 9th Demon King finally saw the terrifying destructive gas bombs that kept falling from his head. Powerful airflow surrounded the destructive gas bombs. Countless gravel kept flying. At such a critical moment, the 9th Demon King stretched out his arms and pushed directly towards the destructive gas bomb. Damn it, how could I die in the hands of someone like you? Quote, impossible. Ha. The sudden roar caused countless black flames to burst out from the 9 Demon Kings. His dark magic power increased again. Buzz buzz buzz. 4.3. The struggle between the two forces began. Koakoaba. With screams, the destructive gas bomb was directly pressed down. But the progress was slow. Looking at this scene, Bet's mouth corners rose. As expected of a level 5 angel, you can actually resist my destructive power. The voice fell. Bet's right hand was aimed at the enemy below again. Destroy. Chapter 92. The sudden and powerful enemy, the Demon King, Zeno arrives on the battlefield. Subscribe. Destruction. As the sound slowly fell, another destructive gas bomb was directly fired. Boom. This destructive gas bomb was heavily pressed on the destructive gas bomb in the shocked eyes of everyone. Boom. The two destructive gas bombs overlapped, which was extremely terrifying. Buzz buzz buzz. Amid the screams of the Dark Lord, he was swallowed by the destructive force. Boom. The terrifying explosion immediately appeared in the air. The terrible energy immediately spread to the surroundings. The flames shot up into the sky. The entire battlefield turned into hell. Boom. Amid the loud noises, the energy slowly dissipated. A super huge pit appeared on the ground, and even the Earth's crust was shining. Lightning and thunder. The arc kept flashing in the Earth's crust. As expected, this planet only has 10 minutes of life left. And the 9 Demon Kings were lying in the center of the deep pit, and the underground magma was eroding his body. 05 Just when Bet thought everything was over, a strange scene happened. The black dark energy wrapped around the 9 Demon Kings, and they slowly stood up. Although he was seriously injured and could not fight again. But he saved his life. Under Bet's attack, the previous attack would have blasted the opponent into pieces. But the opponent's vitality was so strong. Bet frowned slightly. At this moment, Vados appeared on Bet's side. Lord Bet, the Dark Demon King cannot be killed. He can only be sealed, or Lord Zeno's power of erasing rules can destroy him. Hearing that only Zeno could destroy the 9 Demon Kings, Bet's face showed obvious surprise. It's still an indestructible cockroach, so seal it. Hearing Bet's voice, Vados nodded his delicate chin. Angel Vados is very familiar with the Demon King of the Dark Demon Realm. Because Vados participated in the battle between gods and demons 10 trillion years ago. At this moment, Vados gently tapped the ground with the angel scepter in his hand. Runes like water splashes began to wriggle. Red chains immediately rushed towards the 9 demon kings. Looking at Angel's methods, the 9 demon kings were completely furious. "A-hole, you actually want to seal me? In that case, I will fight you too." He took out a ball of light with pain. Swish. The ball of light immediately turned into a black figure. The black figure flicked his finger, and the chain Vados had broken. Vados was even more shocked by the powerful dark magic and took several steps back. Bet hugged her and helped her remove the power. "Vados, are you okay?" Vados shook her head, but her eyes were full of fear. That is the heavenly demon king of the dark demon realm." "No, it's a clone of the heavenly demon king." Hearing Vados's horrified voice, Bet frowned even more tightly. A clone has such a strong power. "Lord Bet, run away. Here to stop this clone of the heavenly demon king." Hearing Vados asking him to run away, Bet finally understood the seriousness of the matter. This so-called heavenly demon king is so strong. He actually wants to run away. Vados also had a bitter face. He is a super strong man who can resist Grand Priest. Although it is just a clone, he has at least the strength of the 7th level angel. At this time, Makarita also came to the two of them. Vados and Makarita are both at the peak of the 5th level angel. Except for Grand Priest, only Wykang has reached the 6th level angel. The rest of the angels are at the 5th level angel, extremely below. So looking at the strong enemy, Vados and Makarita's eyes are extremely ugly. The 9 demon kings laughed crazily. Hehehehe. Quote, "This is my only trump card, but it is wasted here, it's really hateful." Quote, "I want you all to die." Quote, "The eyes of the sky demon king in the sky were cold." Grand Priest's daughter. "In that case, I'll collect some interest first." Buzz. A strong steady pressure immediately made Bet and others feel as if they were under 100,000 times gravity. It was difficult to take a step. The members of the Pride team had been pressed into the ground and were in danger. Frieza and Brawly were still struggling and were also in danger. Just then, Bet shouted, "A-hole, too much." Ha! Bet, Vados, Makarita and others all looked relieved. The heavenly demon king's clone looked at the white light and frowned slightly. "I didn't expect you to show up." As soon as the voice fell, the white light slowly dissipated. It was Zeno. 2 guards and the Grand Priest stood behind him. As soon as Zeno appeared, 723, Bet and others immediately knelt on the ground. "Greetings, Master Zeno." Zeno smiled like a child. "Everyone, get up." The childish voice made it impossible to tell that this was the master of the entire multiverse. The noble god at the top of the divine world. Zeno surrounded them. Then he looked at the heavenly demon king's clone and the 9 demon kings. "Damn Dark Lord, he actually destroyed this planet like this, it's unforgivable." Zeno's baby voice made the devil stunned. This blame was taken unexpectedly. Bet could only touch the silver white hair awkwardly. However, the firmness in Zeno's voice made everyone feel at ease. Everyone in the Pride team stared with their eyes wide open. That child turned out to be the master of the entire multiverse, Zeno. Frieza was also horrified. Bet looked at Zeno and Grand Priest who appeared, and knew that the battle was about to end. Sure enough, Zeno's little hand was raised. Chapter 93. The Secret of the Divine Realm, the traitor dragon god Salama, Zeno erases the power of rules. Zeno looked at the avatar of the heavenly demon king and sighed. "I didn't expect that my kindness back then would cause such a big trouble." A babyish voice sounded. Zeno's words made Bet a little confused. Grand Priest looked at Bet's puzzled expression. Smiled faintly. "You have just become gods of destruction, and you don't know many secrets of the god realm." In fact, the master of the dark demon realm was also a person from the god realm. As soon as these words came out, a person's name appeared in Bet's mind. Sure enough, Grand Priest's voice sounded again. "In fact, this has to start from a long time ago. At that time, I was still the supreme Kai of the god realm." Bet's pupils suddenly contracted. Grand Priest was actually the supreme Kai before. Grand Priest nodded. At that time, the universe in the multiverse was not 12, but 18. "I am the supreme Kai of the 18th universe." Bet couldn't help but wonder. "Grand Priest, do you have any relationship with the master of the dark demon realm?" Grand Priest glanced at Bet. "Speaking of which, he is still my teacher. Without him, I would not have become the Grand Priest of the God Realm. This news pierced Bet's mind like a thunderbolt. +4. The Master of the Dark Demon Realm is actually the teacher of Grand Priest. Bet exclaimed in surprise. Grand Priest nodded calmly. You should know Super Dragon Ball. The Master of the Dark Demon Realm at this moment is the previous Grand Priest, who is also the creator of Super Dragon Ball. Grand Priest said it calmly, but Bet's heart was like a storm. The Master of the Dark Demon Realm is such an amazing guy. In fact, as a time traveler, Bei-Shi already knew the identity of the Master of the Dark Demon Realm. Although in his cognition, the Dark Demon Realm did not exist, but he was still clear about the creator of Super Dragon Ball. Grand Priest, are you talking about the Dragon God Salama? Grand Priest was very surprised by Bet's reaction. Grand Priest didn't expect that the gods of destruction who had just joined the God Realm knew about the Dragon God Salama. Then, he looked at his daughter Vados and sighed. That's right, it was the Dragon God Salama. I was brought to Master Zeno by the Dragon God Salama. Bet asked before Grand Priest could continue. Since the Dragon God Salama created the Super Dragon Ball, he was the previous Grand Priest. Why did he become the Master of the Dark Demon Realm? Grand Priest heard this and said, it's all because of two words, desire. At that time, the Dragon God Salama was second to none in the entire God Realm. And his strength was so terrifying that he could even create a divine object like the Super Dragon Ball. It's because he was too powerful that he became disloyal. Bet's eyes changed slightly. Even the Grand Priest said he was too powerful. Is the Dragon God stronger than you? In response to Bet's rudeness, Grand Priest just smiled faintly. It's okay to tell you that Dragon God Salama's power is indeed higher than mine, but that was 100 billion years ago. We haven't fought each other for tens of millions of years. Let's not talk about this issue for now. Sooner or later, there will be a battle between the God Realm and Dragon God Salama. Grand Priest's words were too explosive, and even Bet, who was used to big scenes, was shocked at this moment. Then why did Dragon God Salama go to the Dark Demon Realm? In Bet's mind, Dragon God Salama has such a high status. And so powerful, why would he go to the Dark Demon Realm, which is not as good as the God Realm? Because Dragon God Salama wants to kill Master Zeno and replace him. Sure enough, the Dragon God Salama wanted to kill Zeno because of his strong strength. But he still misjudged Zeno's strength. In the end, the Dragon God Salama was defeated by Zeno. The Dragon God Salama, who should have been executed, was sealed in the gap between universes by Zeno's kindness. Bet sighed. I didn't expect that even the previous Grand Priest Dragon God Salama was blinded by power. It seems that the position of the Master of the Multiverse is very tempting. Bet could also think that the sealed Dragon God Salama must have been rescued by the people of the Dark Demon Realm. With the addition of the Dragon God Salama, the Dark Demon Realm actually jumped in strength and was able to fight against the God Realm. This is all because the Dragon God Salama has many strange abilities. The strength of the Dark Demon Realm has increased rapidly. Bet understood it now. No wonder a 9-demon king of the Dark Demon Realm has the power of a 5th-level angel. It turns out that it was all the work of the Dragon God Salama. Zeno's little eyes looked at the clone of the Heavenly Demon King opposite. You are so brave that you dare to appear in the multiverse so blatantly. Dragon God Salama is getting more and more rampant. Next time, I will definitely wipe him out. The babyish voice was full of determination. The face of the Sky Demon King kept changing, and his eyes looking at the 9 Demon Kings were extremely cold. He didn't expect to be summoned here, although it was just a clone. But it was destroyed, and it would take a lot of worlds to recover. And he encountered Zeno, the Master of the Multiverse. He had no hope of escaping. The whole body of the 9 Demon Kings was cold. I originally thought that it was just to deal with the gods of destruction. I never thought that Zeno would be brought out. As the supreme god of the entire multiverse, Zeno has the power of rules to erase everything. As long as it is a creature in the multiverse, there is no way to escape this rule. Of course, the creatures of the Dark Demon world are no exception. Zeno raised his right hand. The terrible power of rules immediately gathered in his palm. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield was horrified. Topo and others were pale and full of fear. Bet looked at Zeno's palm gathers the power of erasing rules. A chill also rises in his heart, because this is simply irresistible. Chapter 94. Zeno's guards put an end to everything. Zeno. Bet, come on, the strongest gods of destruction competition. When the Sky Demon King saw the erasing power in Zeno's palm, he immediately felt fear in his heart. Damn it, is this Zeno's erasing power? He panicked and wanted to escape from the multiverse. A crack appeared in the space. However, how could Zeno's rule power allow a Sky Demon King clone with the strength of a 7th level angel to escape? In an instant, the white rule energy erased the Sky Demon King. It turned into dots of white light and disappeared without a trace. Everyone around was chilled. The Sky Demon King clone with such a powerful strength actually died at the hands of Quan District in one encounter. Only one 9 Demon King was left trembling in place. Bet looked at Zeno's back. As expected of the master of the multiverse, this power is indeed terrifying. However, since Bet has come to the Dragon Ball world, his goal is to surpass this creator. Just when everyone was still immersed in the shock just now and couldn't extricate themselves, Quan Tien pointed a finger. A babyish voice came, "I'll leave him to you." It turned out that the 9 Demon Kings were only at the 5th level of Angel Realm, and Zeno didn't even bother to fight them. At this moment, the 2 guards who had been standing on both sides of Zeno walked up to Zeno and knelt down. "Yes, Master Zeno." The 2 Zeno guards disappeared on the spot. Swish, swish, 2 shadows flashed by. Boom. The 9 Demon Kings flew backwards. As for how the Zeno guards attacked, no one saw it. Swish. The 9 Demon King's body slid a long slip mark on the ground. Unimaginable pain raged in his body. So powerful. Bet exclaimed in surprise. Originally, he thought that only Zeno was powerful, but he didn't expect that even the 2 guards were so powerful. The attack was so fast just now that even he didn't see it clearly. Looking at the 9 Demon Kings lying in the ruins, Bet understood that he was still a certain distance away from those super masters. As everyone was shocked, the 2 Zeno guards looked indifferent. Then, something like an antenna appeared above their heads, shining with light. 2 energy bombs appeared in their palms. Gradually gathered in their palms. A super energy ball immediately went to the place where the 9 Demon Kings fell. Whoosh, boom, AFB critical moment. The 9 Demon Kings quickly jumped into the sky. He looked at the horrible explosion below. Damn it, if I hadn't dodged, I would have been crushed to pieces. I have to escape quickly. The 9th Demon King also realized the strength of the Zeno guards, and he was no match for them. Swish, swish. While the 9th Demon King was thinking about countermeasures, the 2 Zeno guards had moved again. The people below couldn't even see the amazing speed. The 9th Demon King also used all his strength to escape. He kept dodging the attacks of the Zeno guards. But the gap between the 2 was too big. In a flash, the 9th Demon King was hit from behind again. Boom boom boom. His body penetrated several buildings in a row, and finally pierced into the tallest building. The 9th Demon King struggled to stand up. Damn it, how could this happen? How can this guy be so powerful? Quote, he was spitting blood. The 9 Demon Kings obviously couldn't accept this reality. Zeno was powerful because he was the creator and master of the multiverse. However, 2 guards as thin as pencils were stronger than Angel. This was too exaggerated. The 2 Zeno guards looked at each other, and red light appeared in their eyes. Swoosh. The 2 disappeared at the same time. The 9 Demon Kings were still looking for an escape route. Damn, those 2 pencil-like guys are so scary, I am no match for them. If I don't run away, I will definitely end up like the clone of the Heavenly Demon King. Quote, thinking of this, he punched the ground heavily. He was originally just a small demon god in the Dark Demon Realm. At that time, the dragon god Salama descended on the Dark Demon Realm. The Lord gave me new power. I was able to be one of the 9 Demon Kings. How could I die here before I had time to pledge my loyalty? Just then, 2 faint voices came into the ears of the 9 Demon Kings. It's over. The 9 Demon Kings turned around in disbelief. Then, he saw that the 2 Zeno guards had locked him with their hands. Before he could react, terrible energy burst out from the palms of the Zeno guards. Swish, boom. With a scream, the 9 Demon Kings and Vermut's body were directly destroyed. The Zeno guards who completed the task appeared directly behind Zeno. You were 2 minutes late. Go back and accept your punishment. Zeno's baby voice came into the ears of the 2 guards. The Zeno guards immediately broke out in sweat. Yes, Master Zeno. Quote, after killing the strong man of the Dark Demon realm, Zeno turned around and looked at everyone. Bet and the Pride team immediately knelt on the ground. Greetings, Master Zeno. Vados and Makarita bowed slightly. How are you, Master Zeno? Zeno nodded. He raised his hand. Hi, Bet. Bet was startled and immediately responded with a smile. Master Zeno. Zeno smiled happily. You performed well this time. Facing the Demon King of the Dark Demon realm, you were able to hold on until I arrived. You deserve a reward. Grand Priest stood aside with a smile on his face. Makarita spoke. Master Zeno, Master Vermut died in that battle. Zeno nodded. I know. Okay. You all go back to your positions. Everyone has his own job. Everyone bowed their heads immediately. Yes, Master Zeno. Before leaving, Zeno looked at Bet. Bet, there is only 1 month left in the Strongest Gods of Destruction competition. I look forward to your performance. As soon as the voice fell, Zeno and Grand Priest disappeared on the spot. 11 Universe is only a wreckage. Chapter 95. Retreat, Vados Ultra Instinct. Subscribe please. Back to the 6th Universe Gods of Destruction. Brawly, Frieza, you 2 are the candidates for the 6th Universe Gods of Destruction, and the new Gods of Destruction will be one of you 2. You must practice well, Bet said lightly. Brawly and Frieza are absolutely loyal to Bet, so they naturally won't object, and they all nodded. Yes, Bet Tianren. Then, it is to solve the problem of Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai sharing life. After all, with his strength, it is not easy to kill anyone. But it is much easier to kill the delicate Supreme Kai. Bet is afraid that after this battle, he will be targeted by the Dark Demon world. So, Bet turned around and spoke. Brawly, you go to the 6th Universe Supreme Kai immediately and protect Supreme Kai. If there is anything you can't handle, contact me immediately. Brawly, who received the order, immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the Gods of Destruction world. Bet looked at Vados on the side. Vados, please contact Supreme Kai and explain Brawly's identity. Quote, Vados nodded with a smile. She naturally understood Bet's concerns. After arranging everything, Bet entered the gravity room that Vados built for him. So his strength has been fully exploded, comparable to the 6th level angel, but in front of the real master, he is still very weak. The first goal is to improve the basic combat power to the level of the 1st level angel. In the battle with Jiren, his basic combat power has been torn open, and it is only a matter of time to break through. The purpose of Bet's retreat this time is to shorten this time infinitely. Time flies, half a month has passed, and Bet slowly walked out of the retreat room. Bet had a satisfied smile on his face. This retreat not only advanced the basic combat power to the level of the 1st level angel. Even the perfect Ultra Instinct obtained by killing Vermut was mastered. At this moment, even if Bet encounters the clone of the Heavenly Demon King, he is not afraid. At the same time, in the 6th Universe Gods of Destruction, Vados is enjoying his 11th year since the 11th year. The food brought back by Universe. I never thought that the ramen from Universe 11 would be so delicious. Vados smiled happily. Bet looked at Vados's ignorant look. If she could see her cooking skills, she would never eat junk food again. Vados obviously noticed Bet coming out of retreat. Master Bet, you are out of retreat. Bet nodded to Vados who stood up. Where is Frieza? Vados smiled at Bet's question. Frieza went out to practice. He will definitely come back before the Strongest Gods of Destruction competition. Bet nodded after hearing this. Then, Vados felt that the aura emanating from Bet was much stronger than before retreat. Master Bet, have you made a breakthrough? Bet smiled faintly. That's right, Vados. Are you interested in fighting with me? Let me see if there is anything lacking in your strength. Vados smiled faintly at Bet's sudden request. No problem, Lord Bet. Swish. Hearing Vados's agreement, Bet's body immediately rose into the air. Looking at Bet who had already risen into the air, Vados smiled faintly. Come on, Lord Bet, let me see the results of your retreat this time. But there is one thing, You are not allowed to use the silver-white transformation last time. Last time Bet transformed into Super Saiyan 5, and his combat power soared directly to the peak of the 5th level angel realm. And this time in seclusion, Bet has obviously made a breakthrough. If he transforms again, Vados may not be able to bear it. Bet nodded. Don't worry, Vados, I mainly test the basic combat power, and I have prepared a surprise for you. Quote, Vados smiled bitterly when she heard this. She knew in her heart that the surprise Bet was talking about must be a shock. In that case, come on, Lord Bet. Whoosh. Vados' body instantly rose into the air. High in the sky, Bet and Vados looked at each other. Lord Bet, I haven't taken action for 10 million years. This time, I can move around properly. Quote, as soon as the words fell, a faint white energy appeared around Vados. 0. Please give me flowers. Bet understood that this was the ultra instinct of the angel family. And these angels who guided them all cultivated the ultra instinct to the point of fusion with themselves. They can maintain the peak state of ultra instinct at any time. Swoosh. In an instant, Vados had disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Bet. The speed was so fast that it was unpredictable. Although Bet's basic combat power had reached the level of a 1st level angel, compared with Vados, who was a 5th level angel, the difference was not ordinary. At the same time, Bet immediately used the destructive power. The purple flame immediately enveloped his whole body. In front of Vados, remember to raise his legs to attack. Bet immediately raised his arms. Bang! A crisp sound came, and the terrible energy immediately spread. Swoosh! Bet flew directly downwards. When he was about to touch the ground, Bet's palms appeared with qigong, and the whole person stopped. Good strength, and very good speed. Bet raised his head, his face full of excitement. As expected, the strength of the angel family is terrifyingly strong. At this moment, Bet raised his right hand, and a sharp purple flame immediately rose from his body. Destruction. He wanted to tear open a gap with the destructive force and attack. A white air wall appeared in front of Vados, and the destructive force immediately stopped in the air. And slowly disappeared. Master Bet, have you forgotten that the destructive power of gods of destruction is guided by us? The destructive power cannot work on us. Quote, just then, Bet's voice sounded behind Vados. And the figure below became illusory. Vados was startled. That is an illusion, and the destructive force is also a feint. Chapter 96. The collision of Ultra Instinct. Vados, how can Lord Bet be Ultra Instinct? By the time Vados found out, it was too late. Bet's fist had already hit him hard. Just as Bet's hand, Vados' body actually moved on its own and dodged Bet's attack. Shocked, Bet quickly distanced himself. Since Ultra Instinct, his eyes narrowed slightly. Vados looked at the shocked Bet and smiled faintly. Sorry, Lord Bet. Ultra Instinct has the function of mobile defense and automatic avoidance of attacks. Our angel has practiced Ultra Instinct to normalization, and ordinary attacks will not work. Hearing Vados' words, Bet nodded slightly. I understand. As soon as the words fell, swish, another Bet appeared on the battlefield. It was Bet's 667 mirror clone. Then, Bet attacked from 2 directions. The speed was extremely fast. In an instant, the fists of both of them were in front of Vados. Sir Bet's move really surprised me. But I'm afraid it still won't work. Swish. I saw Vados' body slightly turn to avoid Yi Ren's attack. Bang. And Bet's clone's attack was directly blocked by Vados, who raised the angel scepter. Boom. The next second, the terrible air wave immediately spread with Vados as the center. Bet and the clone were directly blown away. Seeing this, Bet also understood. Even if he exerted his destructive power and his strength soared to the level of the 2nd level angel, it was indeed not enough in front of Vados, who was at the level of the 5th level angel. So, Bet no longer kept it to himself and took back his clone. He slowly closed his eyes. Vados looked at Bet with curiosity. From this point of view, Sir Bet should use some trump card. Abu. In an instant, Vados' pupils suddenly contracted. This feeling is Ultra Instinct. In her impression, she had not taught Bet Ultra Instinct. But the next second, silver-white dots of divine energy appeared around Bet like a galaxy. The entire space immediately turned into a galaxy. A divine feeling immediately burst out. Bet slowly opened his eyes. The silver-white pupils and calm face. Silver-white divine energy continued to rise. Bet's temperament has changed a lot. Perfect Ultra Instinct. When Bet finished performing, Vados was really surprised. Really? It's really Ultra Instinct. What's going on? Mr. Bet, who did you learn Ultra Instinct from? Bet asked, speaking lightly. Vados, didn't you just teach me? As soon as these words came out, a deep look of shock surged on Vados' face. No, impossible. Ultra Instinct, even Angel can't master it with just one look. At this moment, Vados' eyes changed when he looked at Bet. Lord Bet. Just then, Bet waved at Vados. Come on, Vados, let's continue. Then the words fell. Swoosh. Bet disappeared directly on the spot. Vados also unexpectedly showed a serious look. In that case, Lord Bet. Then I won't be polite. Quote, swish. Vados also went forward. Both were using Ultra Instinct, and Vados could not dodge it this time. The fists of the two men collided heavily for the first time. Bang! The fierce wind immediately spread around. Bet's silver-white Ultra Instinct and Vados' normal white Ultra Instinct collided. Abu! A huge white sonic boom circle spread immediately. Vados' eyes finally became serious. Because he could feel the powerful force coming from Bet's fist. Lord Bet, you are really hiding deep enough. At this moment, Vados could clearly feel that Bet's strength was at least the 4th level of Angel Realm. It can be seen how much Ultra Instinct increased Bet. Unfortunately, Bet cannot use Ultra Instinct and Super Saiyan at the same time. Otherwise, I can fight with the top strongman Zero. Vados originally thought that as long as Bet did not use Super Saiyan's transformation makes it easy to fight in the literary arena. It seems that he is really wrong this time. Just when Vados was shocked, Bet kicked her again. Feeling the terrifying energy wind coming from her legs, Vados quickly stretched out her right hand to block. The two collided again. Vados' body retreated slightly for several steps at this moment. This also surprised her. Featuring, Vados no longer treated Bet as a gods of destruction, but an angel. Because being able to shock her back is not something a gods of destruction can do. At this moment, Bet's fast attack came again. The fist shadows in the sky rushed over. Swish swish swish. Vados had to use Ultra Instinct to dodge. Her body kept dodging left and right. Bet's attacks were all avoided. Just when Vados breathed a sigh of relief, Bet's body appeared directly at above Vados' head. An energy ball immediately appeared in his palm. Whoosh. Seeing this, Vados waved the angel scepter in his hand, and a wall of air appeared. Boom. A terrifying explosion came immediately. At this moment, energy balls appeared one after another in Bet's hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The terrifying explosions continued. Bet was using the prince's tactics at this moment. Fire was everywhere, and thick smoke was billowing. The whole space became invisible. There was only thick smoke and dust. Bet naturally knew that such a trick would not work on Vados. He and I just wanted to create an opportunity for ourselves to make a big move. Bet clenched his fists. The energy of his whole body gathered towards his right fist. Buzz buzz buzz. The 6th Universe Gods of Destruction world shook violently. Chapter 97. Vados' Super Strength, The Secret of Ultra Instinct Subscription Request. As time went by, the smoke slowly dissipated. Vados' body appeared in Bet's sight again. As expected, the energy attack just now did not cause any harm to Vados. A faint white barrier appeared around her body, blocking all the energy of the explosion. Then, the white barrier in front of Vados slowly dissipated, and she smiled faintly. Lord Bet, you can't waste energy fearlessly. At this moment, Bet's big move was also ready. Vados, don't be too happy too early, my attack is here. As the voice fell, a series of dragon roars came from Bet's fist. Vados frowned. So Lord Bet is thinking of this. Come on. As he spoke, Vados unfolded the angel scepter in his hand. A powerful momentum immediately burst out. At this moment, 05 Bet roared, Dragon Fist Attack. This was a punch that he had gathered all his strength. Although Vados has the strength of a level 5 angel, it may not be easy to take Bet's full strength attack. Whoosh. As Bet punched, a golden dragon rushed out immediately. The entire Gods of Destruction world was filled with dragon roars. And Vados' figure quickly retreated. Powerful airflow continued to flow in the space. Bang! In Bet's shocked eyes, the golden dragon and the angel scepter in Vados' hand collided heavily. At this moment, Bet felt an unimaginable powerful divine power. Vados has already pushed Ultra Instinct to the extreme. So, Vados still hides some of his strength, and under the pressure of Bet's punch, he actually burst out all his strength. Under the impact of the golden dragon, Vados retreated hundreds of meters away. Finally, under the continuous attack of her burst of energy, the golden dragon slowly dissipated. Vados fell down after a while. Her eyes had become solemn. I didn't expect that Lord Bet could make me feel pain. In that case, I will attack with all my strength. You better be careful. Bet nodded after hearing this. It just so happened that he wanted to see how the Angel clan normalized Ultra Instinct and could still exert such a powerful combat power. This might be the key to his ability to fuse Super Saiyan with Ultra Instinct. Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, Vados' body disappeared like a ghost. The speed was very fast. It was obviously a completely different person from before. Bet didn't react at all. Bang! The next second, Bet felt a strong wind coming, and he quickly raised his arms. Then, with a low impact sound, Bet was directly knocked into the sky. There was a burst of pain on his arms. You know, he is now activating the perfect Ultra Instinct. But even so, Bet still had no chance to resist. Swoosh! At this moment, Vados' second attack arrived, another high kick, a heavy kick directly hit Bet's body. Bang! Bet had no resistance at all. The whole person fell down again. Such a fast speed, such a terrible power, is this the Ultra Instinct of the Angel family? Bet could feel the faint terrifying energy of Vados that had merged into his body. On the surface, there seemed to be no change. At this moment, Vados' voice came. Lord Bet, the characteristic of Ultra Instinct is that it is unpredictable. His attack and defense are spontaneous, and the caster does not need to deliberately control it. As soon as the voice fell, a shadow appeared above Bet, and then slowly turned into Vados. Bet clenched his fist. So that's how it is. It seems that Ultra Instinct and Super Saiyan really have nothing in common. Then, his heart calmed down and he no longer thought about fighting. There was only unexpected peace in his heart. Bet's body slowly floated up, and a faint white energy appeared around him. Just then, Vados' fist had already hit him. Bang! Bet's hand actually attacked spontaneously. He grabbed Vados' fist directly. Even Vados was stunned by such a move. This is the second stage of Ultra Instinct. Quote, Master Bet succeeded. It turned out that under Vados' attack and teaching, and under Bet's understanding, Bet's perfect Ultra Instinct has actually taken a step forward. At this moment, as long as he is calm, Ultra Instinct can exert a more powerful combat power. This is the second stage of Ultra Instinct, the Ultra Instinct of the mind. In fact, at the beginning, Bet only stayed at the stage of manipulating the energy of Ultra Instinct. And now slowly fusion with Ultra Instinct, manipulating with a perfect state of mind, there is a world of difference in the effect. Vados' laughter came. Master Bet is indeed gifted. Ultra Instinct has entered the second stage so quickly. And we angels are all in the third stage of Ultra Instinct, normalizing Ultra Instinct. 127. Bet heard this and nodded. It turned out that Ultra Instinct is divided into 3 stages. No, Master Bet, Ultra Instinct is not 3 stages, but 5 stages. Quote, Vados seemed to see through Bet's mind and spoke slowly. 5 stages. Bet exclaimed directly, which surprised him too much. Vados nodded. Yes, only my father, Grand Priest, has reached the 5th stage. When my father fights, every move he makes is the most powerful. That's the real Ultra Instinct. Unfortunately, only my father has realized that level among our angels. Hearing this, Bet couldn't help but secretly shocked at the power of Grand Priest. Lord Bet, that's too far away for you. You should first enter the 3rd stage of Ultra Instinct and normalize Ultra Instinct. Quote, you have to find your own way. Next, I will let you experience the 3rd stage of Ultra Instinct. Chapter 98. Enlightenment gained from being beaten. Beautiful Supreme Kai reports the news. Troublemaker Frieza, please subscribe. Hearing Vados' voice, Bet's eyes also became serious. He knew that Vados would use the third stage of Ultra Instinct to exert her super combat power as a level 5 angel. Among the angels in the 12 universes, Vados' strength was ranked in the middle. Her understanding of Ultra Instinct was second only to Whis. Bet secretly made up his mind that he must comprehend Ultra Instinct well this time. Maybe he would achieve the fusion of Ultra Instinct and Super Saiyan, and then he could really challenge Grand Priest. Isis. Watch out, Bet, this is Angel's transfer skill. Vados laughed like a silver bell, and then her body disappeared like a ghost. Bet closed his eyes, his heart was as calm as water, and silver-white dots of energy continued to surround his body. He was sensing Vados' breath. As long as he could sense her figure, Ultra Instinct would be able to react on its own. Swish. But the next second, Vados appeared directly in front of him, but Bet was completely unaware. A heavy punch directly swept Bet away. Bang. Swish. His body immediately hit a mountain. Swish. At this moment, Vados disappeared again, making people puzzled. Swish. No matter how Bet sensed, he could not detect his attack trajectory. It is worthy of the third stage of Ultra Instinct, the normalized Ultra Instinct. The speed and attack have undergone qualitative changes. It depends on when Bet is about to hit the mountain. Gu Duran appears. Bang. Bet's body flew into the air again. Bang, bang, bang. Vados kicked Bet around in the air like a ball. Bet couldn't even defend himself and could only let Vados do whatever he wanted. At this moment, Bet could only keep his mind calm. At this moment, he seemed to see a vague figure, and then his body reacted immediately. Abu. In a flash, the two bodies passed through each other. Vados' eyes showed a hint of surprise. Unexpectedly, after being attacked several times, Bet actually found some ways. However, the next second, Bet was hit hard in the face. Vados punched Bet again and sent him flying. This time he didn't feel anything at all. What a terrible speed. Ultra Instinct's third stage is so terrifying. In Bet's mind, Vados was like a ghost at this moment, coming and going without a trace, and he couldn't be chased at all. This is the characteristic of Ultra Instinct's third stage. Bet finally got some results. He believed that as long as he was given time, he would be able to integrate Ultra Instinct into his flesh and blood like Angel and achieve normalization. Sure enough, no matter what kind of skills, it is easier to comprehend in actual combat. Even if Vados told Bet 1,000 times, he might not be able to comprehend this feeling. Bang, bang, bang. Bet accepted several attacks from Vados again. Then, he caught a trace of Vados' attack trajectory. Seeing this, Bet concentrated his strength on his fist and punched directly. I saw Vados' attack also coming. Bang. Bet's fist collided heavily with Vados' angel scepter. At the moment of collision, a harsh sound immediately resounded throughout the Gods of Destruction world. Along with the sound, a terrible strong wind immediately spread to the surroundings. The greening that Vados worked so hard to do became bare again at this moment. Not bad. Lord Bet can occasionally catch my attack trajectory, which means you are beginning to master the second stage of Ultra Instinct. Vados smiled faintly. Obviously, he was still surprised by Bet's growth. Still can't catch your body. Ultra Instinct in the third stage is really abnormal. Bet frowned, because he could only catch it once after receiving several attacks. This is Vados' mercy. In a real battle, being hit by Angel with all his strength is troublesome, let alone being hit so many times. This gap is too big. Then, Bet received Ultra Instinct, and Vados also stood not far away with a smile. He has a new understanding of Ultra Instinct, and there is no point in fighting anymore. He can only take more hits. He still needs to practice well. However, Bet gained a lot from this battle. Vados walked slowly. Lord Bet has amazing talent. I believe it won't be long before you can completely master the normalization of Ultra Instinct. At this moment, swish, two figures appeared directly. Bet and Vados looked over. It turned out to be the beautiful Supreme Kai and Brawly. The beautiful Supreme Kai had a face full of anxiety. Mr. Bet. Looking at the anxiety on her beautiful face, Bet spoke slowly. What happened? So anxious. The beautiful Supreme Kai took a few breaths before speaking slowly. Mr. Bet. Sarada King and Frieza are fighting. You should stop them quickly. otherwise the planet of the Saiyan of the 6th universe will disappear. Knowing that Bet is a Saiyan Supreme Kai, he understood the seriousness of the matter and came directly to Bet. Bet frowned. But Frieza has a black and gold form, how can Sarada King be his opponent? Frieza, you are really a worry. Quote, I saw Vados, the angel scepter directly touched the ground. Good King. A picture appeared on the angel scepter. It was the picture of Frieza and King Sarada confronting each other. Looking at the two people in the picture, Frieza has transformed into a golden form, and the form of King Sarada made Bet stunned for a moment. The legendary Super Saiyan. In Bet's impression, isn't there only one girl named Kale who is the legendary Super Saiyan in the 6th universe? Retract your thoughts. Vados, let's go over quickly. Vados nodded after hearing this. A flash of white light, the four disappeared on the spot. Chapter 99. Meeting King Sarada, Vados, he is the 6th universe gods of destruction, Lord Bet. Planet Sarada. At this moment, Frieza and King Sarada are facing each other in the air. At this moment, King Sarada is surrounded by green flames. The terrifying momentum continues to spread around. It is the legendary Super Saiyan. And Frieza opposite him has transformed into Golden Frieza. The atmosphere in the battlefield is particularly tense. The Saiyans of the 6th universe are surrounded below. Familiar figures such as Caulifla, Kale, and Cab are among them. Sister, Your Majesty King Sarada will not lose. Kale said timidly. Caulifla heard this and immediately looked confident. Don't worry, Kale. King Sarada is the strongest in the entire Sarada planet and will not lose to that alien. At this moment, Cab looked worried. I always feel like I have seen that alien somewhere. Quote, while the Saiyans were discussing while looking at the battlefield, Frieza and King Sarada had already adjusted their conditions to the best. Oh ho ho, I was right in my feeling. Number 733. There are strong men on this planet. It turned out that after Frieza closed himself off in Bet, he was looking for strong men to fight with in the 6th universe to enhance his strength. He used his keen perception to find that King Sarada was not simple. Sure enough, after a provocation, King Sarada showed his true ability. I didn't expect that he was actually a legendary Super Saiyan. Alien, if you leave now, I can forgive you. King Sarada's cold voice came. What a joke. I came here to find strong men to fight with. Since you let me meet you, I will test your strength. After the voice fell, Frieza took an attacking posture. King Sarada also pulled his arms and immediately became angry. Ha! Amidst a roar, the golden flame immediately burst out from the body. Boom! The rolling air waves continued to spread around. Frieza smiled faintly at the furious King Sarada. You really don't know how to live or die. Swoosh! Swoosh! Golden Frieza and King Sarada rushed directly at each other. The speed was extremely fast. All the Saiyans below were stunned. Just when they thought there would be a terrible collision. Swoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air. A tail was moving flexibly. I saw Bet's hands blocking the attacks of the two people, lightly. And the Saiyans of the 6th universe below were stunned. Blocked. That Saiyan actually resisted the attack of His Majesty and the alien. Caulifla was born to admire the strong. Looking at Bet, the Saiyan, who actually resisted the attack of King Sarada, her eyes were full of brilliance. Kair just looked at her sister timidly. Sister. Bet's eyes were very cold. After seeing Bet's appearance clearly, Frieza quickly stepped back and bowed. Lord Bet, how could you be like this? Slap. A slap was thrown directly on Frieza's face. Frieza didn't even dare to raise his head. Who asked you to come to Saiyan's planet to make trouble? Don't you know that this gods of destruction is Saiyan? King Sarada was also surprised at this moment. Obviously, Bet came from the 6th universe in the front space. King Sarada didn't know him. But he was able to withstand the attack of him and this alien, which seemed to be very strong. Seeing Frieza like a subordinate in front of Bet, King Sarada's heart was in turmoil. I was a little unsure of the identity of the person who came AFCC. Just then, Bet looked over. King Sarada, it's our first meeting, I didn't expect it to be this way. Because in the previous space, he was taken in by King Sarada and then taken to the gods of destruction by Champa. Seeing King Sarada again, Bet couldn't help but feel a little excited. King Sarada looked at the overly young Bet in front of him. Senior, have you heard of me? He asked cautiously. Bet smiled faintly. Of course, your name is well known to me. I'm sorry that my subordinates bumped into you. Hearing that Frieza was actually Bet's subordinate, Bet's status in King Sarada's heart was raised again. Just then, he also saw Bet's tail that he didn't hide. Senior is a Saiyan. Bet nodded. King Sarada took a breath of cold air. He originally thought that he was the strongest warrior among Saiyan. Seeing Bet, he was silent. At this time, Vados, Supreme Kai, and Broly also arrived. It turned out that Bet thought the Arc of Gods of Destruction was too difficult, so he used instant transmission directly. Vados saw Bet and said with a face full of complaints, "Lord Bet, how could you leave us and go first? Can't your instant transmission carry people?" Bet smiled when he heard it. "I left in a hurry and forgot about it." King Sarada was surprised when he saw Vados. "Lord Vados, didn't Lord Champa come?" In King Sarada's mind, the gods of destruction of the sixth universe was still Champa, and he didn't think of Bet as gods of destruction. Vados smiled when he heard what King Sarada said. "I'm sorry, Lord Bet has been in office for too short a time, and I haven't had time to inform you planet masters. Today, I will introduce you. This is the gods of destruction of the sixth universe, Lord Bet." Although Vados' voice was very soft, the entire sixth universe heard it. King Sarada's pupils suddenly contracted. He is the gods of destruction. The Saiyans below also opened their mouths in shock. Caulifla was also stunned. Gods of destruction is actually a young Saiyan. Bet looked at King Sarada's shocked eyes and touched his nose. "Why, don't I look like him?" Chapter 100 Zeno's Decision, the strongest gods of destruction competition is advanced. After Bet's identity was revealed, the entire Sarada planet was shocked. King Sarada also kept looking Bet up and down. The shock in his heart could not be suppressed for a while. Then, under the leadership of King Sarada, the Saiyans of the entire Sarada planet knelt on the ground. "See Lord Gods of Destruction." Bet waved his hand. "Everyone get up." After the shock, the heart of King Sarada was ecstatic. Gods of Destruction turned out to be Saiyan, this is a good thing. Bet put his hands behind his back and immediately had the momentum of Gods of Destruction. King Sarada immediately lowered his head and dared not look Bet in the eye. Under the leadership of King Sarada, Bet visited the entire palace of Sarada planet. When Bet finished everything and was about to leave, Caulifla rushed out. She knelt directly in front of Bet. "Lord Bet, I want to follow you, I want to become stronger." Kale also knelt in front of Bet following Caulifla. Bet glanced up and down at the two female Saiyans. He showed a thoughtful look. King Sarada immediately scolded. "Nonsense. Go down quickly, how could Lord Gods of Destruction easily take in servants?" Bet did not speak, but passed through their bodies directly. Then a faint voice came. "Take them with you." Caulifla was stunned at first. Then ecstasy appeared on her face. She has always wanted to become stronger, and Gods of Destruction is the strongest man in the sixth universe. Bet is handsome and a Saiyan. It simply satisfies all of Caulifla's fantasies. Caulifla was happy and saw Kale on the side. "Kale, you don't have to follow me. If you want to stay on Sarada, stay. I won't force you." Kale bit her lip and showed a difficult decision. "No, I want to follow my sister. Wherever my sister goes, I will follow." Seeing Bet gave the order, Indus looked at the two Shongren sisters. "Come with us." Swish. The Ark of Gods of Destruction appeared, and several people disappeared on the spot. The episode here with King Sarada ended with Caulifla and Kale following him. In fact, Bet also had some selfish motives. The child born by two Saiyans must be a purebred Saiyan. Bet wanted a purebred Saiyan offspring. Frieza didn't say a word on the way back, and his face was silent. After returning to the Gods of Destruction world, Bet also began the preparations for the future. Caulifla and Kale stayed in the Gods of Destruction world. Of course, the task of teaching them was left to Vados. Being able to have Angel as their teacher was also Caulifla's dream. There were only 5 days left before the strongest Gods of Destruction competition. Zeno Palace. Zeno was playing the game that Grand Priest found for him. But, the endless repetition had made him feel extremely bored. So boring. "Hey." Zeno's unique calling voice came out immediately. "Abu." Grand Priest appeared directly, and he bowed slightly. "Master Zeno, what do you want?" Zeno looked at his butler and said, "I'm tired of playing these games. When does the competition start?" Hearing Grand Priest, Taguchi said, "There are still 5 days left." When Zeno heard that there were still 5 days left, his eyes wrinkled together. "Too long. Let's start tomorrow." Hearing Zeno's sudden decision, Grand Priest obviously knew Zeno's temper. "I understand. I'll go and notify you now." Zeno immediately showed an excited look. "Tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it." Then, Grand Priest contacted the Supreme Kai of the 12 universes. Conveyed Zeno's latest decision. The 6th universe Supreme Kai world. Supreme Kai Wei showed a surprised look on her stunning face. "The strongest gods of destruction competition will be held tomorrow. I wonder how Lord Bet is preparing." Then he thought of the 2 Saiyan beauties that Bet brought back to the gods of destruction world, and showed a helpless look. It's a critical moment, and Lord Bet is still having fun. Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Zero. Please give me flowers. Supreme Kai Wei shook his head desperately, which was a little crazy. Forget it. Let's go and inform Lord Bet as soon as possible. Go there in person. Swoosh. Brawly appeared directly beside her. DBU. The two disappeared in the Supreme Kai world. The 6th universe gods of destruction world. Swoosh. Supreme Kai Wei and Brawly appeared directly. Vados, who was teaching Caulifla and Kale, was shocked. It turned out to be Supreme Kai. "What are you doing here?" Supreme Kai Wei looked anxious. "Lord Vados, where is Lord Bet? I have something important to say." Oh, Vados smiled faintly. "Lord Bet is taking a bath. You should wait a moment. Would you like some coffee?" Vados recommended the new products she had brought. Supreme Kai shook her beautiful hair. "It's too late. Lord Grand Priest has informed us that the strongest gods of destruction competition will be held tomorrow. We must prepare to go to the world of nothingness." Hearing this, Gudos also put away his smile. "That's really a big deal. I must go and inform Lord Bet." After a while, Bet's screams came from the bathroom of the gods of destruction world. Vados appeared outside with a smirk on his face. Later, Bet put on his clothes. "Vados, you must give me an explanation. I have a complex." Hearing this, Vados looked aggrieved. "Mr. Bet, it's really urgent. The strongest gods of destruction competition has been advanced and will be held tomorrow. We must prepare to go to the world of nothingness." Hearing this, Bet's eyes suddenly became serious. Ahead of time, it really looks like Zeno's style. He looked in the direction of the world of nothingness. Chapter 101. The Realm of Nothingness. Gathering. Subscription request. Bet put on the gods of destruction costume and walked to Vados, who was ready. "Let's go." As soon as the voice fell, Vados smiled faintly, and the white light enveloped everyone and disappeared on the spot. There were 2 candidates for gods of destruction, Frieza and Brawly. Supreme Kai Wei, Bet and Vados. The Saiyan sisters were left in the gods of destruction world. On the way, Vados, will the candidates for gods of destruction play in this strongest gods of destruction competition? Hearing Bet's question, Vados nodded. Very likely. It all depends on Master Zeno's mood. All the rules are set by Master Zeno. Hearing this, Bet was shocked. It's true. Then he looked at Frieza and Brawly. 5, 6, 7. Wei, pass your earrings to Frieza and Brawly. Hearing Bet's words, Supreme Kai Wei was stunned for a moment, but didn't ask any more questions. He took off the earrings on his ears. Frieza, Brawly, listen carefully. This earring is a trump card for you. You can only use it when you can't cope with it. Frieza heard it and said, "Oh, ho, Lord Bet, you worry too much. With Brawly and I's strength, we can sweep the whole place without merging. How much combat power can an earring increase?" Frieza's confidence attracted Bet's scolding. "Idiot, this is the holy object of Supreme Kai, the fusion earring. As long as you and Brawly each carry one, you can merge. The power after merging is not as simple as 1 + 1. Do you understand?" Hearing Bet getting angry, Frieza and Brawly quietly put away the earrings. Because he knew that if Zeno made the rules, there would definitely be other universes that would use earrings to merge. Bet was also prepared. After that, the entire Gods of Destruction arc returned to peace. Bet also sat down, and mysterious energy appeared around him. Vados chuckled to cover his guilt. As expected of Lord Bet, he is always so serious, and his ultra instinct seems to have improved again. Whoosh! White light flashed. The realm of nothingness. Gods of destruction and Supreme Kai have already arrived at the realm of nothingness first. They looked at the ring set up by Grand Priest. This is the ring of the strongest gods of destruction. I wonder if I can withstand the terrifying power of gods of destruction. Just as everyone was talking about it. Whoosh! Grand Priest walked out of the confession light with a smile. Gods of destruction and Supreme Kai who arrived first immediately bowed to greet him. Greetings, Lord Grand Priest. Has Lord Zeno arrived? Grand Priest still had a smile on his face. Master Zeno will be here soon, you must put on a great fight. Master Zeno is bored right now. If Master Zeno gets angry, you know the consequences. Hearing Grand Priest's words, the gods of destruction and Supreme Kai immediately broke out in sweat. Yes, yes, Master Grand Priest, we will do our best. Then, Grand Priest looked at the ring. How did you end up in the ring? Hearing Grand Priest say this, the Supreme Kai and gods of destruction immediately became nervous. Did Master Grand Priest hear their conversation? Grand Priest smiled at everyone. This ring is made of the hardest thunderbolt steel in the 6th universe. You can fight with confidence. Just then, Zeno appeared on the throne not far away. The gods immediately knelt down and worshipped. Greetings, Master Zeno. Zeno's baby voice came. Why hasn't it started yet? It's so boring. By the way, how about letting the candidates for gods of destruction go on stage first? Hearing this, the Grand Priest nodded. You have also heard the order of Master Zeno. Let 2 candidates for gods of destruction go up to test the test stage. The next second, in order to perform in front of Zeno, the gods of destruction of the 2nd universe Hareth looked at the beautiful woman behind him. Brian, you go up and show the beauty of the 2nd universe. Just when the gods of destruction of the 9th universe was about to speak, a burst of laughter came from behind. It turned out to be the gods of destruction of the 7th universe Beerus who had been in seclusion for a long time. In this battle, the 7th universe played 0. Vegeta, go, don't embarrass me in front of Master Zeno. Quote, Beerus was seen with Whis, Supreme Kai Shin, and 2 fighters behind him. It was Son Goku and Vegeta. They also received special training from Whis, and their strength increased greatly. Hearing Beerus's voice, Vegeta showed a hint of disdain. You actually let me fight with a woman, this prince. Beerus interrupted him directly. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and take care of him. Goku on the side immediately tried to smooth things over. Lord Beerus, calm down, Vegeta didn't mean that. Goku poked Vegeta with his arm. Vegeta snorted coldly. HMPH, I know. Vegeta and Brian walked onto the ring. Just as the Grand Priest was about to shout the start of the game, by Sean. A burst of laughter came. Oh ho ho, little Vegeta, I didn't expect you to become a candidate for gods of destruction, it's really surprising. Hearing this familiar voice, Vegeta's pupils suddenly shrank. Frieza, sure enough, the white light dissipated, and under the leadership of Bet, Frieza, Vados and others came slowly. And Beerus's eyes were all on Bet. Bet, you are finally here. This time, I want to avenge the shame of 4.8. Bet immediately bowed to Zeno and Grand Priest. Zeno smiled and said, Bet, you are finally here. Grand Priest nodded. Then, he looked at the 2 people on the ring. Okay, you start. Bet's eyes also looked at Vegeta and Brian. Vegeta was furious. Damn it, kill this woman, it's your turn, Frieza. Chapter 102, The Strongest Gods of Destruction Competition. Subscribe. Vegeta and Brian stared at each other from a distance. At this moment, Grand Priest slowly said, let's start. Then, white flames burst out from Vegeta's body, which was extremely terrifying. With the order of Grand Priest, the 2 immediately rushed towards each other. Swish, swish, the sound of fierce collision came immediately. Brian turned into a fat woman directly, and her strength and speed were rapidly improved. On the battlefield, 2 figures kept crossing each other quickly. Bang bang bang. The crisp collision sound kept coming. Vegeta and Brian both increased their speed to the extreme. The next second, Vegeta and Brian's fists collided heavily. A huge force came immediately, and Vegeta was a little unable to resist. What a terrible power, this woman. As soon as the voice fell, Vegeta's eyes changed. The golden flames rose immediately. Ha! The roar of O5 came immediately. The terrible air wave immediately spread to the surroundings. Pieces of gravel immediately surrounded Vegeta. The next second, Super Saiyan Vegeta fought with Brian again. This time, Brian felt the strain. Vegeta's fighting power was already 50 times that of before. Just as she was losing ground, Vegeta's palm immediately condensed an energy bomb. Whoosh! He jumped up and the energy ball was immediately shot out. Boom! Brian was immediately swallowed up. Ah! Vegeta threw out energy balls one after another. The prince's fighting method immediately appeared. The terrible energy ball immediately bombarded the battlefield. Boom! The explosion sounded continuously, which was extremely terrible. Whoosh! Brian rushed out of the fire in a panic. However, Vegeta was already waiting for her above. Woman, get out of the ring. Bang! Vegeta attacked with both fists, hitting Brian's body hard. Swoosh! Bang! The ring was immediately cracked by Brian's fat body. Vegeta fell on the ring with his hands on his chest. At this moment, the priest walked over slowly. That's about it. Hearing the voice of the Grand Priest, Vegeta jumped off the ring. Brian was carried down. The voice of the Grand Priest sounded again. Beerus, Hereth, the repair of the ring is left to you. Please pay attention to the time and don't delay the holding of the strongest gods of destruction. The damaged areas must be reinforced, do you understand? Beerus and Hereth were confused. What's going on? Let us repair the ring. Quote, Grand Priest nodded. Are you too dissatisfied with my decision? Hereth and Beerus immediately fell to their knees in fear. Don't dare. They had already cursed Vegeta for destroying the ring countless times in their hearts. At this moment, they knew in their hearts that if they were not well prepared before the strongest gods of destruction competition, the consequences would be disastrous. Bet walked up to Beerus with a smile on his face. Beerus, come on. Don't be wiped out before you even participate in the competition. Beerus was furious when he heard this. But he couldn't get angry. At this moment, the gods of destruction were admiring Beerus and Hereth repairing the ring. Supreme Kai was already sitting in the audience. Just then, Angel Makarita from Universe 11 came over with a smile. Looking at Makarita, Bet spoke first. Hello, Makarita. Quote, a smile appeared on Makarita's face. Lord Bet is still as handsome as ever, dear. By the way, the Lord of Gods of Destruction of Universe 11 is Lord Jiren. After hearing Makarita's sweet voice, Bet looked towards the audience seats of Universe 11. Jiren was sitting there with his eyes closed, looking out of place. This guy is still the same. After chatting with Makarita for a while, Bet saw that the ring in the air had been repaired. Vados smiled and said, as expected of Lord Beerus and Lord Hereth, the ring is much stronger now. Quote, the gods of destruction and Angel, Supreme Kai, and candidate gods of destruction from the 12 universes have all arrived. However, the one that caught Bet's eye the most was Angel Crus from the 10th universe. Her small figure was like a Lolita, making people love her. With the appearance of Grand Priest and Zeno, the entire world of nothingness immediately became quiet. Everyone was waiting for the start of the strongest gods of destruction competition. This is a competition that Zeno will hold every tens of millions of years according to his mood. The winning strongest gods of destruction will be able to obtain the title of Great Gods of Destruction. Great Gods of Destruction is equivalent to being immediately above the other gods of destruction. Therefore, all gods of destruction are very fond of this. In the last strongest gods of destruction competition, Beerus challenged all the gods of destruction alone. In the end, it was a tie. Although Beerus was able to win the title of the strongest gods of destruction among the 11 gods of destruction, but they still can't win. 887 this time. The target of all gods of destruction is still Beerus. Bet, the newly appointed god of destruction, is not taken seriously by the old gods of destruction. Only Jiren, the new god of destruction of the 11th universe, and Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, know how terrible Bet is. And it's a routine every year. Before the strongest gods of destruction begins, the candidate gods of destruction of each universe must fight. The battle of the candidate gods of destruction is the potential and future of this universe. so the gods of destruction of each universe attaches great importance to it. After all, this is in front of Zeno and Grand Priest. Zeno sat on the throne with a look of excitement. Okay, let's get started. Quote, a babyish voice came out, and the priest did not dare to neglect it. Swoosh. The Grand Priest immediately appeared at the referee's position. Everyone's eyes became serious. See Master Zeno. See Grand Priest. Chapter 103. The battle of the candidate gods of destruction is so legendary that it shakes the world. The gods of destruction of the 12 universes, the candidates for gods of destruction, and the Supreme Kai all knelt on the ground. Only Angel bowed slightly. Zeno was excited. Let's start quickly. Grand Priest immediately understood. Okay, all the gods, please take your seats. As soon as the voice fell, the gods of destruction of the 12 universes returned to the audience seats with their people. I will be the referee of the strongest gods of destruction competition held by Master Zeno. Everyone must adhere to the principle of fairness and not cheat or favoritism. Okay, I believe everyone knows the rules of the competition, so I won't repeat them. Let the competition begin. First, the competition of the candidates for gods of destruction. Quote, the Grand Priest's voice resounded throughout the venue. All the gods of destruction looked solemn. Bet looked at Frieza and Brawly. Who will go up? Frieza smiled faintly. Oh, ho. Brawly, go first. I'm not interested in these miscellaneous soldiers. Bet nodded after hearing this. Okay, Brawly, go. Don't embarrass me. Brawly nodded and jumped onto the stage. It turned out that the battle between the candidates for gods of destruction was a melee mode. After a while, the 12 candidates for gods of destruction were already on the stage. Brian rushed to Vegeta as soon as he got on the stage. He obviously wanted to avenge his initial loss. Toppo from Universe 11 looked at Brawly. I lost to you in the last battle, but I won't do that this time. Brawly never thought that Toppo would come to him. Then he smiled. Obviously, for a warlike Saiyan, he would not avoid a fight. At this moment, Bet's voice sounded in Brawly's mind. Win cleanly. Gods of Destruction does not want to lose the reputation of the 6th universe at the beginning. Brawly nodded. His eyes focused and he rushed directly to Toppo. Looking at Brawly who was rushing towards him, Toppo showed a meaningful smile. Don't think it will be the same as last time. Since the last defeat to Brawly, Toppo began to practice day and night under the guidance of Jiren, and even his destructive power has been greatly improved. His confidence comes from his strong strength. Whoosh! Toppo disappeared directly on the spot. When he appeared again, he had already punched Brawly. Facing Toppo who took the initiative to meet him, Brawly stretched out his big hand. Bang! A crisp sound came. I saw that Toppo's huge fist was directly grasped by Brawly. What? Toppo's face showed a hint of surprise. Brawly's movements were much faster than last time. The next second, Brawly shouted, whoosh! Toppo's huge body was thrown out directly. The other players quickly dodged, fearing that they would be hurt. Brawly's initial performance immediately caused the gods of destruction from other universes to talk about it. These gods of destruction were all guys who were arrogant, but at this moment they were surprised by Brawly's performance. I didn't expect that Bet would find such a strong candidate just after becoming the gods of destruction. It's really not easy. The gods of destruction from the 10th universe murmured. Only Kess didn't speak. Which universe's candidate gods of destruction is this? So strong? Zeno asked excitedly. Grand Priest still answered with a smile on his face. Reporting to Master Zeno, this is the candidate gods of destruction for the 6th universe. Oh, Bet's successor. So happy. Zeno seemed very excited, hands clenched tightly. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Toppo slowly climbed up. He didn't expect that after such devilish training, he was still no match for Brawly. He suddenly shouted, ah! Purple energy burst out of his body immediately, and the terrifying West Zone burst out immediately. It was a terrifying destructive force. The surrounding gods of destruction were shocked. Destructive force. This guy is so strong. This candidate gods of destruction competition is so fierce. Only Toppo was wrapped in purple flames, his eyes solemn. Brawly, let's fight it out. Brawly looked at Toppo who burst out with terrifying power and showed a crazy smile. Master Bet said, you leave the stage cleanly. Quote, ha. Green flames immediately rose from Brawly's feet. It was so terrifying. The entire world of nothingness actually shook. The green flames went straight up into the sky, formed a green beam of light. The hair immediately turned green. Broly directly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. The green light cocoon immediately wrapped him. The terrifying momentum immediately spread to the surroundings. Vegeta on the side was surprised. He had seen the legendary Super Saiyan. Even if he and Kakarot transformed into Super Blue and joined forces, they were not the opponents of the legendary Super Saiyan. The power that Broly suddenly burst out immediately surpassed the realm of God. This scared the surrounding gods of destruction. What's wrong with this guy? How can he have such a powerful power? Where did Bet find the pregnancy from? Zeno's eyes widened. Transformed. So exciting. Grand Priest's expression did not change, and he still had a smile on his face. Toppo's eyes were also extremely solemn. He had seen Wang Zhao, Xuanchao's terrifying fighting power. He clenched his fists and made up his mind secretly. He must defeat Broly. Whoosh. At this moment, Broly's body disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Toppo felt that he was stared at by a prehistoric beast. Bang. The next second, Broly appeared directly and was already in front of Toppo. The huge fist was covered with green energy. In a critical situation, Toppo directly raised his arms. The terrifying power immediately surged out. The two collided with each other. Chapter 104. Tragic. The Golden Giant Ape appears. Subscribe. Bang. A loud noise came immediately. Toppo actually flew backwards. Toppo had already used the destructive power, but in the head-on battle, he was defeated by Broly. What a violent power! The candidates for Gods of Destruction on the stage were all shocked. The Gods of Destruction below the stage were also surprised. Jiren, the new Gods of Destruction of the 11th universe, slowly opened his eyes. Toppo may not be his opponent. A faint voice came, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Makarita also nodded in agreement. Yes, the opponent is too strong, dear. At this moment, Toppo shouted, and the purple destructive power gushed out of his body. It soared directly into the sky. The terrible air wave spread immediately. The entire world of nothingness shook again. A terrible energy immediately swept the entire battlefield. Some gods of destruction had already recognized the power that Toppo had exploded. Gods of destruction form. Beerus and the other gods of destruction looked extremely ugly. I didn't expect that there would be so many freaks in this year's strongest gods of destruction competition. Bet's eyes did not change. He was very familiar with Toppo's strength. 603 At this moment, Vado's voice came. Lord Bet, Lord Toppo's strength may have reached the level of gods of destruction. Hearing Vado's reminder, Bet waved his hand. It's okay. Broly can handle it. At this moment, Jiren's voice came directly into the ring. Toppo, if you want to fight your way out, don't hesitate, just give it a try. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Toppo slowly flew out of the purple light column. Purple energy continued to surround him. Terrifying. Toppo slowly opened his eyes, and his purple pupils were full of brutality. Broly, let's fight it out. Broly looked at the power that Toppo burst out, without any fear, but excited. Swoosh. Just then, Toppo disappeared directly on the spot. Only a purple afterimage was left on the spot. Broly also turned into a green beam and disappeared on the spot. Bang bang bang. Green and purple beams appeared on the battlefield. They were like two meteors, constantly colliding on the battlefield. Colorful sonic booms kept coming. The other contestants looked sideways. Vegeta also clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Damn it, Broly seems to have become even stronger. Quote, Zeno's eyes were already wide. He stretched his body forward. Wow, so exciting. Grand Priest just glanced over here twice. His expression did not change at all. Boom boom boom. Various explosions continued to be heard in the battlefield. Others also found their opponents and started fighting. Vegeta has transformed into a Super Saiyan God. He wants to make this fat woman fly off the ring in one go. Boom boom boom. The whole battlefield is in chaos. Bang. Just then, Broly and Bet's bodies separated. Broly showed a cruel smile on his face. The 6th Universe Supreme Kaiwei chuckled. It's been a long time since I saw how happy Broly fights. Quote, After Brawly was sent to protect the beautiful Supreme Kai, he rarely encountered such a well-matched battle. A green energy bomb immediately appeared in Brawly's palm. Swish! The green energy bomb drew an arc in the air and rushed towards Toppo at a high speed. Toppo also dodged quickly. A scene of one chasing and one fleeing appeared on the battlefield. The energy bombs in Brawly's hand were like light spots, increasing in number. Swish! 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 Boom! 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 Terrible explosions continued to come. The first universe candidate Gods of Destruction was accidentally injured and directly blown off the ring. And Toppo looked at the energy bombs that had surrounded him. A huge energy ball immediately condensed in his palm. Destruction. Swish. As soon as the huge destructive gas bomb appeared, it immediately swallowed all the green energy bombs. Boom. Everyone's eyes widened. So powerful, worthy of the power of Gods of Destruction. At this moment, Vegeta punched Brian in the face, and she flew out of the battlefield again. His eyes looked at the battlefield between Brawly and Toppo. Swish! Wherever the huge purple destructive gas bomb passed, all the power was destroyed. At this moment, swoosh swoosh swoosh, Toppo's body turned into a purple beam and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he punched Brawly in the face. Brawly did not fly backwards as he expected. Instead, his head tilted back a little, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But Brawly became more excited. Is this all your power? I'm really disappointed. Ha! A loud shout came directly from Brawly's throat. His body seemed to explode. The terrible power spread immediately. Boom! Toppo had no time to dodge and was blown away. Toppo clenched his fists as he flew backwards. A-hole! Just like a beast. Destruction! A huge energy bomb immediately appeared in the palm of Toppo, who was flying backwards. Swoosh! In an instant, the purple destructive gas bomb immediately rushed towards Brawly. The entire battlefield immediately turned purple. No one dared to approach the terrible destructive gas bomb. Vegeta and others immediately took off to fight a terrifying battle. The surrounding Gods of Destruction also widened their eyes. The candidate Gods of Destruction named Toppo can actually master the destructive power so skillfully. It's incredible. The destructive gas bomb fell into Brawly's eyes. In Brawly's mind, Supreme Kai Wei kept telling him how to control his own power. The state of mind is very important. Ha! The green flames immediately rose. The thick green energy directly turned into a light path, gradually turned into a light cocoon, and wrapped Brawly in it. The phantom of a golden giant ape appeared around Brawly. Chapter 105 Fatal Impact. Toppo is eliminated. Subscribe. The terrifying super energy directly enveloped Brawly. A green light cocoon was formed directly. Brawly opened his hands and let the green super energy surround him. Toppo's purple destructive gas bomb was getting closer and closer. Brawly roared. Green flames rose immediately. His muscles swelled immediately, and his hair became longer. The green energy surged even more terrifyingly. He directly entered the giant ape form of the unchanging giant ape. This time, Brawly did not lose his mind and perfectly controlled this power. His palm immediately opened, and a huge green energy bomb appeared directly in his palm. Swish! The green energy bomb shot out directly. Boom! The two energy bombs collided heavily with each other. The terrifying impact force made the entire world of nothingness shake violently. Bang! With a loud bang, the terrifying energy rushed directly into the sky. Fire and smoke filled the entire battlefield. The terrifying shock wave immediately sent Brawly and Toppo flying. Toppo's eyes were unusually solemn. Damn it! Even the power of destruction can't deal with him. In that case, then listen to Jiren and give it a try. As soon as the voice fell, Toppo, who was flying backwards, immediately surged with terrifying purple energy again. He raised his hands above his head. My justice will not allow me to lose here. This is a blow that I will do my best. A destructive gas bomb that was many times larger than before slowly appeared. Destruction. Swish. The purple destructive gas bomb rushed towards Brawly with a very terrifying force. Many Gods of Destruction in the entire audience had already stood up. Because of the destructive gas bomb condensed by Toppo, even they felt palpitations. And Zeno, who was high above, held a tablet in his hand and kept pointing at the contestants who had already fallen off the stage. At this moment, There were only 4 contestants left on the entire stage. Vegeta from the 7th universe, Mona from the 4th universe, Broly from the 6th universe, and Toppo from the 11th universe. The final battle is coming, I'm so looking forward to it. Zeno's eyes were full of stars. Just then, Broly made an unbelievable move. He let out a roar like a beast. Ha! The green flames immediately rose to the sky. Broly's power immediately increased to the extreme. He was now a full-fledged Gods of Destruction in the early stage of combat. Whoosh! Broly rushed directly towards the destructive gas bomb. He actually wanted to resist the destructive energy with his flesh and blood. Looking at the incoming Broly, Toppo's pupils suddenly contracted. Is this guy crazy? He actually wants to attack the destructive power with his flesh and blood. What a crazy guy. Frieza smiled faintly. Oh ho ho, I didn't expect Broly to have grown a lot during this period. Bet narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew what Broly was thinking. He wanted to use his absolute power to break Toppo's power. Swoosh. Bang. The green aura immediately hit the destructive gas bomb. This rule power that only belongs to Gods of Destruction actually stopped in the air, and everyone's eyes widened. Broly immediately felt the terrifying pressure coming from above his head. Roar. Broly roared again. Supreme Kai Wei stood up directly, with a worried look on his beautiful face. Broly. Buzz buzz buzz. 2 powerful forces were constantly impacting, and the sharp wind continued to spread around. Countless gravel flew into the air. This scene, it has shocked everyone. Grand Priest also showed a slight surprise at this moment. Bet has found a very good successor. This Broly is very suitable for Gods of Destruction. The green aura around Broly is getting stronger and stronger. Accompanied by his roar, the golden giant ape phantom appeared again. Toppo was startled and cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. Bang! Broly actually pushed the destructive gas bomb back. Bet also smiled faintly at this moment. He was very satisfied with Broly's performance today. At this moment, Toppo was in a panic. How is this possible? Zero. Please give me flowers. That's the power of Gods of Destruction. How can a mortal like him do that? I won't lose the game like this. Destruction. He actually condensed another destructive gas bomb. Swish. Boom. This destructive gas bomb directly pressed heavily on the previous destructive gas bomb. However, Broly's power at this moment was like an arrow piercing the clouds, rushing forward. Swish. Even the 2 purple destructive gas bombs. They were directly penetrated by Broly's terrifying power. DBU. Boom. The terrifying explosion came directly. And Broly rushed out directly from the firelight. In Toppo's horrified eyes, 0. Bang. Broly hit Toppo's body directly. Puff. A mouthful of blood immediately spurted out of Toppo's mouth. He immediately felt unimaginable damage. The whole person flew backwards uncontrollably. The terrible impact force directly made his body penetrate the ring and fall downward. Toppo continued to fall, with a look of desolation on his face. Did I lose to him again? Jiren actually expected this scene. He didn't say anything, but sat down calmly. Zeno tapped the tablet with his little hand. The 11th universe candidate Gods of Destruction Toppo was eliminated. Grand Priest immediately announced the result. Boom. Broly fell heavily on the ring like a cannonball. There was blood on his body in many places, but Broly didn't feel anything. He showed a cruel smile and looked at Vegeta. It's your turn, Vegeta. Hearing Broly's voice, Vegeta murmured in surprise. This guy didn't lose his mind. Things are getting tricky. Vegeta's eyes were extremely solemn. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, I beg you. Updating is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, I beg you. Updating is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Chapter 107. Provocation, Vegeta's full strength attack. Please subscribe. As the prince of the Saiyan clan, Vegeta's arrogance is unquestionable. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid Vegeta would have already rushed forward. But he had fought with Broly before, and even teamed up with Kakarot to deal with him. But he still lost. At this moment, Vegeta was really unsure if he was asked to go directly. Damn it. How could this guy Broly become a candidate for the gods of destruction of the 6th universe? But I won't lose to you. Quote. Vegeta finished speaking. His eyes were fixed on Broly. Aren't you very strong? Do you dare to take my blow? As soon as these words came out, the pupils of the surrounding gods of destruction contracted. Beerus showed a meaningful smile on his face. However, Bet knew Vegeta's tricks too well. Provocation. In the original work, 6-3-headed, Vegeta once used this trick on Cell. However, under the huge gap, any conspiracy will become ridiculous. Broly just looked at Vegeta with a smile on his face. He didn't say anything. Vegeta's eyes changed immediately. Then he gritted his teeth and immediately became angry. Ha! The blue sacred flames rose immediately. The terrible pressure immediately spread to the surroundings. The terrifying hurricane continued to rush to the surroundings. The mouse gods of destruction looked at this scene with serious eyes. This guy can also transform. What a group of strange guys. Vegeta instantly raised his strength to the extreme. He had to use the method of provoking. Otherwise, with his strength, he would definitely lose, and he had no other choice. At this moment, he glanced at Son Goku in the audience. If he could merge with Kakarot, he would definitely be able to get rid of this guy. However, soon, Vegeta shook his head again. How could I merge with that guy again? At this moment, the blue sacred flame continued to spread, and Vegeta's super blue had reached the limit that it could reach. He saw his hands clasped together, and the blue sacred power continued to flow into his palms. Buzz buzz buzz. The entire ring shook. The earth shook suddenly, and the sky and the earth changed color. Zeno immediately became excited. Vegeta, you are so strong. The terrible energy continued to surge, and Broly clenched his hands at this moment, looking at Vegeta with a smile on his face. He actually planned to take Vegeta's moves head-on. Frieza looked at this scene. Stupid Saiyan. Just kill him. Little Vegeta is very cunning. I saw Vegeta clenching his teeth and surging energy. Golden light immediately flashed in his palm. Final flash. Swoosh. The golden energy wave immediately shot towards Broly. Seeing that the energy wave was about to drown him, Broly clenched his fist. Ha! Green energy immediately shot up into the sky. A green beam of light immediately formed. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the final flash and Broly collided heavily. Boom! Boom! The terrifying explosion sounded immediately. Fire and smoke filled the battlefield. The pupils of countless gods of destruction suddenly shrank. Only Bet looked indifferent. He knew the gap between the two in his heart. Even if Super Blue Vegeta burst out with more powerful power, it would not be possible to hurt Broly. After all, the gap was there. One had just entered the realm of God, and the other was already on the edge of gods of destruction. The gap is still huge, and it is not something that can be resisted by any final move. Vegeta kept attacking, breathing heavily. Beerus raised his mouth. Vegeta was bound to lose, but he used provocation to make the opponent use his final move. I have to say, he is a genius in fighting. Goku was excited. As expected of Vegeta, he really has his own calculations in his mind. Win. At this moment, Whis shook his head. No. He is still fine. The gap between the two is too big. Master Beerus, you should find a way to let Goku play. Only when the two of them merge can they win. Hearing Whis' words, Beerus had a headache. The rules of the game were set by Grand Priest. If he rashly let Son Goku play, wouldn't that be courting death? Whis couldn't help but shook his head. Lord Beerus, you can start with Zeno Tianren. Remember, Lord Zeno only wants to see exciting matches. As for the details, he doesn't care. Beerus was immediately panicked when he heard this. He had never thought that he would dare to use Zeno. It was terrible. On the ring, dust filled the air, and gravel flew everywhere. Vegeta was still panting. It was obvious that the full-strength attack just now had consumed a lot of his energy. At this moment, the dust slowly dissipated. Broly opened a green energy shield. He was unharmed. Vegeta's pupils suddenly contracted. Quote. How could he not be injured at all? Vegeta originally didn't want to defeat the legendary Super Saiyan Broly with this move. But there was no injury at all, which was too depressing. Vegeta looked at Broly, who still had a cruel smile on his face. You UBD. How strong are you? Muttering to himself, Vegeta took a step back and gritted his teeth. What should I do? Just then, Broly had already walked towards Vegeta. The remaining warriors of the fourth universe were ignored by the two. 4.7 Broly's disdainful look immediately angered Vegeta. The pride in his heart no longer allowed him to sit here. Damn it, I don't believe it. Swoosh. Vegeta rushed over directly. A blue track appeared in the space. Then, Vegeta used his fists and feet to launch a torrential attack. The speed was extremely fast. The space was full of fist shadows. Chapter 108. Despicable Beerus, the combined warrior Vegito appears. Vegeta's quick attack made the space vibrate. But he just couldn't hit Broly. No, impossible. How could this happen? Vegeta's eyes turned red, and he kept screaming wildly. At this moment, Broly made a move. He saw a heavy fist hitting Vegeta's abdomen very accurately. Bang! A clear fist mark appeared on Vegeta's abdomen, and it obviously collapsed. Ah! A mouthful of white acid water spit out from Vegeta's mouth. Whoosh! Vegeta flew backwards, and his breath dropped immediately. It was not until he reached the edge of the ring that Vegeta stabilized his body. Vegeta, looking at the scene in front of him, Goku clenched his fists, with a look of unwillingness on his face. Damn, I really want to fight that guy. Beerus gritted his teeth, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. If he gave up like this, he would not be willing at all. He glanced at Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest. Zeno frowned, his face 05 displeased. Why did it end so suddenly? I really want to see them fight again. The Grand Priest heard this, and his eyes immediately turned to the seventh universe. Seeing the Grand Priest looking over, Beerus also gritted his teeth and shouted with courage. Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest, there are two gods of destruction in the seventh universe. They can merge, and only by merging can they exert the strongest combat power. I hope Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest can approve Son Goku to play. Grand Priest frowned when he heard this. But there was no change on his face, but he looked at Zeno, who was in the highest position. And Beerus's actions completely angered the other gods of destruction. Hey, Beerus, what are you talking about? It is common sense that each universe will fight against a candidate gods of destruction. What do you want? Quatella, the fourth universe gods of destruction, said. Other universe gods of destruction also kept echoing. Yes, yes, Beerus, how can you say such a violation? Master Zeno will definitely punish you. And Bet only took a look at Beerus and knew what he was planning. He wanted Son Goku and Vegeta to fight Broly by fusion. Amidst the condemnation of the crowd, Zeno's babyish voice came. Is it very powerful? I want to see. As soon as his voice came out, the Grand Priest announced immediately. Master Zeno has ordered that the number of candidates for gods of destruction in the 12 universes can be increased to 2, and they can also use fusion props. As soon as these words came out, the whole world of nothingness exploded. Master Zeno actually agreed to such an absurd request and can use fusion props. Quote, it's incredible. Quote, Beerus is too despicable. Quote, many gods of destruction condemned Beerus, but Zeno had already agreed, so they couldn't say anything. Beerus was immediately filled with ecstasy when he heard this. Great, Master Zeno agreed. Shin, bring your earrings here. He almost snatched the earrings from the Supreme Kai. Beerus threw them to Son Goku. Goku, hurry up and help Vegeta. Use the fusion to defeat the monster in the 6th universe. Swish. As soon as the voice fell, Son Goku jumped onto the ring. He stood beside Vegeta and raised the earrings in his hand. Vegeta, put them on quickly. Vegeta looked at Son Goku in front of him, and then leaned on the earrings in his hand. Damn it, I'm Vegeta, do I have to use this thing to defeat him? Son Goku saw Vegeta hesitate and urged again. Vegeta, put it on quickly, this is an opportunity that Lord Beerus risked his life for. If we lose, Zeno will be unhappy and may destroy the earth. Our loved ones will disappear, put it on quickly. As the two were pulling at their limit, Broly and Bet were communicating in their hearts. Under Bet's instructions, Broly quietly waited for the two to merge. And Frieza was ready to take action at any time. At this moment, Broly has reached the 2nd stage of the Super Legend, and his strength has far exceeded that of the Super Blue Gogeta in the original work. I just don't know what the scene will be like when facing Super Blue Vegito. And Frieza's black and gold form is still stronger than Broly's strength. Bet is not worried at all. He just looked at the battlefield with a faint look. Supreme Kai suddenly said, Lord Bet, it's okay to let them merge, Broly won't lose the game. Before Bet could speak, Vados on the side laughed faintly. Supreme Kai, you worry too much. Sir Bet must have his plan. Vados pointed at Frieza. We Universe still have some cards to play, so wait patiently. After hearing what Vados said, Supreme Kai nodded and sat down. On the ring, Son Goku and Vegeta are the center of attention at this moment. After hearing the serious consequences, Vegeta gritted his teeth and grabbed the earring and put it on his left ear. 133 and Goku had already put the earring on his right ear. Swish! The earring released a dazzling light. The two immediately crashed into each other. Under a hurricane, the two were immediately enveloped by white light. Buzz buzz buzz. A powerful momentum immediately appeared. Zeno's eyes were full of curiosity. 3. Too interesting. Abu. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, the King of Force Vegito appeared on the ring. The King of Force is still extremely wavy. As soon as he appeared, he had a signature smile on his face and looked at Broly. I am not Son Goku, nor Vegeta, but the one who will end you. Broly looked at the King of Force Vegito and shouted immediately. Green energy spread immediately. Like a hurricane, it continued to rush towards the surroundings. The battle was about to start. End me. What a joke. Chapter 109. Fierce Battle, Super Saiyan God Vegito vs Super Saiyan Broly. On the ring, Broly and the King of the Force stood facing each other. At this moment, the King of the Force waved at Beerus with a confident smile on his face. It was obvious that he didn't take Broly seriously. After Vegeta and Son Goku merged, their strength really soared several levels. He really had the capital to be proud. Broly, use your full strength, otherwise you won't have a chance to attack. As he spoke, the King of the Force directly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Golden flames and lightning continued to surround him. However, Broly frowned at the provocation of the King of the Force. For the defeated opponent, he was still so rampant, and Broly felt that he couldn't indulge him anymore. Ha! Shouted again. The green energy rushed directly into the sky. Broly's body swelled immediately. The green lightning kept flashing, and it was getting more and more violent. Boom! The entire world of nothingness shook again. The power of the giant ape form of the unchanging giant ape has been raised to the extreme. Swoosh! The next second, Broly turned into a green beam and disappeared. In a split second, his fist was in front of Vegito. He punched hard. Green flames kept lingering on his fist. Abu! The terrible power made the whole space tremble. Vegito also moved. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his strength increased a lot. He moved quickly. Broly's fist was dodged. Swish! 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 Broly launched several attacks in succession. Although Vegito dodged, he was obviously struggling. Vegito also got serious at this moment. Speed and strength are both good, but there is still a big gap between us. It seems that I have become too powerful. Vegito said proudly. Indeed, after Son Goku and Vegeta used the earrings to combine, their strength became very good. Even facing gods of destruction, they are capable of fighting. However, Broly's face showed no expression, and he retreated directly. It was just a feint, and Broly also understood Vegito's strength, and he was ready to fight with all his strength. HMPH. You'd better surrender and avoid physical pain. At this moment, Broly responded with an attack. Whoosh! Broly's body flashed again and rushed towards Vegito. The speed was obviously much faster than before. The violent force immediately rushed towards Vegito. The current attack was obviously different from the previous few times. The force was much more violent. It was like a prehistoric beast. Broly, this guy, didn't even use his full strength to attack just now. Damn, he dared to underestimate me. When Broly attacked this time, Vegito immediately saw the difference from before. His eyes immediately became serious. Bang! A crisp sound came. Vegito's palm and Broly's fist collided heavily. Swish! The terrible energy spread immediately. Broly's violent power immediately rushed towards Vegito. The face of such violent and terrible energy on the opposite side forced King Vegito's face to change. This was a terrible energy he had never felt before. At this moment, with a roar, the golden flame around Vegito immediately turned red. His hair and pupils turned red. Super Saiyan God. The two of them merged and directly transformed into Super Saiyan God. After Broly got serious, it was very difficult for Super Saiyan to deal with it. Vegito, who transformed into Super Saiyan God, immediately resisted the impact of Broly's violent power. At this moment, Broly quickly pulled back his fist and kicked hard again. Feeling the terrifying wind pressure coming from his ankle, Vegito did not dare to neglect it. He immediately raised his arms. Bang! The terrible energy immediately poured out. Vegito immediately took a step back with this force. An excited smile appeared on his face. Not bad power. Quote, at this moment, he felt Broly's beast-like power. No wonder he could beat Toppo so violently. The arena had been greatly damaged after several simple battles between the two. The only one left was the last warrior, the candidate gods of destruction of the fourth universe, trembling in a corner of the arena. At this moment, except Beerus and Bet, the gods of destruction of other universes were already stunned. The strength shown by Broly and Vegito was able to threaten the weaker gods of destruction. Only Zeno was watching with great excitement. It's so exciting. Who will win? The Grand Priest looked at the two people on the battlefield with a smile on his face. No one knew what this priest who was second to none and above 10,000 people was thinking. Broly didn't give Vegito a chance to breathe. A green energy ball immediately appeared in his palm. Swoosh. When Broly rushed towards the King of Force, the green energy ball was thrown out directly. Vegito didn't take the energy seriously either. Just a wave of his right hand. Bang! The energy ball was immediately knocked out. However, when he raised his head, the entire space was already filled with energy balls shining with green light. Vegito immediately realized that he had been fooled. The energy ball he had just knocked away was just a feint. Broly clenched his hands. Swish, swish, swish. Energy balls rushed directly towards Vegito one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying Mono Jiao explosions continued to appear on the battlefield. Super Saiyan God Vegito kept dodging quickly, but there were too many energy balls. After a while, he was drowned in flames and smoke. Boom, boom. A mushroom cloud appeared in the constant explosions. The battle was extremely fierce. Everyone was looking at the center of the continuous explosions. The people of the seventh universe immediately clenched their fists. Especially Supreme Kai Shin. Whis smiled. Supreme Kai, don't be nervous. Please remember, smoke is harmless. Chapter 110. Fight with all your strength and firepower. Subscribe. Sure enough, there is smoke but no injury. Such an attack cannot defeat Vegito. Broly wants this arrogant guy to consume some energy and let him know how powerful he is. The thick smoke slowly dissipated. Vegito's figure appeared in Broly's sight. Vegito actually opened a golden protective shield to block all the flying energy waves. In the original work, Vegito used the protective shield to enter Majin Buu's body, and he was familiar with this move. The protective shield was obvious, and Vegito crossed his arms and looked confident. How could such an attack hurt me? You underestimated me too much. I have to say that your attack just now really scared me. Next, I will let you know my strength. Vegito put his hands down, and his eyes gradually became solemn. He must defeat Broly this time. If he loses after the fusion, it will be too embarrassing. Broly also hooked his finger. This scene completely angered Vegito. Swoosh. His body disappeared from the spot at a very fast speed. Even Broly didn't react. Super 667 Saiyan Vegito kicked Broly out with one kick. Swoosh. Bang. After a rise and fall, Broly stabilized his body. Broly smiled faintly. The speed is good, but the difference in strength is too great. Hearing this, Vegeta was furious. There was a blue light shining in his pupils, and a dangerous aura immediately spread out. Suddenly, Vegito shouted again. Boom. A gap appeared on the ring immediately. The next second, the red flames around Vegito immediately turned blue. The sacred blue power immediately burst out, and the terrible pressure immediately spread to the surroundings. The terrible air waves continued to appear. Brawly looked at the terrible power that Vegito continued to burst out. So he has hidden his strength. At this moment, the surrounding gods of destruction were stunned. The second universe gods of destruction Hareth frowned. Standing so far away, I can feel the pressure. This Vegito is not simple. I'm afraid he can fight against some gods of destruction with some weaknesses. Bet looked at the angry Vegito. This guy seems to have improved. He is much stronger than the last time he fought me. But Brawly is not that simple either. The surrounding gods of destruction felt the power of this force. Beerus was smiling. Well done, Vegito, defeat him for me. Only Zeno had an expression of watching a good show. Wow, he transformed again. So strong. After Vegito transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, Brawly's expression finally changed. Because Vegito's energy is already the strongest opponent he has ever encountered. I thought this guy was just ordinary, but now it seems that he must go all out. Swoosh. Just then, Veget, wrapped in a blue sacred aura, appeared directly in front of Brawly. Looking extremely powerful, there is no doubt that the candidate gods of destruction from other universes may not even be able to get close to Brawly. Brawly, this is my strongest power, Super Saiyan Blue, you should also show your true strength. Let's have a good fight. Veget looked at Brawly and said, really? Then I will show you what Super Saiyan looks like. Quote, ha, a roar like a wild beast came, green energy immediately burst out like a volcano. Brawly was ready to burst out all his strength. The terrible aura of the two made the whole space AFCI feel extremely terrified. The terrible pressure continued to spread around. The candidate of the fourth universe, gods of destruction, had wanted to jump off the ring many times. If it weren't for Quitella's murderous gaze, the car would have jumped off. The gods of destruction frowned. Supreme Kai was horrified. They had never seen such a terrifying power. Only Brawly's hair was completely erected, and green lightning continued to surround his body. The terrible pressure continued to spread. This is his full power. The legendary Super Saiyan second stage. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, both of them rushed out directly. The green and blue phantoms were left directly in the space. Shua, bang. The sound of the two people's collision continued to come. Bang bang bang. As the collision sound became more and more frequent, the terrible sonic boom circle continued to appear. The entire world of nothingness was under tremendous pressure. The ring had been hit by the energy emitted by the collision of the two people. Quote $75. Supreme Kai Shin swallowed his saliva. With his level, he couldn't even see the figures of the two people clearly. And the eyes of the 12 gods of destruction kept following the high-speed movement of the two people. As the battle deepened, both of them fought heartily. Veget, your power is really very strong. I haven't used such a powerful power for a long time. Brawly's voice came slowly. The fists of the two people kept hitting each other heavily. They are all Saiyan, and the long-lost battle made them excited. Brawly, I remember you don't seem to be good at talking. Why are you talking so much today? Vegito's voice also came up. Hearing this, Brawly once again made a sound like a beast's roar. He rushed forward with a punch. The terrifying green energy was wrapped around it. Ha! Vegito also rushed forward with a punch. Bang! Boom! The fists of the two men collided heavily. A crisp sonic boom sounded immediately. Whoosh! Brawly's body was actually shaken back several steps. Swish! A long mark was scratched on the ground. Brawly, who stabilized his body, showed a cruel smile. Whoosh! His pupils exuded excitement, and he actually rushed towards Vegito again. Chapter 111. Breakthrough. Deep Blue Vegito. Swoosh. Brawly rushed towards Vegito again. The two men's fists kept colliding, and their strength was getting stronger and stronger. Both of them had the blood of the Saiyans, and they were stronger when they met stronger opponents. As the battle deepened, their strength was also getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, Vegito's speed suddenly increased. Get off! He roared and kicked directly. No one expected that Vegito's strength could suddenly increase so much. Brawly quickly protected his arms in front of his chest. Bang! Vegito's kick, which was full of blue sacred flames, hit Brawly's arms directly. Swoosh! Brawly was directly blown away. Thump thump thump. His body kept retreating on the ring. Brawly didn't expect Vegito to have such hidden power. At this moment, Vegito's attack came again. A heavy punch was thrown directly. A sense of danger immediately surged into Broly's heart. Oops. Bang. The terrible fist directly blasted Broly out again. Swoosh. Boom. A deep pit immediately appeared above the ring. Everyone's eyes immediately looked at the pit. Several gods of destruction's eyes widened. Did the winner? Beerus was even more excited. I won. But at this moment, a sound of breaking through the air came. Broly's figure immediately rushed out of the deep pit. Vegeta looked at Broly floating in the air and chuckled. I didn't expect that you could withstand my full-strength attack. You are very good, but this time it's over. Quote. As soon as the words fell, Vegito's body turned into a blue beam and disappeared on the spot. Swoosh. Vegeta had disappeared on the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, Vegito's hands were clasped together. The white-blue light shone. Let you taste my Kamehameha in full attack. Swoosh. The terrible energy immediately made countless strong men feel pressure. Broly raised his head, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. Ha! A green energy ball was immediately condensed between his palms. Swoosh. Boom. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the energy balls of the two people immediately collided heavily with each other. Vados suddenly reminded, Lord Bet, Broly may be in trouble this time. Bet nodded after hearing this. Frieza, be ready to attack at any time. I want to completely destroy the confidence of the 7th universe. Frieza smiled excitedly. Oh, ho ha ho. Don't worry, sir, I'm the best at this kind of thing. Boom. A terrifying sound came immediately. The energy waves of the two were deadlocked for a while, and Kamehameha gained the upper hand. Broly felt a great pressure. Sweat beads kept flowing down his forehead. At this moment, Vegito's mocking voice came. Broly, I have to admit that you are very strong. Even I have to use the full calendar to deal with you. But it's all over. Give up. Quote. Hearing this, Broly roared like a wild animal. Give up. Impossible. Ha. The green flames immediately rose. The energy ball was replenished again, pushing Kamehameha back. At this moment, Vegito's eyes gradually became serious. He felt the pressure at this moment. Just then, Vegeta's super blue flames turned to dark blue under extreme pressure. Buzz buzz buzz. The entire world of nothingness was shaking violently. The terrible dark blue energy kept rushing into the air. This scene shocked all the gods of destruction. That guy actually broke through. Quote. Everyone was horrified. Breaking through in the middle of a battle, what a terrifying thing it is. However, Bet looked at this scene with a slight look in his eyes. After all, he knew the strength of Broly and Vegito very well. It should be a 50-50 situation. But unexpectedly, Vegito realized a stronger form at the last moment. Dark blue form. At this moment, the aura around Vegito was dark blue. The powerful aura made the entire battlefield extremely horrified. Zero. Please give me flowers. Kamehameha immediately became extremely powerful, and Broly's energy ball was immediately pushed back. Without any hindrance, a hint of fear flashed across Broly's eyes that had never known terror. Am I going to lose? I'm sorry, Lord Bet. Quote. Just as the terrible Kamehameha was about to devour Broly. Swoosh. A black shadow flashed and appeared directly in front of Broly. Boom. A terrifying explosion was heard. Beerus smiled faintly. The Saiyan of the 6th universe is finished. Just then, Whis whispered. Master Beerus, please look carefully. In the eyes of everyone, the smoke slowly dissipated, and only a black figure appeared on the battlefield. Vegeta looked at the familiar figure, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Frieza. Yes, it was Frieza who appeared in front of Broly. And it was Frieza in black and gold form. Beerus looked at Bet angrily. Bet, you are too despicable, you actually asked for help. Bet glanced at Beerus faintly. Didn't you propose this rule? Just now, the Grand Priest has announced that a universe can send 2 candidates for gods of destruction to fight. Quote. I didn't violate the rules. Quote. Beerus's angry expression immediately froze on his face. He didn't expect that he would shoot himself in the foot. Beerus snorted coldly and could only sit back. Humph. What if there is another Frieza? Vegeta will not lose to anyone except gods of destruction. As soon as this was said, Bet smiled faintly. Really? Then I will let you feel what failure is. Then, he looked at Frieza. Frieza, Kill Vegito, I will give you minutes. Chapter 112 Bet. All of you come together. Zeno's conversation with the Grand Priest. Frieza, I'll give you 1 minute. Bet's voice came slowly. Hearing Bet's order, Frieza bowed gracefully. Lord Bet, it won't take a minute. Whoosh. As soon as the voice fell, black and gold Frieza disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Very fast. Vegito was in the deep blue form at this moment. He only saw a black shadow flash by. However, when Frieza appeared again, he was already in front of deep blue Vegito. A heavy punch hit deep blue Vegito's abdomen directly. Bang. Whoosh. Deep blue Vegito showed an unbelievable look on his face. The whole person flew backwards directly. Zeno's mouth opened wide, a face full of surprise. However, Frieza's sudden sneak attack did not allow 470 Vegito to react at all, and the whole person fell off the ring. Beerus was already stunned. When did Frieza become so strong? He was completely unbelievable. In fact, at this moment, Frieza's strength is indeed beyond Deep Blue Vegito, but not by much. Frieza was able to achieve such a victory in one move. Or it was because of the sudden full-strength attack. Only Frieza and Broly were left on the entire ring. And there was a candidate Gods of Destruction from the 4th universe at the edge of the ring. Frieza looked over. My friend, do you want to go down by yourself, or do we send you down? Under the gaze of Frieza and Broly, the candidate Gods of Destruction could no longer bear it. He jumped directly off the ring. In this way, only the 2 candidates Gods of Destruction from the 6th universe were left on the entire ring. The next second, the faint voice of the Grand Priest came immediately. The 6th universe wins. Master Zeno will reward the 2 candidates Gods of Destruction. The rewards will be distributed after all the games. Okay, the real strongest Gods of Destruction competition starts now. The voice of the Grand Priest continued to echo throughout the world of nothingness. Zeno's little eyes were obviously looking forward to it. After a long time, no one came on stage. Bet looked at Vados strangely. Vados, why didn't you come on stage? Isn't the Gods of Destruction competition a free-for-all? Hearing Bet's voice, Vados laughed. Mr. Bet, the rules of this Gods of Destruction competition have been set. He chose the challenge mode. Gods of Destruction can challenge each other, one-on-one or one-on-many. The Gods of Destruction who stays on the stage at the end is the winner. After hearing Vados' explanation, Bet did not hesitate and jumped. He landed on the stage. Everyone, are you interested in coming up and playing? Or, you can come together. A domineering voice sounded on the entire stage. As soon as these words came out, the entire world of nothingness was shaken. What? Bet is going to challenge the other 11 Gods of Destruction. Crazy enough. Beerus's mouth twitched. This guy, he doesn't take us seriously. The Grand Priest also became interested in Bet's actions. One person challenging 11 Gods of Destruction, quite interesting. Zeno's little hands clenched. Wow, Bet indeed. 1 against 11, wonderful. At this moment, the Gods of Destruction in the audience all looked at each other. Swoosh. The Gods of Destruction Hereth of the 2nd universe appeared on the ring first. You are a new Gods of Destruction, but you dare to challenge 11 Gods of Destruction. You are not afraid of your tongue being hurt when you brag. Let me test your ability first. The other Gods of Destruction stopped their impulse to rush forward after hearing Hereth's words. Whis' voice rang in Beerus's ears. Master Beerus, let's see first. See how much Master Bet has improved. Master Hereth has a defensive state of mind, it's not easy to defeat her. Bet looked at the Indian girl who jumped onto the ring first. His face was full of disdain. He could easily deal with a Gods of Destruction who was only at the 1st level of angel even if he didn't transform. However, at this moment, Hereth moved. Her body disappeared directly from the spot, and when she appeared again, she was already in front of Bet. A punch full of purple destructive power directly hit Bet. Facing her attack, Bet just stretched out his palm. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp sound. Bet caught Hereth's fist steadily. The next second, Hereth's pupils suddenly widened, because she had been hit in the abdomen. She didn't even notice it. When? She took several steps back and sat down on the ring. The surrounding Gods of Destruction also took a breath of cold air. That was a Gods of Destruction at the 1st level of angel. I didn't expect to suffer such a big loss at the beginning. It's incredible. Vados smiled. She knew Bet's strength best. Hereth was simply asking for trouble. Just then, Zeno's babyish voice rang in Grand Priest's ears. Grand Priest, what do you think of Bet? Facing Zeno's sudden question, Grand Priest was stunned for a moment, and then countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he spoke. Master Zeno, because Gods of Destruction is very special. It's different from other Gods of Destruction. Zeno smiled faintly. If it's Bet, is it possible to deal with that guy? Grand Priest's pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't expect Zeno to ask this. He answered cautiously, if it's that guy, I'm afraid Bet 5.7 won't be a match. However, Zeno shook his head. I think he can. The key to destroying that guy is Bet. Hiss. Grand Priest took a breath and his eyes fell on Bet. He really wanted to know what was so special about Bet that Zeno valued him so much. But for a long time, he couldn't see any difference. He could only sigh. Master Zeno has a keen eye. I believe this kid will definitely achieve extraordinary success in the future. Chapter 113. Defense Concept, Bet punches through. Subscribe. At this moment, except Beerus and Jiren, the rest of the Gods of Destruction of the 11 universes were shocked by Bet's move. They never thought Bet would be so strong. At this moment, Hereth slowly stood up. Her face was gloomy, and her eyes gradually became serious. In that case, I will fight you with all my strength. Ha! The purple flames rose rapidly. Hereth immediately entered the Gods of Destruction form, and the purple destructive power was everywhere. This time it won't be like before. I want you to understand the rules of Senior Jun. Bet smiled faintly. Rules. I am a person without rules. If you want me to follow the rules, you may not have the ability. Come on. The voice fell. Bet's body was immediately filled with terrifying purple flames. Amazing energy continued to burst out. The entire world of nothingness shook violently. Bet, who entered the Gods of Destruction form, immediately reached the peak of the second-level angel. The air was filled with terrifying destructive power. The terrifying momentum made all the Gods of Destruction frown. They almost forgot that Bet was also a Gods of Destruction. Hereth was obviously shocked. She didn't expect that Bet became a Gods of Destruction for only 1 year, and he had cultivated destructive power to this level. No wonder he dared to challenge 11 Gods of Destruction. He is really good. However, if this is your ceremonial weapon, it is probably far from enough. At this moment, Bet appeared in front of Hereth like a ghost. A heavy punch hit her face directly. Hereth flew backwards. Bet's sudden attack was incredibly fast. Hereth was stunned by the punch. What? How did he do it? Quote, as both Gods of Destruction, how can his power be so strong? No, impossible. At this moment, not to mention Hereth, the other Gods of Destruction who did not play were all stunned. The speed that Bet just showed was too amazing. Jiren's eyes slowly opened. He seems to have improved again. Then, he looked at Makarita. Who is the strongest among the Gods of Destruction in the audience? Hearing Jiren's question, Makarita whispered. Master Jiren, I'm afraid the strongest one is Master Beerus of the 7th universe. Hearing this, Jiren nodded and closed his eyes again. Just then, Hereth stood up again. The terrible power immediately burst out from her body. Boom! The ring immediately cracked. At this moment, Hereth's power was raging like a typhoon. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so fast. Quote, but I won't compete with you in speed this time. Quote, as soon as the voice fell, Hereth burst out all the strength in his body. The power like a tsunami was terrifying. Just then, Hereth raised her right hand. The terrible destructive force immediately gathered towards the palm. Swish! A huge purple destructive gas bomb was condensed. Destruction. Swish! A huge destructive gas bomb immediately went towards Bet. Hereth was determined at this moment. Bet had some special talent in speed, so he showed such a fast speed. Bet looked at the destructive gas bomb shot by Hereth without any action. Seeing the huge destructive gas bomb shot directly at him, Bet punched directly. Boom! Boom! A loud noise came immediately. The destructive gas bomb exploded directly. The thick smoke and dust immediately swallowed the entire ring. Buzz buzz buzz. The entire world of nothingness was shaking violently. Everyone's eyes were staring at the thick smoke and dust. Zeno's little face was also very excited. Hit. Bet was hit. Quote. Grand Priest glanced at Zeno again, but could not guess the mind of the multiverse master at all. As time went by, the smoke slowly dissipated, and Bet walked out unscathed. He shook his arm. Not bad. Unfortunately, you used it on the wrong target. Hareth looked like he had seen a ghost. No. Impossible. How could you? The gods of destruction below also felt a chill in their hearts. Quitella was also terrified. Bet is still so scary. Just then, swish, Bet's figure disappeared again like a ghost. The speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. Hareth was shocked. A-hole, it's that invisible speed again. She was shocked and immediately activated the defensive state of mind. A faint earth-yellow energy surrounded him. Although he knew that she had no hope of winning this game, at least she could be invincible. At this moment, Bet appeared in front of her. The fist surrounded by purple destructive power smashed over. The gods of destruction below also saw the artistic conception power launched by Hareth. No matter how strong Bet is, he can't beat Hareth 510 this time, unless his power can reach the third-level angel realm. Of course, this is absolutely impossible, Quitella said with a sneer. At this moment, Bet had already punched the khaki artistic conception power that appeared around Hareth. Bang! A dull sound came. Hareth smiled faintly. It's useless, Bet. Give up. In the gods of destruction, except Beerus, no one can break this artistic conception defense. As soon as these words came out, Bet smiled faintly. Really? Ha! The golden flames immediately surrounded him. His hair immediately changed between black and gold. Bet's power immediately soared. Buzz buzz buzz. The energy aftermath of the collision between the two continued to spread to the surroundings. Gods of destruction used their arms to resist the constantly radiating power. Crack. A subtle sound slowly sounded. Chapter 114 Grand Priest. Actually, Bet's expansion of gods of destruction is pretty good. Crack. A slight sound was heard immediately. Just then, Bet roared. Break. Bang. The khaki defensive state of mind collapsed directly. Hareth was blown away directly. Her body flew out of the ring uncontrollably. All the gods of destruction in the audience showed a look of horror on their faces. What a terrible power! It actually shattered the power of the garden realm directly. I'm afraid it has at least reached the power of the third-level angel realm, which is really terrifying. Zeno's small eyes were full of spirit. Bet, so powerful. Just then, Quitella jumped onto the ring. At this moment, Hareth had already lost. They had already made a judgment on Bet's strength. If not now, when will it be? However, Quitella's eyes kept moving up and down, and he didn't dare to face Bet alone. The pain from last time has not been completely healed yet. Swish swish swish. At this moment, except Beerus and Jiren, the rest of the gods of destruction have already stood on the ring. The two sides looked at each other from a distance. The air around them was instantly filled with killing. You know, at this moment, there are 9 gods of destruction standing on the ring. Looking at the 8 gods of destruction on their side, Quitella immediately became arrogant. Bet, you are a newcomer, and you really don't know how to respect your predecessors. Quote, facing the 8 of us, you have no chance of winning. We'll give you a chance. If you surrender now, we'll let you go. Hearing Quitella's words, Bet smiled faintly. Stop talking nonsense. You're not qualified yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Bet turned into a golden beam and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Quitella. The speed was so fast that even the gods of destruction were horrified. Because they couldn't find Bet at all. Snap. The next second, a heavy slap hit Quitella's face. Quitella flew backwards and fell heavily on the ring. How did he do it? The gods of destruction were all surprised. You have to know that Quitella has been a god of destruction for trillions of years, and he is a terrifying god of destruction who has mastered the form of gods of destruction. But Bet's men were so weak, which shows how strong Bet is. Bang! Quitella fell to the ground and felt a little flat. He couldn't believe that under the threat of so many gods of destruction, Bet dared to attack so mercilessly. Feeling the burning sensation on his face, a sense of humiliation surged in his heart. He is the gods of destruction. The extremely noble gods in the universe were humiliated by a kid who had just become the gods of destruction not long ago. He looked at the gods of destruction around him. Everyone, don't you just look at this kid being so wild. This kid clearly thinks of himself as a big god of destruction and doesn't take us seriously at all. Although Quitella was angry, his reason told him that he was not Bet's opponent. So he incited other gods of destruction to take action. Sure enough, after the voice fell, the other gods of destruction also became angry. Prepare to take action. The entire world of nothingness was rendered purple. At this moment, Bet's figure disappeared again. When he reappeared, his kick hit Quitella in the face. Whoosh! Quitella flew backwards again. With a scream, Quitella flew out of the ring. The next second, he lay in the audience in a mess. Bet looked at this scene and sneered. What level is it, and you are not qualified to stir up trouble here? Killing you is easier than crushing an ant. Humph. Bet's domineering move made the whole venue quiet. Jiren knew that Bet was his enemy at this moment, but he felt very relieved. Frieza even showed his signature smile. Oh ho ho, a little mouse dares to show off in front of Lord Bet, what a pitiful stinky minister. Quote, Beerus and Quitella have always been at odds. Although Bet's actions were very satisfying, Beerus felt a deep pressure. He knew it in his heart. Bet also has several hidden transformations. At this moment, it is not his true power, but even so, he can suppress the other gods of destruction and make them unable to raise their heads. It is really terrifying. Bet's eyes fell on the faces of the other gods of destruction. They immediately felt like they were in an ice cellar. The atmosphere on the entire ring became extremely dull. Just then, Grand Priest smiled faintly. Master Zeno has a good vision. Bet is indeed different from other gods of destruction. Quote, perhaps it is a good choice to make him the grand gods of destruction. Zeno also smiled faintly. Is it? But, I just think it is so exciting. Let them do it quickly. Hearing Zeno's instructions, Grand Priest nodded. Yes, Master Zeno. Quote, the remaining 7 gods of destruction on the stage had uncertain expressions, and countless thoughts flashed through their minds. At this moment, the voice of the Grand Priest rang in everyone's ears. Please compete immediately, otherwise you will all be disqualified. Hearing the voice of the Grand Priest, many gods of destruction looked tense. At this moment, Bet also looked over, and he looked at everyone. Are you going to go up? If you don't, I will go up. You can also go up together. I want to fight 7 alone. As the voice fell, the golden flames rose, and the silver-white glitter continued to shine. Although Bet only transformed into the 2nd level Super Saiyan, his strength has reached the amazing peak of the 3rd level Angel Realm. The powerful momentum suppressed everyone and made them unable to move. Although many gods of destruction heard the warning of the Grand Priest, no one dared to step forward under Bet's powerful momentum. At this moment, Bet took a step forward. Then I won't be polite. Quote, swoosh. At this moment, Bet rushed forward like a prehistoric beast. The powerful aura pressed the air so hard that it made sonic booms. Chapter 115 Bet crushes 8 gods of destruction. Subscribe. Bet rushed over immediately with a roar of thunder and waves. At this moment, after the defeat of the rat gods of destruction and Hereth, the other gods of destruction were indeed vulnerable, and the strongest was only at the early stage of the 1st level angel. Bang! Bet punched the first universe gods of destruction and sent it flying. The other universe gods of destruction dodged quickly, and purple destructive gas bombs immediately condensed in their hands. A-hole, you really think we are made of mud? Destruction. Facing the continuous attack of destructive gas bombs, Bet smiled. This kind of weak power is also worthy of being called destruction. Quote, the next second, in the eyes of everyone in shock, Bet raised his hands. Countless destructive gas bombs stopped directly in the air. Under the terrible power of Bet, the destructive gas bombs dissipated directly in the air. Swoosh. At this moment, Bet disappeared directly on the spot. Bang. With a heavy kick, the gods of destruction of the 12th universe was kicked directly in the abdomen and flew out of the ring. Only 6 gods of destruction were left on the battlefield. Bet suddenly clenched his hands. Countless energy bombs flew directly out of his body. The speed was extremely fast at 640 degrees. The entire battlefield immediately became extremely bright. In the eyes of everyone in shock, The 6 gods of destruction were immediately hit by the energy bombs, and because of the speed of the energy bombs, they could not avoid it. Boom, boom. The terrible explosion sound immediately appeared on the battlefield. Everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the explosion. At this moment, except for Vados, and Makarita, the rest Angel's face was extremely ugly. They didn't expect that there would be gods of destruction that could reach such a terrifying level. It even threatened them. Zeno immediately became excited. Wow! So powerful. At this moment, the smoke and dust dissipated. There were only 3 gods of destruction left on the ring. The 8th universe gods of destruction, the 10th universe gods of destruction, and the 3rd universe gods of destruction. The other universe gods of destruction had been blown out of the ring. The remaining 3 were also extremely embarrassed. The 3 were also extremely embarrassed. At this moment, the robot of the 3rd universe gods of destruction actually jumped off the ring in full view of everyone. Everyone AFDC was stunned. It seems that the powerful force displayed by Bet actually suppressed many gods of destruction. Only the 8th universe gods of destruction, the Fox gods of destruction and the 10th universe gods of destruction, the elephant gods of destruction was furious. Damn it, if so many of us are defeated again, how can we survive in the gods of destruction circle in the future? The Fox gods of destruction roared, and the whole person turned into a purple beam and rushed towards Bet. The elephant gods of destruction also cursed when he saw this. Damn it, swoosh. He also rushed over. Bet looked at the 2 gods of destruction rushing over, and the corners of his mouth rose. Trash, even if they join forces, they are not trash. The Fox gods of destruction and the elephant gods of destruction are both old gods of destruction. Although it is really unreasonable to join forces to deal with the new gods of destruction. But Bet showed his strength. Even if they join forces, they feel great pressure. Bet also went up without hesitation. The Fox gods of destruction and the elephant gods of destruction also understood Bet's strength, and did not dare to choose to fight head-on, so they could only attack with Qigong. 3 purple destructive gas bombs popped out from the shiny tail of the Fox gods of destruction. Destructive energy bombs were also fired directly from the palm of the elephant gods of destruction. Abu, swish, swish. Bet's speed was too fast. The energy bomb went through Bet as soon as it touched him, hitting his afterimage. Swish. The next second, Bet appeared directly in front of the elephant gods of destruction. Cold sweat immediately broke out on the forehead of the elephant gods of destruction. At this moment, the Fox gods of destruction also punched hard. Bet shouted loudly, and a powerful momentum immediately burst out. The 2 were directly blown away. They retreated dozens of meters in a row, and only stabilized their bodies when they reached the edge of the ring. Puff. The next second, blood immediately spit out from the mouths of the 2. Unexpectedly, in the previous confrontation, the 2 were actually injured. Touching the blood at the corner of their mouth, the 2 suddenly felt a great pressure. The defeated gods of destruction clenched their fists. A-hole, how can this guy be so strong? It's not like gods of destruction is strong. Vados looked at the one-sided situation on the battlefield. A faint smile appeared on his face. As expected of Lord Bet, he has suppressed several gods of destruction without using Ultra Instinct. It seems that I am really lucky. Unlike Vados, the angels of other universes were all surprised. Horror, bitter smile, all kinds of expressions appeared. On the ring, Bet approached the 2 step by step. Sweat appeared on their palms. What should we do? This guy is too strong. I'm afraid we are not his opponent. The elephant gods of destruction said. The Fox gods of destruction also looked solemn. If it doesn't work, just release the destructive power completely. Quote. As soon as these words came out, a look of shock appeared on the face of the elephant gods of destruction. What? You said to release the destructive power, but you know that using it like that will completely go berserk. We will be controlled by the destructive power, which is very dangerous. Hearing the hesitation of the elephant gods of destruction, the Fox gods of destruction roared. Then what else do you have? Just then, swoosh, Bet appeared directly between the 2 without any signs. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. Your plan is good, but it's a pity that you don't have the opportunity to use it. Quote. At this moment, the Fox gods of destruction gritted his teeth and punched Bet. Swish. As expected, the fox gods of destruction punched through Bet with all his strength. What? Bet's breath did not move, because he performed the flash time skill and jumped time. Bang! The next second, a punch hit the fox gods of destruction's face directly. Swish! He flew out of the ring directly. On the battlefield, there was only the terrified elephant gods of destruction. Chapter 116. Another showdown, Bet vs Beerus. On the battlefield, Bet and the elephant gods of destruction stood face to face. The momentum of the two had changed greatly. The elephant gods of destruction was listless. What do you want? Hearing the voice of the elephant gods of destruction, Bet shook his head. I don't want to do anything, I just want to ask you whether you want to go down by yourself or I will send you down. Bet's words immediately aroused the anger of the elephant gods of destruction. A-hole, you dare to humiliate me. A terrifying destructive gas bomb immediately appeared in his palm and pressed towards Bet. Facing his attack, Bet showed a faint smile. Stubborn. Abu. As expected, the attack of the elephant gods of destruction also passed through Bet's body. All the angels frowned immediately. I didn't expect that among the gods of destruction, there is someone who can control the power of time. Slap. In the eyes of everyone in shock. A loud slap hit the face of the elephant gods of destruction directly. Swoosh. He flew out of the ring directly. At this moment, Bet has defeated 9 gods of destruction. Only Beerus and Jiren who have not yet taken action are left. Zeno stood up directly. So powerful. As expected of Bet, Grand Priest also smiled faintly. Master Zeno is really a discerning man. If he continues to grow, he may really become the main force against that guy. Quote, hearing the words of the Grand Priest, Zeno smiled and nodded. At this moment, the eyes of the whole audience were fixed on the audience seats of the 7th and 11th universes. Jiren and Beerus also stood up. Just when Beerus was about to jump onto the stage, Whis' voice reached Beerus's ears. Master Beerus, you must be careful. According to my estimation, Master Bet will burst out with all his strength, and he may be around the 5th level angel realm. Whis' face was extremely solemn when he said this. What did you say? 5th level angel realm. A chill flashed through Beerus's heart. He never thought that Bet could reach this step. Because, he had comprehended the perfect ultra instinct, but he could only reach the 3rd level angel realm. For this, he didn't know how much effort he had put in. Beerus forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart and nodded. Swoosh. He landed on the stage. At this moment, Jiren walked towards him. Beerus looked at this newcomer. Gods of destruction. Jiren stopped 1 meter away from Beerus and said a faint voice. Beerus, merge with me. As soon as these words came out, Beerus's face immediately showed a look of shock. 1 + 4. Merge. Kid, do you know what you are talking about? Jiren didn't seem to give up after hearing this. He just said faintly, I know very well what I am talking about. I have fought with Bet before, and I know how powerful he is. None of us can be his opponent. I heard that you are the strongest gods of destruction. If we merge, there may be a glimmer of hope. Quote, Jiren's voice fell, and his alien-like eyes stared at Beerus. Jiren's strength was originally at the 2nd level angel realm, and after practicing destructive power. At this moment, his strength has also soared to the 3rd level angel realm. After calculation, he thought that after merging with Beerus, his strength might soar to a terrifying level. Perhaps it is really possible to fight against Bet. So, he boldly put forward this request. Beerus showed a disdainful look. I thought you were going to say something. I don't even bother to do things like merging. Get out of my way. Bet will be defeated by me. As he spoke, a faint white energy appeared around Beerus. This is the ultra instinct that Beerus has cultivated to perfection. Jiren looked at Beerus in surprise. This is the power of God. Beerus is really not simple. And Beerus's change immediately caused the surprise of the angels. Ultra instinct. Lord Beerus actually succeeded in practicing. This guy is really good. All angels knew that although Whis was the youngest son of the Grand Priest, his talent was the highest among all angels. He was the only one who reached the level of the 6th level angel. 0. The other angels, the strongest was only the 5th level angel, and the weakest was only the 4th level angel. Beerus's Ultra Instinct immediately caused a sensation on the battlefield. Many gods of destruction seemed to see hope. They stared at Beerus. Although Beerus was annoying, they hated Bet more. Zeno was also surprised. Zizai Gong, Ji Gong is here. Bet looked at Beerus, who was coming step by step. Congratulations, Beerus. Your Ultra Instinct is finally perfect. Hearing Bet's voice, Beerus smiled faintly. It's all thanks to you. Since the last battle, I have felt extremely humiliated. This feeling of humiliation has made me take a step further. I must defeat you this time. Wash away the humiliation. Quote. Bet's expression remained unchanged, looking at Beerus and said, "Come on. This time I will let you down completely." The two men's eyes immediately met in the air. However, Jiren was not in a hurry. He actually sat on the ground and watched the two men's fight. The Sixth Universe Audience. Frieza was solemn at the moment. Because he had worked hard for Beerus before, and the fear of Beerus was engraved in his bones. Beerus seems to be even more powerful. Vados also had a solemn face. Yes, Lord Beerus was once the strongest gods of destruction. Beerus had challenged 11 gods of destruction before, and in the end only Beerus and Quitella were left on the ring. It can be seen how terrifying Lord Beerus is. Quote, yes, Master Quitella is naturally strong, and he relied on this power to hold on to the end. But I believe Master Bet will not lose. Chapter 117. Super Saiyan 4 Transformation, Shoulder Throw, knocking Beerus away. Bet looked at Beerus, who had already started using Ultra Instinct. He didn't plan to play slowly any longer. Beerus, I will destroy your faith with the strongest power and make you understand the gap between us. Ha! At the same time, a low roar came from Bet's throat. Almost at the same time, the entire world of nothingness began to shake violently. Buzz buzz buzz. The ring immediately cracked, and the terrible air wave continued to spread. The terrible energy frightened the defeated gods of destruction around and kept retreating. Only Jiren had a calm face. He is finally going to transform. This is his real power. Just then, the entire world of nothingness actually went dark. Zeno looked at the changing scene around him and said with a surprised face. Transformed. Transformed into, May 13th. Bet transformed. It's so interesting. Quote, clang. Lightning continued to fall from the sky. Silver-white lightning continued to surround Bet. Ever since Bet's basic combat power reached the first-level angel realm and fused the super bloodline, he has not released the terrifying power in his body again. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, Bet was covered by golden flames. Silver-white arcs continued to wander over his body. Quitella, who was already seriously injured, spoke in surprise. That's right, this is his true strength. Quote, last time, he broke my ankle after transforming. Quote, Quitella still remembers the transformation scene vividly. The terrible sense of oppression that continued to spread around. Even Brawly and Frieza took several steps back. If Bet's momentum was not directed at them, I'm afraid they would have been blown away. At the same time, the 12 angels of the universe simultaneously touched the angel scepters in their hands to protect the candidates for gods of destruction and Supreme Kai in the audience. Otherwise, the candidates for gods of destruction and Supreme Kai might have been torn apart by Bet's power in an instant. DFF. I really didn't expect that the power of Lord Bet's transformation this time is much stronger than last time. It's really surprising. Quote, Vados found that Bet's aura was much stronger than when he fought Jiren. Bet transformed into Super Saiyan 4 in one breath. After all, the Super Saiyan transformation of Saiyan is to increase the basic combat power. So his basic combat power of the first-level angel realm will increase dozens of times after the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. The gravel on the ring kept surrounding Bet. The aura like a tide continued to spread around. Beerus's face was extremely gloomy. The shock in his heart was beyond words. Because Bet's strength at this moment was too amazing. He was completely different from the last time. In the audience of the 7th universe, Whis also sighed. This Lord Bet is really amazing. The power he controls now is not weaker than our Yanbian. In fact, he is really a genius. Whis' sigh came slowly, because it was only a year since Bet fought Beerus. Bet actually completed the leap from gods of destruction to angel in 1 year. This is really amazing. A year ago, Bet was just a stronger gods of destruction. But the power he burst out at this moment has surpassed the 4th level angel realm and moved towards the 5th level angel realm. This is too terrifying. Mr. Bet actually completed a level that ordinary gods of destruction cannot achieve in hundreds of millions of years in just 1 year. It's incredible. Although Beerus has been hardworking enough this year, he also reached the perfect level of Ultra Instinct. But if he fights with Bet, he will definitely not be his opponent. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Weiji gradually regained his composure. The rubble surrounding Bet also fell on the ring. At this moment, golden lightning and flames all surrounded Bet. Sure enough, Super Saiyan 4 forms, but he seems to have become stronger. Quote, Jiren's eyes were full of horror. He muttered to himself as he looked at Bet, who was covered with red hair and black hair. The power Bet had exploded at this moment was beyond Jiren's imagination. With Jiren's 3rd level angel realm combat power, he was completely unable to see through it. Beerus looked at Bet's transformation, with a look of disdain in his eyes, and roared with anger in his heart. Damn, doesn't this guy have a limit? Why is he getting more and more perverted? This time, I can't lose again. Quote, after the words fell, Beerus activated the perfect Ultra Instinct with an angry face and rushed towards Bet. It must be said that Beerus, who has comprehended the perfect Ultra Instinct, has become much stronger. The speed is also incredibly fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Bet. DBU. The fist wrapped in milky white sacred energy directly hit Bet. The terrible fist force made the whole space emit a sonic boom. The energy permeated above the fist was already impacting Bet's skin. At this moment, Beerus, the 7th universe gods of destruction, was angry and his power had been activated to the extreme. It must be said that it was very powerful. But although he was surprised, there was a huge gap between Bet and him. Humph. Beerus, you still haven't made any progress. Quote, you want to defeat me with such power, you underestimate me a little bit. Quote, after the words fell, Bet made a quick move. Blocked with both hands. Instantly blocked Beerus's fist. Bang 5.3. Beerus was shocked, and his right arm was firmly grasped by Bet. Ha, swoosh, bang. Bet's terrible power burst out, and Beerus was thrown out directly. His body slammed heavily on the ring. Stones flew everywhere. Bet looked at Beerus with disdain. Beerus, is this all your power? It's really disappointing. Chapter 118. Forced to merge, the merged warrior Gyrus. Bet's light words made Beerus look angry. A-hole, what did you say? As soon as the words fell, purple destructive force immediately appeared in Beerus's palm. Destruction. Whoosh. A purple destructive gas bomb immediately rushed towards Bet. Bet clenched his fist, and the terrible power immediately gathered on it. A golden flame suddenly appeared on his fist. Whoosh. Bang. In an instant, Bet punched the destructive gas bomb. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded, and the flames shot up into the sky. Beerus looked at Bet's stupid behavior, and said to the doctor. Stupid, you dare to take on the destructive force like this, you are really looking for death. As soon as the words fell, a long whistle came. Beerus. As soon as Bet rushed out of the flames, the heavy fist hit Beerus's face without warning. Whoa! A mouthful of blood spit out from Beerus's mouth. Swoosh. At the moment of the hit, Beerus flew backwards. He left a few dozen meters of slip marks on the ring before he stopped. The whole venue was in dead silence. This one-sided battle stunned the surrounding gods of destruction and angel. Only Zeno thought it was wonderful. Great. Bet is so awesome. Just then, Beerus stood up shakily, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn, injured again. This guy, it's him again. Beerus is the strongest gods of destruction in the 12 universes. He was beaten so badly by a punch that he didn't even expect it. At this moment, no matter who it is, they all know that even Beerus, the gods of destruction from the 7th universe, can't fight against Bet, the gods of destruction from the 6th universe. Whis' eyes were fixed on the ring. He knew that Beerus was injured because the difference in strength between the two was too great. In front of Zeno, Grand Priest, and all the gods of destruction, Beerus's injury was a very cruel humiliation for him. Beerus became even more angry. Just then, Jiren appeared beside Beerus. How about it? You should be able to consider my suggestion this time, right? Quote. Beerus glanced at Jiren after hearing this. However, Jiren's cold eyes made Beerus feel upset. Damn it, does Beerus have to merge with others to defeat the enemy? I'm really angry. Jiren's cold voice came again. Merge is just a means. His power is too strong. We all lost to him. We have a common enemy. Do you want to be defeated by others or merge? Choose for yourself. After the voice fell, Jiren actually sat on the ring again and closed his eyes. Beerus gritted his teeth and swept his eyes over everyone around him. Especially seeing that gods of destruction had a decadent look on their faces. He gritted his teeth. Give me the combined earrings. Jiren opened his eyes slowly upon hearing this and threw the earrings directly to Beerus. This was the earring that Jiren had specially taken from Supreme Kai. The power of the two gods of destruction was so strong that Jiren was not sure how long the two could last together, or whether they would be unable to separate after the combination. At this moment, he could not care less. The two quickly put on the earrings. As soon as the earrings were put on, they immediately shone with dazzling light. Swish! Beerus and Jiren immediately rushed towards each other. Buzz buzz buzz! The white light immediately spread. The people around looked at this scene in disbelief. Zeno stood up again excitedly. Combined! Combined! It's really wonderful. Quote. The Grand Priest also narrowed his eyes slightly, because no one knew what would happen when the two gods of destruction merged. Buzz! The white light became stronger and stronger. After a while, a strange warrior appeared from the white light. At this moment, a warrior who looked like Beerus appeared. A terrible breath burst out immediately. He clenched his fist. I see. It seems that this power is necessary to defeat that guy. Quote. Jiren and Beerus merged, so let's call him Gyrus. Ha! Gyrus roared, and the purple flames spread immediately. The air waves instantly swept in all directions, and all the gravel on the ring was blown away. Bet stood in place, with a dark red light around him, motionless. He was also constantly looking at Gyrus, who appeared. After all, after the two third-level angel gods of destruction merged, what level of strength they could reach was still unknown. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion. Gyrus, who was wrapped in purple flames, looked at Bet with confidence. Grand Priest finally showed a hint of surprise when he looked at Gyrus, who appeared. I didn't expect these two people to be so compatible. After merging, their strength has been maximized. This way, this game becomes interesting again. At this moment, the childish voice of Zeno 920 came. Because both of them are gods of destruction, it is easy to combine the familiar destructive power. Plus, the two have similar combat power, which is a perfect combination. What an interesting battle. Zeno's sudden voice made Grand Priest worry about Bet unconsciously. What will you do? Bet's eyes kept scanning Gyrus. This kind of battle is interesting, right, Gyrus? Let's have a hearty battle. As soon as the voice fell, Jiru said pretentiously. You are not my opponent. I can tell from the breath you exude. Gyrus's sudden contempt made Bet stunned. Humph. You are really arrogant, then let me see how powerful you are. Quote. As soon as the voice fell, Bet's body turned into a red beam and disappeared on the spot. The speed was extremely fast. There was only a red afterimage in the space. Chapter 119. Everyone is shocked. Super Saiyan 5. Subscribe. Bet shot out directly. He punched Gyrus with a heavy punch, and his fist was full of red energy. Swish, swish. In a flash, Bet's fist brushed Gyrus' cheek. In shock, Bet attacked again. Swish swish swish. He launched a fast attack on Gyrus, and the speed was extremely fast. The whole space was full of fist shadows. And the fist was getting faster and faster. Swish swish swish. Gyrus' body was shining with purple light, and his body moved like a ghost. In an instant, he dodged all of Bet's attacks. However, Gyrus was also very pretentious at this moment. He folded his hands across his chest, as if he didn't take Bet seriously. So strong, this guy is so terrifying after merging. He easily dodged all my attacks. Quote. Countless thoughts flashed through Bet's mind. The surrounding gods of destruction were all excited. Because Gyrus finally suppressed Bet. Great, teach this arrogant guy a lesson. The mouse gods of destruction, Quatella said with gritted teeth. Zeno's eyes were full of stars. Merge, merge. Too strong. Grand Priest took a deep look at Bet. This guy is probably still hiding his strength. Only Whis was worried. Lord Beerus, Lord Jiren, you must not underestimate the enemy. Lord Bet is still hiding the power of transformation. Quote, Whis could remember that the last time Bet defeated Beerus, it was not the transformation of this red monkey. At this moment, Bet has fought with Gyrus several times in a row. But the results are the same. Gyrus has far surpassed Bet in both strength and speed. I am really disappointed, Bet. I didn't expect you to have only this little bit of strength. I was looking forward to it. If your strength is just this, then I will send you off the ring. Quote, Gillis said with disdain. Bet's face was also solemn when he heard it. At this moment, his strength was at the beginning of the 5th level angel realm, but he couldn't even touch Gillis. It seems that Gillis's fighting power is extraordinary. At least he is at the peak of the 5th level angel, or even stronger. After reaching the 5th level angel realm, the power of each level is very different. Just when Bet was thinking, Gillis finally made a move. His body appeared directly in front of Bet like a ghost. Swish. Bet's eyes suddenly widened. What? The next second, Gillis put his hands behind his back and kicked Bet out directly. Swish. Bet's body immediately flew backwards like a cannonball. The speed was extremely fast. In an instant, a huge pit was smashed on the ring. The huge pit was surrounded by cracks like spider webs. Quote. Quote. Bet felt the pain all over his body while lying in the deep pit. He didn't expect that the opponent's casual kick would have such a big impact. Transformed into Super Saiyan 4, reaching the power of the initial stage of the 5th level angel, he was no match for Gyrus at all. And the gap was huge. Quickly surrender, you can't be Gyrus's opponent. The Fox Gods of Destruction said with a joking face. At this moment, the Gods of Destruction in the audience below all felt that they had won. The difference in strength between the two was huge. They were sure to win. At this moment, Bet slowly stood up. Since Super Saiyan 4 is not your opponent, let me show you how powerful Super Saiyan 5 is. Quote, as soon as the words fell, a faint silver-white color appeared in Bet's pupils. Ha! A low roar came from the deep pit. Buzz buzz buzz. The entire ring shook violently. The eyes of countless people immediately focused on the ring. 1+%. What happened? Boom. Like an explosion, the golden flame immediately soared into the sky. The next second, an unimaginable terrible pressure came from Bet's body. The body hair began to turn from red to silver. The roar of the giant ape seemed to be coming continuously. The temperature around seemed to rise. The terrible power spread to the surroundings like a tsunami. Whis' eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, it's here. The Gods of Destruction were stunned. Damn, what is this guy doing? How can he have such a powerful force? Quote, even from such a distance, I feel scared. Quote, Zeno clenched his fists. Transformed. Bet has transformed again. His excitement was beyond words. Grand Priest was also surprised. This guy is not simple. His power has actually reached the level of a 6th level angel, which is incredible. The power displayed by Bet has completely exceeded the power that a Gods of Destruction can possess. A 6th level angel is a first-class level even among the angel clan. Grand Priest opened his mouth and then smiled. Maybe this guy can really beat that guy, who knows? Quote, boom. Bet's power immediately experienced an explosive increase. The golden energy turned directly into silver-white. A silver-white beam of light formed in the entire ring. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, even Gyrus, who had always shown disdain, had a serious look on his face. Lee's good. How could he have such a strong aura? Gyrus immediately looked alert. At this moment, Bet's roar continued to be heard. His appearance began to change. His hair was silver-white. The pupils also changed from gold to gray-white. The whole body was covered with silver-white hair, and the golden aura continued to rise. The silver-white tail kept moving behind. The powerful pressure continued to spread around. Super Saiyan 5 Bet appeared on the ring. His whole body was covered with evenly distributed muscles, and he looked very powerful. Chapter 120. The Collision of Level 6 Angels, Violent Confrontation. Bet enthusiasm is high. Please subscribe. At this moment, Bet's eyes were constantly shining with gray-white light. I wonder if this kind of power can defeat you. Gillis looked at Bet opposite him, clenched his fists, and looked horrified. Then his face suddenly changed, and the terrible purple destructive energy immediately burst out from his body. Obviously facing Bet's terrible power that had skyrocketed to the 6th level angel. Gillis still chose to fight to the end. Because his true strength was the 6th level angel realm. The momentum of the two people soared into the sky, directly rendering the entire world of nothingness into silver, white and purple. Everything around was turned into dust. The extremely terrible oppression made even some weak angels retreat. Vados and Makarita, two 5th level angels, quickly arranged defensive energy. If they were directly touched by this terrible energy, I'm afraid even they would be injured. Whoosh, whoosh. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the two disappeared directly on the spot. Frieza raised his head and looked at the silver, white and purple beams in the air that were constantly colliding. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the low sound of collision, sonic boom circles continued to appear, and they became more and more dense. The two people's fists against fists, knees against knees, ankles against ankles. Every time they collided, a part of the ring collapsed. The entire world of nothingness was shaking. Zeno's eyes were shining. Grand Priest also looked at this side a few more times. Wow! So powerful. Their power is so strong that I can't even see it clearly. Son Goku swallowed hard, with a look of horror on his face. Vegeta clenched his fists, looking unwilling. Damn, I didn't expect gods of destruction to be so powerful. Gillis, I didn't expect your power to be so strong that you can actually fight against Super Saiyan 5. It's really beyond my expectation. Bet and Gillis' fists kept hitting each other. Obviously, Gillis's super power made Bet a little excited. The blood of the Saiyans of the fighting nation is boiling. Stop talking nonsense, watch this. Gillis is obviously trying his best to deal with it, and doesn't want to be distracted by Bet. At this moment, both Bet and Gillis are at the level of 6th level angel. The battle is also very terrible. The entire world of nothingness is under tremendous pressure. If it weren't for the Grand Priest who has been maintaining the balance, I'm afraid this place would have exploded long ago. Ha, Gillis, do you really think that this gods of destruction can't beat you? Bet snorted coldly, and his fist immediately showed a terrifying silver-white power. Swish, a heavy punch was directly blasted out. Obviously Bet's punch was different from the previous one. Gillis also came up without any consideration. Ha! Bang! The fists of the two collided immediately. A crisp collision sound was heard immediately. The surrounding space was immediately broken layer by layer. The fierce wind immediately spread to the surroundings. A burst of screams came from the audience immediately. Bang! Both of them flew backwards. Gillis took more than 10 steps backwards to stabilize his body, while Bet only took 7 steps to stand firmly. Bet's eyes were full of belligerence. Very good, try this trick again. After the words fell, Bet's body disappeared again. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures collided fiercely on the battlefield again. The speed was incredible. In this battle, Bet felt that his strength was more in line with his body. There was a feeling of ease. This is the benefit of actual combat. You can completely integrate the strength gained from cultivation into your body. Gillis was more and more frightened as he fought. What's wrong with this guy? Why does he feel like a bottomless pit, with endless power, and he is getting braver and braver as he fights? It's really weird. Faced with such a weird thing, Gillis didn't dare to drag it on any longer. A-hole, this move will decide the outcome. As soon as the words fell, 2 destructive gas bombs appeared in the palm of Gyros' hand. Under the shocked eyes of the crowd, the 2 destructive gas bombs were compressed together. As soon as the compression was successful, a dragon roar seemed to come from the destructive gas bomb. Swoosh! The destructive gas bomb filled with terrible destructive power shot directly at Bet. Seeing this, Bet also clasped his hands together. Kamehameha. He directly used the ultimate move created by Master Roshi. The white-blue energy gathered in his palm immediately. Bet's breath suddenly exploded, and countless pieces of gravel flew around his body. Kamehameha is a decisive move created by Master Roshi and promoted by Son Goku. He can compress the energy of his whole body in his palm immediately and burst it out directly. The stronger the power that bursts out. It is a very terrifying move. When Bet's energy is at its maximum, the white-blue light shines continuously. Swoosh. The next second, Kamehameha was immediately knocked out. Boom. The two energies collided in the realm of nothingness. Boom. The terrible energy seemed to form a black hole when it collided. Endless energy was swallowed up. Buzz buzz buzz. After a stalemate, Bet and Giles' foreheads were already covered with sweat. At this moment, Bet shouted, "Break it for me." As soon as the voice fell, his power immediately surged. Swish. In an instant, the destructive gas bomb was pushed back. A trace of horror appeared on Giles' face. No, how could this happen? Swish. He was completely swallowed up by the terrible energy wave. Boom. Boom boom. A huge explosion appeared in the venue. The terrible flames shot up into the sky. Grand Priest immediately increased his divine power to maintain the stability of the realm of nothingness. As the flames continued to spread, the thick smoke gradually subsided. The shaking of the entire world of nothingness finally stopped. Everyone focused their eyes on the black figure in the firelight. Chapter 121 Super Saiyan 5 Full Power, the Angel Clan is shocked. Subscribe. As time went by, the fire and smoke slowly dissipated. Beerus appeared in the center of the world of nothingness. At this moment, his Gods of Destruction costume was already tattered. He was in a mess. The angry Beerus immediately tore his clothes and roared at Bay. "I really didn't expect that you could actually push my destructive gas bomb back. But this time, let me see how you deal with it," Beerus said with a gloomy face. The only one who could force him to this point was probably Bet. As soon as the voice fell, Beerus immediately rushed towards Bet. Whoosh! A red beam of light immediately appeared in the space. In an instant, Beerus had appeared in front of Bet. Now Beerus was emitting red energy, and it was obvious that Jiren was dominating his body. Beerus's power surged again. The fist full of red aura directly blasted towards Bet. The friction between the fist and the air continued to send sonic booms. "You are worthy of it, Giles. This punch is more effective than all your previous attacks. But it doesn't work on me." After the words fell, Bet turned his fist into a palm and pushed towards Giles' fist. In the audience of the 7th universe, Son Goku has been observing the fight between the two. His eyes kept scanning the two people. "I never thought that Lord Bet was so strong that he could easily resist the combined attack of two gods of destruction." In the eyes of everyone, the palms collided. Abu! A sharp wind spread immediately. Bet was actually blown away. Bet retreated more than 10 steps and disappeared from the spot like a ghost as soon as he stabilized his body. Gillis' eyes suddenly widened. What? It disappeared. How is this possible? After being shocked, he immediately began to look for Bet on the battlefield. The next second, the corners of his mouth rose. "Found you." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched in the opposite direction. Just as Gillis was about to hit Bet's body, Gillis' fist actually passed through Bet's body. How is this possible? I have already locked his breath. He didn't leave. Just then, Bet punched Gillis in the abdomen. The pain spread all over Gillis' body. Why? Gillis took several steps back while holding his stomach. How is this possible? The gods of destruction in the audience were also confused. Only Whis spoke with a gloomy face. Time jump. Bet has used the same trick before. However, Goku and Vegeta took a breath. The power of time is too shocking for them. It's really a blow. I didn't expect the gap between us and that guy to be getting bigger and bigger. How did he practice? Vegeta said unwillingly. Zeno clenched his hands. Time jump. Has Bet mastered the power of time? Hearing Zeno's baby voice, Grand Priest smiled and nodded. That's right, Master Zeno. Bet did jump in time just now. After the words fell, Zeno's little eyes were shining. The Grand Priest's eyes fell on Bet again. Little guy did a good job. In you, I actually saw my childhood. Gillis gradually calmed down. He kept looking at Bet. Time jump. It's incredible. Besides Angel, there are people who can master the power of time. Sure enough, after taking a move, Gillis immediately remembered the time of the time jump with the pain in his body. I have to say, Gillis is a fighting genius. The flash time power is not some profound time power control. In the original work, Son Goku broke its flash time power while being hit continuously. Hearing this, Bet nodded. Yes, it's time jump. This can only serve as a surprise attack for you, and I don't plan to use it a second time. Zero. Please give me flowers. Zero. The real battle is coming next. Bet knew that it was useless to Jairus, so he just said it openly. The next second, he clenched his fists. Looking at Bet, who burst out with amazing momentum again, Jairus said, "Do you still want to break through in the battle? Don't dream. I'll make you crawl on the ground and beg for mercy with this move." Bet shook his head after hearing this. "Breakthrough. You're wrong. It's not necessary to be so dangerous to deal with you. My power is far from being unleashed. Since Super Saiyan 5 can't crush you, let you feel the full power of Super Saiyan 5. The voice fell. A disturbing light burst out from Bet's gray-white pupils. Ha! A loud shout immediately came from Bet's throat. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Cracks appeared on the ring. The next second, the golden flames around Bet had silver-white edges. The whole body began to shine with silver-white light. The terrible energy spread out like a tsunami. The silver-white hair seemed to have a faint milky white edge, and the surrounding space immediately made a bang. The rolling air waves continued to spread around. Whis' eyes suddenly widened. It's incredible. Mr. Bet's power has increased again. Quote, Level 6 Angel Peak. This is too strong. At this moment, even if Whis played in person, he was not sure that he could defeat Bet. Because he was only at this level. Several angels looked at each other with deep shock in their eyes. Bet was so powerful that even the angels were frightened. This terrible pressure made them think of Grand Priest. A strong fear rose from their hearts. Chapter 122. Huge Gap. Bet crush Giroux. Subscribe. Bet clenched his fists. The whole body was shining with silver-white light, and there was a vast sea of energy in his body. Swish, swish. A layer of silver-white light covered the golden flame, and it kept rushing into the air. Super Saiyan 5 full power. Bet's power also jumped to the peak of the 6th level angel realm. The terrible pressure directly scared the gods of destruction below. Several gods of destruction sat on the ground with horror on their faces. The power has increased again, and what's the matter with the silver-white light shining on the body? Gillis muttered to himself in disbelief. At this moment, even the angels below were horrified and flushed. Obviously, they felt ashamed that the gods of destruction surpassed the angel power. It's incredible. I didn't expect that the power of 043, Bet-sama has become stronger again. What a terrible power. Even I feel trembling in my heart. Vados also said with a complicated expression. As Angel, Bet's mentor, she should have been happy to see Bet display such strength. But this strength that has surpassed Angel made him feel afraid. Vados was extremely conflicted at the moment. Jairus kept scanning Bet's body. After all, Bet had already made him feel extremely dangerous at the moment. If he lost again, Beerus really couldn't raise his head in front of Bet. He was shameless in the combined battle. Jairus, your strength is very good, so it makes me so enthusiastic. Okay, let me start the last round. Hearing Bet's words, Jairus gritted his teeth and spoke in a cold voice. Don't think that you can control me at will just because you have increased your strength. Come on. Although Bet's aura is very strong now, Jairus believes that he will not be defeated easily. Really, Jairus, I will let you know the gap between us. Quote, the voice fell. Swoosh. Bet's figure disappeared directly on the spot. Bang. Gillis' eyes suddenly widened. He only felt a silver-white light flash, and he was knocked out. Swoosh. Boom. A huge deep pit immediately appeared on the ring. And Bet floated in the air. Gillis' body was already at the bottom of the pit. And it was just a matter of a moment. No. Impossible. Gillis was defeated in an instant, absolutely impossible. The faces of the gods of destruction in the audience were full of fear. If I had known earlier, Gillis would be their only hope. If Gillis loses again, that means that Bet defeated all the gods of destruction by himself. If this were to be spread out, I'm afraid they would not have the face to stay in the god realm. The faces of many gods of destruction were filled with different expressions. Too scary. We are no match for Bet, even if we join forces, it's impossible, we are simply a joke. The elephant gods of destruction said with an ugly face and a wry smile. Even Beerus and Jiren, the strongest among the gods of destruction, were defeated by Bet in an instant by combining their earrings. Who else can resist Bet's footsteps? It seems that the big gods of destruction belongs to Bet. All the gods of destruction will become his subordinates and act according to his mood. Did Lord Gyrus lose like this? No, it definitely won't. Whis was surprised, but he believed that Gyrus would not give up just like that. Although Bet was indeed ridiculously strong at the moment. Bet, with a silver-white glow all over his body, looked at the deep pit below. Gyrus, I know you're fine. Although the power just now was strong, it didn't make you lose your fighting power. After hearing Bet's voice, there were waves of movement in the deep pit. The gravel began to roll. Gyrus slowly stood up. Swoosh. He appeared directly in front of Bet. Gillis looked solemn and said, Bet, your strength is really strong. The attack just now almost made me think I was gone. But since you didn't lose, then you can't lose. Quote. Hearing what Gyrus said, Bet stretched out his finger. Really? What if I told you that I just used 30% of my strength? Bet's faint voice came. If I had known, Bet's Super Saiyan 5 full power, 5 power would have directly reached the peak of the 6th level angel realm. And Gyrus is at best the early stage of the 6th level angel. Although they are both in the 6th level angel realm, there is a huge difference between the early stage and the peak. Stop bragging. Gyrus gritted his teeth, roared, and attacked Bet again. Swish. The speed was extremely fast. In an instant, Gyrus launched several attacks. And he used all his strength, and the entire space was distorted. Bet folded his hands across his chest, and actually blocked Gyrus's attack with just his feet. Unconsciously, the gap between us has become so big, Gyrus, you don't have any chance. Bet kept attacking Gyrus with words during the confrontation between the two. Bet hadn't expected that the full power of Super Saiyan would surpass that of Gillis so much. He felt several times stronger than him. If Bet was right, even Whis might not be his opponent. Bet felt like he was dreaming. He had become so strong in just 1 year. A year ago, he had to transform into Super 6 to deal with Beerus. It seems that basic combat power is the most important. Only when basic combat power is improved, the increase of 5.4 Super Saiyan will be more amazing. Don't get carried away. How could I lose to you? Gillis roared, and many attacks were blocked by Beerus's feet. He also became irritated. Whoosh. The next second, Gillis' fist was full of terrifying destructive power, and he rushed towards Bet. At this moment, Bet moved. He was faster. He disappeared in an instant. Chapter 123, Dragon Fist defeats Giles. The strongest gods of destruction contest ends. Subscribe. Bet's speed was incredibly fast. His whole body was blurred. In the shocked eyes of Gyrus, a heavy punch hit his face directly. Whoosh. Boom. Gyrus, who hadn't reacted yet, flew backwards. A long mark was drawn on the ring. He stopped at the edge of the ring. His face was full of pain, and blood flowed directly from the corner of his mouth. Bet's body floated in the air, with a calm face. This scene has shocked everyone present. What? How could this happen? Gyrus looked at the blood on his palm, with an incredible face. He didn't expect that the combination of the two gods of destruction would be beaten like this. Obviously, Gyrus couldn't accept this reality. Damn it, why is he so strong? Bet looked at the embarrassed Gyrus below. It seems that even the combined warrior Gyrus is not a match for the full power of 05 Super Saiyan 5. Quote, it seems that there is no need to dawdle any longer. Isn't it more important to get the position of the great gods of destruction? After all, the great gods of destruction is a position above other gods of destruction. In the future, he will be the most powerful god under Zeno and Grand Priest. Bet also doesn't want to push Gyrus into a desperate situation. After all, the talents of Beerus and Jiren who have combined are quite strong. If they are pushed into a corner, they will break through on the verge of life and death. Then Bet's trump card will have to be revealed in advance. Obviously, this is not the result Bet wants to see. Just then, Gyrus slowly stood up, his eyes full of bloodshot. The anger has reached the extreme. A-hole, I will not lose to you. If I lose even like this, what qualifications do I have to be a gods of destruction again? Quote, Gillis's cold voice kept coming. Obviously, the blow he just dealt to him was still very big. Bet heard this, and the corners of his mouth rose. Gillis, your failure is a foregone conclusion, don't make a dying struggle anymore. Gillis can still save your face if you admit defeat now. If you continue to fight, you will be beaten to pieces. You can't beat me. Before he finished speaking, Gillis shouted. Stop talking nonsense. I won't lose to you. After roaring, Gillis rushed directly to Bet. Obviously, he was on the verge of anger, and he couldn't listen to Bet at all. Swoosh. Gillis used his fists and feet, and the purple gods of destruction power kept shining. The space was filled with purple light and shadow. Bet shook his head. Stubborn. Abu. Bet disappeared like a ghost again. Swish, swish, swish. He was seen moving in the space with ease. Gillis's punches and kicks all missed. It was obvious that the gap between the two was already very large. After all, the gap between the initial stage of the 6th level Angel Realm and the peak of the 6th level Angel Realm was huge. Ha! Just then, Bet shouted, and the silver-white energy began to shine. The power of Super Saiyan 5 full power has been raised to the extreme. It's over, Gillis. A shout came. Bet clenched his right fist, and the whole person flew out like lightning. A dragon roar sounded instantly. The violent golden energy gathered immediately. Dragon fist attack. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Bet punched out, and the strong sense of oppression made the whole battlefield shake. The space immediately shattered. Boom. The golden dragon immediately flew out of Bet's fist. Swish. With Gillis screaming, the golden dragon immediately rushed to his abdomen. The terrifying energy visible to the naked eye rushed out. Gyrus's abdomen immediately sank, and the golden dragon directly rushed him out. Puff. Blood immediately spurted out of Gyrus' mouth. The ring was completely destroyed, and the debris flew everywhere. Grand Priest, Zeno, the gods of destruction, and Angel all had different expressions. The scene in front of him was really shocking. The next second, a dazzling light shone from Gyrus' body. Abu. The combined warrior turned into Jiren and Beerus again and fell on both sides. The golden dragon rushed to the sky of the world of nothingness and turned into a golden meteor. At this moment, anyone could feel that Jiren and Beerus's breath was extremely weak, and they had no strength to fight again. Abu, Whis and Makarita appeared directly on the ring. They pointed the angel scepter in their hands, and the magical power enveloped the two. Bet looked at the movements of the two. Their voices came from front and back. Lord Bet, we admit defeat. At this moment, all the gods of destruction bowed their heads. They were ashamed. 11 gods of destruction joined forces, but were defeated by Bet, which was incredible. And Bet was just a newly promoted gods of destruction. At this moment, Bet's reputation was known throughout the god realm. After this battle, no one dared to underestimate the newly appointed gods of destruction. He was the strongest among the gods of destruction. Accompanied by the treatment of Whis and Makarita, Jiren and Beerus slowly opened their eyes. They looked at each other and bowed their heads listlessly. At this moment, a voice as small as a mosquito came from Beerus's mouth. Bet, I surrender. From now on, you will be the strongest gods of destruction. Bet was surprised when he heard this. He never thought that Beerus would say such a thing. It seems that Bet's strength has really been recognized by him. Just then, Zeno nodded to Grand Priest. Grand Priest's body slowly floated in the air. Seeing Grand Priest appear, everyone looked over. A faint voice came. The strongest gods of destruction competition is over. The final winner is gods of destruction Bet from the 6th universe. As soon as these words came out, many gods of destruction buried their heads even lower. Only Vados and Supreme Kai Wei showed a faint smile. Congratulations, Bet. Chapter 124. Great Gods of Destruction Bet. Challenging the Grand Priest, the gods are scared to death. The voice of the Grand Priest reached the ears of every god. The winner of the strongest gods of destruction competition, the 6th universe gods of destruction Bet. Bet, from this moment on, you are the great gods of destruction of the god realm. When these words came out, all the gods of destruction's eyes suddenly widened. Great gods of destruction, that is the position of God above all gods of destruction. And it has the great power to monitor all gods of destruction. No surprise, Bet will be their immediate superior in the future. Some gods of destruction still want to retaliate afterwards, but now they have no idea at all. After all, in the god realm, if you frame or assassinate the superior gods, Zeno will directly wipe them out. Bet looked at the gods of destruction, then looked at the Grand Priest, and bowed. Thank you, Master Zeno. Thank you, Master Grand Priest. The Grand Priest looked at Bet and smiled. You deserve it. The higher the position of God, the greater the responsibility. The work of gods of destruction will be supervised by you from now on. Bet nodded after hearing this. Just then, Zeno's body floated up, and his right hand stretched out. Swish. The gods of destruction costume on Bet's body changed directly. The god costume symbolizing the great gods of destruction appeared on Bet's face. Bet, congratulations. The battle just now was so exciting. I really want to watch it again. Zeno's baby voice came. Bet bowed immediately. Thank you, Master Zeno, for your kindness. There will definitely be no such interesting competition. Hearing Bet's voice, Zeno's eyes turned into small crescents, and he was obviously in a very happy mood. At this moment, Bet is the real great gods of destruction. His prestige in the god realm has reached a peak. Grand Priest smiled faintly at this moment. Congratulations, Bet. Bet quickly returned the gift. He became the great gods of destruction, which meant that Grand Priest was his immediate superior. Amid the congratulations of all the angels, the strongest gods of destruction competition was coming to an end. And Grand Priest and Zeno were about to leave. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Bet's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the god-level selection task. Quote, Choice 1. Challenge Grand Priest and last 20 rounds under him. Reward. Basic combat power is increased to the early stage of level 2 angel. Choice 2. Challenge Grand Priest and quickly admit defeat, leaving Grand Priest puzzled. Reward. Flash time is increased to 0.7 seconds. Choice 3. Take a punch from Grand Priest without fainting. Reward. Spirit Bomb that can instantly collect vitality, an evolved version of King Kai's Spirit Bomb, collecting vitality 10 times faster than the original. Bet's mouth twitched when he heard the system's god-level selection task. No matter which one, isn't that courting death? Grand Priest is a terrifying existence who is second only to the god realm and above 10,000 people. His strength is as high as the 12th level angel realm. This is just a rumor, maybe he won't be stronger. Challenging him, isn't that courting death? But the reward is so tempting. As for teasing Grand Priest, challenging and then admitting defeat, this kind of way of courting death, Bet will not do it. And taking a punch from Grand Priest is definitely courting death. After weighing the pros and cons, Bet chose one. The struggle in his heart was only a moment. When Bet raised his head, Zeno and Grand Priest were ready to leave. The other gods bowed to show respect. At this moment, Bet's voice sounded. Master Zeno, I have a request. As soon as these words came out, Zeno's little feet were retracted. Oh, Bet, what do you want to say quickly? I found another interesting game recently and I want to go back to play. Bet said without hesitation, I want to compete with Master Grand Priest. As soon as these words came out, the pupils of all gods of destruction and angels suddenly contracted. Then they all took a breath of cold air. Challenge Grand Priest. Sure, isn't this courting death? Vados also cast a puzzled expression and asked softly. Master Bet, what do you want to do? No matter how powerful you are far behind Master Grand Priest. Bet gave Vados a reassuring look. At this moment, everyone looked at Bet as if he was a fool. Grand Priest is the second person in the god realm, the patriarch of the angel clan, and Zeno's butler. His strength is unimaginable. If I had known earlier, the previous Grand Priest would have created a Super Dragon Ball. At this moment, Bet actually wanted to be a Grand Priest, which was simply arrogant. Beerus snorted coldly at this moment. Isn't Bet too arrogant? Grand Priest can kill him with just one finger. What are you thinking? Whis nodded in deep thought. Although Bet is very powerful and is now the honorable great gods of destruction, he is still far from challenging his father. All angels had the same idea. The smile on Grand Priest's face froze on his face. Only Zeno showed excitement after hearing this. You compete with Grand Priest. How interesting. Then, Zeno glanced at Bet. But, you have to promise me that you will not be defeated by Grand Priest in an instant, and I will agree to your request. Bet looked solemn. Don't worry, Master Zeno, I will definitely give you a wonderful fight. Quote. Bet's words immediately excited Zeno. He smiled and looked at Grand Priest. Promise of money. Grand Priest, you play a game with Bet, remember. Stop when you are done. Grand Priest actually saw Zeno's expression become serious. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind immediately. Then he bowed. Yes, Master Zeno. Grand Priest, who was originally a little unhappy, guessed the meaning of Zeno's words at this moment. Although Zeno looks like an innocent child, how could the creator of the multiverse be simple? Grand Priest appeared directly above the ring. Bet, please. Chapter 125. The oppressive feeling from Grand Priest, Super Saiyan 6 feet's shocking appearance. Subscribe. Hearing the voice of Grand Priest, Bet immediately jumped onto the ring again. Grand Priest also landed lightly on the ring. You dare to challenge Grand Priest, you really don't know how to live or die. Quatella looked at the scene on the battlefield and said with gritted teeth. Just then, Grand Priest stood with his hands behind his back. Bet, give it your all, don't let me down. Hearing the words of Grand Priest, Bet was not vague at all and roared. Directly transformed into Super Saiyan 5 full power. The rolling air waves immediately spread to the surroundings. And Grand Priest floated in the air, and a layer of mysterious power appeared around him, which was extremely terrifying. No matter how Bet's breath impacted, it could not hurt him at all. Grand Priest closed his eyes and looked calm and relaxed. In his eyes, Bet was just a bigger ant. Just then, the voice of Grand Priest came slowly. This is the power you used to defeat Beerus. I know you have hidden your strength. Show your full strength. Grand Priest looked at Bet with a very calm tone. Although Bet is also the strongest among gods of destruction, at the level of Grand Priest, he does not take Bet's power seriously. Bet smiled faintly. Don't worry, let me experience the power of Grand Priest with the full power of Super Saiyan 5. He must test how big the gap between him and Grand Priest is. Grand Priest said softly, the strength of the 6th level angel realm is indeed very strong for ordinary people, but for me, it is too boring. At this moment, Grand Priest did not take Bet, who was at the peak of the 6th level angel realm, seriously at all. Grand Priest, let me try to see how big the gap between us is. 1. As soon as the voice fell, Bet's figure flashed out immediately. A silver-white beam of light immediately appeared in the space. Bet punched hard and hit directly, and his fist was covered with silver-white spiritual power. Abu! The terrifying fist directly attacked the Grand Priest. The speed was extremely fast. However, the Grand Priest's body was as light as a piece of paper, and Bet couldn't hit it at all. His continuous attacks fell into the air. However, the Grand Priest gave people the feeling that he didn't move at all. Bet narrowed his eyes slightly. So strong. As expected of the Grand Priest, he is not on the same level as us. This extreme strength is too suffocating. Bet's AFCJ brows immediately frowned. It seems that his Super 5 form can't touch the Grand Priest at all. It's so scary. Bet is so strong that he can't even touch the Grand Priest. Whis has always said that he is not as good as a finger of the Grand Priest. It seems to be true. Son Goku said with a look of horror. Vegeta looked at the battle between the two with a gloomy face. They are too strong. I didn't expect there are so many guys stronger than gods of destruction. My body can't stop shaking, damn it. At this moment, all the gods of destruction in the audience were horrified. They had experienced Bet's power firsthand, but such a powerful man was as weak as a child in the hands of Grand Priest, which was incredible. There are always people who are better than you. Beerus sighed and said. Zeno's eyes were full of stars. Great. Come on, Bet. Grand Priest still looked at Bet on the opposite side with a smile on his face. What's wrong? Aren't you going to give it your all? If you keep going like this, you're going to lose. Quote. Hearing Grand Priest's voice, Bet immediately became alert. Swish. The next second, Grand Priest appeared directly in front of Bet. He quickly stretched out his right hand and flicked Bet's forehead lightly. Swish. Boom. Bet flew backwards. Boom. A huge pit immediately appeared on the ground. Thick smoke and dust filled the entire space. Bet felt that his head was so heavy that he couldn't even lift it up. 75. A casual blow can actually have such power. It's terrible. Quote. Bet, who was lying in the deep pit, felt extremely uncomfortable. He had never thought that he would be defeated like this. It seems that Grand Priest's strength of the 12th level angel realm is real. That's why there is such a big gap between him and Grand Priest. Bet couldn't help but smile bitterly. The system is really a trap. Bet, this guy, dared to challenge the Grand Priest. I'll let you die without knowing how you died, Quatella said with a sneer on his face. Only Frieza didn't expect that the Grand Priest would be so fishy. And Vados had a complicated expression. Even if Bet lost, she felt that Bet was a warrior. After all, not everyone had the courage to challenge the Grand Priest. At least, no one in the Angel clan dared to challenge the Grand Priest. Her eyes were full of brilliance. Just then, Bet, who was lying in the deep pit, suddenly changed his eyes. Grand Priest, you are really powerful. Since Super Saiyan 5 is not your opponent at full power, then let me show you my trump card. Super Saiyan 6. After the words fell, a strange color flashed in Bet's pupils. Ha! When everyone thought Bet would give up, Bet roared directly. The whole ring immediately shattered to the ground. The next second, the silver-white energy on Bet's body turned black. The silver-white hair on his body turned black. The terrible energy continued to spread around. A black light cocoon seemed to appear on the whole ring. The pressure around immediately increased. The rolling air waves continued to spread around. The Grand Priest narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy has broken through again. His strength has actually entered the 7th level angel realm. What an amazing kid. Buzz buzz buzz. The whole world of nothingness was shaking. The air was filled with amazing Super Saiyan energy. Chapter 126 Super Saiyan 6. The power surges. The Grand Priest is surprised. Subscribe. The entire world of nothingness was shaking violently. The violent aura was like a violent storm, and the entire world of nothingness seemed to be experiencing a huge catastrophe. The angels of each universe were doing their best to protect the gods of destruction in the audience. They had no doubt that under this terrible power, the weak gods of destruction and Supreme Kai could be torn apart at any time. Ha! The low roar continued, and the entire world of nothingness fell into darkness. Chala! Black lightning kept falling from the sky. Bet was surrounded by terrifying energy. The black arc emitted a dazzling light, which was extremely scary. 3018. Is this the real strength of Lord Bet? I didn't expect that he had reached this level. Even Vados was afraid of the extremely terrifying oppression and violent aura. As an angel, her strength has reached the realm of perfection. But at this moment, under Bet's aura, she actually felt a hint of fear. After all, Bet's strength is already in the 7th level angel realm. Even if she bursts out with all her strength, she is only at the 5th level angel realm. Vado's heart is like a storm at this moment. She never thought that the gods of destruction she guided would be so strong. It's simply outrageous. Whis' face is also horrified and unbelievable. What kind of training did Lord Bet do to reach this level of strength? He knew from Goku that all Super Saiyans are enhanced on the basis of basic combat power. So what is the amazing level of Bet's basic combat power? At this moment, there is a strong wind all around. The terrible breath like a storm has stunned everyone. Grand Priest floated in the air, standing still. There is also a look of surprise on his face. It was just a surprise. He didn't expect Bet's strength to be so strong. Oh, so that's it, this is your hidden strength. Quote, the strength has skyrocketed to the peak of the 7th level angel realm. Quote, it's really surprising. Quote, Grand Priest muttered to himself. He knew Bet's strength. When he fought Beerus a year ago, he also transformed into Super Saiyan V. But it was only about level 3 angel. I didn't expect that in just 1 year, there would be such a big change. It's amazing. That is to say, Bet completed a 3-level jump in strength in 1 year. From a gods of destruction level to a powerful angel level. The look in Grand Priest's eyes changed again and again. He was more certain of Zeno's vision in his heart. Zeno stood up excitedly at this moment. Transformed. So powerful. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the entire world of nothingness slowly returned to calm. There was no more black lightning sliding in the sky. At this moment, Bet was surrounded by black flames and black flashes. The red pupils looked extremely weird. The black tail was constantly moving flexibly. Bet's faint voice sounded in the world of nothingness. This is all my power, Super Saiyan destruction. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. This is Super Saiyan 6. 7. $75. Son Goku was dumbfounded. He was stunned looking at Bet, who was covered in black hair and silver-white hair. Bet's power was beyond his imagination. It was completely beyond his cognition. Just then, Beerus's voice sounded in Goku and Vegeta's ears. Super Saiyan 6. You Saiyans actually have such great power hidden. After you go back this time, you will give me special training. We are both Saiyans, but you are so different. Quote, Son Goku and Vegeta nodded solemnly after hearing this. At this moment, they also saw the infinite possibilities of Super Saiyan. The 11th universe angel Makarita covered her red lips with her small hands. Oh, Lord Bet, is this the transformation of Super Saiyan 6? Not only is the power much stronger than before, but even the body has become stronger. Makarita's eyes showed a little strange look, and her eyes kept looking at Bet. 0. Please give me flowers, 0. Bet's power directly jumped from the 6th level angel realm to the peak of the 7th level angel realm. This is also Bet's most powerful strength. However, Bet still has a few trump cards, but they are not life and death situations. He will not use them. Just then, the Grand Priest looked at Bet with interest. He now wanted to catch Bet and study him carefully. After all, a Saiyan who has just become gods of destruction for a year has such a sudden increase in strength, which is really a bit exaggerated. Even if it is Grand Priest was spotted by the dragon god Salama and taken to the god realm. 0. It is impossible to complete such a leap in strength in 1 year. It is simply outrageous. After all, Grand Priest is Grand Priest. He was only surprised for a while, and his face returned to calm. Okay Bet, come over quickly. Let me see how much your strength has increased. What about actual combat strength? Bet heard the words of Grand Priest and smiled faintly. That's what I was thinking. Quote, after the words fell, Bet clenched his fists. Purple arcs appeared around him immediately, and the power of the explosion began to spread. His eyes also looked at Grand Priest. He was also ready to release it. After all, Super Saiyan 6 had pushed his power to the extreme. Swoosh. The next second, Bet's body disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Grand Priest. At this moment, purple arcs kept flashing around Bet's body. I'm afraid that even angels with the strength of the 5th level angel realm such as Vados and Makarita can't get close to him. The strength shown by Bet is extremely terrifying. Chapter 127 Bet's final trump card, the horrified Grand Priest. Subscribe. Bet appeared in front of Grand Priest in an instant. Purple arcs of electricity continued to flash around him. This is all my strength. Please teach me, Grand Priest. Bet, who transformed into Super Saiyan 6, regained his confidence. Grand Priest looked at Bet who suddenly appeared. Your strength has increased dramatically, but you are still a little short of being my enemy. The Grand Priest raised his right hand. An extremely terrifying force immediately erupted. Bet's face suddenly changed. The invincible and terrifying energy immediately crushed the space within a radius of several miles. Bet quickly retreated, because he felt that if he stayed next to the Grand Priest, he would probably be torn to pieces. In the next second, Grand Priest disappeared directly on the spot. Swish! A milky white energy directly hit the face of 260 Bet. Boom! His body flew backwards like a cannonball. He plunged heavily into the ring again. The smoke and dust filled the air, and a huge deep pit formed on the ring again. Everyone's eyes were wide open. So strong, I didn't see the Grand Priest take action at all. Quote, Beerus swallowed hard, the shock in his eyes was beyond words. He was surprised by Bet's transformation just now, but now he realized that he was nothing in front of Grand Priest. At this moment, Bet's body was covered with cracks like spider webs. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. So strong. Grand Priest hit so hard, but he was so strong. Bet was lying in the deep pit, feeling great pain in his body. Is there such a big gap between Super Saiyan 6 and Grand Priest? Vados covered his head. Oh my god, My father is really merciless, and Lord Bet is suffering this time. At this moment, both Frieza and Brawly were stunned. They had never thought that there was such a terrifying existence like Grand Priest in the world. At this moment, Grand Priest's faint voice sounded. Dare to challenge me, it can be said to be courageous. Quote, but, let him end this farce. Quote, as soon as the voice fell, a ball appeared at the fingertips of Grand Priest. Although it looked ordinary, no one dared to underestimate this energy ball. I have controlled the power. This energy ball will only make you lose your fighting power, and will not take your name. Don't worry. Swish. The energy ball slowly fell under the gaze of countless people. Zeno looked at this scene with a disappointed look. It's over, it's too boring. I'd better go play my new game. Swish. The energy ball slowly fell. At this moment, both gods of destruction and Angel were horrified. They had no doubt that if they were in different places, this energy bomb would definitely take their lives. The Sixth Universe Supreme Kaiwei crossed his arms. Mr. Bet, you'd better admit defeat quickly. Mr. Grand Priest is too strong. Buzz buzz buzz. As the energy balls fell, the ring fell apart. Bet looked up at the falling energy balls and smiled bitterly. If I'm not mistaken, Grand Priest's attack is enough to defeat an 8th level angel. But the next second, Bet's eyes suddenly became serious. In this case, we have to use it. Quote, swish. Bet immediately split out an identical clone. The clone held the special earrings rewarded by the system. The effect of this pair of special earrings is much better than Supreme Kai's earrings. Bet and his mirror clone immediately put on the earrings. White light flashed. The entire ring was immediately covered by white light. Everyone's eyes widened immediately. What happened? The next second, white light shot up into the sky. A hand stretched out directly from the white light. Bang! He punched the falling energy ball. Swish! The energy ball immediately flew high into the sky. Finally, it disappeared into the realm of nothingness. Shock. Unparalleled shock. A look of horror immediately appeared in Whis' eyes. He never thought that Bet could actually knock away Grand Priest's attack. Although the previous attack was only 10% of Grand Priest's power, it was enough to defeat an 8th level angel. The divine power now emanating has made those standing so far away. Whis felt a huge sense of oppression. What happened to Lord Bet? How could he suddenly burst out with such a terrifying power? Too terrifying. Vados also said in a daze. Lord Bet, is this power enough to fight against Lord Grand Priest? In her eyes, there are probably not many people in the entire multiverse who can easily knock away Grand Priest's attack. Grand Priest also frowned. Oh, has the power increased again? You can actually knock away my attack. It seems that you are also a monster. Let me feel how strong you are. As soon as the voice fell, a faint milky white power appeared around Grand Priest. His mind began to explore Bet's combat power in the white light. 8th level angel realm. No, it's the 9th level angel realm. As soon as the voice fell, Grand Priest's pupils suddenly shrank. It's actually the 10th level angel realm. No, impossible. How can a gods of destruction reach this level? Quote, in Grand Priest's impression, let alone gods of destruction, even in the angel clan, angels who can reach the upgraded angel realm are rare. At this moment, a charming figure appeared in Grand Priest's mind, and it was also an angel image. 5.3. In addition to her, there is actually a guy in the 10th level angel realm in the god realm. Grand Priest retracted his thoughts and looked at Bet, who was shrouded in white light, with a look of horror. Zeno also showed a rare serious look. Bet, you are really a god who can fight against that guy. Swish. As time went by, Bet, a combined warrior wearing combined earrings, appeared in everyone's sight. Chapter 128. A battle in a different dimension. The combined Bet fights the Grand Priest. Subscribe. Abu. The white light dissipated, and the combined Bet wearing earrings appeared in the realm of nothingness. A confident smile hung on his face. Everyone around was stunned. Beerus's mouth twitched. What on earth did Bet do? His aura has exploded. For the Dragon Ball world, they couldn't understand the combination with their own clones. After all, the mirror clone is a magical skill that can separate a clone with the same combat power as the original body. Even Zeno dared not imagine it. But the system did it. From the aura that Bet immediately exuded, he was qualified to challenge the Grand Priest. After the combined Bet appeared, the Grand Priest's face was full of surprise. Because Bet's improvement was too sudden, Super Saiyan 6 Bet and the mirror clone used the earrings rewarded by the system. The combat power directly soared to the level of the 10th level Angel Realm, which was extremely terrifying. Grand Priest's eyes were solemn. I thought that under his energy ball, this boring farce would end. Now it seems that it will take some effort. Grand Priest is eager to fight again after a long absence. He hasn't encountered an opponent of level 10 Angel for many years. Come on, let me see if your power is as strong as the breath you exude. Grand Priest just finished speaking. Swish. Bet started to attack directly. His speed is incredible. He appeared in front of Grand Priest in an instant. At this moment, Bet's body is surrounded by a faint white energy, which is extremely terrifying. No doubt, at this moment, even a level 6 angel like Whis can't get close to him. Grand Priest, this is my strongest power. Quote. Bet stared at Grand Priest. Taguchi said. You really surprised me that you can reach the level of the 10th level angel, but I'm afraid it's far from enough to defeat me. Bang. The next second, Grand Priest turned into a white beam and disappeared on the spot. Bet immediately chased after him. The white and purple beams collided in the air. A series of sonic booms immediately formed in the space. The fierce wind continued to spread around. The surrounding gods of destruction all opened their eyes wide. How is this possible? Bet is so powerful that he can compete with Grand Priest. Quote. Amid the shocked gazes of countless people, low collision sounds continued to be heard in the air. Abu. The terrible energy spread immediately. Every time the two fists collided, the world of nothingness shook violently. The entire ring had been destroyed beyond recognition and looked like a ruin. Quote, So scary, how could this guy be so strong that I couldn't even see their figures clearly? Jiren swallowed his saliva, his eyes full of horror. I originally thought that Bet was only a little stronger than him, but now it seems that the gap between them is really like heaven and earth. Bet, I really didn't expect that gods of destruction could fight me to this extent. I believe more and more in what Master Zeno said. Bet and Grand Priest kept fighting each other. It is obvious that Grand Priest has not fought like this for many years. No one can take his move. What does Grand Priest mean by what Zeno-sama said? Grand Priest shook his head after exchanging blows with Bet. The secret of heaven cannot be revealed. When the time comes, you will know it naturally. HMPH. Bet snorted coldly and kicked hard again, and purple arcs kept flashing. It is obvious that the power of this punch is enough to cripple a 9th level angel. Bang. Grand Priest immediately grabbed Bet's ankle. Swish. The fierce wind immediately blew around. Bang. Bet was immediately shocked and retreated hundreds of steps before he stabilized his figure. He stood in the air not far away, his eyes solemn. He had already used all his strength, but he didn't expect that he couldn't reach the full strength of God. Grand Priest's strength is really strong. This is interesting. Swish. After the voice fell, Bet rushed over again. The speed was extremely fast. Swish. Immediately, two meteors appeared in the space and kept colliding with each other. The fight between the two escalated again. As the fight deepened, Bet could feel that he was gradually adapting to this power. He was getting more and more comfortable in the fight. Sure enough, the actual combat effect was good. However, Bet's adaptation process to combat power was another matter in the eyes of Grand Priest. This guy is really a fighting genius. He is constantly increasing his strength in the fight. No, if this guy gets stronger, it will be dangerous. Let's end it. Grand Priest suddenly increased his strength and punched him directly. The speed was so fast that even Bet couldn't react at the moment. Bet's pupils suddenly widened. He quickly raised his arms to resist. Bang. A crisp sound came immediately. The terrible power immediately spread throughout Bet's body, and he flew backwards 670 degrees. Whoosh. He flew to the edge of the ring and stabilized his figure. Bet wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and showed an excited smile. Really strong. Come again. As soon as he finished speaking, Grand Priest appeared behind him. Really? Bang. Grand Priest kicked out directly. Bet was a dog eating shit. Mouth was full of gravel. Smoke and dust were everywhere. The gods of destruction and angel were already stunned. What level of battle is this? Too scary. Zeno was so excited that he couldn't sit down at all. Too exciting. This is much more interesting than the game. Go. Amid the surprised eyes of everyone, Bet stood up again. His eyes were full of solemnity. Chapter 129. Solar Flare and Instant Transmission Work, Hitting the Grand Priest. Subscribe. Grand Priest looked at Bet, who stood up, with a look of surprise on his face. You guys, you've trained your body to be very strong. In that case, I won't be polite. I'm afraid Bet is the only one who can withstand his continuous attacks without falling. At this moment, Grand Priest has disappeared from the spot. Whoosh. There is no sign of disappearance, so fast that it is unbelievable. Bet's forehead immediately broke out in cold sweat. What? How can it be so fast? I can't believe it. I have already used my last trump card, the fusion. I can't keep up with Grand Priest's speed. It seems that the rumors are true. Grand Priest has at least the strength of the 12th level angel. Thinking of this, Bet clenched his fists. The veins on his forehead popped out. In that case, I'll fight. 20 times Kaioken. Hissing. The red flames immediately rose. Bet's fighting power immediately soared. The violent aura was like a typhoon. Everyone around was stunned. At this moment, Grand Priest kicked hard. Apparently, Grand Priest's attack increased his power this time, and cracks appeared in the space. It's over. Father is serious. Lord Bet is indeed shockingly strong, but he will definitely not be able to take this blow from Father. Vados said with a serious face. At this moment, the power displayed by Bet has completely surpassed all the angels and gods of destruction present. Even if he loses to Grand Priest at this moment, it is a glorious defeat. After all, no one present can hold on for so long in the hands of Grand Priest. At this moment, the fist of the priest was caught by Bet. What? Grand Priest showed a trace of horror in his eyes. He used a full 50% of his strength in this punch. But Bet's action just now was so fast that no one could see it clearly. Master Grand Priest, I have caught you. Next is my attack. Abu. Bet disappeared from the spot. He had already pushed the 20-fold Kaioken to the limit. He even used the flash time technique. Time was constantly jumping in the space. But these were nothing in the eyes of Grand Priest. He could not hide it from his eyes at all. Swish. Bet was about to rush to Grand Priest. Grand Priest's mouth curled up. This time I will make you lose your fighting ability. Grand Priest's palm grabbed Bet. Everyone around held their breath. Just then, Bet suddenly changed his moves. He put his hands on his eyes. Master Grand Priest, I know you are powerful, but I will not choose to fight you head on. Solar Flare. Swish. The dazzling light shone immediately. Even as strong as Grand Priest, he did not expect Bet to use such a trick. After using Solar Flare, Grand Priest lost his sight temporarily. He covered his eyes and tried to catch Bet's figure in the air with his breath. Bet snorted coldly. Tisk. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to deal with. Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Bet used instant transmission and disappeared. This was the first time he used instant transmission in this Gods of Destruction competition. He caught Grand Priest off guard. Bang! A heavy punch hit Grand Priest's face directly. Swoosh! This scene shocked everyone. What? Father was hit. Whis was horrified. In his impression, Grand Priest had not been injured for trillions of years. All the gods of destruction and angels had their eyes wide open. Unbelievable. Zeno's mouth also turned into an O shape. Although Grand Priest was just his butler, he had never expected that he would be injured. Bet, maybe it really works. Son Goku's eyes were filled with horror. Solar Flare, instant transmission. Mount, featuring. Vegeta was already stunned. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Gods of Destruction was already an unattainable existence in his heart. And Grand Priest was even higher. I remember when he was a child, his father crawled on the ground, lingering like a dog. And the one who made the Saiyan King so embarrassed was Gods of Destruction Beerus. And Gods of Destruction was like an ant in front of Grand Priest. Such a terrible Grand Priest was hit by Bet's punch. What a shocking thing. Everyone was stunned and even forgot to breathe. Whoosh. Grand Priest stayed in the air and his vision had been restored. He was expressionless. No one knew what this Grand Priest, who was second only to one person and above 10,000 people, was thinking. At this moment, the corners of Grand Priest's mouth slightly raised. Interesting. It's really interesting. After so many years, I finally met an opponent. Very good. I will show you my true strength. Quote. As soon as the words fell, a mysterious energy appeared around Grand Priest. Bet frowned slightly. Grand Priest is a very mysterious existence in the entire God realm. The previous generation of Grand Priest even created the Super Dragon Ball. And who knows how many generations of Zeno will be served by one generation of Grand Priest. All of this is unknown. As the patriarch of the Angel Clan, Grand Priest's strength is even more Qian Zhao at the pinnacle. At this moment, when Bet heard that Grand Priest was serious, he also looked solemn. Just now, he relied on his skills to hit Grand Priest, but Grand Priest had the most perfect Ultra Instinct. Bet had to be on guard. The power of Super Saiyan 6 and 20 times Kaioken was fully mobilized. The two auras immediately filled the battlefield. The smile on Grand Priest's face became more and more weird. These fell into Bet's eyes, they were so terrifying. Cold sweat broke out unconsciously. Bet's forehead is dripping. Chapter 130. The power of Grand Priest's sanctions, angels and gods of destruction are scared. Just as Grand Priest rushed towards Bet, Bet immediately attacked. In that case, I have no choice but to strike first. Destruction. Abu. A huge purple destructive gas bomb appeared in the palm of his hand. The rule power belonging to gods of destruction was immediately exerted. With the combat power of the 10th level angel realm, the power was also much stronger. The purple destructive gas bomb immediately shot at Grand Priest. The combined Bet also kept his eyes on Grand Priest's movements. Grand Priest looked at the terrible destructive gas bomb that was flying towards him, revealing a faint face. The power of gods of destruction. You want to use the power of gods of destruction to hurt me, it's just a fool's dream. Go. A faint voice came from Grand Priest's throat, and a faint milky white energy immediately appeared at his fingertips. When the milky white energy came into contact with the destructive power shot by the combined Bet, the destructive power actually disappeared directly, as if it had never appeared. Swoosh. At this moment, the combined Bet actually appeared directly in front of Grand Priest. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The combined Bet used both his hands and feet to launch a very fast 057 attack. The battlefield was filled with Bet's fist shadows and whip kick shadows, which was extremely terrifying. However, Grand Priest's body just kept moving left and right, and easily avoided Bet's attack. At this moment, Bet rushed into the sky. The right fist immediately gathered strength. The golden light kept shining. Dragon fist attack, swoosh. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, a golden dragon immediately rushed out and rushed towards Grand Priest. Grand Priest just waved his right hand, and a strong wind immediately blew. The golden dragon was blown away and could not hit Grand Priest at all. However, when Grand Priest raised his head, Bet's palm actually shot out purple destructive gas bombs one after another. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions were heard in the air immediately. Grand Priest kept dodging, his brows slightly furrowed. He had never met such a perverted opponent as Bet. His power seemed inexhaustible. If Grand Priest knew that Bet had an infinite energy constitution, he would not have let Bet attack like this. Wow, I can't believe that Lord Bet actually suppressed my father in terms of momentum. It's incredible, Whis said with a look of horror. At this moment, Beerus asked, Whis, with the power displayed by Bet at this moment, are you sure you can defeat him? Whis shook his head after hearing this. It's not a question of whether there is a chance or not, but I am not Lord Bet's opponent at all. Beerus was slightly shocked after hearing this. Although he had guessed it in his heart, he was still extremely shocked when he heard Whis say it himself. After all, with his power as gods of destruction, he could not touch the power of Angel at all. He could only feel that Bet was extremely powerful at this moment, but as for how powerful he was, Beerus had no idea at all. Now, hearing Whis say that Bet is stronger than him, Beerus was shocked. Countless destructive gas bombs kept flying around Grand Priest. There were too many. Grand Priest was caught off guard and was hit by a destructive gas bomb. Although he was unscathed, the priest still felt ashamed. He was hit by gods of destruction. I didn't expect it, Bet. Your power has grown to this point, let me show you this. Angel's power. As soon as the voice fell, 10 white energy appeared between Grand Priest's hands. Angel is different from gods of destruction in that gods of destruction is destruction, while angel is punishment of destruction. Angel Afta's exclusive power, Angel Aura. With the Angel Aura skill, you can punish all creatures in the multiverse. As soon as the voice fell, 4 white auras flew out of Grand Priest's palm. DBU. In an instant, Bet's limbs were controlled. A divine power flows through Bet's body. Bet was surprised to find that his body was out of control. Damn, what kind of power is this? I feel like my power is suppressed, it's really a ghost. Just then, Grand Priest's eyes fell on Bet and smiled faintly. You should be proud that I can use the power of punishment. At this moment, Bet has been completely controlled, as if tied in the air, unable to move. This scene fell into the eyes of many gods of destruction, and they all felt cold in their hearts. According to legend, a god of destruction betrayed the world of gods and died because of the punishment power of Grand Priest. Vados's beautiful eyes were wide open. It turned out to be the power of punishment. Does my father want to kill Bet? Frieza and Broly on the side were dazed. What exactly is the power of punishment? Quote, Vados said in a deep voice. Just like the destructive power of gods of destruction, Angel not only possesses Ultra Instinct, but also has a very terrible power, that is, the power of sanctions. Single quote. The power of sanctions is a different power from the power of destruction. Its main function is to suppress. Gods with weak strength may be crushed into blood by my father in an instant. And the power of sanctions is difficult to practice. As far as I know, among the angels in the 12 universes, only Whis has mastered it preliminarily. Hearing that the power of sanctions is so terrifying, Frieza and Broly felt a chill on their backs. Zeno clenched his fists. Grand Priest has finally used the power of sanctions. I wonder if Bet can hold on. It's really exciting. Grand Priest's eyes fell on Bet. Bet, it's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Once the power of sanctions is activated, you will have to lie in bed for at least a month. Hearing the words of Grand Priest, a crazy red light flashed in Bet's pupils. Really? Then I'll give it a try. Come on. Chapter 131 Grand Priest's Ultimate Instinct. This is the real Ultra Instinct. Subscribe. The boundary of nothingness. The combined Bet was directly controlled in the air by the Grand Priest with the Angel Halo. I saw the Grand Priest's fingers move slightly. Bet felt a force running wild in his body. Ah! Then a scream came immediately. At this moment, Bet felt that thousands and tens of thousands of knives were cutting his body. Beads of sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Sure enough, the unique punishment power of the angel family was not so easy to bear. Give up, you don't have any chance. Looking at the painful combined Bet, the priest smiled and said. While speaking, his fingers moved slightly again. Unimaginable pain came from Bet's body again. Ah, give up, don't even think about it. After the scream, Bet raised his head and said. As soon as the voice fell, the combined Bet took a deep breath. Ha! The purple arc immediately surrounded Bet's body. The muscles continued to expand. The black flames immediately shot up into the sky, forming a black beam of light. The terrible power continued to spread. The violent Super Saiyan 6 energy and the Angel Halo energy continued to collide, making a deafening piercing sound. The entire world of nothingness seemed to shake. Everyone around was shocked. The breath that Bet burst out at this moment was too strong. Vados exclaimed, Lord Bet, give up quickly. The power of Angel's Halo is so strong that it will be useless no matter how hard you struggle unless you burst out a power that exceeds your father's. Frieza and Broly both took a breath of cold air when they heard this. They didn't expect that the Angel's Halo of the Angel family would be so abnormal. Just then, Bet took a deep breath. 30 times Kaioken. Ha! Abu! His body immediately turned red, and the aura around him became violent again. The entire world of nothingness shook immediately. Zeno even stood up. Wow! So powerful. Aftaltat. The collision of the two terrible energies continued with sonic booms. It was so terrifying. At this moment, the world was left with only the red energy and the milky white energy. Swish! The next second, the red flames immediately rushed up from the soles of his feet. The terrible power even surprised the Grand Priest. Bang! In the eyes of everyone, the milky white angel's halo disappeared in the Minister of the Realm of Nothingness. This scene fell into Whisa's eyes. It seems that Dad didn't use his full strength to activate Angel's halo. Otherwise, even if Lord Bet burst out with a strong force, it would be impossible to destroy Angel's halo. Whis knew that the 10th level angel realm was a watershed. To reach the 11th level angel from the 10th level angel, the leap is probably greater than that from the 1st level angel to the 6th level angel. The power required to break through from the 10th level angel to the 11th level angel is too huge. At this moment, although Bet used Kaioken to improve his combat power, he only hit the peak of the 10th level angel. It can be seen how difficult it is for the 10th level angel to break through to the 11th level angel realm. If the Grand Priest used all his strength, no matter how much Bet struggled, he would not be able to break free of the angel halo. As Whis thought, there was no surprise on the face of the priest. Instead, he said lightly, "You are a very good seedling. The trick just now was just to scare you. If I use the real power of punishment on you, the consequences will be disastrous. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, the God realm still needs you. But defeating you is necessary. The power I will use next is something you can't handle at all." After the voice fell, Grand Priest began to mobilize his most perfect Ultra Instinct. Although Bet is a very good seedling. However, Grand Priest must knock him down to let him know that there are always people outside the world. Also, he is the Grand Priest, and he can't lose to a gods of destruction. If it gets out, he really has no face to stay in the God realm. When Bet heard what Grand Priest said, he didn't say anything, but looked at Grand Priest with a serious face. He understood that what Grand Priest said was true, and he really had that kind of strength. Grand Priest is the existence of one person and 10,000 people in the entire multiverse. 0. Ask for flowers. Such an identity is supported by corresponding strength. He is also the patriarch of the angel clan, and all angels are his children. His strength has always been a mystery. But there is no doubt that he is strong. Moreover, if we talk about who is the most powerful Ultra Instinct, it must be the patriarch of the angel clan, Grand Priest. At this moment, Grand Priest wants to use his Ultra Instinct, so Bet must take it seriously. Don't dare to be negligent in the slightest. I saw the colorful energy around Grand Priest. He looked extremely sacred. Bet, look carefully, this is the original appearance of the Ultra Instinct of the angel family. ... Oh, after the words fell, the body of the priest turned into a residual image and disappeared directly on the spot. The speed was so fast that it was simply indescribable. Grand Priest was also unable to catch it at this moment. Bet had already pushed his power to the extreme. But facing the Ultra Instinct of Grand Priest, he could not see anything. Swish. When Grand Priest appeared again, he was already in front of Bet. Bang. Bet had no time to react and was knocked out by Grand Priest. Swish. Bet didn't even see how Grand Priest attacked. At this moment, Grand Priest's movements seemed to have achieved the unity of man and nature, perfect, and everything was so natural. So the real Ultra Instinct is to return to nature. Bet's body flew backwards for hundreds of meters before he stabilized his figure. If I had known that Bet was a Super Saiyan V in the combined state at this moment, and even opened Kaioken, he still couldn't find the movements of Grand Priest. Swish. Grand Priest's body disappeared again in the shocked eyes of everyone, just like a ghost, hard to figure out. 4GT. Chapter 132. The Powerful Ultra Instinct. Bet has no power to fight back. Subscribe. Grand Priest's body disappeared again, so fast that it was impossible to catch him. This is the most real Ultra Instinct. Everything is so natural, the attack speed and dodge ability have undergone qualitative changes. Even for a strong man like Grand Priest, this change is very obvious. Bang. Bet was knocked out again without any resistance. He couldn't even resist. He could only keep getting beaten. In the blink of an eye, Bet was hit several times. Bet could only see the colorful beams moving in space, let alone resisting, even seeing was difficult. Such a terrifying speed and power. With my current strength, I can't even touch Grand Priest. Is this the real Ultra Instinct? The Ultra Instincts of Whis, Vados and others can't compare to 987 at all. The body was constantly attacked, and Bet was extremely frustrated. It turned out that Grand Priest's power was so strong. It seems that there is still a big gap between him and the real first-class strongman in the Dragon Ball world. After all, there are people stronger than Grand Priest. Master Zeno, Dragon God Salama, Demon God. At this moment, Bet can be sure that Zeno and Dragon God Salama are definitely stronger than Grand Priest. As for Demon God, Bet is not very clear about their strength. The last time the 9 Demon Kings appeared, they reached the amazing strength of the 5th level Angel Realm. The strength of the other Demon Kings is unknown. And the Heavenly Demon King who appeared, even the clone has the power of the 7th level Angel Realm, so the original body will be at least the 10th level. Angel Realm strength. As for whether the Heavenly Demon King is the most powerful Demon King under the Dragon God Salama, Site is also unknown. At this moment, Bet once again showed an unprecedented awe for the powerful Dragon Ball world. It seems that Ultra Instinct is also a very powerful skill, and Bet still needs to practice well. Reaching the level of Grand Priest, even if it is a battle between first-class strong men, it is very useful. However, in the continuous attack of Grand Priest, Bet seems to have touched something that he dared not think of before. Bang bang bang. Grand Priest's attack is still continuing. Ultra Instinct's attack power, speed and accuracy are very accurate. Grand Priest's every attack is accurate on Bet's body, avoiding the vital points. Otherwise, Bet would have lost his fighting power long ago. Bet, are you giving up now? Aren't you going to defeat me? You are not like you now. Bring out all your potential. Your strength is definitely more than that. Grand Priest attacked while encouraging Bet. If Bet continues to grow, he may become the top fighter in the God realm. At this moment, Bet has been hit by him dozens of times. Although he avoided the vital points, ordinary people would have collapsed long ago, but Bet's body is extremely strong. He is a promising talent. It seems that he is not only powerful in combat, but also very resistant to blows. Grand Priest kept shuttling and attacking like a ghost. Bet gritted his teeth. Damn, it's too fast. At this speed, I have no way to fight back. If this goes on, I will be finished sooner or later. At this moment, Bet has also realized his situation. He has already burst out all his strength, but he has no chance to parry. If this goes on, it will only be a matter of time before he loses. At this moment, everyone around is stunned. The speed and strength of Grand Priest have completely shocked them. Frieza and Broly now understand that Bet is probably in danger. If this goes on, it is only a matter of time before he loses. I didn't expect that Father would really take it seriously and even use Ultra Instinct. Then Lord Bet will definitely lose. Vados looked at the battlefield and said one after another. She knew the strength of Grand Priest very well. Vados glanced at Supreme Kai Wei, who was frowning, and smiled faintly. Lord Supreme Kai, there is no need to be like this. It is a miracle that Lord Bet can hold on for so long under the hands of Father. We should be happy for him. Supreme Kai Wei nodded slightly after hearing this, but she was still worried about Bet. Her white hands were tightly clenched. At this moment, Bet is constantly being ravaged by Grand Priest. Kakarot, did you see that? That Bet didn't even have the slightest resistance. Vegeta looked at the scene on the battlefield and said with a surprised face. Son Goku nodded solemnly after hearing this. Yeah, I didn't expect that the uncle called Grand Priest was so strong. Damn it, I can't even intervene in such a battle, I'm really unwilling. Beerus looked at Son Goku with a surprised look on his face. At this time, Son Goku still has the courage to attack. Hey, don't be stupid. Grand Priest can kill you with just one finger. If you don't want to lose face, you should give me special training when you go back. Surprisingly, the two did not object to Beerus's scolding, but nodded obediently. Whis looked at this scene and nodded with a smile. He looked at the battlefield again with a serious look. At this moment, the only one who looked excited in the whole audience was Zeno. It's so exciting. Great. Bang bang bang. Grand Priest's terrifying attack continued to attack Bet again. Bet had no resistance at all. During the attack of Grand Priest, Bet used all the tricks around him for 5.3 plaques. It didn't work. Whether it was flash time power or instant transmission, they couldn't avoid the attack of Grand Priest at all. Bet was in a very bad state at this moment. What should I do? What should I do? If this goes on, it will be really bad. Bet could feel that even the body of Super 6 would not last long. At this critical moment, the pleasant mechanical voice sounded in Bet's mind. Chapter 133 Zeno intervenes. The competition is over. Zeno has prepared a surprise. Subscribe. The mechanical voice of the system rang in Bet's mind. OJ. Congratulations to the host for successfully challenging Grand Priest and lasting 20 rounds under him. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, and the basic combat power has been raised to the early stage of level 2 Angel. As soon as the voice fell, Bet felt an extremely terrifying power surging in his body. After the basic combat power increased, the power of the combined Bet Super Saiyan 6 began to increase rapidly. Whoosh! At this moment, Grand Priest punched hard. Bang! Rarely, his fist was blocked by Bet's palm. A flash of surprise flashed in Grand Priest's eyes. Your power has increased. Bet was surrounded by black air waves. The combined Bet slowly raised his head. Grand Priest, I finally caught you. Ha! The rolling air waves immediately rushed to the surroundings. A powerful energy immediately burst out from Bet's body. A flash of surprise flashed across Grand Priest's face. Level 10 Angel Peak. Level 11 Angel Early Stage. Level 11 Angel Mid Stage. Bet's aura was rising straight up. Bang! The next second, under the impact of the huge air wave, Bet punched Grand Priest in the face. Swoosh! Grand Priest flew backwards. Bet rushed over immediately. The two were so fast that even the angels could only see two afterimages flashing by. Grand Priest wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Swoosh! A terrifying energy ball immediately appeared at his fingertips. As soon as the energy ball appeared, the entire space of the world of nothingness was shattered layer by layer. The fierce wind kept blowing around. Vados, Whis and others immediately had a look of horror in their eyes. Because they felt a breath of death from the air bombs shot by Grand Priest. What a terrible energy ball! Is my father going to kill me? The gods of destruction had already collapsed to the ground. Such power was too strong. Seeing this, Bet's eyes gradually became serious. It seems that Grand Priest wants to test the limit of my power. In that case, then come on. Ha! A low roar came from Bet's throat immediately. Purple lightning flashed, and terrible energy continued to surge out. In a moment, Bet's combined power of Super Saiyan 6 was immediately maximized. He stretched out his right hand. Super Saiyan 6 with the basic combat power of the second level Angel Realm, plus Kaioken. This is all my power. Quote, destruction. Swish. A huge purple destructive gas bomb immediately appeared in Bet's palm. This rule power that belongs only to gods of destruction, at this moment, under the blessing of the terrifying combat power of the middle stage of the 11th level angel, has the power to destroy the world. Swish. Boom. The two energy balls immediately collided in the entire battlefield. Buzz buzz buzz. The entire world of nothingness shook. Boom. The two energies were too terrifying and rushed to the surroundings in an instant. The arena had disappeared without a trace. The two energy balls were still colliding violently. Whis' eyes were full of fear. How is this possible? Bet can actually hit an energy ball to resist his father's power. No. If this continues, the world of nothingness will turn into dust in the universe. Quote, Beerus has already sat down on the ground. He has completely lost the demeanor of gods of destruction. It's just because these two forces are too terrifying. On the 6th universe side, Frieza clenched his fists, looking unwilling. Damn it, am I going to die here? When he saw the terrifying collision in the air, his face immediately became despair. Brawly was just worried about Bet in the air. Lord Bet. At this moment, Vados' exclamation came. Hurry up and leave here, Yinji C will disappear soon. Quote, the power of my father and Lord Bet is really too terrifying. Quote, just then, Supreme Kai pointed at the sky. Look, what is that? A figure seemed to appear between the two energy balls. Everyone stared at the sky in a daze. Then, they all exclaimed, Pound T. Zeno instantly appeared at the center of the collision of the two energy bombs. Grand Priest. Bet, let's stop this competition. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid the entire world of nothingness will disappear. Zeno opened his two little hands. The terrifying power immediately surged. The two energy balls disappeared into the world of nothingness out of thin air. Looking at Bet and Grand Priest kneeling in front of him. After hearing Zeno's words, Bet realized that the Grand Priest had only used half of his power. Don't worry, Master Zeno, I won't let the previous incident happen again. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, please. Zeno's baby voice came immediately. He waved his hand and golden light appeared. All the gods of destruction and angels' eyes suddenly widened. Well, the gods of destruction hull is now complete. I don't want to see the situation a year ago again. Very impressive 520. A year ago, Champa, the gods of destruction of the sixth universe, was permanently erased because he failed to complete the gods of destruction mission. In an instant, Bet, from now on you are the great gods of destruction of the God realm, and the work of the 11 universe gods of destruction will depend on you to supervise. By the way, Bet, P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, please. The scene in front of them was too shocking. Bet bowed immediately. After hearing Zeno's words, the Grand Priest nodded immediately. As expected of the Grand Priest, the world of nothingness returned to peace. Grand Priest and Bet immediately withdrew their power. Zeno nodded with satisfaction. Zeno also landed on his throne. I have prepared a mysterious gift for the champion. Updating is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Master Zeno. Although Zeno's words were light, the gods of destruction felt a chill down his spine. Updating is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Bet, you performed very well, and you can force out 50% of Grand Priest's power. Chapter 134 Zeno's Reward, Super Shenron. The God Realm will go to war with the Dragon God. Subscribe. Bet's eyes widened. 7 huge Super Dragon Balls appeared in the sky. The gods of destruction and angels of the 12 universes all raised their heads in disbelief. Super Dragon Ball. Bet looked at the huge wish ball in the sky in disbelief, muttering to himself. Zeno's babyish voice came slowly. Grand Priest, start. Grand Priest bowed slightly. Yes, Master Zeno. Then, Grand Priest summoned Super Shenron in the language of God. Abu. The golden light immediately filled the entire world of nothingness. All the gods were stunned by this scene. Buzz buzz buzz. The world of nothingness kept shaking. As the golden light became more and more intense, a golden behemoth appeared in Bet's sight. It was also the first time that Bet saw Super Shenron, and he didn't expect it to be so huge. He himself was as small as an ant in front of Super Shenron. The golden Super Shenron kept circling over the world of nothingness. At this moment, Zeno slowly flew over. Bet, this is the gift I prepared for you. Tell me your wish. Anything is fine. What do you want? Hearing Zeno's voice, Bet immediately expressed his gratitude. The power of Super Shenron is far beyond that of Earth and Namek Shenron. It can fulfill many unimaginable wishes. In the original work, number 17 directly used Super Shenron to revive the universe erased by Zeno. However, the power tournament has not yet been held, and all the 2 universes in Tien exist. Therefore, there is no need for Bet to revive other universes. Bet fell into deep thought. After thinking about it, he smiled faintly and said, Please unbind my life from Supreme Kai. Hearing this wish, Grand Priest and Zeno were stunned for a moment. Grand Priest smiled faintly. You kid, are you afraid that because of the death of Supreme Kai, you will also die? Cunning. Just then, Zeno's baby voice came. The gods of destruction is bound to the Supreme Kai's life. This is the tradition of the God realm. The gods of destruction is responsible for destruction, and the Supreme Kai is responsible for regeneration. If you unbind, you will not be able to complete the work of the gods of destruction. Bet frowned when he heard this. He just felt that this had always been a thorn in his heart. He had to remove it. He didn't expect that this would affect the work of the gods of destruction. Then, Bet immediately had an idea. Before he became the gods of destruction, it was his original body when he bound his life to the Supreme Kai. If the Supreme Kai was bound to his mirror image, even if the Supreme Kai died, his clone would just dissipate. As long as he had enough power, the clone could condense again. And the mirror image clone is the same as him, both in strength and bloodline. So, Bet looked at Zeno. Master Zeno, you can let me make this wish. I have a way to have the best of both worlds. Quote. Zeno nodded after hearing Bet's words. Bet immediately used the language of God to make a wish. Super Shenron, immediately bind the life of the sixth universe Supreme Kai to my mirror clone and unbind it from my original body. Upon hearing Bet's wish, Super Shenron's red eyes immediately shone with light. Bet immediately felt as if something was being pulled out of his body. The light gradually dissipated, and Bet realized that his wish had been fulfilled. Sure enough, the golden Super Shenron immediately shone with golden light. Swish! It disappeared into space. All the gods of destruction and angels were still stunned. No one expected it. The surprise Zeno prepared turned out to be Super Shenron. Super Shenron, as a sacred object of the god realm, was created by the Grand Priest of the previous 10 generations. It has unpredictable power. Zeno was able to use Super Shenron as a gift to reward this year's great gods of destruction. This shows how much he values the great gods of destruction. In fact, what the gods don't know is that Zeno suddenly came up with the idea of rewarding Super Shenron for a wish when Bet was fighting with the Grand Priest. Originally, Super Shenron was collected by the Grand Priest because Zeno was preparing a new game. Finally, as the golden light slowly faded, Super Shenron was scattered throughout the multiverse again. This also means that the strongest gods of destruction competition in this multiverse has ended. The great gods of destruction Bet was also born. Just when the gods thought that the game was about to end, Zeno actually sat on the throne again. A babyish voice sounded immediately. Grand Priest, announce it. Quote. The Grand Priest naturally understood what Zeno meant. He immediately looked at the gods of destruction, angel, and supreme Kai of the 12 universes and said. Backquote, the last Grand Priest, Dragon God Salama, may have broken the seal. Quote. The greatest disaster in the god realm is about to come. Quote. As soon as these words came out, many gods of destruction looked at each other in bewilderment. They were well known for the name of Dragon God Salama. So, according to the Grand Priest, Dragon God Salama was going to attack the god realm. The 11 gods of destruction all showed puzzled expressions. Only Bet knew about this a long time ago and spoke up. Grand Priest. Is our god realm going to go to war with the dark demon realm? Grand Priest nodded after hearing this. That's right. Master Zeno has received the latest news that the injuries that Dragon God Salama suffered when he was sealed have healed. Quote. His power will be stronger than before. Quote. And the Dragon God Salama's goal is to snatch the Super Dragon Ball and take revenge on the god realm. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Shock filled everyone's heart. King Nuo. Just when everyone was shocked, Zeno's voice came immediately. When the world was first created, the 4 evil gods sealed by my father Zeno had already surrendered to the Dragon God Salama. The Dragon God Salama has the 9 demon kings of the dark demon world under his seat. The strength should not be underestimated. This will be the most difficult battle in the god realm. At this time, Zeno looked at Bet. The 9 demon kings of the dark demon realm have died in your hands. I'm afraid you've been included in the dark demon realm's must-kill list. Bet heard this and immediately showed a bitter smile on his face. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, I beg you for my life. Updating is not a problem, please support me, dear readers. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, I beg you for my life. Updating is not a problem, please support me, dear readers. Chapter 135. Disaster in the God Realm. Bet is given the task, goal, to wipe out the dark demon world. Zeno's words exploded in the hearts of the gods like a bomb. Everyone was horrified. Whispered discussions were everywhere. Just then, Bet continued to ask, Master Zeno, the last time the 9 demon kings occupied Vermut's body and invaded the multiverse, it was probably not a coincidence. As soon as the voice fell, Zeno spoke again. That's right. After the 4 evil gods surrendered to the dragon god Salama, what kind of skills they were practicing was very mysterious. And the pioneers who invaded the multiverse became the 9 demon kings of the Dark Demon Realm. Bet understood after hearing Zeno's explanation. It turned out that the dragon god Salama and the 4 evil gods would not attack the god realm for the time being. And the demon kings of the Dark Demon Realm were just exploring the way. Beerus spoke with a serious face. Whis, are the strengths of the demon kings of the Dark Demon Realm all above the 4th level angel realm? Hearing Beerus's question, Whis nodded heavily. The God Realm and the Dark Devil Realm have been fighting for so many years, and they are very clear about the strength of both sides. That's right, Lord Beerus. 520 The servants of the Demon God, also known as the Demon God, are as powerful as the gods of destruction. Son Goku and Vegeta were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They had never expected that the power of the Dark Devil Realm was so strong. And their leader, the Dragon God Salama. The 4 evil gods. The situation is not optimistic. Just then, the Grand Priest spoke again. According to Lord Zeno's investigation, the Dragon God Salama will take action in person in a year. So, we only have 1 year to do it. During this year, we must not only work hard to improve our strength. We must also catch all the demons of the Dark Devil Realm in one fell swoop. Quote, after the words fell, the gods bowed slightly. Yes, Grand Priest was very satisfied with the attitude of the gods and nodded with a smile. The next second, Grand Priest looked at Bet again. Great gods of destruction, in the next year, I will practice a new technique with Master Zeno to deal with the Dragon God Salama and the 4 evil gods. Single quote, the responsibility of sweeping away the Dark Demon King is entrusted to you. I hope after you can lead the gods of destruction and angel to bring us good news. As soon as these words came out, all the gods of destruction and angel looked at Bet. Grand Priest's words meant that Bet would have the power to mobilize them in this year. The great gods of destruction already had the power of supervision, and now they have the power of mobilization. Bet's power immediately expanded greatly. He looked at the Grand Priest and bowed slightly. Don't worry, Priest Yin. Leave the group of demon kings in the Dark Demon Realm to me. Grand Priest heard this and nodded slightly. I am very confident in your strength, but you have to pay attention to the people in the Dark Demon Realm. That is the Heavenly Demon King Demi-Cooler. His strength is also in the 11th level angel realm. Bet remembered the name of the Heavenly Demon King Demi-Cooler mentioned by Grand Priest. Since he has the strength of the 11th level angel realm, he needs to treat him with all his strength. However, Bet is also calm and fearless. I understand, Grand Priest. At this moment, all the gods of destruction and angels' eyes fell on Bet. In the next year, they will accept Bet's direct leadership. Zeno saw that the gods had understood the importance of the matter. Okay, then let's disperse. Quote, the voice fell. Zeno and Grand Priest left the realm of nothingness first. Before leaving, Zeno glanced at Bet. Bet, I'm looking forward to your performance. Don't let me down. DBU. With a flash of white light, Zeno's guards, and Grand Priest all disappeared. At this moment, there are only 12 gods in the universe left in the entire world of nothingness. Bet's body slowly rose into the air. His eyes swept across the gods of destruction of the 11 universes below. You have also heard that the God Realm will face a major challenge. Gods of destruction of each universe, return to your own universe and immediately summon the strongest warriors to form a team. Scout the enemy. Contact Angel as soon as there is news. In 1 year, we must eliminate the Demon King of the Dark World. If I find slackness or surrender to the enemy, don't blame me for being cruel. Quote, as he spoke, Bet's body burst out with a terrifying aura. The backs of the gods of destruction and angel immediately felt cold. Bet is a terrifying strong man who can compete with the Grand Priest. Bet heard this and smiled. Bet looked in the direction of the 6th universe gods of destruction. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, please. Things seem to be getting interesting. Updating is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Updating is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Trust Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest. Bet was on his way back to the 6th universe. Master Bet, let me be the vanguard. The God Realm will face a great disaster. Doesn't Lord Zeno have any confidence? Don't worry, The deterrent effect has been achieved, and Bet has also withdrawn the pressure. So Bet also ordered to contact him immediately if they encountered a demon king that could not be solved. No matter how strong the dragon god Salama is, he can't be Zeno's opponent. I wonder how Caulifla and Kale are doing with their training. The enemy this time is very difficult. I still have to be fully prepared. Frieza on the side smiled faintly. In the mind of Supreme Kai, Zeno is an invincible existence. They vowed to remove the Demon King of the Dark World, and they were very clear about the power of the Dark Demon King. Finally, Bet shook his head. Yes, Lord Gods of Destruction. The tricky thing is that he has united the four evil gods. Let's go back to the sixth universe first. Lord Bet. They looked at Bet's figure, and their eyes were full of fear. Supreme Kai's beautiful eyes were full of sorrow. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data. Please support me, dear readers. The gods of destruction and Angel immediately felt their bodies lighten. Our mission is to eliminate the Dark Lord. The gods of destruction of the 12 universes return to their own universes. This king likes to do this kind of exciting thing. The gods bowed immediately. Chapter 136. Future Crisis, Black Goku and Zamasu's Plans. Subscribe. The 12 universes are in turmoil at this moment. After Bet returned to the 6th universe and tested the strength of Caulifla and Kale. After having an in-depth exchange of life insights with the two, he chose to retreat. This fight with the Grand Priest gave him a deep understanding. The future world of the 7th universe. At this moment, the entire future world has been destroyed beyond recognition. There are rubbles everywhere. The atmosphere of desolation permeates the entire future. Black Goku and Zamasu float in the air. Zamasu, do you think the words of the so-called four demon kings are reliable or not? Hearing what Black Goku said, Zamasu thought for a while and said softly. We can only choose to believe it. Because he showed us our ending. We were still wiped out by Zeno after merging. Since they have a way to deal with Zeno, we can only take a gamble. Quote, after the words fell, Zamasu clenched his fist, and dark magic continued to surge in his body. And the power he gave us is indeed very strong. I feel that I am countless times stronger than before. Black Goku nodded. Then trust them for once. Then let Trunks go this time and let him go to get help. It's best to find the gods of destruction, and we will complete the mission. Zamasu sneered. That's right. Gods of destruction will be handed over to the four demon kings. And our target is Son Goku. After the voice fell, the laughter of the two continued to be heard in the air. Trunks below hid behind the ruins, with a look of fear on his face. He clenched his fists. Ever since he and Vegeta came back from the spiritual time house and killed the androids and Cell, the future world has been peaceful. Until the dark man Black Goku appeared. The future world has turned into hell again. At this moment, Black Goku didn't want to kill Trunks, so he wanted him to get help. So, he played a cat and mouse game. Trunks, while dodging Black Goku's attack, moved towards the capsule company's laboratory. Swish. Half an hour later, Trunks rushed to the door of the capsule company's laboratory with a tired face. Bulma also immediately found Trunks. Trunks heard the words and swept away the fatigue on his body. Mom, I'm back. Bulma looked at her son and smiled knowingly. Although Bulma was old at the moment, her figure was still amazing. Things in the future world made her seem much older, but she still looked beautiful. Just then, Bulma walked towards the machine with a helpless look on her face. Pointed at the fuel on the time machine. I never thought that it would take me a year to collect only the one-way amount of fuel to go back to the past. Trunks patted Bulma's shoulder to reassure her. Bulma smiled again. There will always be a way. The two chatted for a while. Trunks asked, Mom, has Xiao Wu been here? Bulma smiled faintly. Of course, Xiao Wu has been helping me. Quote, just then, swoosh, boom, a violent explosion sounded immediately. Trunks now blocked Bulma's body. The laboratory collapsed immediately. Swoosh. The next second, Trunks flew out of the laboratory holding Bulma. The entire laboratory was completely shrouded in flames. And what Bulma was holding in her arms was the fuel for the time machine. Trunks looked at the sky-high flames below. He was furious. A-hole. Damn dark man. Just then, Black Goku appeared not far away. Trunks, are you looking for me? As soon as these words came out, Trunks and Bulma both looked into the distance nervously. Black Goku had a playful smile on his face. Bulma immediately stuffed the fuel into Trunks' hand, and showed a universal capsule. Trunks, go quickly, I'll take care of him. Quote, bang, white gas flashed, and a fighter plane appeared immediately. Bulma sat on it skillfully. Bombs were immediately fired at Black Goku. Trunks was stunned, and then shouted loudly, Mom, come back soon. You will be killed. Zero, please give me flowers. But Bulma looked determined. Trunks, do you want everyone's kindness to go to waste? Go find Son Goku quickly. This is the only hope. Quote, boom, boom. Black Goku looked at the disappearing time machine and smiled faintly. The time machine immediately sprayed out flames and disappeared into the future world. Black Goku and Zamasu immediately bowed. I hope you can bring gods of destruction here. Fourth Prince. Thank you, Fourth Prince. The two immediately laughed horribly. Updating is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Updating is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Mom, you will be the first to win. Then, the figures of the three disappeared without a trace. As soon as he sat in the time machine, the time machine quickly approached the seventh universe of the main time and space. He saw that the fighter plane that Bulma was sitting in was blown up by an energy ball from Black Goku. Swoosh. The horrible explosion sounded immediately. Abu. It seemed that they had seen the success of the plan. Then we can catch them all in one fell swoop. He pressed the start button with trembling fingers. Lord Salama will not treat you unfairly. The future world will definitely belong to you. Trunks' tears immediately burst out. Yeah. As soon as the voice fell, Zamasu appeared beside him. The danger is getting closer and closer. Black Goku and Zamasu immediately thanked him after hearing this. You did a good job. As long as I can kill the gods of destruction and Angel. The body was shaking constantly. What a lazy kid. Chapter 137 Ultra Instinct Sign, Beerus's Suspicion. Subscribe. The Seventh Universe. Since the Gods of Destruction tournament, Beerus has chosen to retreat, while Whis is doing his best to teach Vegeta and Son Goku. In order to deal with the incoming enemies, everyone is practicing desperately. Earth. Universal Capsule Company. Little Trunks is watching TV with Pilaf and the other two. Swoosh. A white light flashed. A time machine immediately appeared in the air. Boom. Then it fell heavily in the yard. Little Trunks heard the noise and rushed out of the room and came to the time machine. He slowly floated in the air, and saw Trunks fainted inside. Is there someone? Bulma also came over after hearing the sound. During the gap when Bulma came, Little Trunks had carefully observed Trunks several times. 483. I always feel like I have seen it somewhere before. As soon as Bulma saw the time machine, she guessed who was inside. Because Trunks had come here in a time machine before to deal with the androids. Brought important information to Son Goku and others. Big Tay is also participating in the Cell game. After Bulma's inquiry, it turns out that Big Tay is the one who fainted inside. Under Bulma's guidance, Trunks Jr. opened the hatch of the time machine and saved Big Tay. Looking at the unconscious Big Tay, Bulma was anxious. But Vegeta was not there again. Bulma could only ask Trunks Jr. and Pilaf to help move Big Tay into the room. After placing Big Tay, Bulma searched in a hurry again. Finally found the small button to contact Whis. She quickly contacted Whis, the seventh universe gods of destruction. Son Goku and Vegeta are attacking Whis quickly. However, both of their fists brushed Whis' face. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Son Goku and Vegeta's fists are getting faster and faster. However, every attack was easily avoided by Whis. Whis' body was shaking from side to side, and the two could not hit him at all. At this moment, Goku's body changed. Faint dots of energy appeared. His pupils suddenly changed to grayish-white. At this moment, granular sacred power appeared around Goku's body. Vegeta immediately noticed Goku's change. Quote ... exclamation mark question mark quote. He had obviously never seen such a transformation before. Whis looked at Goku in surprise. Ultra Instinct. Although it is not yet complete, it is indeed Ultra Instinct. Whoosh. At this moment, Goku's body flashed and rushed towards Whis. The speed was indeed much faster. Vegeta could no longer keep up with the speed of the two. He could only see two afterimages flashing by. Bang! Goku, who was at the sign of Ultra Instinct, collided heavily with Whis with one punch. Bang bang bang. Then there were continuous low collision sounds. Abu! The sonic boom circle of the punch spread immediately. Every time the two collided, the planet gods of destruction shook, and countless deep pits appeared on the ground. Such a collision immediately alarmed Beerus, who was in retreat. Vegeta's eyes were already wide. Gurgle. He swallowed his saliva. So strong. What did Kakarot do? How could his strength suddenly increase so much? Vegeta doubted his life again. He and Son Goku were obviously receiving the same training. Why did Son Goku break through first? This made him very unhappy. I saw Whis directly point the angel scepter in his hand. Son Goku was shaken away. Bang! Goku fell heavily to the ground. There was still a faint white energy rising around him, which looked extremely mysterious. Goku was about to attack again. Whis' faint voice came. Stop! Goku! Let's stop here for today's training. Whis fell to the ground. Goku then carefully felt the changes in his body. Whis, what is this? Ultra Instinct. Whis' voice came faintly. Vegeta was the first to exclaim. Ultra Instinct. Kakarot, when did you succeed in practicing? Too despicable. Goku scratched his head. I don't know much either. Just now I was just thinking about defeating Whis, but I didn't expect my body to change like this. Just then, Beerus' voice came. Goku, it's great that you can comprehend Ultra Instinct. This way, the 7th universe has a greater chance of making merit. Several people looked over. Beerus came slowly with his hands behind his back. Lord Beerus, you are out of retreat. You guys are fighting so loudly. If I don't come out of retreat, the gods of destruction world will be torn down by you. Quote. Beerus answered after hearing Whis' question. The next second, Whis' angel staff rang. As soon as the call was connected, Bulma's anxious voice came from inside. You finally answered. Hurry up and get Vegeta and old son back. Something happened. Trunks came from the future with serious injuries. I'm afraid something terrible happened in the future. As soon as the voice fell, Vegeta's expression changed immediately. What did you say? Trunks is seriously injured. How could anyone hurt him with his strength? Bulma's words immediately made Vegeta irritable. Beerus pondered for a while. Vegeta, please be patient. I'm afraid this matter is not that simple. Whis said. Does Lord Beerus suspect that it is related to the Dark Demon Realm? Beerus nodded. Since this Saiyan named Trunks was seriously injured and was able to escape from the future, it means that he was most likely released by the enemy. What's the purpose? 5.3 inches. Goku exclaimed immediately. To lead us over. Beerus nodded. That should be the case. We will go over and catch them all. My opinion is that the other party may be related to the Dark Demon Realm. Although Beerus' suspicion was a bit clueless, in this special period, no one dares to guarantee that the two are not related. So, Whis began to contact the big gods of destruction. Bet. As long as it is related to the Dark Demon Realm, they must be more cautious. Chapter 138. Future Reality, Bet Speculation, Accountability. Chapter 10. Universe Gods of Destruction, Subscription Request. The 6th Universe Gods of Destruction. After Bet received the message from Whis, he realized that it was Black Goku and Zamasu who started to make trouble in the future. But it cannot be ruled out that they are colluding with the Dark Demon Realm. After all, it is difficult for the Dark Demon Realm to tear open a gap in the multiverse before the Dragon God Sarama comes out. They will definitely try every possible means. Vados, let's go. Frieza and Broly were left to look after the house. After all, there are still Caulifla and Kale who need them to watch. Hearing Bet's voice, Vados smiled slightly. Yes, Bet God. Swish. With a flash of white light, Bet and Vados disappeared in the 6th Universe Gods of Destruction. Bet activated instant transmission. Instantly arrived on Earth. Because Son Goku and Vegeta were not there, Trunks was really pitiful. Bet could only fly to the West Capital Universal Capsule Company with Vados. Fortunately, it was not very far away. At their speed of 0.5 degrees, it would only take about 10 minutes. Beerus, Whis, Goku and Vegeta had already arrived at the Universal Capsule Company. Under Whis' treatment, Big's injuries had gradually recovered. He slowly opened his eyes. Bulma and others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Trunks suddenly opened his eyes, and the first person he saw was Goku. Dark Man. Big suddenly jumped up and rushed directly to Son Goku. Bang! His fist was firmly grasped by Son Goku. Trunks, what are you doing? I'm Son Goku. Big yelled like crazy. Dark Man, don't try to fool me. Everyone was confused by Big's actions. Bang! At this moment, Bulma was still straightforward, and he slapped Big in the face. Trunks, you are too rude. Quote, as expected of a mother, Bulma's slap immediately woke Big T. Uncle Goku, so you're still alive, didn't you die with Cell in the Cell game? Just then, Vegeta's cold voice came. A lot of things happened later, anyway, Kakarot has been resurrected. What happened? Why did you react like this when you saw Kakarot? Just then, swoosh, Bet and Vados arrived. The two walked in slowly. Beerus and Whis greeted immediately. Hello, Lord Gods of Destruction. Bet waved his hand and smiled. Beerus, I'm not late, am I? No, just in time. Beerus quickly replied. At this moment, Beerus felt that the higher the rank, the more powerful he was. At this moment, Bet was his immediate superior. The next second, Bet's eyes fell on Big T. Trunks, right, tell me everything you know. Everyone's eyes were focused on Trunks. Big T was the first to apologize to Goku. Then, Tuan told all the things that happened in the future. Everyone fell silent after hearing what Trunks said. Only Whis looked at Bulma. Time machine. I didn't expect you to be able to make such a machine. It's really amazing. But there is one thing I must say. Manipulating time and traveling between the future and the past is a violation of the laws of the God realm. The consequences will be very serious. Hearing this, Bulma was obviously stunned. This was made by my future self, and she has passed away. Just then, Bet broke the deadlock. Let's not talk about this for now. Trunks said that the future was destroyed by a dark man who looked exactly like Son Goku. Then I want to ask you, how many times have you fought with the dark man? During the few times, has his strength and behavior changed? As soon as these words came out, even Dat fell into memories. Then, Dat suddenly exclaimed, now that you put it that way, it's really different. His power is getting stronger and stronger. At the beginning, I was able to resist, but in the end, I had no experience of resistance. The most important point is that the last time, he seemed to let me go on purpose. I noticed that when I left in the time machine, the dark man laughed. As soon as the voice fell, several people were immediately surprised. Is it really the dark demon realm behind the manipulation? Beerus murmured. The atmosphere suddenly became weird. After a while, Bet's voice came immediately. Listen carefully to what I say next. This Black Goku is very likely related to the dark demon realm. We must go to the future to see. If it is really the dark demon realm's demon king who is making trouble, we must eradicate it. Quote, Beerus and others immediately nodded in agreement. At this moment, Bet looked at Vados. Vados, contact the 10th Universe Gods of Destruction for me. Hearing Bet's order, Vados did not hesitate at all. After a while, the call was connected. When the Elephant Gods of Destruction heard that it was Bet, he immediately took the call with a nervous look on his face. Lord Bet, what do you want? 873 inches. Listen carefully. The 10th Universe candidate Supreme Kaizumasu has committed a serious crime, which has affected future events, and may also use the time ring privately to collude with the Dark World. Quote, hearing these crimes, the Elephant Gods of Destruction was shocked. He really thought Bet was here to ask for punishment. After all, the great Gods of Destruction has the power of supervision. The next second, Bet's voice sounded again. You immediately go to the 10th Universe Supreme Kai World. Destroy Zamasu. Don't let it make a big mistake. Do it now. If something goes wrong, you will take the responsibility. As soon as these words came out, the Elephant Gods of Destruction panicked immediately. Yes, Lord Bet, I am Li Hao. After hanging up the phone, the 10th Universe Gods of Destruction went to the Supreme Kai World without stopping. He couldn't bear such a crime. Although he didn't do it, He was a candidate for Supreme Kai, which would definitely implicate Supreme Kai. And Gods of Destruction's life is tied to Supreme Kai. If something goes wrong with Supreme Kai, he will be finished. Chapter 139. Get Zeno's erasure power and head to the future. Subscribe. Everyone looked at Bet, who was acting vigorously, with a look of surprise on their faces. Bet was even more determined. As long as this great Gods of Destruction went to the future, he would definitely be able to destroy the Dark Man. Although the strength of the Dark Man was indeed very terrifying, seeing how respectful Goku and others were to Bet, we knew that this Lord Bet was definitely not simple. Trunks couldn't help but remind everyone, the Dark Man who will appear in the future is much stronger than Cell back then. Everyone should be fully prepared. Bet smiled faintly when he heard this. Cell. In fact, Bet was not worried about the strength of Black Goku and Zamasu, but the Dark Demon realm behind them. Grand Priest had reminded the Heavenly Demon King that his strength had reached the amazing 11th level Angel Realm. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Bet's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the future Trunks God level selection task. Choice 1. Use Super 3 to shock future Trunks. Reward: Black Goku Light Blade Attack. Choice 2. Use Super 4 to scare Trunks. Reward: Zeno's erasure power. God's hand can only be used once a day, can't erase a stronger person than yourself. Choice 3. Defeat future Trunks in one move. Reward: Combined Zamasu skill, Absolute Divine Thunder. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Shi chose the second one without hesitation. Zeno's God's hand is unsolvable, as long as such a skill is obtained. Even if Zamasu has an immortal body, as long as his strength does not exceed the 11th level Angel Realm, Bet can directly erase him. Since there is a system task, Bet's eyes look at Trunks. Trunks, it's been so long since the Cell game, you should have practiced to Super 2. Hearing Bet's words, She-Lanx was stunned for a moment. Super 2. Unfortunately, Trunks didn't know what Super 2 was. Mr. Bet, I don't know what Super Saiyan 2 you are talking about, but I have surpassed my past self by a lot. At this moment, Vegeta snorted coldly. When Gohan killed Cell, he was in Super Saiyan 2. So many years have passed, and you haven't even reached Super Saiyan 2. Bet's cheeks immediately flushed. I'm sorry, Dad, I don't think I have. Quote. Bet also followed Vegeta's suggestion and saw Trunks' strength to speculate on the Dark Man's experience. Everyone left the room. Bet did not hesitate and directly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. The red energy shocked Trunks and he sat on the ground. Is this really a Super Saiyan? He has not even reached Super Saiyan 2. He thought that as long as he surpassed the boundaries of Super Saiyan, he would be the most powerful existence. It turned out that he had been standing still. Not only Trunks, but also Goku, who had already comprehended Ultra Instinct, and Vegeta, who had reached Super Saiyan 4, were frightened by the red-hot breath that appeared around him after Bet transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Gods of Destruction Beerus subconsciously took several steps back. Wow, it seems that Bet's strength has become stronger than when he participated in the strongest Gods of Destruction competition. Whis also said with a surprised look on his face. Bet, who transformed into Super Saiyan 4, went to that station. Not to mention Trunks, even Beerus did not have the courage to attack. Trunks also had confidence in dealing with the future Dark Man. After the system reward arrived in his mind, Bet immediately withdrew his power. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, Bet discussed with Beerus how to catch the Dark Man and the Dark Demon Realm in one fell swoop. After all, those people in the Dark Demon Realm are very cunning. If they see so many strong people from the God Realm and hide, it will be difficult to deal with. At this time, Bet suggested, "Let me and Trunks go first, Beerus and others will follow." Everyone nodded. The enemy will definitely relax their vigilance when they see that there is only one Gods of Destruction. At this moment, Whis spoke. "Lord Bet, how do you want to travel to the future? Even God will not allow it. This is a serious crime." Bet glanced at Whis. "Whis, have you forgotten someone? Supreme Kai and Space Supreme Kai can travel through time and space. They both have the power of creation and can jump through time. Now let Shin bring the time ring over." Whis heard this and felt frightened by the information that the great Gods of Destruction Bet had. Sure enough, Bet, who became the great gods of destruction, was no longer a small gods of destruction. Not long after receiving the order, Supreme Kai Shin immediately used instant transmission to rush over. After everyone explained the situation, King God Shin immediately used the time finger to open the space-time channel. A big black hole appeared in the sky. Like a chrysanthemum, it was constantly contracting and expanding, and a terrible breath was emitted from the black hole. Sure enough, the power contained in the space-time channel was indeed extraordinary. Bet looked at Beerus behind him. As for you, let Whis contact the 6th Universe Supreme Kai Wei. Quote, let her bring you here. Maybe when you come, the battle will be over. After the voice fell, Supreme Kai Shin stretched out his hand, and the four disappeared on the spot. Vegeta clenched his fists, his face full of anger. Damn it, how can I let the battle end without Vegeta here? I will save my son's future. Black Goku looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Black hole lingering. King is good, lightning and thunder. What's going on? Someone opened the space-time channel. Trunks. Impossible. Traveling through time and space is a felony. He will definitely use the time machine to sneak back. Quote, just as Black Goku was muttering to himself. In the black vortex of the sky, light shone. Abu. In an instant, it seemed that several figures shone. Visions appeared frequently. In Black Goku's shocked eyes, a strong breath emerged from the black hole. Chapter 140 Arriving in the future, Black Goku takes the lead. Subscribe. This is Gods of Destruction. Black Goku, who was originally the Supreme Kai candidate of the 10th Universe, is very familiar with the breath of Gods of Destruction. There must be a strong breath of Gods of Destruction in the breath that came. The wind and clouds surged. Even Black Goku's face became solemn. However, no one saw that the corners of Goku's mouth were unconsciously raised. The arrival of Gods of Destruction means that his plan has succeeded. However, this breath of Gods of Destruction seems to be a little different from the Gods of Destruction he felt before. Even he felt a strong sense of oppression. DBU. The four people appeared in the future time and space. They were wrapped in the destructive energy released by Bet. When passing through the time and space channel just now, they encountered a very rare time and space storm. Fortunately, there is such a powerful Gods of Destruction like Bet by his side, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Black Goku looked at a ball of purple destructive energy and frowned. Which universe's Gods of Destruction is this? It's really a trick. Black Goku was strengthened by the dark energy, and obviously no longer took the Gods of Destruction seriously in his eyes. It's just that he chose the wrong comparison object. He had only seen the elephant Gods of Destruction from the 10th Universe. But the strength of the elephant Gods of Destruction was originally the bottom among the 12 Gods of Destruction. What's more, Bet is not an ordinary Gods of Destruction. Just then, Zamasu appeared next to Black Goku. Be careful, this Gods of Destruction is a little different, and has a very strong aura. Zamasu's face was full of solemnity. However, Black Goku sneered. What are you afraid of? You are already immortal, is there anyone who can strangle you to death? Although Black Goku said so, Zamasu was not frightened. Because he could feel that this destructive force was ridiculously strong. Much stronger than the elephant Gods of Destruction in the 10th Universe. The next second, Bet dispersed the power around him. Supreme Kai Shin, Trunks, and Vados appeared in front of Black Goku. Bet looked at Black Goku and Zamasu not far away with curiosity. Hey, Trunks, are those two the dark people you mentioned? Trunks nodded after hearing this. Sir Bet, the one who looks like Uncle Goku is the Dark Man, and I haven't seen the other one either. Quote, hearing Trunks' answer, Bet immediately understood that the Dark Demon King was probably still hiding in the dark. Because Bet had obtained the dark magic from Black Goku. Little rats in the gutter, I will pull you out. Bet muttered to himself. Vados then looked at the two. Are they the culprits of the disaster in the future world? They are quite capable, but they are much worse than the Gods of Destruction. It seems that Lord Bet is too cautious and is not from the Dark Demon world. Hearing Vados' words, Bet shook his head. Vados, things may not be what you see. I am sure that the Dark Demon world is hidden in this future world. Vados was immediately shocked. I see, you are worthy of Lord Bet. Zamasu and Black Goku looked at the few people again. Trunks did a good job. He actually brought back a gods of destruction, an angel, and a supreme Kai. Killing these 3 people will definitely hurt the god realm, Black Goku said with a smile. Just then, Bet slowly walked towards Black Goku and Zamasu. The faint voice reached the ears of Vados and the other 2. You just watch here, no need to take action. Vados AFDB nodded. Supreme Kai Shin had obviously seen the strength of this great gods of destruction. Even Beerus could not last a few rounds in his hands, and he nodded quietly. Only Trunks clenched his fists and looked nervous. Bet, be careful, dark people are very strong. But Bet didn't take Trunks' words to heart. If he couldn't even deal with ordinary dark people, how could he lead the god realm to destroy the dark demon realm? Bet looked at Black Goku and Zamasu as he walked. Then he shook his head. The 2 who had fused the dark magic were much stronger, but as his opponents, they were just barely strong enough. Black Goku, Zamasu, let me see how much your strength has increased after the fusion of the dark magic. Are you different from the original? Bet had a faint smile on his face. Super Saiyan Pink, fused Zamasu, how strong is it? Although it is definitely not Bet's opponent. However, it is not bad to kill time before the arrival of the Dark Demon King. You dare to take the initiative, it seems that you are very confident in your own strength. With the arrival of the 4th Prince, I may be very happy to capture you. Black Goku raised his mouth and said to Bet who was walking slowly. Ha! A loud shout. White air waves immediately rushed into the sky. Black Goku immediately burst out with terrifying power and rushed directly to Bet. Zamasu shook his head. This guy is still as warlike as ever. Quote, since Zamasu made a wish to exchange his body for Son Goku's, he has become more and more like a Saiyan, with a warlike life. But it is true that Black Goku has become stronger and stronger in each battle. Black Goku knows that the opportunity to fight gods of destruction is hard-won, and it may allow him to further fuse with the dark magic and become stronger, so he did not hesitate to attack. Looking at Black Goku who attacked, Trunks has become nervous. Bet's eyes are sharp. In his eyes, he saw that it was Black Goku who was approaching with a disdainful expression. As expected of him, he got Goku's body. This warlike character is exactly the same as his. Quote, as soon as the words fell, Bet saw through Black Goku's basic combat power at a glance. The basic combat power is only at the early stage of the God realm. Chapter 141 Black Goku uses all his strength, Super Saiyan Pink. Subscribe. Seeing through Black Goku's fighting power, Bet has already reached a conclusion in his heart. This is the power of Black Goku combined with dark magic. If it was before, his strength would probably be weaker. Bet concluded that his normal state can easily crush Black Goku. Just when Bet was estimating, Black Goku had already approached Bet. You are far from the real Son Goku. Bet's words immediately made Black Goku's face change constantly. You, no Son Goku. Hearing Black Goku's horror, Bet laughed. Not only do you know him, but I have beaten him several times. But he is much stronger than you. As soon as these words came out, Black Goku was immediately stimulated. A-hole, how can I be inferior to him? He can kill him at any time. Bet knew in his heart that Zamasu cared about Son Goku very much. Otherwise, he would not have made a wish to Shenron to change his body into Son Goku's body. The furious Black Goku punched directly. However, a purple air wall appeared around Bet. Black Goku's furious punch stopped 1 meter away from Bet. Black Goku, whose attack was fruitless, immediately retreated, and his eyes finally became serious. At this moment, Bet became completely mysterious in his eyes. The invisible purple air wall around him was indeed very solid. Damn, he is worthy of being the gods of destruction. He actually has such a method. I'm afraid ordinary methods can't hurt him. Black Goku felt that Bet was very difficult to deal with. DBU. The next second, he rose into the air, looking at Bet below with sharp eyes. Since ordinary methods don't work, let you try this trick. Since ordinary methods don't work, Black Goku plans to use a decisive battle. He raised his right hand. A pink air sword immediately appeared in his palm. Bet immediately felt that a powerful energy was condensed in Black Goku's palm. It was several times the energy of Black Goku's normal state just now. This made Bet know that this was the strongest power that Black Goku could gather under normal circumstances. Abu. The pink air sword disappeared with Black Goku, leaving a pink shadow in the space. The extremely sharp energy kept surging. Facing the Black Goku who was shooting at him, Bet smiled faintly. Is this your final move, all you have? This kind of power is meaningless to resist. The words fell. The pink air sword collided directly with the purple air wall around Bet. Bang! The extremely sharp air sword in Black Goku's hand actually dissipated directly. A little bit of pink energy permeated the space. Black Goku's pupils suddenly shrank. This was the strongest move he could burst out, but he didn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. In fact, what Black Goku didn't know was that Bet's air wall was mixed with destructive power. Attacks that could threaten the defensive air wall would be destroyed immediately. Black Goku quickly retreated, his face solemn, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. At this moment, he realized how terrible his enemy was. Zamasu was already stunned. He had seen the strength of the elephant gods of destruction, but not as exaggerated as Bet's performance at this moment. Is there a clear difference between the gods of destruction? As expected of Lord Bet, he dissipated the opponent's attack without even moving. Supreme Kai Shin said with a smile. Only Trunks was horrified. How is this possible? How did this lord do it? It's incredible. In his opinion, no matter how strong Bet was, he couldn't not move a finger in the face of the Dark Man's attack. The fact is that Bet did not move at all. At this time, Vados explained. In fact, Lord Bet's method is very simple. He just condensed his own chi around his body into a chi wall, which can also be understood as momentum. If the combat power is too weak, it is normal that he can't break the chi wall. Hearing this, Trunks nodded in shock. At this moment, he realized how powerful this lord respected by countless gods was. Zamasu walked slowly to the side of Black Goku. You are too careless. You should have transformed into a Super Saiyan directly. The opponent is gods of destruction. 0. Zamasu's reminder immediately made Black Goku wake up. I'm sorry. Since I got the dark magic, I have been a little too arrogant. He can resist my attack with his breath alone. He is indeed much stronger than the gods of destruction we know. It seems that normality is not his opponent at all. Bet looked at Black Goku who had gradually awakened, and then hooked his finger. Okay, let me see your true strength next. Don't let me down. Obviously, Bet's words were a provocation to Black Goku. And Black Goku couldn't stand Bet's contemptuous look. Don't get carried away. I haven't used my real power yet. Since you know Son Goku, you know that I can still transform into a Super Saiyan. Quote. The voice fell. Ha! Bet chuckled and murmured. You want to deal with me with just this little power. I'm afraid it's far from enough. Chapter 142. The arrival of the demon god Tawa, the fusion of Black Goku and Zamasu. Subscribe. How dare you look down on me? Black Goku's body was filled with pink aura. His aura was getting more and more terrifying. What are you hesitating about? Come on, come on. Bet said sarcastically again with a look of disdain. It seemed that he didn't take Black Goku's transformation seriously. Black Goku, who had transformed into Super Saiyan, couldn't help but roared. Don't be so proud. Quote. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a stream of pink light and disappeared on the spot. The fist immediately contained an extremely terrifying power, and it was in front of Bet in an instant. Swish. The heavy fist directly hit Bet. Bang! A dull sound came, and the sharp wind immediately spread to the surroundings. Black Goku's fist directly passed through the 5, 6, 7 air wall in front of Bet and hit it heavily. But it stopped 1 meter away from Bet. Bet stretched out a finger to resist Black Goku's full-strength attack. This scene was really amazing. What? Black Goku exclaimed in disbelief. This is his strongest punch after transforming into Super Saiyan Pink. It was actually blocked by Bet's finger. Bet raised his head and looked at Black Goku with a look of horror. What's wrong? Is this your full strength? I am so disappointed. Hearing Bet's ridicule, Goku's fear was immediately filled with anger. Swish swish swish. The attack rushed towards Bet like a storm. Cracks continued to appear in the space. The terrible energy became clearer and clearer. There was no doubt that Black Goku had the power to fight against ordinary gods of destruction. Black Goku, who was fused with dark magic, had indeed undergone a qualitative change in power. Bang bang bang. The crisp sound of sonic booms continued to come. Black Goku's fists rubbed against the air and made crisp sounds. Swish swish swish. Black Goku's attacks were getting faster and faster, and the entire space was filled with Black Goku's fist shadows. This fierce attack had made Trunks look pale, without a trace of blood. Vados and Supreme Kai Shin were surprised by Black Goku's attack. I didn't expect that after Black Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Pink, his strength would increase so much. Super Blue, that is not inferior to Son Goku and others. Bet's body was seen shaking from side to side. He easily dodged Black Goku's attack. This scene was seen by Zamasu. This guy is not an ordinary gods of destruction. Such a fierce attack was dodged. It's really weird. Others don't know, but Zamasu knows his other self too well. But even such a strong Black Goku was fooled like this. It's incredible. At this moment, his eyes looking at Bet have changed. Things seem to be getting troublesome. I must contact the fourth prince as soon as possible. On the battlefield, Black Goku in the Super Saiyan Pink state is launching an attack with all his strength. Up to now, he has made hundreds of moves, but he has not even touched the corner of Bet's clothes. This made Black Goku a little irritated. At this moment, Zamasu's voice reached Black Goku's ears. Retreat. Black Goku gritted his teeth and retreated immediately, creating distance between him and Bet. Beads of sweat kept dripping from his forehead. After the attack just now, Black Goku already understood the gap between himself and the opponent. He was filled with unimaginable fear. What is the origin of this guy? How can he be so fast? I can't hit him at all. Black Goku said in surprise. I knew that after Black Goku adapted to Goku's body, his strength was still higher than Zamasu. After fusing the dark magic, he was even stronger than I could imagine. Even so, he was still so embarrassed in front of Bet. Bet stood there motionless. At this moment, no one expected that Tawa, the four demon gods of the dark world, was observing this battle in the dark. She was a little puzzled about Bet's strength because he had not appeared for a long time. Especially since Black Goku had used all his strength, he still couldn't hurt Bet, which made her feel afraid. 0. This gods of destruction is not what I thought. Which universe is this gods of destruction from? Why is there no information at all? Quote, the fourth demon King Tova said, holding his delicate chin with his hand. As the fourth most terrifying demon in the dark demon realm, he could feel the strong threat from Bet. As he observed more deeply, this feeling became more and more obvious. She was also very dissatisfied with Black Goku's performance. He had fused the dark magic, but it was only this level. He didn't even test the opponent's depth. He was really a waste. However, since the God Realm has dispatched such a powerful gods of destruction, he must kill it and let the God Realm know the determination of the Dark Demon Realm. Demon God Tova was looking for a suitable opportunity to appear again and end the battle. Let me take a good look, Black Goku. You have always boasted that you are the strongest warrior. Facing such a powerful gods of destruction, I want to see how you win. Demon God Tova held his chin and hid in the darkness again, becoming a spectator again. On the battlefield, Black Goku's attack was easily avoided by Bet. This made the atmosphere on the battlefield immediately tense. Bet still had a face full of joking. Dark man, are you done? This is too lame. Can you do it? What a waste of time for this gods of destruction. 5.5. One sarcastic remark after another entered Black Goku's ears. While obtaining Goku's body, the pride of Saiyan was also engraved into his bones. He looked at Zamasu unwillingly. As the same person, he immediately understood Black Goku's intention. Combined earrings appeared in their hands. Obviously they were also well prepared. Black Goku and Zamasu quickly put the earrings on their ears. Chapter 143 Bet. Let me show you what the power of God is. Black Goku and Zamasu both started laughing. There's no other way, we can only use that one move. Trunks was shocked. What on earth do they want to do? Bet knew all too well about Black Goku and Zamasu's methods. Are they finally going to merge? Merge. Trunks had no idea there was such a move. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Damn, There's actually such a move. Ha! Golden flames rose immediately. Instantly, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. I want to join the fight, too. At this moment, Vados stood in front of him. Trunks, don't get excited. Leave it to Bet-sama. There won't be any problem, you're just watching quietly, right? After hearing Vados' words, Trunks' fierce aura weakened. Is Bet-sama really okay? Zamasu looked at Bet across from him. Foolish gods of destruction, kneel before our light. As soon as the words fell, the two put on the earrings immediately. 05 The next second, a dazzling light immediately shone in front of the earrings. Black Goku and Zamasu immediately collided with each other, and in the white light, the two began to fuse. The light became stronger and stronger, and the figures of Goku and Zamasu gradually disappeared. Then, the whole battlefield was filled with white light. Swish! After a few seconds, the white light slowly dissipated. A fused Zamasu appeared, his whole body wrapped in light. This is also a fusion of the same person, and the power increased is also very great. The fused Zamasu looked confident. I am justice, and the gods of destruction are just ugly things. Die under my beautiful body. Zamasu, the strongest god of immortality. The combined Zamasu now thinks of himself as an omnipotent god. He is shrouded in a white sacred light. There is a halo behind him. But at this moment, there is a strange black color in the white halo. In the original work, the combined Zamasu's combat power is at most the combat power of the ordinary gods of destruction. But at this moment, Zamasu's strength has jumped to the third-level angel realm. The increase of dark magic to Zamasu is simply terrifying. Supreme Kai Shin was completely shocked. It's so despicable that you actually use the combination. At this moment, Vados covered his mouth and chuckled. Supreme Kai, have you forgotten? Sir Bet can also combine. Trunks was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Bet's eyes kept scanning the body of the combined Zamasu. At this moment, Zamasu has the qualifications to let the normal him look at him. Moved his body. Fusion Zamasu, just right. Just accompany me to do warm-up exercises before the arrival of the demon. Fusion Zamasu heard this, but he was not angry. He was feeling the power in his new body. The white sacred energy continued to flow in his body. I can feel the endless power in my body. Swish. The next second, an extremely terrifying aura immediately erupted from the body of Fusion Zamasu, and the sharp air wave immediately spread to the surroundings. Bet stood in the air wave, and a faint purple energy appeared around him, as if he was not affected. Sit. The aura suddenly strengthened, worthy of being Fusion Zamasu. Then, Bet also noticed that the halo behind Zamasu turned pure white again. The dark magic in the halo disappeared. It seems that he has completely fused the dark magic. Interesting. Just then, Fusion Zamasu laughed heartily. This is the real power. This power makes me feel happy. This is the real justice. Quote. The words fell. The eyes of the combined Zamasu became obviously sharper. Abu. Red lightning immediately shot out from the halo and shot towards Bet. Boom. Boom. The terrifying explosion sounded immediately. Thick smoke rose. This scene completely shocked Trunks. Wow. So powerful. He felt the particularly terrifying breath of the combined Zamasu. Just then, the smoke slowly dissipated. Bet walked out as if nothing had happened. He patted the dust off his body. Boring tricks. Such tricks can only raise dust. A trace of anger appeared on the face of the combined Zamasu. Stupid gods of destruction. You will know what the god of justice is in a while. Bet showed an expression of looking at a fool on his face. You are worthy of being called a god. You probably haven't felt the power of God yet. Next, I'll let you feel the power of gods of destruction. Ha! A deep roar came from Bet's throat. The purple flames immediately rose from Bet's feet. His pupils immediately turned purple. The sticky purple energy continued to surround Bet. The breath of gods of destruction immediately expanded greatly. The entire future world shook violently. Trunks frowned because he couldn't feel Bet's breath. But the momentum was indeed not weak. Bet, covered by purple energy, looked extremely mysterious. Bet slowly opened his eyes. The terrifying momentum rushed to the surroundings like a storm. Two divine powers intertwined in the air. Gods of destruction form. Bet has completely released the power of destruction. The power has also soared to the peak of the third-level angel realm. Trunks had never seen the gods of destruction, and his whole body was shaking. What kind of power is this? It's obviously very strong, but I can't feel it. Vados said softly. Lord Bet is the great gods of destruction in the god realm. He is now exerting the power of the gods of destruction. Supreme Kai Shin was also confident. Yes, Lord Bet's destructive power is the strongest among the 12 universe gods of destruction. That combined Zamasu is finished. Hearing that the two gods around him were so confident, Trunks also looked up at the battlefield and felt a little more relaxed. Chapter 144. Vulnerable Zamasu, the Invitation of the Demon God Tawa. Subscribe. Looking at Bet, whose body was filled with the power of gods of destruction, the combined Zamasu also had a solemn face. The next second, a dazzling light appeared on the halo behind the combined Zamasu. Blade of Judgment. Swish. Red light blades rushed directly towards Bet. Bet was very familiar with the combined Zamasu's moves. A purple destructive gas bomb was immediately condensed in his right hand. Destruction. Swish. The entire battlefield turned purple. Buzz. A buzzing sound was heard immediately. Combined Zamasu was surprised to find that the blade of judgment he shot disappeared without a trace. Not even a little energy was left in the space. So strong. Trunks was completely shocked by Bet's power. Bet's eyes were full of disdain. Is this what you call the blade of judgment? It's not that great. Combined Zamasu looked incredible, and then shouted madly. How dare you attack the supreme god? I am the wisdom of the universe, the law of the universe. Wherever I shine my light, you will all disappear without a trace. Kill you, and a perfect world will begin. Hearing the crazy words of the combined Zamasu, Bet shook his head. I don't understand what you are saying, but I know you will be finished in the next second. As soon as the voice fell, Bet disappeared directly on the spot. Whoosh. The speed was extremely fast. At this moment, the halo behind the combined Zamasu continued to shoot out red lightning. Boom boom boom. There were bursts of explosions in the battlefield. Swish. But how could an attack of this speed hit Bet? The next second, Bet appeared in front of Zamasu in his surprised eyes. Bang. A heavy punch hit the face of the combined Zamasu directly. Swoosh. Boom. The combined Zamasu flew backwards like a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. It crashed into several buildings before stopping. The thick smoke and dust filled the battlefield. Bet looked at the combined Zamasu that was knocked away. It's not your own power after all, you fake one. Just then, an angry voice came. I'm going to kill you. Swish. A strong air wave came immediately. Countless building debris flew everywhere. I want to make you understand what the power of God is. Quote. The enraged Zamasu immediately burst out with a terrifying aura, and a purple monster appeared behind him. It was extremely terrifying. Trunks was already stunned. What is that? Zamasu shouted. Absolute thunder. Swish. The purple monster that appeared actually released even more terrifying lightning. The speed was much faster than before. However, in Bet's eyes, such a speed could only be described as slow. Swish. Bet's body immediately moved. He kept teleporting and easily avoided Zamasu's absolute thunder. Swish. Bet's body turned into a purple beam and rushed directly towards Zamasu. No matter how Zamasu attacked, he couldn't hurt him. Bang. Bet kicked the combined Zamasu out with one kick. The combined Zamasu flew backwards again. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Bet disappeared again. When he appeared, he was already behind Zamasu and kicked him again. Swish. Zamasu flew out of the sky. Bet raised his head. Well, this boring game should be over, my great god. Destruction. Abu. A purple destructive gas bomb appeared immediately. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded in the air immediately. The whole future world shook violently. Trunks looked solemn. Win. Vados laughed softly. Almost. Although he didn't die, he was just lingering on. No, what is this power? As time passed, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. A beautiful woman was seen standing in front of the combined Zamasu. Shockingly, the combined Zamasu was already seriously injured, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The person who came was Tova, one of the 4 demon kings of the dark demon world. If she hadn't taken action just now, the combined Zamasu would have been destroyed. What's going on? Zamasu, you are too kind to the people of the dark world. Tova's beautiful voice was a little angry. If I had known earlier, after the combined Zamasu received the increase of dark magic, it can be said that he would not be afraid of gods of destruction. But at this moment, he was beaten so badly. If Tova had not arrived in time, Zamasu's life would have ceased to exist. Fourth Prince, that guy is not an ordinary gods of destruction. Even my absolute thunder can't keep up with his speed. Private, yes, I am the 6th universe gods of destruction bet. Update is not a problem, please support me. You can defeat Zamasu, you are a good warrior, how about joining the dark demon world? Then she quickly retracted her thoughts. Bet looked at the dark demon god who appeared, and didn't expect that she was not a big beauty. I can only passively take the beating. Zamasu said unwillingly. Update is not a problem, please support me. Then, Tawa looked at Bet. It's really embarrassing. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, please support me. Tawa looked at the angel who appeared, and her face suddenly changed. This Lord Bet is the current 6th universe gods of destruction. She had already cursed Zamasu countless times in her heart. Isn't the 6th universe gods of destruction a famous idiot? She couldn't even handle him. Bet heard the ancient news of the dark demon realm and said, Champa is a thing of the past. I am now the 6th universe gods of destruction. The 6th universe. Isn't the 6th universe gods of destruction Champa? After this, Tova was stunned. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, please support me. Vados. You are the gods of destruction of the god realm. Vados in the back instantly appeared beside Bet Wong Lihao. Tova scolded the combined Zamasu again, and then looked at Bet. Demon god Tawa, long time no see. Is this an excuse? The 6th universe gods of destruction. Chapter 145 Let's Fight, Demon. Rage Super Saiyan 5, subscribe. Bet smiled at Tova's invitation and said to Tova, how can I refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman? However, the dark demon realm seems a little weak. Bet still has an impression of the demon god Tova. She is a demon god that appears in the Dragon Ball fan work, and she is ruthless. She also created the super demon god Fuyu, which caused a big war. Bet doesn't have a good impression of her, but it must be said that Tova's figure is really amazing. Tova hasn't said anything about Bet's rudeness, but Zamasu roared. Hey, boy, the 4th prince personally invited you to join the dark demon realm. This is your good fortune. Don't be ungrateful, do you understand? Looking at Zamasu, who has become a lackey of the dark demon realm, Bet shook his head. You are really a disgrace to the god realm. How could the 10th universe supreme Kai choose someone like you? Quote. As soon as Bet said this coldly, a destructive force surged in his eyes. Zamasu, who had suffered a loss just now, dared not speak anymore and shrank back directly. He thought that if the demon god Tova had not arrived, he would have been destroyed by Bet, and he was terrified. 030, you can get countless benefits by joining the dark demon world. Don't you want to become stronger? This is a good opportunity. I advise you to think about it again. Tova still looked at Bet with a smile and spoke again. Bet stretched his body. Unless you can prove that the dark demon world is strong, I am not interested in a very weak organization. Since Tova appeared, Bet would naturally not let her go. Killing a demon god is also a serious injury to the dark demon world. Oh, so you are so confident in your own strength. No one has dared to challenge the demon king for a long time. You are an interesting boy. Quote. Bet clenched his fists when he heard this. Stop talking nonsense. As long as you can defeat me, you can join the dark demon realm or kill me. Quote. Bet still had a confident smile on his face. Tova didn't understand Bet's confidence. As gods of destruction, he should be very clear about the strength of the dark demon king. The dark demon realm is benchmarked against angel, and only the demon envoy is benchmarked against gods of destruction. Bet killed AFDD, a demon envoy in GT time and space. You are so arrogant, but I like you. I must take you into the dark demon realm. Tova showed a meaningful smile, and Bet shuddered. Then, he spread his hands. Then come on. Looking at Bet who was determined to fight, Tova smiled. Okay, In that case, I will satisfy you and let you see how powerful the Dark Demon King is. I saw that Tova's eyes had become sharper and his voice had become a little colder. The air around seemed to have cooled down a few degrees. Zamasu pushed away quickly, knowing that there would be a great battle next. Gods of destruction, next you will experience what hell is, let the fourth prince let you experience it. Bet's eyes were filled with excitement. Very good, Tova Demon God, let's fight. Ha! Bet had already predicted Tova Demon God's strength. At least he was a level 6 angel, so Bet didn't act pretentiously and roared directly. The low roar immediately echoed in the battlefield. The golden flames immediately rose from the soles of his feet. The terrifying energy immediately burst out from his body. Screech! Lightning flashed from the sky, and the entire future world began to shake violently. Trunks was shocked. Super Saiyan, this lord is finally going to show his true power. Golden energy continued to burst out from Bet's body. His body was directly covered by golden flames. Tova looked at this scene. So it is through transformation that the power is increased. What an amazing race. I remember that there was a Burdock beside Tien Lao Da, who also increased his power through transformation. I really want to accept you more and more. For Bet with such power, Tova was completely tempted by the demon god. The Dark Demon Realm was in need of people at this moment. It was about to launch a war against the God Realm. However, the God Realm had far more powerful people than the Dark Demon Realm. Such a powerful human being, if taken into the Dark Demon Realm, would play a more important role. Come on, let me love you well, and you will never leave me again. Quote, Tova clenched her fists and took a fighting stance. At this moment, Bet has already transformed. Super Saiyan 5's violent power continues to spread. A head of long silver-white hair fluttering in the wind. All over the body, silver-white hair, even muscles, full of beauty. Bet slowly opened his eyes and looked at the demon god Tova. At this moment, the voice of Vados beside him reached Bet's ears. Master Bet, be careful, this Tova ranks 4th in the Dark Demon world, and her combat power is between the 6th and 7th level angel realms. She is a cruel woman. Master, be careful. Bet turned to look at Vados and smiled faintly. Don't worry, she is not my opponent. Quote, as soon as the words fell, swish, Bet turned into a silver-white beam and disappeared on the spot. The speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. At this moment, even the demon god Tova was horrified. Her eyes were wide open. So fast, she didn't expect that a gods of destruction could actually display such a speed. Swish, Bet kicked hard. The demon god Tova also quickly defended with his arms. Bang! The ankle and arm collided quickly. A low collision sound was heard immediately. Crack! Cracks appeared in the surrounding space immediately. The fierce wind continued to spread around. Although Tova did not move, her heart was like a storm. She was Bet's power shocked him. Very strong. But you underestimate me too much. After the words fell, Wang Jian laughed strangely. Chapter 146 Super Saiyan 5 Full Power, Crush Tova. Subscribe. After Tova gave a strange smile, she threw a heavy punch at Bet. Bet saw that Tova could withstand his strength and quickly retreated. He also threw a punch quickly while retreating, and the two fists collided heavily. A fierce gust of wind spread immediately. This guy's strength is really strong. Bet felt the terrible power coming from Tova's fist and whispered. At this moment, Bet can be sure that Tova, the 4th demon king of the Dark Demon world, is the strength of a 6th level angel. However, this is not a pressure for Bet at all. Even in the current Super 5 form, his strength is the peak of a 6th level angel. Bang! The two retreated immediately. Not bad, you are very good, you can even share the same glory with me. In the God realm, there are only a few people who can share the same glory with me. It seems that the God realm has also cultivated good talents. Tova praised. However, Bet did not show any expression. His attack just now was a test. Since he had already found out the opponent's strength, there was no need to play with her now. Demon God Tova, you are stronger than I thought. But that's all. Next, I will let you feel my real power. Looking at Tova with a proud face, Bet suddenly spoke. Just then, Bet clenched his fists. Ha! A roar came out immediately. The aura around Bet immediately rose, and the whole future world was shaking violently. Swish swish swish. A circle of terrifying air waves spread immediately, and unimaginable terrible energy spread like a tsunami. At this moment, the combined Zamasu who had been hiding in the distance was shocked. What is this power? Has that guy been hiding his strength? Not to mention the combined Zamasu, even the smile on the face of the four demon gods Tova froze. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. She could feel the terrifying fighting power that Bet has exploded at this moment has surpassed her. It turns out that this gods of destruction in the god realm has been hiding his strength. At this moment, his strength has increased several times. In this case, even he will feel tricky. At this moment, Bet has completed his transformation. The whole body is constantly shining with silver-white energy. The muscles are constantly shining with explosive power. The silver-white long hair is covered with faint energy hair edges. What did he do? His appearance has not changed, but his temperament is completely different from before. The demon god Tova said in shock. Not only the temperament, but also the energy in Bet's body is completely different from before. She felt frightened. This guy is really a freak. This is Super Saiyan 5 full power, let's continue. Bet's eyes are full of confidence, and he said to Toppo. I really didn't expect that a gods of destruction could be so strong. It seems that you are the secret weapon of the god realm. Quote, Tova's face was extremely ugly. Before, the overall situation was still in his hands, but now, she really felt fear. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead. Very good. Things have come to this point. I have no choice but to fight with all my strength. Quote, after the words fell, Tova clenched her fists. The black flames immediately rose to the sky. The extremely terrifying dark energy immediately burst out. At this moment, Tova was like a black hole. As Bet expected, Tova's power directly rushed to the level of the 6th level angel. Come on. When Tova burst out with all her strength, she rushed directly towards Toppo. The speed was amazing. Swish. The next second, she disappeared from the spot. When she appeared again, she was already in front of Bet. The fistful of dark energy smashed directly at Bet. Swish. Bet dodged her attack with the side of his head. Tova's pupils suddenly contracted. Then, she gritted her teeth and immediately launched several attacks. Bang. In an instant, she directly grabbed Tova's wrist. Abu. The fierce and terrifying power immediately spread. Countless gravel flew around. The Vados angel scepter touched the ground and put Supreme Kai and Trunks was wrapped in it. The fierce wind kept hitting them. If it weren't for Vados, they would have been blown away. 0. The combined Zamasu in the distance retreated a distance in fear again. Bang. At this moment, Tova was thrown out by Bet. Boom. Her body hit the ground heavily. Smoke and dust rose. This scene shocked everyone present. The combined Zamasu was trembling and speechless. How could this happen? How could he be so strong? Trunks was also stunned. Wow. So powerful. At this moment, Vados's laughter came. This is just the tip of the iceberg of Bet's strength. Keep watching. Quote, boom. The rubble kept rolling down the ground. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. Tova climbed up with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Who are you? Who are you? Gods of destruction can't have such strong power. Angel is just like that. As soon as these words came out, Bet smiled faintly. Authentic gods of destruction. Tova's eyes were solemn, and she had a new plan in her mind, and she kept moving her body. She understood at this moment that Bet's power had far surpassed her. She had to change her battle strategy. The next second, a black energy bomb immediately appeared in her palm. Take it. As soon as the voice fell, a huge black energy ball rushed towards Bet. Bet raised his head, looked at this scene, and smiled slightly. A trifle. Destruction. Abu. The destructive gas bomb appeared instantly. Boom. The two forces immediately collided heavily with each other. Abu. The next second, the power immediately dissipated in the space. Disappeared without a trace. Chapter 147. Severely injured, the Demon King Fuyu appears. Bet who was underestimated, please subscribe. Looking at the energy disappearing in the air, Tova fell into deep thought. How could he not know about the gods of destruction who possesses such a powerful force? This kind of guy should be very famous. But I have never heard him speak. Tova's face was very ugly. After a short confrontation just now, she had realized the gap between them and was not Bet's opponent at all. No wonder he looked down on me, it turned out that he had a strong strength to support me. At the same time, the voice of the system sounded in Bet's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the God-level selection task. Choice 1. Let the Earth Demon King rescue Tova, and the reward is an increase of 100 million basic combat power. Choice 2. Kill the Earth Demon King and kill Tova, and the reward is an increase of basic combat power to the 3rd level Angel Realm. Choice 3. Kill Tova, but let 027 escape the Earth Demon King. Reward: basic combat power increased to the peak of the 2nd level Angel Realm. The system's task immediately made Bet realize that the Earth Demon King was hiding nearby. The Sky Demon King has 11 levels Angel's terrifying strength. The Earth Demon King is the second only to him, and his strength is also very terrifying. However, since he is here, Bet will not let him go. I choose to. As long as the second task is completed, Bet's strength will be greatly improved. Even the Heavenly Demon King will not be taken seriously. In this way, this God-level selection task must be completed, and the value to Bet is too high. Looking at Bet, who no longer attacks but is dazed in place, Tova frowned slightly. What is this guy doing? Why doesn't he come over? After a mental struggle, Tova, who was uncertain, planned to seize this opportunity to defeat Bet. She made up her mind. Her body immediately burst out, and in an instant she was in front of Bet. I saw a black air sword appear in the hand of the Tova demon god, and he slashed directly at Bet. My lord, be careful. Looking at Tova, who suddenly attacked, Trunks immediately spoke in shock. The lord seems to be distracted. In such a battle, he was distracted. If the attack of the demon god falls on Bet, the consequences will be disastrous. However, the combined Zamasu became excited. The 4th prince finally exerted his strength, and that kid is finished. Swish. The next second, Tova's black air sword actually passed through Bet's body. How is this possible? How did he do it? At this moment, Bet's evasion shocked Tova. He didn't even know how Bet moved. Is this guy so fast? Just then, Bet's faint voice reached her ears. Demon God, this battle is over. Quote. Hearing this, Tova's forehead immediately dripped with cold sweat, and she turned around in disbelief. Bet's palm was aimed at his head, and the purple destructive gas bomb had been condensed. There was no doubt that Tova would be destroyed immediately after this energy bomb hit her. Such a terrifying power of the gods of destruction rules, even she could not ignore it. At this moment, Tova shouted to the sky, "If you don't take action, I will die here." Quote. As soon as the words fell, Abu, a figure appeared directly, and his palm grabbed the destructive gas bomb condensed by Bet. Boom. The rolling air waves spread immediately. The energy dispersed immediately. Seeing that his destructive power was broken, Bet immediately performed instant transmission. Swish. The next second, a heavy kick swept directly on Tova's face. Swish. Tova's body was like a cannonball, and it hit the ground again. Boom. Boom. Smoke and dust rose, and countless gravel appeared around. A deep pit appeared on the ground. Tova's back was full of cracks. Blood kept flowing out of her body. I didn't expect Bet to injure Tova even when the helpers from the Dark Demon Realm arrived. However, Bet had lost interest in Tova, and his eyes kept falling on the black-robed man who came. Let me introduce myself. I am the 6th Universe Gods of Destruction Bet. Who are you? For Bet spoke first, and the black-robed man frowned. You are qualified to know my name since you can injure Tova right under my nose. The black-robed man's crisp voice sounded immediately. The next second, just then, my goal is to get rid of the angel behind you. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, I beg you, dear readers. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, I beg you. Why, are you here to avenge Tova? In that case, let's talk about it after we fight. Since you said so, I will play with you. Bet knew Fuyu. I didn't expect that he was the Earth Demon King of the Dark Demon Realm. He was a popular character in the Dragon Ball fan work. He was cruel and powerful. Bet didn't get angry when he heard it, but stretched his arms instead. Okay, let's start. Bet's faint voice sounded. Boy, no matter how strong you are, you can't be Fuyu's opponent, you are dead. Tova slowly raised her head. Fuyu slowly said, not entirely. 5.6 Fuyu can become the Earth Demon King among the 9 Demon Kings, which itself shows his strength. How do you know if we haven't fought yet? However, although Fuyu is very strong, Bet is not afraid, but a little excited. Updating is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Don't blame me if you lose your life. Hearing the name, Bet immediately became alert. It turned out that the Earth Demon King of the Dark Demon Realm was Fuyu. As for you, a gods of destruction, I am not interested. Although Bet was very unhappy with Fuyu's confidence. Updating is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Since the other party has provoked him so much, it would be unreasonable for him not to take action. If Bet does not reveal all his cards, he really cannot beat him. Fuyu glanced at Tova, who was seriously injured below, and then at Bet. The two were about 10 meters apart, looking at each other. They can be said to be the top existence among the gods. Fuyu. But being the second in command of the Dark Demon Realm is definitely not as easy as imagined. Chapter 148. Super Saiyan 5 is defeated, Super Saiyan 6 meets the enemy. Subscribe. When Bet and Fuyu were facing each other in the air. Swish. Beerus finally arrived with Goku, Vegeta and others. As soon as they appeared, they saw the two people facing each other in the air. Beerus raised his head with a heavy face. They are the people from the Dark Demon Realm. At this moment, he could feel the oppression coming from the sky. They are really strong. The battle between Lord Bet and the Dark Demon King will probably be very fierce. At this moment, Vegeta clenched his fists, looking unconvinced. Damn it. So, we can't help this time. The faint voice of Whis came. Let's retreat and don't affect Lord Bet's performance. Quote, and Bet and Fuyu are on the battlefield. Ha! Bet shouted, and directly raised the power of Super Saiyan 5 full power to the extreme. The terrifying air waves continued to spread around. The terrifying pressure like a tsunami spread immediately. However, Fuyu did not move at all, as if there was a layer of defense around him. His expression did not change, and he was obviously not surprised at Bet's power at all. He is worthy of being the Earth Demon King of the Dark Demon Realm. Is this your full strength? Tao actually lost to a guy like you, it's really embarrassing. Fuyu looked at Bet and said calmly. Looking at Bet, who has reached the peak of the 6th Angel Realm, although he is already very strong, Fuyu feels that it is still a bit embarrassing to lose to such a power. At this moment, Fuyu raised his head. You should still be saving your strength, let me see your true strength. Otherwise, this kind of battle is very boring. Quote, after the words fell, Bet shook his head. Don't be so anxious, I haven't seen your strength yet. You want me to use my full strength. Isn't it too hasty? Bet said lightly. Facing an enemy of unknown strength, Bet must use Super Saiyan 5 to fight with him, so as to know how far the opponent has reached. Really, although it's boring, I'll play with you. Fuyu didn't take Bet seriously at all. What an annoying guy, let me see how strong you are. Quote, as soon as Bet finished speaking, he rushed out. Swish. The speed was extremely fast. Like a silver flash, Bet swept Fuyu with a whip kick. The whip kick kept shining with silver-white light. Abu. Fuyu just slightly moved to the side, and Bet's whip kick slid along his body, just a little bit away. Swish swish swish. Bet launched another fast attack. The terrifying leg shadow kept flashing in the air. But, Fuyu was emitting a faint dark light, and his body was shaking. He easily avoided all of Bet's attacks at a very fast speed. The Demon King Fuyu put his hands behind his back, looking careless, as if he didn't take the previous battle to heart. What a terrible power. It's incredible that he avoided all my attacks so easily. Bet's face became solemn. Judging from the battle just now, with his strength of Super Saiyan level 5 or 6 Angel, he is no match for Fuyu. There is a huge difference between them. Based on this, Fuyu's strength is at least above level 9 Angel, otherwise he would not be so relaxed. Swish. At this moment, a black hole appeared in the space, and 3 figures appeared directly. It turned out to be the 10th universe gods of destruction and Angel Kes, and Supreme Kai Gewas. Where is that guy Zamasu? He embarrassed me so much in front of Lord Bet. I want to destroy him. The elephant gods of destruction was looking for Zamasu in the battlefield. At this moment, Kes pointed at Fuyu in the air. That one looks like the Dark Demon Realm city is not weak. They watched the battle with a look of surprise. Lord Bet seems to be hiding his strength, but it is already very terrifying. The elephant gods of destruction said to Angel Kes with a serious face. He had seen Bet's strength during the strongest gods of destruction competition. After all, Bet had the strength to fight against the Grand Priest for a moment. They also looked at the battlefield with a serious face. So far, the battlefield has reached 3 gods of destruction, 3 angels, 3 supreme Kai, and 2 candidate gods of destruction. The god realm can be considered a luxurious lineup. While everyone was shocked, Bet and Fuyu had fought several times. But Bet could not touch Fuyu. What's wrong? Is this all your strength? What a waste of time. If I had known that this was all my strength, I would not have come here in person. Fuyu was obviously very dissatisfied with Bet's strength. The next second, Fuyu finally made a move. Whoosh! In an instant, he disappeared from the spot. Bet's pupils suddenly shrank. So fast. At this moment, a black shadow flashed, and Fuyu appeared in front of him. Bet, in fear, immediately protected himself with his arms. Boom! I saw a 260 energy bomb immediately appear in Fuyu's palm, pressing heavily on Bet's arms. A terrifying explosion was heard. Bet flew backwards like a cannonball. Black smoke billowed. Boom! Boom! A Tianqing was smashed directly into the ground. Everyone was stunned. What a terrible power! A casual blow can actually have such power. Bet was lying at the bottom of the deep pit, with a look of horror on his face. Is the gap between his Super Saiyan 5 full power and Fuyu so big? Damn it! In this case, he can only use Super Saiyan 6 to fight. Huh, you think you are invincible after defeating me? This time, I will let you know the power of the Dark Demon Realm. Tova, who had recovered not far away, said with a joking face. I have completely forgotten that I was beaten up just now. However, Vados sighed. Their faces were very ugly. Although they knew that Bet was hiding his strength, they were still shocked by the strength of the Dark Demon Realm. Chapter 149 Super 6 is on fire. Fuyu is using all his strength. Excited Bet, please subscribe. Bet's face showed a smile. It was obviously not frustration, but excitement. Such terrible power is indeed worth Bet's full strength battle. Since Super Saiyan 5 is not your opponent at full power, let me show you how powerful Super Saiyan 6 is. As soon as the voice fell, a flash of purple flashed in Bet's pupils, which was extremely weird. Ha! A low roar came from the deep pit. Boom! Like an explosion, purple lightning continued to come out of the sky. Countless boulders were immediately shattered. The next second, purple energy immediately appeared around Bet. The silver-white long hair became more dazzling. The terrible pressure continued to spread around. Cracks continued to appear on the ground of the future world. Bet's power reached an unimaginable level. What? Transformed again. That guy's power is actually increasing rapidly. Quote, such a terrifying pressure can be felt from such a distance. So scary. Tova no longer dared to underestimate Bet. She kept retreating and had already retreated to the side of the combined Zamasu. This guy actually hides such a terrifying power. I'm afraid he will be gone in one move. Too scary. Tova's eyes were full of fear. Bet's sudden burst of power had already made her feel scared. The oppressive feeling like a tsunami seemed to crush her. Quote. Combined Zamasu also opened his mouth and said stiffly. From the power that Bet burst out at this moment, it is indeed very scary. It seems that there will be a shocking battle between him and the Earth Demon King Fuyu. Fuyu's face finally changed. Oh, it turns out that the power is increased by transformation. It seems that you can defeat Tova, you are still quite good. After Bet burst out the power of Super Saiyan 6, Fuyu finally showed a look of surprise. The energy that Bet released at this moment could rank among the top 3 even among the demon kings in the Dark Demon world. Interesting. I didn't expect that a boring game would suddenly become interesting. Such power is worth my effort. Fuyu finally recognized Bet's power. He hasn't fought seriously for a long time. It's a good opportunity to release it with this battle. Just then, Bet's appearance has changed. The hair on his body has turned black. The pupils are red, and the hair is still silver white. Purple lightning flashes all over his body. The black tail keeps moving. Bet is surrounded by purple arcs at this moment, like Thor descending to the earth. There is no doubt that even Vados and others can't get close to Bet. The power he exudes at this moment is too strong. Bet clenched his fists. The golden flames immediately rose, and the terrible pressure immediately spread to the surroundings. This is all my strength, let's fight. Fuyu. Bet's eyes were serious at this moment, staring at Fuyu. The current power is indeed good, but I will let you see the real strong man. Quote, Ha! Bet and Fuyu attacked at the same time. Purple and black meteors immediately streaked across the sky. In the eyes of the crowd, only two afterimages could be seen colliding. Obviously, Bet's super strong fighting power made Fuyu gradually become serious. Please, make the dark people disappear. Updating is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Boom. Bet and Fuyu's fists kept hitting each other. Looking for death. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying energy spread around like a storm. He snorted coldly, and a terrifying black energy immediately appeared on his fist, and he smashed it directly at Bet. The fighting power was too strong. Only then did she realize how big the gap between her and the two was. Trunks closed his eyes. That guy is so strong that I can't even keep up with their speed. Bet said sarcastically without hesitation. Every time the two fists collided, the future world would shake, and the bottom was already full of huge pits. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, please beg me. The fists of the two people collided heavily. Quote. $3,018. Updating is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Save the future world. The last time he made him fight seriously was with Grand Priest, although he lost. Zamasu's 3 views had been shocked. They were so strong that they were not human beings. They were just monsters. Tova's face was filled with horror. She found that she couldn't even see the battle and couldn't keep up with such a terrifying speed. Bang. Bet also met it without hesitation. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, please beg me. I have to say that in the God realm, in addition to Zeno and Grand Priest, there is also a guy like you. I have to say it is very surprising. Single quote. The power of this punch was obviously much stronger than before. White sonic boom circles in the air continued to emerge, and they became more and more dense. The low sound of collision continued. Bet's words immediately angered Fuyu. The guys in the dark demon realm are arrogant. I'll make you, good Zhao, speechless in a while. Chapter 150. Flash time skill works, Fuyu was shot away. Subscribe. Fuyu obviously increased his strength, and his heavy fist collided directly with Bet's fist. Boom. The terrifying power exploded. A circle of white sonic booms immediately spread. Bet's body was shaken and flew backwards. However, he only retreated a few dozen steps, and was immediately stopped by the special aura that soared into the sky. As expected of Fuyu, the burst of the punch just now has the power of the 9th level angel realm. As soon as the voice fell, the excited Bet rushed out again. Whoosh. The speed was extremely fast. The fight between the two people stunned everyone around. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. The sound of the collision between the two came again. In the fierce battle, Bet strangely discovered that Jiyu's power was getting stronger and stronger. One punch was stronger than the other. This made Bet more and more embarrassed to deal with it. What's wrong with this guy? Why is his strength increasing all the time? Just now, a punch almost shook me out. Bet muttered in a low voice. At this moment, Fuyu's faint voice reached Bet's ears. Is it strange? That's because I'm adapting to this new body. This is the body I just took over. When I fully adapt to the body and burst out all my strength, that will be your death. Hearing this, Bet was shocked. This guy from the Dark 667 Dark Demon Realm is too weird. We must fight quickly. Bet, who has made up his mind, shouted immediately. 10 times Kaioken. DBU. The red flame immediately rose to the sky like a tornado. Swish. A red beam of light appeared on the battlefield at this moment. Bet's combat power increased again, and it was soaring all the way. Fuyu. Go to hell. Destruction. Bet, who used Kaioken to increase his strength, immediately used the rule power of gods of destruction. Swish. The next second, a purple destructive gas bomb immediately appeared on the battlefield. Swoosh. The purple destructive gas bomb was immediately shot out. Boom. Fuyu was instantly swallowed by the purple destructive gas bomb. A purple mushroom cloud appeared on the battlefield. The flames and thick smoke directly covered the entire battlefield. Boom. The terrible sound continued. Bet's body also fell in front of Vados and others. The 10th Universe Gods of Destruction Elephant Gods of Destruction hurriedly saluted Bet. Lord Bet, did you destroy him? Bet heard the words and swept over the 10th Universe Gods of Destruction, Angels, and Supreme Kai who came. Shaked his head, although his attack just now was very terrifying. Super Saiyan 6 plus the 10-fold increase of Kaioken. Even if he had the power of the 9th level Angel Realm, he would probably be seriously injured. As time went by, black mist appeared immediately. Then, an unimaginable piercing laugh came. AAA, you can actually hurt me. In the God Realm, you are the first one except Grand Priest. But you also helped me. I feel very comfortable now. Take it. The next second, all the black fog poured into Fuyu's body again. Strange patterns appeared on Fuyu's face, and his aura was completely different from before. Just as Bet was constantly speculating what changes had happened to Fuyu. Fuyu had disappeared on the spot. Swoosh. Only a black afterimage was left on the battlefield, and the speed was incredibly fast. When Bet reacted, a fistful of terrifying power had already smashed towards Bet. This time, Fuyu had obviously used real power. As soon as the fist hit, a spider web-like crack appeared in the space. It seems that Fuyu has mastered his body. This punch is extraordinary. Although Bet has reached the early stage of the 9th level Angel Realm with the blessing of Kaioken, he can't take Fuyu's punch at all. Bet's brain AFDD was working fast. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Fuyu's fist went straight through Bet's body. With a flash of light, Bet's fist landed directly on Fuyu's abdomen. Fuyu covered his stomach and took several steps back. 1 plus 4. What happened? What did he do just now? His face was full of disbelief. Bet's body had been locked by him, and it was impossible for him to dodge. How did he do it? Obviously, you didn't understand Bet's sudden move at all. Swish. In his shocked eyes, Bet's body disappeared again. But to Fuyu's surprise, Bet's breath didn't move. Bang. A heavy kick hit Fuyu's face directly. Whoosh. Fuyu flew backwards. Boom. A huge deep pit was smashed on the ground. Smoke and dust rolled. After a while, Fuyu moved his body and stood up. Obviously, Bet's power at this moment was not enough to hurt the opponent. It was just the magic of the moves that made the opponent suffer. What happened? Am I dazzled? How did that guy hit Fuyu? It's incredible. Looking at the lightning-fast battle on the battlefield, Tawa was already stunned. Can't figure out what's going on. At this moment, the voice of the combined Zamasu came slowly. Your Highness may not know about the multiverse. There is a killer in the 6th universe. His name is Hit, and he has a magical skill called Flash Time. That guy is the gods of destruction of the 6th universe, and he is probably using the Flash Time. As soon as these words came out, Ganwa's beautiful eyes immediately widened. Flash Time. She immediately became more greedy for the multiverse. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Fuyu's body slowly floated into the air. He quickly came not far from Bet. I didn't expect you to have this kind of power. The power of time, right? Grand Priest used it before. Chapter 151. The Demon King Demi-Cooler is on the move. Bet uses his last trump card. After Fuyu found out that he was using the Flash Time technique, Bet knew that this trick was useless. The Demon King of the Dark Demon Realm is really good. Bet was not too surprised. After all, the Flash Time technique could not make up for the gap in strength. Just then, Fuyu's faint voice came. I have already figured out your strength, and I will let you lie down next. Hearing Fuyu's confidence, Bet's mouth corners rose. Really? I want to see how you can make me lie down. Bet still confronted. The momentum of the two people burst out immediately, which was extremely terrifying. Boom! The future world shook violently. Whoosh, whoosh, the two disappeared at the same time. The black and purple beams collided in the air. Bang bang bang. The collision sounds continued one after another. The white sonic boom circle in the air became more and more dense. 7018. When did such a powerful guy appear in the God realm? It's incredible. Quote, Tova said in disbelief. With her knowledge, she could see that Bet's strength had surpassed most of the demon kings in the dark demon realm. Such a terrifying guy appeared in the God realm, and the dark demon realm should not have no news at all. Of course, the most shocking thing was the combined Zamasu. After all, he was a strong man in the multiverse, but he didn't even have any news. And at this time, in the dark demon realm, the heavenly demon king Demi-Cooler was observing the battle between Bet and Fuyu through his powerful magic. And next to him was Burdock. At this moment, Burdock was completely different from before, with a terrifying aura and a weird temperament. Demi-Cooler, what happened? Burdock suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. Demi-Cooler immediately said respectfully, Lord Mechelpora, Fuyu is fighting with people from the God realm. Quote, it turns out that Burdock has fused his soul with the soul of the great demon Mechelpora, the creator of the dark demon realm. And Burdock's soul has the upper hand. I told you, call me Lord Burdock. A flash of shock flashed across Demi-Cooler's face, and then he hid it. I understand, Lord Burdock. Burdock then continued to ask, what's going on? Does it take so long for Fuyu to deal with a guy from the God realm? Did the Grand Priest take action? Hearing Burdock's question, Demi-Cooler shook his head. This is a gods of destruction called Bet. Demi-Cooler's words shocked Bavok. What did you say? Bet, isn't he in GT time and space? He can come here and fight against Fuyu. Burdock, who has fused the power and soul power of Mechelpora, is naturally very clear about Fuyu's power. Fuyu has the super strength of the peak of the 10th level angel realm. Burdock suddenly murmured, Bet, I didn't expect that we would meet again. If so, I must avenge the last time. Demi-Cooler kept looking at the man in front of him, his expression kept changing, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Then Burdock spoke again, which universe's gods of destruction is this Bet from? It's really rare to find a gods of destruction that can fight against Fuyu. Report to Lord Burdock, he is the gods of destruction of the 6th universe. Demi-Cooler looked at Burdock and said respectfully. He naturally knew that Burdock had a grudge with Bet, after all, Burdock was his subordinate before. However, after fusing the soul power and dark magic of Mechelpora, Demi-Cooler knew that Burdock would sooner or later become the decisive and murderous big demon. The 6th universe. Burdock frowned. Such a powerful gods of destruction appeared in the 6th universe. This guy can't stay. Do you understand? Burdock's voice was very light, but Demi-Cooler was sweating coldly. Yes, Lord Burdock. Okay, Demi-Cooler, you go. Demi-Cooler got the order and disappeared directly on the spot. He quickly rushed to the future time and space where the two fought. And at this moment, Bet and Fuyu have been fighting for more than 10 minutes. Fuyu has the terrifying combat power of a level 10 angel, and Bet also relies on constantly improving Kaioken to entangle with him. But after such a continuous battle, he already felt a little powerless. 0. Asking for flowers. And Fuyu's breath was even, and it was obvious that he did not use his full strength. I never thought that even though I have raised my strength to the peak of the 9th level angel realm with the help of Kaioken, I am still no match for you. Your strength seems to be at least the 10th level angel realm. Fuyu heard this. Bet also relied on his body with infinite energy to keep supporting himself, otherwise he would have been defeated long ago. He was buried in the rubble. Bet was knocked out by the terrifying force and smashed into the ground. The black dragon directly hit Bet's body. A dragon roar came. Just then, a low voice came from Fuyu's mouth. A mouthful of blood spurted out immediately. It's over. He's dead. The boy was finally killed. Bet's eyes widened. A super sinkhole appeared directly. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, please give me. Updating is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. The speed was so fast that it was incredible. Boom. Fuyu. who arrived at Bet's side in an instant, disappeared. When he appeared again, the fistful of terrifying power had hit Bet's abdomen heavily. Under Fuyu's full-strength attack, Bet had no chance of survival. Fuyu turned into a black beam and rushed towards Bet. Swish. Tova was excited. 583. Swish. As soon as the words fell. Obviously, he wanted to get rid of Bet in one move. Looking at Fuyu, who burst out with all his strength, Tova said lightly. He said coldly. Yes, judging by your strength, it is the peak of the 10th level angel realm. Updating is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. However, except Trunks, no one in the god realm was worried. Wu, Tova, who was also a demon god, was not very confident about Fuyu's power. Let's end it, but I am tired of such battles. Quote, Chapter 152 Fatal 10 Minutes, Combined Bet. Subscribe. The Master was killed. Trunks was panicking. Although Bet showed great power, he still fell in front of a strong enemy. Trunks wanted to ask Bet to teach him how to practice after the battle. But now, it was impossible. He clenched his fists and prepared to fight the enemy to the death. At this moment, Vados's faint voice came. Don't be nervous. Master Bet's trump card has not been revealed yet. As soon as Vados said this, the surrounding gods of destruction and angel nodded. They had fought against Bet and Grand Priest's power. It was obviously not the power they were using now. Trunks looked at the calm people and was stunned. At this moment, Fuyu frowned and looked at the bottomless Tianqing. Isn't 780 dead yet? Although his voice was very small, it fell into everyone's ears. What? Not dead? Impossible. It's impossible for someone to survive such a terrible attack. The demon god Tova obviously didn't dare to believe it. The combined Zamasu also looked incredible. He saw that the black dragon directly penetrated Bet's body and his life was gone. Fuyu naturally understood their doubts. I don't know what happened. I just felt that when my power hit his body, a figure seemed to appear in his body and resisted my attack. Although he didn't die, the figure that resisted my attack may have lost its combat effectiveness. A figure suddenly appeared in the body. Split. How could someone's clone be so powerful? Tova still couldn't understand. Bet in the deep pit looked at the destroyed mirror clone beside him. Damn guy, he actually made my mirror clone lose its combat history. It seems that it will take him 10 minutes to recover. Fortunately it wasn't destroyed, otherwise it wouldn't be able to be used today. After muttering to himself, Bet took the clone back into his body. Then, he would fight with Fuyu for 10 minutes. Fuyu floated above the huge pit. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. What the hell is this guy doing? Since you don't come out, I'll force you out. I saw a ball of energy condensed in Fuyu's palm. Whoosh, boom. A terrifying explosion came immediately. Boom boom boom. Fuyu fired terrifying energy bombs one after another. The sound of explosions continued. The entire battlefield immediately turned into a sea of fire. Boom boom. Whoosh. The next second, Bet's body appeared not far from Fuyu. Fuyu looked at Bet, who appeared. You finally came out. Then die. Bet murmured. 5 more minutes. Fuyu had no idea what Bet was saying, and ignored him and rushed directly to him. Whoosh. The speed was extremely fast. But Bet had no intention of dodging, but raised the corners of his mouth. Power began to spread in his hands. Solar flare. Swish. The dazzling light caused Fuyu to temporarily lose his eyesight. Ox. What on earth did you do? My eyes. Swish. Bet disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Fuyu. Dragon fist attack. Swish. A golden dragon appeared immediately, and rushed Fuyu, who was caught off guard, out. Bet raised his right hand, and a huge destructive gas bomb immediately appeared. It was the destructive rule power of gods of destruction. Swish. Boom. The huge destructive gas bomb immediately swallowed Fuyu, who was flying backwards. Bet flew in the opposite direction. He knew that the previous attack could not cause any harm to Fuyu, but Bet's purpose was just to delay time. The rapid changes in the battlefield immediately shocked everyone. They were all a little confused about the situation. That kid is just wasting his energy. Quote, how could such an attack hurt Fuyu? Tova still had a look of disdain on her face. However, A playful smile appeared in Vado's eyes. He knew that Bet must have some plan. 5 minutes passed quickly. Fuyu's strength was restored, and he burst out from the rubble again. He came to Bet's side in an instant. The dying struggle is over. I have to say that you are a good opponent, but it's a pity that you are from the God realm, so you can only die. As soon as the voice fell, he rushed towards Bet. Bet also knew the difference in strength between the two, and immediately summoned a mirror clone. As soon as the mirror clone appeared, Fuyu sneered. This is the clone you used to resist my moves before. The white light slowly dissipated. Update is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. A terrifying aura immediately appeared. He was blown away. Swish. The combined Bet appeared on the battlefield. The two immediately flew towards each other. The dark black magic immediately wrapped around his fist. Bet clenched his arms. Bang. What's wrong with this guy? Fuyu's pupils suddenly shrank. He easily blocked Fuyu's attack. There was a constant surge of purple flames around the combined Bet, and the terrifying aura continued to spread. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, please. Bet and his mirror clone had already prepared the special combined earrings rewarded by the system. Fuyu immediately felt the combined 5.7. The power in Bet's palm was getting stronger and stronger. Stop playing tricks on me, move. The rolling air waves continued to spread. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, please. When they collided, white light shone. Tova said with horror, update is not a problem, please support me, dear readers. Then, let's fight back. Not bad power. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already punched Bet. It has changed again. Is this guy a monster? Because a shining palm appeared in the white light. What? How can he suddenly have such a strong power? Bang. Take it. He felt the pain in his fist and was horrified. He kept moving his wrist and looking at the terrifying warrior with earrings in shock. But it's useless. Chapter 153, Crush. Demi-Cooler appears, tit for tat. Subscribe. Bet finished speaking. Swoosh. He disappeared from the spot. Everyone only saw the purple beam flashing. Fuyu flew backwards. Swoosh. Bang bang bang. Fuyu's body smashed several dilapidated buildings one after another. Finally, he was buried in the ruins. When Bet appeared again, he was already above the ruins. How is this possible? How could he defeat Fuyu? How did he do it? Tova's face was filled with disbelief. She was already filled with fear. If I had known earlier, Fuyu would have the strength of the peak of the 10th level angel realm. Too scary. No wonder I am not his opponent. I still want to take him in. I am so ridiculous. Quote. Tova realized how absurd her previous thoughts were at this moment. After all, Fuyu was knocked away by Bet's move. The combined Zamasu has transformed and trembled. The heart is rolling like a raging sea. Just then, with a roar, the black flame immediately soared into the sky. Fuyu immediately burst out from the ruins. Rushed towards Bet. Bet looked at the charging 05 Fuyu and sighed. I knew you were fine. I only used 30% of my strength just now. How could I defeat you? Since you are here, let me defeat you completely. Quote. As soon as the words fell, Bet rushed forward. His current combat power was definitely the 11th level angel realm. He was not afraid of Fuyu, who was only the 10th level angel realm. Fuyu arrived beside Bet in an instant and immediately launched a violent attack on Bet. Swish swish swish. The space was filled with Fuyu's fist shadows. Bet fought back without hesitation. The fists of the two kept colliding in the air. White sonic boom circles kept appearing. Whoosh. The next second, Fuyu was blown away again. Obviously the difference in power between the two was very obvious. Swish. Fuyu's body left a long mark on the ground. Bet moved his wrist. What's the matter? Is this all your power? The Dark Demon Realm has this kind of power and wants to attack the God Realm. It's just a dream. Fuyu, who had fallen to the ground, slowly got up from the ground, and fell into a rage. Don't get carried away. I am the Demon King of the Dark Demon Realm. It's impossible for me to lose to you, kid. It must have been a coincidence just now. As soon as the voice fell, Fuyu clenched his fist, and a huge amount of dark magic poured into his fist. Swoosh! He rushed towards Bet like a cannonball. Bang! The next second, Fuyu's pupils suddenly shrank. Because his full-strength fist had been caught in Bet's hand. It couldn't move even a centimeter. No, impossible. How could this be? This was his full-strength attack, but Bet took it easily. At this moment, Bet's other hand immediately turned his palm into a fist. Bang! A heavy punch hit Fuyu's face directly. Blood flew out immediately. An unimaginable pain spread throughout Fuyu's body. He flew backwards. Swoosh! The next second, Bet appeared above the flying Fuyu. Bet clenched his fists, and a terrible force gathered immediately. Boom! Fuyu flew downwards immediately. The severe pain had distorted his facial features. How could this happen? I won't accept it. Boom! Fuyu's body slammed heavily into the ground. A huge pit appeared immediately. Smoke and dust filled the pit. Fuyu, who was lying in the pit, had a face full of anger. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. Damn, BD. Although he didn't believe it, the facts were in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. His power is so strong. No, I must get rid of him, otherwise he will definitely become a big problem for the Dark Demon world. As soon as the voice fell, a loud voice came from the air. Destruction. Fuyu raised his head quickly, and a huge destructive gas bomb had already fallen. He had no time to dodge. Whoosh, boom, boom. A terrible explosion immediately appeared in the space. The flames shot up directly into the sky. The battlefield was filled with smoke. The debris flew everywhere. The horrible scene had stunned everyone. Tova's heart was filled with fear. It seems that Fuyu is not the opponent of this kid. I must make plans early. I can't die here. When Tova was about to escape, a black shadow flashed quickly, and a hand was placed on his shoulder. Tova, where are you going? Hearing the familiar voice, Tova's face was happy. She turned around quickly and knelt down to salute immediately. Master Demi-Cooler. Great, you're here. Demi-Cooler snorted coldly. Huh, what a waste, being forced into this by gods of destruction. If the Dark Demon realm wasn't in need of people, I would have destroyed you today. Tova felt a chill on her back when she heard that. She thanked him immediately. Thank you for not killing me. Demi-Cooler waved his hand. Okay, back off, I'll go. Swoosh, he disappeared on the spot. In fact, Bet had already noticed when Demi-Cooler appeared. He had not organized his rescue of Fuyu. In Bet's words, since everyone is here, it would be easier to deal with them together. Swoosh, after a while, Demi-Cooler appeared with Fuyu, who was like a dead dog. If Demi-Cooler hadn't appeared, Fuyu would have died. Tova, hurt him. Tova nodded in agreement and immediately took Fuyu. Demi-Cooler looked at Bet. The sixth universe gods of destruction Bet, now the great gods of destruction in the god realm, it's a pleasure to meet you. Hearing the other party tell him his details word for word, Bet didn't get angry but laughed instead. It seems that you are their boss. You came just in time, so I don't have to go to the Dark Demon realm to kill you. Quote, Chapter 154. Zeno erases power, erases the Dark Lord, and gets rewarded. Subscribe. Demi-Cooler's face was expressionless. It was as if the person who was seriously injured just now was not from the Dark Demon realm. He looked at Bet and slowly said, what's there to be happy about injuring a piece of trash? He was obviously very dissatisfied with the smile on Bet's face. Just then, Bet remembered the reminder of the Grand Priest. The heavenly demon king Demi-Cooler, that is the strength of the 11th peak angel realm, very terrifying. His strength is on par with the combined Bet. This gods of destruction can laugh if he wants to. What can you, a person from the Dark Demon realm, do? Bet didn't tolerate him at all, and said with a sneer. He didn't take Demi-Cooler seriously at all. Although Demi-Cooler's strength is very strong, Bet, as a great gods of destruction, is not afraid of him. If they really fight, it's hard to say who will live and who will die. I just don't know if Demi-Cooler has any powerful trump cards. You are so arrogant, you are worthy of being the great gods of destruction of the god realm. However, this will accelerate your death, do you understand? Being humiliated by the gods of destruction in front of Tova and others, Dakaijula will definitely not let it go. Understand, it's not that I look down on you, you can't do it. Bet spread his hands indifferently. It is obvious that Demi-Cooler's strength can't scare him. At this moment, the combined Bet is going all out, and his strength is also at the peak of the 10th level Angel Realm. And he still has a trump card that he hasn't used. You are so proud of yourself that you think you are invincible after defeating Fuyu. I will let you know now that there are people who are better than you, and there are heavens beyond heavens. As soon as the voice fell, Demi-Cooler turned into a black beam and rushed towards Bet. Bet was naturally not afraid. Tenjonk. With a roar, the black flames immediately rose. The terrifying air wave spread immediately. Swoosh. Bet burst out with all his strength and disappeared instantly. Bang. Instantly, the fists of the two men collided heavily. A circle of terrible energy aftermath immediately spread around. Bang. The two men retreated one after another. The first round of the contest was evenly matched. Waste Demon King, you are not as powerful as you say, you can only tie with this Demon King. As soon as Bet said this, Demi-Cooler's face sank. It has been many years since he has been insulted like this. Boy, you are looking for death. Bet did not take Demi-Cooler's threat seriously at all. Bet did not speak. He raised his right hand. Through testing, he was very clear about Demi-Cooler's strength. He had no patience to entangle with him anymore. Zeno's order was to eliminate all the people in the Dark Demon world. And Bet's God-level selection task was to kill Fuyu and Tova. So there was no need to keep them. Bet's right palm immediately gathered terrible rule power. This scene, Beerus and others are too familiar with it. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Lord Bet can't have any tricks, it's only the power of Lord Zeno. At this moment, Gudo's eyes were also solemn. What does Lord Bet want to do? Lord Zeno's God's hand, but only he can use it. Others can't learn it. At this moment, Kessie, the eldest daughter of the angel family, had a different look in her eyes. Lord Bet can always turn decay into magic. Maybe there will be unexpected results. Demi-Cooler looked at Bet's actions and smiled playfully. Boy, why are you raising your hand? Are you going to surrender? Tova and others also looked mocking. At this moment, white rule power appeared in Bet's palm, and the terrible breath spread immediately. Demi-Cooler couldn't keep calm now. This is Zeno's move. No, impossible. I heard from Lord Dragon God that no one else could use this move except Zeno. This kid must be bluffing. As soon as the words fell, Demi-Cooler rushed towards Bet. The next second, Bet showed a weird smile. Devil Lords of the Dark World, all disappear. Erase. Swish. The white light immediately became stronger. In a flash, Demi-Cooler, Tawa, Fuyu, and the combined Zamasu were all wrapped in white light. They were shocked to find that after being wrapped in white light, they actually lost control of their bodies. Demi-Cooler then showed a look of fear on his face. No, impossible. He can actually use Zeno's erasure power. Damn it, Drew. Under Bet's erasure power, the powerful four immediately disappeared in the multiverse, disappearing without a trace. Only those who are stronger than Bet can escape the control of the erasing power. It must be said that Zeno's erasing power is very useful. And Vados and others were stunned. Lord Bet used Lord Zeno's erasure power. It's actually true. Beerus and the elephant gods of destruction looked gloomy. Countless thoughts arose in their minds. Finally, they made up their minds to follow Bet's lead. If Bet gets angry and erases them directly, that would be too unfair. Just after erasing the enemy, the system voice in Bet's mind rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Dark Demon Realm Demon King Fuyu and Tawa, and get the reward. The basic combat power is increased to the 3rd level Angel Realm. Swish. As soon as the reward was issued, Bet felt a stronger power surging in his body. His normal state has reached the 3rd level Angel Realm. If Bet bursts out with all his strength at this moment, he will have the strength of the 12th level Angel Realm. It is said that Grand Priest is of this level of power. However, the last time Bet fought with Grand Priest, he found that there was a very terrifying power hidden in his body. I'm afraid Grand Priest is not that simple. Dragon, the water in the ball world is still deep. Chapter 155, Retreat. Gather the 6th universe gods of destruction. Burdock is coming. After Bet received the reward, he burst out with all his strength, and his strength has reached the 12th level of angel. This power, I am afraid that only Zeno, Grand Priest, Dragon God Salama, a few people can suppress it. Bet received the power of Super Saiyan 6 and also dissolved the fusion. The fusion earrings rewarded by the system are convenient, and it only takes Bet a thought to dissolve the fusion. Bet, who returned to normal, fell to the ground. Everyone saluted. Greetings to the great gods of destruction. Bet waved his hand. It seems that the power he just erased played a key role. Otherwise, the arrogant guys like Beerus would not be so obedient to greet. Bet looked at Trunks. Trunks, the future crisis has been resolved. The reconstruction work is left to you. Quote, Trunks said excitedly. Yes, sir. Since the trouble has been resolved, under the leadership of Bet, everyone began to return. The two Supreme Kai used the time ring. Abu, an extremely wide space-time tunnel 807 appeared. Everyone walked in. Vegeta still glanced at Trunks. What he wanted to say, because of his arrogant personality, he didn't say it. Swish. Everyone disappeared in the future world. This trip to the future can be said to be a great victory. The Dark Demon realm suffered heavy losses. 2 powerful demon kings were lost in a row. I believe even the Dragon God Salama would feel pain. Return to the main time and space. Bet immediately asked Beerus and the Elephant Gods of Destruction to find the Super Dragon Ball. The Super Dragon Ball must not fall into the hands of the Dragon God Salama. Everything was arranged. Bet returned to the 6th universe and entered the gravity room specially made by Vados to retreat. The purpose of his retreat this time is to break through the Super Saiyan 7. The god-level choice given to him by the system is to stay in seclusion for half a year. Time flies. Half a year has passed in a flash, and there is only 1 day left for Bet to come out of seclusion. At this moment, gods of destruction in the 6th universe. Vados looked at the other 11 gods of destruction and AFDE angel gathered in the gods of destruction world, Psi. The 1-year period mentioned by Master Zeno is almost up. Why hasn't Master Bet come out of seclusion yet? The other masters have already arrived. Beerus walked slowly. Vados, when will Master Bet come out? The Super Dragon Ball has been collected. Vados shook his head. I only know that Master will come out of seclusion in 1 or 2 days. As for the specific time, I am not sure. Beerus and others were anxious, but helpless, and could only wait silently. In the void of the gods of destruction in the 6th universe. Burdock's eyes swept over the gods of destruction and angel below. So they are all here. Quote, that's just right, so I don't have to deal with them 1 universe at a time. Quote, swoosh. As soon as the words fell, Burdock disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Burdock has completely fused all the power of Mechikapra. The strength is definitely the 12th level angel. Bang. When all the gods of destruction, candidate gods of destruction, and angel were anxiously waiting, Burdock slowly fell. Everyone was a strong man in the god realm, and immediately noticed that someone had arrived. They turned around one after another. When they saw Burdock's appearance, they were stunned for a moment. Isn't this the candidate gods of destruction of the 7th universe? Goku was already stunned standing in the crowd. Who is this person? How can he look exactly like me? Vegeta was also surprised. Kakarot, what is going on? When everyone was surprised, Burdock showed a weird smile. Everyone is here. Why isn't that Bet guy here? The one who killed my Dark Demon realm, is he afraid of revenge and is running for his life? Hearing Burdock's words shocked all the gods of destruction. This guy is actually from the Dark Demon realm. Just as everyone was shocked, Vegeta took a step forward. There is actually someone in the Dark Demon realm who looks exactly like Kakarot. But your appearance really makes me angry. Get out of here quickly. Quote, Burdock looked at Vegeta, who looked exactly like King Vegeta. He couldn't help but look cold. If it weren't for King Vegeta's cowardice, how could Frieza destroy planet Vegeta? Burdock was saved by the Dark Demon world at the moment when Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta. At this moment, he thought about revenge on Frieza all the time. Of course, he didn't have a good impression of King Vegeta. Vegeta also spoke rudely to him. Burdock's mouth curled up. You are a Saiyan. What is your relationship with King Vegeta? Vegeta was stunned. He never thought that the other party would say King Vegeta's name. Vegeta kept looking up and down at Burdock. I can't believe that there are still Saiyans alive. But since you have joined the Dark Demon world, go and die. As for the relationship between me and King Vegeta, you should go to the underworld to ask." Quote. The words fell. Ha! Vegeta's deep roar was heard immediately. The blue sacred flames rose immediately. The rolling air waves spread to the surroundings. Vegeta instantly transformed into super blue form. Swoosh! A blue beam flashed by. Vegeta disappeared on the spot. Seeing Vegeta attacking without saying anything, Goku exclaimed. Quote, Vegeta, stop it, the opponent is not simple. But it was too late. Vegeta had already reached Bardock. Bardock didn't care about Vegeta's attack, but looked at Goku seriously. Kakarot, is that you? Swish. Vegeta's fist full of blue sacred flames had already blasted towards Bardock. Bardock's body tilted slightly. Vegeta's fist passed along Bardock's cheek. Just then, Bardock smiled strangely. Chapter 156, Deep Blue Vegeta. Provocation. One-sided battle. Subscribe. Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Blue. His fist, which was filled with blue sacred flames, blasted towards Bardock. Facing Vegeta's fist, Bardock actually smiled strangely. Swish. Vegeta's fist brushed Bardock's cheek. Bang. Then, Vegeta's pupils suddenly widened. Swish. Everyone saw Vegeta flying backwards. He hit the ground heavily, and smoke and dust rose. As for how Bardock made the move, no one saw it clearly. At this moment, Bardock floated in the air, looking relaxed, as if nothing had happened. No, impossible. Vegeta was actually knocked away in an instant. How is this possible? Goku's face was filled with horror. The gods of destruction of the other universes were also shocked. You know, although Vegeta is not as good as them, he is also a strong man in the 7th universe, a strong man who has entered the realm of God. At this moment, it was so unbelievable that he was defeated so easily. They didn't even see how Bardock attacked. So strong. His power is probably above all of us, not even a second to nothing power. Jiren, the gods of destruction of the 11th universe, said in surprise. The one with the ugliest expression was Beerus. Vegeta was the gods of destruction of the 7th universe. At this moment, bang, a blue beam shot up from the deep pit on the ground. Instantly, Vegeta was already in the air. His expression was extremely ugly. I have to say that you are very strong. That attack just now almost made me feel like I was going to die. But, such a thing will never happen. Hearing Vegeta's words, Bardock sneered. Really? It seems that you still don't realize the difference in strength. This time I will definitely make you unable to get up. Quote. Bardock's face was full of confidence. You have to know that he suffered a lot for the power of fusion demon god Mechikapra. That's why he got the current super combat power. A Vegeta who didn't even reach the gods of destruction realm. He really didn't take it seriously. The next second, Vegeta roared again, and a low roar came from his throat. The blue sacred flame rose again. Buzz buzz buzz. The entire gods of destruction world shook violently. The violent power spread again. The terrible energy made the world tremble. Vegeta's power was increasing crazily. After a while, the flame around him turned from blue to dark blue. Boom! A sound like an explosion came. Vegeta's dark blue form debuted. The dark blue flame continued to rise to the sky. Vegeta exhaled a turbid breath. Sorry to keep you waiting, this is my strongest form. Super Saiyan Dark Blue. Goku stared at this scene blankly. Bae, when did Vegeta break through? Just as Goku was muttering to himself, Vegeta suddenly looked at Goku. Kakarot, this form is prepared for you. After you take care of him, it's your turn. Goku could only smile bitterly. However, Bardock was obviously stunned when he heard Vegeta call Kakarot. Sure enough, this Saiyan who looked very similar to him was his son Kakarot. Kakarot, you are not dead. Wait until Dad takes care of these garbage, and then I will take you away from here. By the way, there is also Frieza. I will never let you go. Although Bardock was influenced by the soul of Mechikapra and worked for the Dark Demon world, Bardock was obsessed with his son Kakarot and Frieza. After hearing Kakarot, he actually awakened some memories. Swoosh. At this moment, Vegeta moved directly. Super Saiyan Dark Blue directly launched a torrential attack on Bet. The attack speed was extremely fast. Swish, swish, swish. Burdok's body kept shaking. Gita's attack could not hit him at all. I said, the gap between us is too big. Burdok's cold voice came. Indeed, the gap between the two is too big. Although Vegeta broke through to Super Saiyan Deep Blue, that is not as strong as Jiren when he participated in the power tournament. With the powerful combat power of Burdok's 12th level angel, how could he be his opponent? Zero. Ask for flowers. Just then, Vegeta shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. How could I lose? I am Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyan." As soon as the voice fell, Vegeta punched again. Bang! His fist was easily caught by Burdok. No matter how Vegeta burst out his power, he could not store it. Vegeta flew backwards. Okay, the warm-up exercise ends here. You can die, the kingdoms of the gods. A long mark was scratched on the ground. The terrible energy kept beating in his palms. Go to hell, monster. No, impossible. Vegeta. Vegeta's pupils suddenly contracted. Goku stared at this scene in a daze. He didn't expect that Vegeta, who had already exploded, would be beaten so badly. What a joke. Update is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Burdok clapped his hands. Hearing this, Vegeta was immediately ecstatic, and the deep blue flames on his body immediately rose again. Final flash. I want to see what other moves you have. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, begging. Who are you? Come on. As soon as the voice fell, Vegeta put his hands together, and the golden energy continued to gather towards his palms. I will spare you, the one called Kakarot. How can you be so strong? Swoosh. At this moment, Vegeta slowly climbed up. Aren't you very strong? Do you dare to take my move? I, Vegeta, will not lose. Quote, swish. Zero. Update is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, begging. Hearing Vegeta's voice, Burdok raised his head indifferently. As soon as the words fell, Burdok's other fist had already hit Vegeta's face. He was in a very embarrassed state at the moment, with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta's momentum at this moment reached its peak. The golden arc flashed non-stop. Chapter 157, Vegeta is defeated. Fused Beerus at the critical moment of life and death. Final flash. Vegeta was seen gathering all his strength. Extraordinary power burst out from his palm. Beerus looked at this scene and muttered to himself. Vegeta is so careful that he can gather his strength to this extent. I am really surprised, but it is far from enough to deal with that guy. Beerus's words were very clear. Even if the opponent took Vegeta's move, the result would still not be good. After all, the gap between the two sides was too big. Beerus clenched his fists. Lord Bet, please come out quickly. The entire Gods of Destruction world was shaking because of Vegeta's condensed power. Vegeta's power at this moment was extremely violent. Vegeta had already gathered his strength to the limit he could bear. Golden arcs were constantly shining on the muscles of his whole body. If this move fails again, he will really lose. A-hole, this is my strongest power. If you have the ability, try to resist it. Quote, Vegeta looked at Burdok provocatively. However, Burdok was already impatient and crossed his arms. Stop talking nonsense. Come on, don't waste my time. Burdok's words made Vegeta unable to hold back again. His pride was trampled on like this, which he could not tolerate. Go to hell. Your arrogance will end your life. Final flash. A roar came, and a golden energy wave like an angry dragon shot out from Vegeta's palm. Swoosh. The final flash rushed directly towards Burdok with the power of destroying the world. Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color, and cracks appeared in the surrounding space. This move condensed all of Vegeta. The momentum was extremely strong, and it was in front of Burdok in just a moment. Looking at the terrible energy wave like a giant dragon, Burdok shook his head. Waste of power. Burdok crossed his arms and let the final flash hit him. Boom. A shocking sound came. Boom. The whole space shook violently. The rolling air waves continued to spread around. The terrible energy seemed to tear everything apart. The terrible sound was extremely terrifying. A golden mushroom cloud appeared. Vegeta smiled. I let you go crazy, now you know how powerful the first master is. Looking at the frontal attack, Vegeta felt happy. Buzz buzz buzz. As time passed, the fire disappeared, and countless rubble fell from the sky. Thick smoke and dust filled the battlefield. At this moment, Bardock walked out of the smoke and dust as if nothing had happened. He patted the dust on his body. Boring tricks. This kind of trick can only raise dust. Vegeta was stunned, and his body moved back unconsciously. He almost fainted. That was his full-strength attack, but the opponent was not hurt at all. Vegeta could not accept it. At this moment, Vegeta felt deep despair. Even the final flash of the full-strength attack failed. He knew that no matter what dying struggle he made, it would be useless. Cold sweat slid down his forehead. Whoosh. The next second, Bardock disappeared on the spot. Goku rushed over immediately. Vegeta. Bang. Bardock knocked the two people out with his hands. Goku and Vegeta were both filled with disbelief. Whoosh. Boom. The bodies of the two flew thousands of meters away and fainted. Bardock looked at his son. I have shown mercy. He looked at Vegeta again. You should thank Kakarot for saving your life. Bardock looked at the many gods of destruction. Beerus clenched his fists. It can be seen from the battle just now. No matter who they were no match for the Dark Demon God. Just then, Whis' faint voice reached Beerus's ears. Master Beerus, let's merge. With your full strength, the strength of the 4th level angel is no match for that person. According to my estimation, this person's strength is above the 10th level angel. Whis is the strongest angel among the angels except for the Grand Priest. Hearing the order to fight to the death with the Dark Demon World. Whis has been constantly improving himself this year. After hard training, he is only at the early stage of the 7th level angel. The difference in strength with the enemy is very large. Beerus glanced at Whis. Although he didn't want to choose to merge, it seems that there is no way. The two of them crashed into each other. Hearing Whis' pessimistic words, Beerus completely understood that the enemy might be stronger than he thought. Why are you not well yet? Swish. Bardock looked at this scene and sneered. A brand new character appeared on the battlefield. After a strong psychological struggle, Beerus exhaled. Angel's clothes. Beerus's terrible body full of destructive power. At least there is hope after the fusion. Quote. Buzz buzz buzz. Everyone's eyes looked here. A powerful breath appeared immediately. Update is not a problem, please support me. Vados looked anxiously at the place where Bet was in seclusion. 5.5 body fusion. Whis. After the fusion, are you sure to win? Let's take it one step at a time. Lord Bet. After all, as soon as the voice fell, the white light continued to flash. The combination of Angel Whis and Gods of Destruction Beerus should be called Virus. Beerus and Whis quickly put on the earrings handed over by Supreme Kai. If you don't come out of seclusion, we will have to collect your body. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, please support me. The gods of destruction in other universes were discussing countermeasures with Angel. I understand. The opponent is too strong. Update is not a problem, please support me. Boring trick, this is just to delay the time of death. Just then, white light flashed. Chapter 158. Virus's life or death blow, Bet's retreat ends. Subscribe. Half a year has finally come, and Bet slowly came out of his retreat. OJ. Host. Retreat for half a year. Get reward. Comprehend the method of Super Saiyan 7 transformation. Basic combat power increased to the peak of level 3 angel. Hearing the voice of the system, Bet immediately felt warm inside his body. The character panel also appeared in front of him. Host. Bet. Bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan. Normal combat power. Peak of level 3 angel. Skills. Flash time power 0.5 seconds. No side effects Kaioken. Supreme Kai instant transmission. Perfect Ultra Instinct. Dragon Fist. Solar Flare. Kamehameha. Possess the strongest transformation. Super Saiyan 7. Peak of level 3 angel. Bet was stunned when he saw his combat power value. With the current combat power, he has comprehended Super Saiyan 7. Even if he doesn't use the fusion, he can beat the strong man of level 12 angel. At this moment, Bet is fully qualified to challenge the strong man of Grand Priest level 05. He smiled faintly. It's time to come out. As soon as Bet stood up, he felt the extremely terrifying collision in the Gods of Destruction world. What is this? The people from the Dark Demon world, who is he fighting with? Not good. He's going to be killed. As soon as the voice fell, Bet jumped out directly. On the battlefield, Beerus was already covered with scars. Bleeding everywhere. He kept gasping for breath. Damn, I didn't expect the devil of the dark business world to be so fishy. Burdock on the opposite side looked relaxed. What's wrong? Is this all the power you have? If you don't have other power, then go to hell. As soon as these words came out, Beerus' face showed anger. A-hole, I'll fight you. Abu. In Beerus's hands, there was a purple destructive gas bomb and an energy ball covered with Ultra Instinct. The power of Gods of Destruction and Angel were really pushed to the extreme. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The next second, what was unexpected was that the two energy balls with completely different powers in Beerus's hand were compressed together by Beerus. Buzz buzz buzz. The whole battlefield shook violently. Vados looked at this scene and exclaimed, "No, this is too dangerous. Fusion is not good, I will be blown to death." Beerus sneered when he heard this. "I can't care about so much. What I have to do now is to kill this BD in front of me." Boom. The sound of an explosion came immediately. The whole battlefield was filled with violent power. The purple and pale white energy were gradually fusion. The terrible energy wave continued to spread around. Boom boom. Beerus burst out with terrible power. Burdock looked at this scene and smiled faintly. This move is more like it. But it's far from enough to defeat me. However, the Gods of Destruction world was shaking, and the energy aftermath continued to spread. For a moment, a violent hurricane was set off in a radius of 100 miles, like a doomsday cell. Beerus's momentum was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he felt pain all over his body, but he had no choice. If he lost, everyone in the God realm behind him would die. Beerus was constantly persisting. However, facing the terrifying power that Beerus had gathered, Burdock on the opposite side did not move at all, and did not take it to heart at all. Angel's eldest sister, Angel Kessie from the 10th universe, looked at this scene and clenched her fists. How powerful is that Dark Demon King? Facing such terrifying energy from Beerus, he was actually indifferent. Is the power difference between the two sides to this extent? Beerus's move was full of violence, but Bavok acted as if nothing had happened. Beerus was in danger. Koz has secretly mobilized Ultra Instinct. She no longer hesitates. She will save Beerus even if she has to self-destruct. In the battlefield, Beerus has compressed the two forces to the extreme. His body is on the verge of collapse. The muscles of his body are constantly expanding. Two terrible forces are tearing his body apart. But he immediately took the energy ball with both hands. Updating is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Come on, let me completely defeat you. Burdock raised his head. The momentum was amazing, as if to tear everything apart. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, Beerus shouted. As a Saiyan, Burdock fought all his life. You will pay the price for your actions. Go to hell. Go. In the hysterical shouting of Beerus, a purple and white violent energy ball rushed out immediately. Boom. Boom. Dark Lord, this move of mine is enough to destroy a universe. Do you dare to take it? The most desperate time was the battle with Frieza. Beerus used all his strength to hit 350. Beerus almost roared. So that's how it is. It can actually condense such a violent force, but I will let you know what the difference is. Master Swoosh. Boom. He knows that if he loses this move again, it will be really over. The white and purple flashed, as if to devour everything. A shocking explosion sounded, and the purple and white violent energy balls and Burdock's palms collided. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, I beg you. The moment the energy ball was shot out, rocks flew everywhere, strong winds blew, and the space shook. The wind was blowing hard. Burdock narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't say anything, he was secretly mobilizing the dark magic in his body. Like an angry dragon, carrying an extremely terrifying violent force, it rushed directly to Bavok. But Varus's move reminded him of the face. As soon as the voice fell, black flames appeared around him. Chapter 159 Super Saiyan 6. Shocked Angels. Subscribe. The sixth universe gods of destruction world space vibrated, the aftermath continued to spread, and the entire battlefield appeared violent power, as if the world was about to be destroyed. At this moment, the power of Bardock and the power of Virus were still colliding violently. Virus, who was releasing his power with all his strength, had already felt that his energy ball was blocked by an unshakable force. Although the battlefield was full of power, he could clearly feel that his full-strength attack was blocked. Virus gritted his teeth. Damn it, die for me. He squeezed his potential again, increased his strength, and tried to kill the enemy. But despite this, the energy ball could no longer be stored. Boom. Then there was an explosion. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Virus's full-strength attack dissipated in the space. Bardock's figure emerged, and he still maintained the posture of palming. But the power had completely disappeared. A long mark appeared on the ground. Virus staggered and almost fell. He knew he was finished. There was no more strength to fight. Bardock retracted his palms and stretched his body. I have to praise you. You did a good job. My hands are numb. But it's over. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Varus's forehead. Damn it. I won't accept it. He knew how powerful his move was just now. It could definitely threaten Bardock, but the other party was unscathed. It only means that he miscalculated. He is not Bardock's opponent at all. The next second, Bardock turned into a black beam and disappeared. Varus sighed to the sky. As if he had accepted his fate, he sighed. Is it really over? Kes, Vados, and many other angels have already moved. At this moment, a black shadow flashed by, faster than them. Everything happened in a flash. This moment, no one expected it. Bardock appeared in front of Varus in an instant and punched him hard. Varus saw Bardock's attack, but his body had been drained of strength by the previous attack, and he couldn't move at all. He could only watch the other party attack. Bang! Virus had already closed his eyes. However, a low collision sound came. The violent power immediately spread. Everyone was stunned. A faint voice came into Varus's ears. Sorry, I'm late. Pipe exclamation mark quote. Are you okay, Varus? Update is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Ha! Bet's power directly reached the power of the 11th level angel realm. Varus' body trembled unconsciously. Mr. Bet's strength seems to have improved again. Bardock and Bet were immediately shaken away by the recoil of the power. That's right, the person who came was Bet, who had finished his retreat. Vados and Virus were stunned for a moment. Although your power is very strong, it is not comparable to you. Just then, bang! Lord Bet, very strong power. I didn't expect you to have developed the power of Super Saiyan to this extent. Vados was surprised. Is this the result of seclusion? Finally, we can see Lord Bet venting for the God realm. The last time I transformed into this form, it didn't seem so strong. Do you think this is my limit? I have to say, it's very powerful. Virus, watch carefully. I will fight back against the beating he just gave you. Bet, you finally showed up. Hearing Bardock's voice, Bet spoke. I'm surprised that the powerful dark power turned out to be you, Bardock. I didn't expect that even Virus was defeated by you. It's really surprising. What happened to you? Facing Bardock, Bet always felt that he was different from before. It's not that his strength has become stronger, but his temperament has changed. A lot of things have happened, but my desire to kill you has never changed. Take your life, Bet. Bardock said directly to the point. As soon as the voice fell, Bardock shouted, and the violent dark power was immediately released around his body. He didn't use his full strength at this moment. After all, in his eyes, Bet was no longer his opponent. Virus, with the help of everyone, retreated from the battlefield. His face was full of excitement. He wanted to see how powerful Bet was in seclusion. After all, he could feel that Bet at this moment was completely different from half a year ago. Now Bet exudes a faint aura. Super Saiyan 6. Bet's faint voice came. This is Super Saiyan 6. Bardock had a smile in his eyes, and he was obviously very confident. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, please. Update is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Hearing the familiar voice, everyone around was in tears. The next step is my real power responsibility. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, please. In his opinion, even if Bet Zhao Nuo Zhao developed the power of Super Saiyan, he could not be his opponent. She was very curious. Will Bet reach that level by using that magical combination again? However, the dark power I obtained is stronger. Lord Bet has the strongest power right from the start. It seems that the enemy is not simple. As soon as the words fell, a low roar came from Bet's throat. Burdock looked at the transformed Bet. Bet's faint voice came. Chapter 160 Super Saiyan 7. The universe is in turmoil. Subscribe. Vados was also very curious about how Bet could reach that level. At this moment, Angel asked, Vados, isn't this the limit of Bet? She couldn't believe it. In just half a year, could Bet have broken through again? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. Sister, it seems to be true. Bet can't be judged by common sense at all. Vados said proudly. After all, Bet was the gods of destruction she guided. The stronger Bet was, the more faith she felt. Angel took a breath when she heard this. Bet's talent is really amazing. At this moment, Bet's power has surpassed all the gods of destruction in history. It can only be described as terrifying. You know, it's the first time in history that gods of destruction surpassed Angel. This has never happened before. At this moment, Bet has completed the transformation of Super Saiyan 6. Burdock also showed a surprised look on his face. Bet glanced at Burdock. What? Are you surprised by such a small amount of power? If so, you will be defeated miserably in a while. As soon as these words came out, Burdock was immediately furious. What did you say? How arrogant. Although the power that Bet burst out at this moment was indeed very strong, it was still not enough for Burdock. It can be said that there was no chance of winning. Bet, don't think that you are the best in the world just because you have some strength. The power of this demon god is something you can never imagine. Next, I will let you feel what hell feels like. Prepare to die. After the voice fell, Burdock looked at Bet. Bet's sudden burst of power did surprise him, but it was just a surprise, which did not mean that he was afraid of Bet. He was the existence of the strongest combat power of the dark demon world. But he was a terrifying demon god who reached the 12th level of angel power. At this moment, Bet clenched his fists. Do you think this is my limit? Sorry, I'm afraid I will disappoint you. Quote, as soon as Bet finished speaking, he turned his attention to look at Beerus and Jiren. Look, this is my real power, Super Saiyan 7. Super 7 will bring about a qualitative change in my power. My power will also reach the peak that I can reach. Quote, actually, Bet had already thought about it when he came out of retreat. He wanted to crush the enemy with the power of Super Saiyan 7. Although Super Saiyan 6 is powerful, if he does not use the fusion, he is probably not Burdock's opponent. Only by transforming into Super Saiyan 7 can he crush Burdock. Of course, this is also because Bet obtained the transformation method of Super Saiyan 7 during retreat, and his basic combat power has also been improved to the peak of the 3rd level of Buddha realm. So, Bet is so confident. Super Saiyan 7. Lord Bet, you have broken through again. Beerus said with a shocked face. He was completely shocked. It seems that every time he sees Bet, the power in his body will change drastically. Super Saiyan 6 is already so strong that it is terrifying. But I didn't expect that Lord Bet would break through again on this basis. It's incredible. Beerus had never thought that there seemed to be no limit to the Saiyan transformation to increase strength. Just then, Burdock sneered. Boy, don't bluff, I don't believe you have any stronger transformation hidden. Hurry up and start my battle, don't waste my time. Kill you, it will be the turn of Grand Priest in the whole country. Hearing Burdock's words, Bet's face rose. You actually think I'm kidding you? Then let after you see my true power. Super Saiyan 7. As soon as the voice fell, Bet's eyes changed. Ha! At the same time, a roar came. The next second, the entire gods of destruction world, and even the entire multiverse, began to shake. Buzz buzz buzz. As if it was the end of time, all the humans in the 12 universes raised their heads in shock. Ha! Bet's roar continued. The gods of destruction world of the 6th universe became dark. Terrible auras continued to burst out from Bet's body. There were spider web-like cracks on the ground. This was the extremely solid gods of destruction world. Boom! A bolt of lightning immediately fell from the sky. The next second, countless golden arcs of electricity continued to surround Bet. The terrible pressure spread to the surroundings like a tsunami. Wow! So powerful. So this is the real strength of Lord Bet. I can't believe how there is such a huge aura in the world. The terrifying pressure like a tsunami made Virus retreat several steps. You know, Virus is the combination of Whis and Beerus, and his strength is also extremely powerful. But now he was shocked and kept retreating. He had no doubt. He was not a match for Bet's finger. That terrible power seemed to tear him into pieces, which was too terrifying. Vados also showed a look of shock on her face. She covered her red lips and murmured, "I can't believe it. In just half a year, Lord Bet has realized Super Saiyan 7. This power is really amazing." Vados was surprised to find that Bet's improvement during this retreat was too terrifying. She knew in her heart that the transformation of Super Saiyan was increased on top of the basic combat power. At this moment, the increase of Super Saiyan 7 was too terrifying. Even if Lord Bet's basic combat power was at the ordinary god level, the transformation to Super Saiyan 7 was earth-shaking. There were constant sonic booms in the air around. Just then, Bet shouted again. It seemed that the transformation had reached the final moment. The golden flames surged wildly. Chapter 161. Raging Super 7. Beating Burdock. Subscribe. The entire multiverse was shaking violently. Buzz buzz buzz. The terrifying aura that spread like a gust of wind. Burdock, the most powerful demon in the dark world, widened his eyes. Shocked, unimaginable, all kinds of complex emotions filled his heart. At this moment, the power that Bet burst out has completely surpassed Bavok's imagination. No wonder Lord Bet is so confident. It turns out that he has such a powerful power hidden. It feels like he is on par with my father. The strong sense of oppression made Angelix look horrified. As the eldest daughter of the Grand Priest, she knows the Grand Priest best. At this moment, Bet's power is infinitely close to that of the Grand Priest. At this moment, the world shook, and the entire multiverse kept shaking. The golden flames kept rising into the sky. Bet was covered with black hair, long hair to his waist, and blue. His pupils were as black as ink, and his eyebrows were bulging. The golden flames kept circling around him. The powerful storm continued to spread around. Bet slowly raised his head. Super Saiyan 7. It feels really good. Looking at the excited Bet, Burdock was teasing. It looks like it's in good shape. It won't be just a show. Let me give it a try. As soon as the voice fell, Burdock directly turned into a black light and rushed towards Bet. It must be said that Burdock's strength is really good, and the speed he showed at this moment is very fast. Whoosh! Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Burdock arrived in front of Bet in an instant. Then he punched directly. Whoosh! A series of sonic booms were heard in the air immediately. Burdock, who was in the 12th level angel realm, showed an extremely terrifying power at this moment. Burdock exerted 50% of his power to test Bet's depth at this moment. Although Bet's breath was very strong at this moment. But Burdock still has his pride. In his opinion, 50% of the power is enough to test Bet's power. Bet looked at the fist rushing at him and smiled faintly. I was underestimated. You will regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, Bet made a move, and his speed was even faster than Burdock. Abu! Burdock only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the blue light hit him. Whoosh! Burdock flew backwards. This scene immediately shocked everyone. The gods of destruction and Angel on the side of the god realm clenched their fists. Awesome! As expected of Lord Bet, Burdock, who was flying backwards, stabilized his body and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A-hole! How did he make a move? It's really puzzling. At this moment, the blue beam rushed towards Burdock again. Burdock's eyes condensed. This time I will let you know how awesome I am. Swish! 2 energy balls immediately appeared in his hands, and the energy surged. Go to hell! Swoosh! However, as soon as he finished speaking, Bet appeared in front of him. You are too slow. Bet's fist was wrapped with blue sacred power. Swoosh. Bang. Before Burdock could react, Bet punched him hard in the face. Swoosh. Bang. The moment Burdock was hit, he fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. After a while, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Anyone could see a bloody mark on the ground. The sudden scene in front of them shocked everyone. Beerus was stunned on the spot. Burdock, who had just abused him, had no power to fight back in front of Bet. I thought the fierce battle was about to begin, but it ended in this way. Bet showed overwhelming power. It is obvious that the power of the two is very different. The strongest demon king in the dark world is actually vulnerable compared to Bet. Vados, and Makarita were also very surprised. As angels, they could naturally see the secret. The reason why Burdock was defeated was that he trusted his own strength too much. If he had gone all out from the beginning, there might be a chance. I really didn't expect that Lord Bet's strength would be so strong, dear. 0. Makarita covered her red lips in surprise. No one expected that the changes on the battlefield would be so fast. Jiren clenched his fists on the side, and his inner emotions were very complicated. He wanted to defeat the Dark Lord, but he didn't want Bet to be so strong. A year ago, he could still fight against him, but now, he might not be as good as Bet. At this time, Beerus said lightly, that Burdock is really too proud to suffer, and he didn't even go all out. It seems that Lord Bet has won. It depends on whether Burdock has any trump cards. Vados on the side nodded. If any Dark Demon King attacks with all his strength at the beginning, he may not have any chance. At this moment, he is completely defeated. However, Lord Bet is really strong. I feel like I am facing my father. In the deep pit, Burdock climbed up in a panic. Blood kept spitting out of his mouth, and even his clothes were stained red with blood. He shook his dizzy head vigorously. Burdock never thought that Sishi's punch could hurt him like this. Blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. Anger filled his heart. Fortunately, Burdock has been on the battlefield for a long time. Bet's punch also woke him up. Bet, I really didn't expect you to become so powerful that you could hurt me. In that case, my full strength. Let me show you. Ha! As the voice fell, a low roar came from Bavok's throat. The overwhelming dark magic power burst out. An unshakable and terrifying force immediately surged in the sixth universe. Black flames immediately rose from Burdock's feet. Soaring into the sky. Chapter 162. Super Dimensional Battle. Super Battle at Level 12 Angel Realm. Subscription request. In a split second, Burdock raised all his strength to the limit. Black flames surged around his body. The scene was extremely terrifying. Burdock already understood Bet's power, and he had raised his own power to the limit. He exerted the power of the early stage of the 12th level angel to the fullest. Looking at this scene, Site was not to be outdone. Ha! The golden flames rose from the soles of his feet again, and in a split second, Bet was surrounded by terrible energy. His whole body was shining with golden light. The blue long hair behind him moved with the wind, and the next second, a layer of golden halo was coated on the blue long hair. The whole person's momentum was also pushed to the extreme, and he had pushed the power of Super Saiyan to the extreme. At this moment, his strength has steadily reached the peak of the 12th level angel. 6, 5, 7, the next is the real battle. And the intensity of the battle on the battlefield will definitely exceed our imagination. Beerus said solemnly. The power that Bet and Burdock had exploded at this moment had already exceeded everyone's expectations. They had no idea who was stronger and who was weaker. At this moment, Angelix whispered, "Brothers and sisters, if there is any problem with Lord Bet, use the Angel Fusion skill immediately." This was the life-saving skill that Grand Priest taught them. Only when there are 3 angels on the battlefield can the life-saving fusion skill be used. And at this moment, there are 12 angels on the battlefield. If this move is used, the strength will be earth-shattering. This is also Angel's last trump card. Hearing Angel's voice, the others also knew the seriousness of the matter, and they nodded one after another. At this moment, it is already a moment of life and death for the God Realm. If they all die here, even if Zeno and Grand Priest come out of retreat, they will become a lonely family. At this moment, Whoosh! Champa, who had exploded with all his strength, took action directly. He rushed out and came to Bet in an instant. Then, he punched Bet with all his strength. This time, he no longer had any reservations. He could also feel the strength of Bet. It would be very stupid to hide it at this moment. You were smart this time. Looking at Burdock, who was attacking with all his strength, Bet also punched out. He did not intend to give in again. He wanted to defeat Burdock in the most violent way. Bang! The two punched each other with all their strength. The terrifying shock wave immediately spread to the surroundings. Boom! The entire Gods of Destruction world was under unimaginable pressure. Boom! A sound like an explosion came. The bodies of the two had disappeared on the spot. There were bursts of loud noises in the air, and white sonic booms kept coming. Bang! 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 The next second, a black shadow fell from the sky. Looking closely, Bavok actually flew backwards again. Originally thought that the strength of the two would be evenly matched. At this moment, it seems that Bet won the fierce battle just now. Swoosh! Boom! Burdock's body hit the ground heavily. Pain spread all over his body. Burdock grimaced in pain. He couldn't believe it. He had already used all his strength. Why was this the case? Obviously, Bet's power has surpassed him. His power is at the beginning of the 12th level angel realm. Could Bet's power have reached the peak of the 12th level angel realm? Or even higher? Thinking of this, Burdock shook his head desperately. No, impossible. This kid can't have such a strong power. I'm going to kill you. As soon as the voice fell, Burdock's body quickly rose into the air, and an extremely terrifying energy ball condensed between his hands. Dark magic filled it. This is the terrifying power of the dark demon world. Under the power of the 12th level angel realm, it is extremely terrifying. If this hits the Gods of Destruction world, I'm afraid the entire 6th universe will disappear. This power is extremely terrifying. Bet snorted coldly. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because of this. I bet want to make you understand. This is not how you use power. Destruction. As the great Gods of Destruction, Bet immediately condensed a purple destructive gas bomb. As soon as the violent destructive gas bomb appeared, the entire 6th universe trembled. Bet used the exclusive power of the Gods of Destruction. It contains the law of destruction and is extremely terrifying. It can destroy the entire universe in an instant. The breath of death continues to permeate the battlefield. The black and purple destructive gas bombs continue to release terrifying pressure on the battlefield. It's terrifying. This will be the ultimate showdown that determines the direction of this war. The two energy balls are covering the sky and the sun. Angel Kess's beautiful eyes immediately became solemn. Get ready. If this energy competition fails, the 6th universe will be gone. We can't let this happen. At this moment, Vado's voice came. Sister, please wait. Angel fusion skills can only be used once a month. Quote, if we use it here, how will we deal with the appearance of the dragon god Salama? According to my estimation, Lord Bet has the upper hand. Please trust Lord Bet. Quote, after these words, Angel was stunned. She hesitated. The two forces were still suspended in the air, but countless thoughts flashed through her mind. The Angel family is the most powerful race in the God realm, and it is also the race that Zeno values the most. They are powerful and maintain the safety of the God realm, and the Grand Priest has extraordinary power. And all this is due to the countless special powers of the Angel family. At this moment, facing the threat of 5.4 Burdock in the God realm, Angel is obliged. But, the traitor of the God realm, the dragon god Salama, did not show up. If the fusion skill is used, it means that Angel will lose the qualification to fight later. In the battle with the dragon god Salama, there is probably no other way except for the fusion of the 12 of them. Angel was in a dilemma. At this moment, the terrifying energy ball in the hands of Bet and Burdock flew out directly. The entire Gods of the Destruction world is shaking. Chapter 163. Strong Crush, Burdock loses. Mutation appears. Subscribe. Swoosh, swoosh. The purple and black energy balls collided heavily. Boom, boom. The entire Gods of Destruction world was immediately destroyed. Two terrible forces were raging. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After the final confrontation between the two forces. Finally, the destructive gas bomb had the upper hand, and it destroyed the dark energy ball condensed by Burdock at the fastest speed. Swoosh! The destructive gas bomb rushed towards Burdock without losing its momentum. The violent hurricane kept blowing towards him. Burdock was under unbearable pressure. At this moment, he could feel that all the bones in his body were aching. Damn it! How could I lose? I have obtained the ultimate power. In anger, Burdock shouted. The terrifying power like a tide kept surging out of his body. Burdock immediately pressed his hands up. Buzz buzz buzz. The whole person was shaking in the air. Oh 5. But, after all, Bet's strength has reached the peak of the 12th level angel realm, much stronger than him. After a while, Burdock was swallowed up. Boom! A terrifying explosion appeared in the sky above the gods of destruction world. Firelight filled the air, smoke and dust rolled. The entire gods of destruction world was ravaged by a violent storm. Angels opened their shields one after another. Goku and Vegeta were blown away directly. Boom! After a long time, the smoke and fire slowly dissipated. Burdock's body fell from the air. He was already covered in wounds. Damn it! Burdock clenched his fists and roared angrily. Black flames kept surging around him. It was obvious that he was seriously injured, but he did not lose the battle. Before this dispatch, Bet was just a bigger bug in his eyes. But he did not expect that he would be so embarrassed by Bet. This was something he never dreamed of. Originally thought that he was invincible after getting the power of the founder of the Dark Demon Realm. However, reality gave him a heavy slap in the face. It was really infuriating that he couldn't even deal with the enemy he didn't take seriously. Just when Burdock was constantly venting his resentment. Whoosh! Bet would not give him a chance to recover, and would kill you while you were sick. Instantly, he came to Burdock. It's over. Bang bang bang. Then, Bet launched a quick attack. His fists kept hitting Burdock's vital parts. Facing Bet's attack, Burdock could only deal with it quickly. Although he still had the strength to fight again, he was seriously injured after all. He couldn't exert his full strength at all. And Bet was still in his prime. The power of Super Saiyan 7 was as shining as the sun. The gap between the two was already very obvious. Burdock was constantly being beaten passively. Lord Bet, it seems that this battle is won. Angelix said excitedly. She had seen that Burdock could no longer withstand Bet's attack, and his injuries were getting worse. All the angels breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone looked at Bet's figure with amazement. After all, Bet, as gods of destruction, had exerted a power comparable to that of a grand priest. This was truly a pity. This had never happened in the god realm. But, it was actually happening in front of them. Millions of years ago, gods of destruction were just bigger bugs in front of Angel. But after so many years, a freak like Bet appeared in gods of destruction. His strength had increased unbelievably. He even had a power comparable to that of a grand priest. I never thought that Lord Bet's strength could reach the level of my father. It's incredible, Makarita said, covering her red lips. Vados nodded after hearing this. Yes, originally, the gods of destruction competed with each other, and their strength was improving rapidly. Since Lord Zeno issued a decree that the gods of destruction could not fight each other, the power of the gods of destruction has been getting worse and worse. Lord Bet is really a refreshing spring among the gods of destruction. No wonder he was named the great gods of destruction. The angels nodded one after another. The gods of destruction behind them all had livid faces. They were obviously angered by Angel's words. After all, they were Angel's masters on the surface, but they didn't expect that Angel looked down on them so much in their hearts. It was also because they had neglected training since they stopped fighting with other gods of destruction. Looking at today's battle, all the gods of destruction rekindled their fighting spirit and determined to practice well. Just when all kinds of thoughts appeared in everyone's minds, Bet punched Burdock in the face. Swoosh! Boom! Burdock's body flew back hundreds of meters. A deep pit immediately appeared on the ground. Burdock's body was buried in it. At this moment, Burdock had completely lost his fighting ability. His whole body was covered with wounds. Under Bet's attack just now, there was no good place on his body. Bet's body slowly floated into the air. It's over. 193 inches Burdock. It's your honor to die under the power of Super Saiyan 7. Okay, let's go. Destruction. Swish. An extremely huge destructive gas bomb immediately appeared in Bet's palm, covering the sky and the sun. The angels showed a relieved expression. The battle with the dark demon world was finally won. The only enemy left was the dragon god Salama. Swish! The terrifying destructive gas bomb was immediately shot out by Bet. It rushed downwards at a very fast speed. Burdock smiled bitterly. Is it over? I didn't expect that I got the power and was killed before I could seek revenge on Frieza. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. The sound was astonishing. The next second, something that shocked everyone happened. A black vortex appeared at the explosion site. This scene shocked everyone. What is going on? Chapter 164 Super Saiyan 7 Full Attack Rate. The evil god arrives and kills Burdock. The black vortex gradually appeared, and a black shadow appeared on Burdock's body. It turned out to be the soul power of Mechikapra. After offsetting Bet's power, the black power was slowly taken back into Burdock's body. He kept gasping for breath. Mechikapra's soul actually healed all his injuries. However, his eyes kept scanning Bet's body, and his face was uncertain. At this time, Bet was also shocked by Burdock's tenacity, and he sighed. It would be better if I went there just now. Since you are stubborn, let me feel the real fear. Ha! A loud shout came immediately. The golden flames immediately rose, and the aura around Bet continued to rise. The next second, the surrounding environment changed. The terrifying energy that spread around like a tide made Burdock's face look extremely ugly. Shock and fear filled his heart. He didn't understand what Bet wanted to do. But the power released by Bet at this moment has completely surpassed him. Bet's whole body was shining with golden light. Countless gravels surrounded him. Blue arcs kept flashing on Bet's body. What is this? Quote, Lord Bet's power has increased again. It's so powerful. Beerus was stunned. It seems that this is Bet's true strength. Looking at Bet covered by the golden flame, the faces of the angels were filled with joy. Bet's current strength is completely beyond their imagination. Bet directly transformed into Super Saiyan 7 full power, and his strength has surpassed the scope of the 12th level angel realm, and has completely surpassed the cognitive scope of all angels. Bet's eyes were extremely calm, but his whole body exuded a terrifying pressure. We will win! Pipe exclamation mark quote. Angel Kessa's eyes showed joy and whispered. Burdock gritted his teeth and cursed. Bet, this BD, really thinks he is invincible. Quote. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Bet. Swish. Instantly he turned into a black shadow and disappeared on the spot. Swish. The black shadow flashed, and he was in front of Bet. Then he punched hard. The terrible force caused cracks in the surrounding space. Burdock had already used all his strength and fought to the death. He didn't believe that a gods of destruction could surpass him. Bet smiled faintly. Swish. The next second, his body disappeared on the spot. Bang. There was only a crisp sound. Burdock flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. His body immediately hit the ground heavily. Boom. Dust rose up. However, the next second, Burdock burst up directly. Don't look down on me. Swish swish swish. Burdock said to Bet launched a torrential attack. The space was filled with fast fist shadows. Bet's body turned into golden afterimages, shaking constantly. Bang. In Burdock's shocked eyes, she grabbed his fist directly. The next second, Bet raised his right leg. The golden terrifying flames wrapped around his right leg. The terrible pressure spread immediately. Swish. Bang. Before Burdock could react, Bet's foot had already hit him hard in the face. Swish. Boom. Boom. At the moment of the impact, Bavok's whole body turned into a shadow and flew backwards. Bang. He smashed into the ground again. Smoke and dust rose. After a long time, when he stood up shakily, blood kept gushing out of his mouth. Bang. He knelt directly on the ground. Cough cough cough. The ground was covered with blood. Burdock was disappointed at the moment. The opponent was so strong. He had several teeth knocked out. He was still in great pain. It was obvious how powerful Bet's kick was. Everyone in the god realm was petrified on the spot. One move. Such a terrifying enemy was solved with just one move. Beerus, who had fought with Burdock, was even more stunned on the spot. Lord Bet's strength is too terrifying. I can no longer estimate it. Quote. And Vados, Makarita, and Kurz all had strange looks in their eyes. Looking at Burdock, who was crawling on the ground and vomiting blood. Bet defeated Burdock with an overwhelming advantage. The strongest fighting force of the Dark Demon realm was defeated. Just then, swish, a figure suddenly appeared. When his figure was revealed, it turned out to be one of the 4 evil gods under the dragon god Salama. This evil god looks very similar to Beerus. Bet raised his head and looked at the enemy who appeared again. Is this the evil god? The subordinates of the dragon god Salama. Just then, the evil god suddenly spoke. Minions of the god realm, you did a good job. Burdock was seriously injured, and the dragon god was very angry. Quote, looking at the evil god who appeared, Burdock raised his head and said, "Stop talking nonsense, save me quickly." The evil god heard the words and said in a faint voice, "Of course, this is the order of Lord Dragon God. But you are really a waste. You were hurt like this by others. If it weren't for the order of Lord Dragon God, what's the point of saving you?" The next second, the evil god disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he had already grabbed Burdock's arm and wanted to leave. Bet would not let him do what he wanted. A golden shadow flashed, and he appeared like a ghost. A terrifying punch blasted over. The evil god was shocked and immediately left Burdock's side. Bet directly changed his fist into a palm and lifted Burdock in his hand. "I didn't say I would let you. You should stay." I saw Bet raised his other hand and fired a terrifying energy wave directly. Boom! An explosion sounded. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Burdock was swallowed by the terrifying gas bomb. No trace of his body. Chapter 165, Breakthrough. Half step to the realm of the Creator God. The evil god's eyes widened. "Damn you. This is the person that the dragon god specifically requested, and you killed him." Hearing his words, Bet raised his head and whispered, "I'll kill him, what can you do?" Silence. Deathly silence. No one expected that Bet would be so strong. The evil god who looked like Beerus was furious. "How dare you be so arrogant? You don't know how to live or die. Today is the day you die." At this moment, Vegeta had recovered, and he snorted coldly. "Disgusting guy from the Dark Demon realm, if you have real skills, show them. This prince hates people like you who only talk. Damn you." Bet glanced at Vegeta, and then looked at the evil god again. "This is my territory. Since you said so, you should stay too." Although Bet's voice was very faint, it angered the evil god. Damn. Then let me collect some benefits from the god realm first." Quote, "Ha." A black flame rose up from his body. An astonishing evil spirit burst out from his body. Swoosh. He rushed directly towards Bet. Looking at the enemy rushing towards him, Bet looked very calm. "Try this trick. Destruction." The purple destructive gas bomb immediately condensed out. Swoosh. The gas bomb immediately rushed towards the fast-attacking evil god. Bang. The evil god obviously underestimated the rule power of gods of destruction and jumped into the air in embarrassment. Vegeta sneered. "It turns out to be just a guy with the power of his tongue." At this moment, the evil god roared, "A-hole, you all die." A black energy ball appeared on his finger. Swoosh. The black death bullet quickly went down. At this moment, Bet's golden figure appeared like a ghost under the black energy ball. Facing the black energy ball, he kicked it directly, just like kicking a football, and the air bullet was knocked out. The next second, Bet's body disappeared again. His speed even made the evil god in the sky frown. Bang! In the surprised eyes of everyone, Bet and Tuan's fists jumped together. A circle of sharp wind immediately spread to the surroundings. At this moment, the evil god's face had a very complicated expression. He never thought that when such a guy appeared in the god realm. The dragon god Salama's advice to him was still echoing in his mind. "Be careful of Grand Priest and Zeno." But, what's wrong with this gods of destruction? He is so strong that it's unimaginable. Bang! The two collided again and slowly separated. The power of this evil god also surpassed the level of the 12th level angel. He is on par with Bet, but Bet still has his trump card. At this moment, blood flowed from the corner of the evil god's mouth. Obviously, the collision just now has caused him harm. The evil god gasped. He was extremely angry. As one of the four most powerful Tiangong under the seat of the dragon god Salama, he was actually injured by gods of destruction today. This is a shame for him. A-hole. Then he roared to the sky like a beast. The entire sixth universe gods of destruction world echoed his roar. While roaring, a terrifying evil spirit burst out from Boo's body. At this moment, a big pink hand was placed on his shoulder. Stop. The evil god turned around. I saw an evil god who looked like Majin Buu appeared. Beerus's evil god suppressed his anger. The two smiled knowingly. They took off their earrings. Swish. The black light and shadow kept flashing. A black shadow appeared on the battlefield. Looking at the enemy that appeared, everyone's face showed fear. It was a brand new evil god that appeared. I'll play with you. The new evil god that appeared after merging made everyone look very ugly. The next second, Virus stepped forward. Lord Bet, let's join the battle too. This guy is not simple. Hearing this, Bet shook his head. It's useless, your power can't help at all. Angelix had the idea of merging again, but was stopped by Vados again. Because the dragon god Salama had not appeared yet. At this moment, the merging evil god laughed. Ha 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 ha, no matter who it is, they are just going to die. Are the people in the dark world so forgetful? Option 2. Persist in the hands of the combined evil god for 100 rounds, and the reward is that the basic combat power is increased to the middle stage of the 4th level angel. Since you want to die, I will send you on your way. Ha! P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, I beg you. Black runes also appeared on the forehead of the combined evil god. The next second, black lightning kept falling from the sky. My time is very precious. There were more and more cracks on the ground. Black flames kept surrounding his body. Update is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Hurry up and decide. Quote, Option 1. Persist in the hands of the combined evil god for 50 rounds, and the reward is that the basic combat power is increased to the early stage of the 4th level angel. Okay. The eyes of the combined evil god suddenly became sharp. The entire 6th universe was shaking violently. It seems that you have forgotten how you were beaten just now. Bet chose 3 without hesitation. If you want to do it quickly. Update is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Boom. His power has reached the level of a half-step creator god. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the god level selection task. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, I beg you. Just now, Bet activated the god level selection task again. Hearing the naked ridicule of the combined evil god, angel and gods of destruction's faces were full of anger. Option 3. Persist in the hands of the combined evil god for 500 rounds, and the reward is that the basic combat power is increased to the peak of the 4th level angel. Angel Kessie exclaimed. Black flames burst out from his body, forming a huge black light column that shot up into the sky. At this moment, Bet slowly stepped forward. Then, the combined evil god roared. Each lightning carried a thunderous momentum. The power of the combined evil god increased rapidly immediately. In an instant, he surpassed the 12th level angel realm. Chapter 166, Explosion. 20 times Kaioken. 1st level creation realm. Kessie's voice immediately reached Bet's ears. What? Half-step creation god realm. What on earth is this? Kessie also had a serious face, and then slowly said, I also saw my father perform it once. This evil god has definitely reached the half-step creation god realm, exactly the same as my father at that time. Above the angel realm is the creation god realm. The creation god realm is also divided into levels 1 to 12, corresponding to 12 universes. And at this moment, my father and Master Zeno are in this realm. Hearing this, Bet suddenly realized. Sure enough, the news that Grand Priest is the 12th level angel realm is outdated. After so long, Grand Priest has already broken through. It seems that the dragon god who did not appear is probably also in the creation god realm. Bet's eyes were solemn. Although his Super Saiyan 7 form surpassed the 12th level angel realm, he did not reach the creation god realm, but was at this critical value. Bet looked at the combined evil god that burst out with terrible power, and felt very incredible. He relied on the system to obtain such a powerful power, but he didn't expect that the evil god that appeared would be so strong. At this time, Vados said in a deep voice, "Lord Bet, don't forget that the dragon god Salama is a powerful god who can create Super Dragon Ball. His power is full of mystery. With his gift, it is completely understandable that the evil god has such power. Perhaps the dragon god is more terrible than we imagined." Hearing Vados' words, Bet's face slowly sank. He also had a new understanding of the power of the dragon god Salama. At this moment, the combined evil god looked at Bet with a playful face and walked towards him slowly. "Okay. I can't wait to tear you apart. Let me take your head and throw it to Lord Dragon God to claim the credit." Hearing this, Bet's face changed, and then he smiled faintly. "Really? Do you think that you can fight me after gaining the power of Dragon God? You are really overestimating yourself. Although the power of the combined evil god has reached the half-step creation god realm. But Bet has many trump cards and will not be afraid of him." At this moment, the combined evil god took action directly. I saw his body flash out. Instantly, a black afterimage was left in the air, and the speed was very fast. Instantly arrived in front of Bet. I saw the fist of the combined evil god covered with black evil power directly hit Bet. Abu! The terrible pressure immediately made Bet change color, and he took a deep breath. 20 times Kaioken. Swish! The red flames immediately burst out. Bet's power exploded immediately. Half-step creation god, first-level creation god realm. Bet raised his gradually cold eyes and looked at the combined evil god. Swish! Facing the combined evil god's fist, Bet's body immediately shook. A scarlet afterimage immediately appeared on the battlefield. Bet easily dodged the combined evil god's attack. The combined evil god, whose attack missed, was surprised. He didn't expect that he would miss. Then, he launched a gust of wind and rain attack against Beishi again. Swish! 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 The rain-like attacks continued to attack Bet. Facing the combined evil god's fast attack, Bet moved quickly, and his body kept shaking. The scarlet afterimage filled the entire space. The combined evil god was horrified to find that every time he attacked, he passed by Bet's body. His continuous attacks didn't even touch Bet. Bet's voice came faintly. "The speed and strength are pretty good, but the gap between us is still unimaginable. Don't think that you are invincible just because you have reached the half-step creation god realm. It seems that the power of my god Salama is just so-so." At this moment, the strength of the combined evil god is indeed top-notch. Even in the god realm, I am afraid that only Grand Priest and Zeno can resist. The power of the half-step creation god is indeed terrifying. But Bet, with the blessing of 20 times Kaioken. But he reached the initial stage of the first-level creation god and steadily surpassed him. But the combined evil god obviously did not accept such a result. "Don't be too proud. Zero. Ask for flowers. My strength is not what you can imagine, you will definitely regret it." Quote, the combined evil god retracted his fist, retreated backwards, and distanced himself from Bet. There was still a strange smile on his lips. Just now, it was just his test. He was going to use all his strength to attack now, and he also made up his mind to kill Bet. This god of destruction that made him lose face. Looking at his expression, Bet waved his hand. "Use whatever power you have. I'll play with you again." Because the system has not yet reached 500 rounds, Bet is not in a hurry to kill the combined evil god. Just then, the combined evil god turned into a black beam of light and quickly swept out. Swoosh! This time, his speed was even more amazing than last time. The terrible evil spirit made the surrounding angels and gods of destruction look ugly. Virus frowned and whispered, "That guy actually hid his strength. Lord Bet will be fine." Quote, the terrible power exerted by the evil god made Virus feel terrified. After all, the power of the god of creation has been out of their control. They in the angel realm dare not imagine it at all. Just then, the voice of Kes came again. "Master Virus, don't worry, Master Bet's aura is above the evil god. Although Master Bet's aura is not as good as my father's, it is very close. I really don't know how Master Bet did it, it's too amazing." Hearing Angel Kes' words, everyone was horrified. So powerful, worthy of being Master Bet. Even Vados smiled and nodded. Obviously, Bet's power made everyone in the God realm feel at ease. Chapter 167 Super Saiyan 7 Bet. Brutally beating the combined evil god. Abu. The body of the combined evil god turned into a black beam and disappeared directly on the spot. At this time, even Beerus could not see the movements of the combined evil god clearly. The combined evil god was in front of Bet in an instant. The fist with bursts of breaking air immediately smashed towards Bet. This time the speed and strength were indeed much higher than before. Bet smiled faintly. Just now I was testing, you are quite good. Swish. Bet stretched out a hand and grabbed the fist of the combined evil god. Ha! Bang! The fists collided, and a crisp sound sounded immediately. The terrible power collided immediately, and the terrible power immediately spread around their bodies. The red and black power immediately rose from the two people. Abu. The fierce hurricane immediately spread to the surroundings. The face of the combined evil god was very ugly, because he found that no matter how much he increased his strength, his fist could not move forward. Bet's hand was like a vice, unable to shake. Damn, this BD. The power is so terrifying. The combined evil god's face sank instantly, and then countless thoughts flashed through his mind. I thought that with the strength of a half-step creator god, he was enough to run rampant in the god realm, but he didn't expect to be stopped by a small god of destruction. How could the combined evil god not be shocked? Just when the combined evil god was terrified, Bet immediately launched an attack. I saw Bet's heavy punch hit the combined evil god's face directly. Swish. The black figure of the combined evil god immediately fell backwards like a cannonball. Seeing this, the combined evil god immediately grabbed the ground with his right hand. Swish, swish, swish. A long mark immediately appeared on the ground. The combined evil god looked ugly, and black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Damn, how could I lose? I am the evil god, the four great celestial beings under the seat of Lord Dragon God. With a roar, the combined evil god once again burst out with an even more frightening evil spirit. Swoosh. His body disappeared again. When he appeared again, he kicked Bet hard. Looking at the kick from the combined evil god, Bet raised his right arm to block it. Bang! As soon as the two touched, the terrifying force immediately destroyed the surrounding environment. Deep pits continued to appear on the ground. At this moment, Bet shouted, and the terrifying force burst out from his right arm, and the combined evil god was blown away by the terrifying force. Swoosh! The combined evil god flew backwards with a gloomy face. He kept thinking about countermeasures in his mind. It was too embarrassing to run back like this. Damn it! He knew that Bet must be very strong to be able to defeat Burdock, but he never expected that he could suppress him. The angry combined evil god roared to the sky, and light immediately surged in his hand. A black energy bomb instantly appeared in his palm. It covered the sky and the sun. The terrible evil spirit continued to spread around. Swoosh. Whisper. While stabilizing his body, the combined evil god threw the black energy ball out. The black energy ball continued to emit terrifying energy fluctuations. It was extremely terrifying. Vegeta's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? At this moment, both angel and gods of destruction looked at the terrifying energy balls that kept falling. They had no doubt that if this energy ball fell, the entire sixth universe would no longer exist. Amid the horrified eyes of everyone, Bet's face was calm. The corners of his mouth suddenly rose. HMPH, right, I have never been afraid. Destruction. Facing the black energy ball that was coming at him quickly, Bet did not try to dodge, but chose to go hard. The purple destructive gas bomb flew out directly. Swoosh. Boom. The two energy balls collided heavily in the huge storm. However, the expected explosion did not happen, and the two energy balls disappeared directly in the air. Bet looked at the combined evil god in the air with a playful look on his face. Cold sweat dripped directly from the forehead of the combined evil god. Quote ... exclamation mark question mark quote. How could my energy ball disappear? Bet took a deep breath and said slowly, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Swish. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, please support me. Damn, it's really an evil power. That is to kill. Boom. Your power is annihilated by the destructive power. Facing the terrifying punch, He looked at the combined evil god below with cold eyes. He punched the combined evil god with a heavy punch. However, Bet's speed was incredibly fast. They wanted to use the incredible power of the dragon god to recover their strength, but they didn't expect that they would be unable to defeat the 10 gods of destruction even if they combined their strength. Damn it! The evil god came from the supreme universe and possessed incredible power. It was only because he was sealed by the great Zeno for too long that he lost most of his strength, so he surrendered to the dragon god. You dare to look down on me? Quote, update is not a problem, please support me. The red flames immediately burst out and rushed towards the combined evil god. The combined evil god cursed angrily when he heard it. Just when the combined evil god was stunned, Bet's fist was already in front of him. Bet floated in the air, and his body was constantly surrounded by red flames and blue lightning. The entire battlefield was printed in red. Update is not a problem, please support me. This made them very angry. Watching Bet rush out, a major law of Dragon Ball was immediately verified. The law of smoke without injury. I use the rule power of gods of destruction to destroy. As long as the power does not exceed my energy, all energy will be destroyed. Damn it, if we were in our prime, we could easily destroy such a BD in a snap. It's really like a tiger in a low position being bullied by a dog. Bet didn't waste time talking to them, he rushed directly towards the evil god. After all, the Kaioken rewarded by the system has no side effects, but the body's endurance determines his usage time. According to Bet's estimation, in another 10 minutes, Kaioken may lose its effect, and he needs to rest before he can use it. Therefore, Bet must fight quickly. Swish! Bet quickly rushed towards the combined evil god. Facing the rushing Bet, the combined evil god dared not neglect it. His hands immediately condensed into a terrifying evil spirit. Swish swish swish. The combined evil god condensed countless energy balls at a very fast speed, and threw them towards Wang Tang one after another. Boom! Boom! A terrifying explosion came immediately. Fire and smoke continued to rise. Swish! At this moment, Bet rushed out of the smoke unscathed. For a guy like the combined evil god, Bet has only one belief. Swish! In a flash, the combined evil god's fist missed. The momentum was amazing. Bet's fist landed on the face of the combined evil god. 5.5. The combined evil god's face was extremely gloomy. The combined evil god's body was like an open shell, and it hit the ground heavily. After the words fell, the combined evil god also threw a punch quickly. Chapter 168. Run him through. Dragon Fist Attack. All the evil gods are coming. In the rubble, the combined evil god was constantly gasping for breath. After a few breaths, he slowly stood up from the rubble. He looked at Bet in the sky with a serious look. The combined evil god did not expect that when he attacked with all his strength, the opponent could actually injure him at a faster speed. It has been hundreds of millions of years since he encountered such a thing. The combined evil god wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and his body slowly rose into the air. He has begun to contact his companions who are recovering their strength in the dark demon world. They have already known that they are not the opponent of the gods of destruction on the opposite side. But he must delay time, waiting for the companions to arrive. Only when the 4 evil gods merge can they become the great evil god and exert the true power of the evil god. This is also the terrifying power that led to the great Zeno's attack. Although the power is only half at this moment, and the power after fusion is less than 1/10 of the heyday, it is still easy to kill the guys in the multiverse. After thinking about this clearly, the combined evil god immediately flew away. Bet also saw that the system task completion rate was 97%. It was obvious that the two had fought for more than 400 rounds. As long as there were a few more rounds, Bet could get the reward. The basic combat power soared again. By then, even if the Kaioken power lost its effect, he would not be afraid of this so-called evil god. However, just as Bet was thinking, the evil god actually fled far away. Bet's face darkened. It's not that easy to escape. Bet's voice had just fallen. His body turned into a red beam and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the fusion. The speed was so fast, just like instant transmission. Only a red afterimage and a shining arc were left in the air. Bet immediately punched, and his fist was filled with terrifying power. After sensing the dangerous aura coming from Bet's fist, the fusion evil god quickly met the enemy, and the light in his palm was shining. After the terrifying combat power that had exploded to the first-level creation god, Bet's fist speed also reached a terrifying level. The fusion evil god hastily met the enemy, and a basketball-sized black gas bomb immediately condensed in his palm. Bang! The next second, the black gas bomb collided with Bet's fist. Shua! The sound of breaking through the air came. Bet punched through the energy ball of the combined evil god with one punch. Bang! A heavy punch hit the combined evil god's chest directly. Swish! The combined evil god's body flew backwards immediately. Unimaginable pain spread throughout his body. Swish! The combined evil god's body flew backwards for hundreds of meters before he stabilized his figure. However, Bet did not give the combined evil god a chance to breathe. He pounced on him directly. Swish! The attack, like a violent storm, fell directly on the combined evil god. Puff! Blood kept spitting out of the combined evil god's mouth. The strongest evil god was a little doubtful about his life. However, Bet started a close combat. The punches kept hitting the face of the combined evil god. The screams kept coming. Son Goku and Vegeta were stunned. This is a fight. The pleasure of the punches made the two Saiyans boil. At this moment, the gods of destruction and the angels all swallowed their saliva. Lord Bet is so fierce. The looks of Vados, Makarita, and Kes immediately changed. As members of the angel clan, they naturally admire the strong the most. I have to say that Lord Bet is very manly at this moment. Quote, Vados said with a smile. Neither Makarita nor Kes refuted her words. Instead, they nodded with a smile. Swish! At this moment, Beerus and Whis actually untied their fusion, and no one could explain this phenomenon. Finally, everyone stopped pursuing the matter and looked at the battlefield. On the battlefield, the combined evil god was already seriously injured. Bet grabbed the collar of the combined evil god and lifted him up directly. You can't hold on anymore, what a bummer. It seems that the dragon god is not that good either. But is the combined evil god really weak? That's the power of a half-step creator god. Even in the god realm, I'm afraid only Grand Priest and Zeno can suppress it. It's just that Bet's strength at this moment is too terrifying. The black evil spirit immediately filled the space. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, begging. The entire space had cracks, and there were signs of collapse. The next move will free you. As soon as the voice fell, a strange laugh came. Shua! The whole space was shaking. The evil god looked at the terrifying golden dragon rushing towards him and smiled bitterly. Looking at the falling combined evil god, Bet smiled faintly. If you don't show up, we will really die in the hands of this kid. Punch him. Dragon fist. The terrifying power continued to gather on Bet's fist. Swish. Go to hell, evil god. Then, Bet threw the combined evil god down like throwing garbage. The dragon roar sounded immediately, shaking everyone's eardrums. Blue arcs continued to flash around. With Bet's roar, the power in his body immediately became violent. At this moment the power of Bet's condensed dew seemed to penetrate the world. The next second, dragon fist attack. This punch is my full strength. The terrible pressure spread immediately. Update is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. The red Kaioken power and the power of Super Saiyan 7 continued to rise. Boom! The golden dragon immediately flew out of Bet's fist and rushed towards the combined evil god. At this moment, Bet was also excited. A burst of air-breaking sound sounded, and the body of the combined evil god directly cut through the void and continued to fall down. Angel and gods of destruction looked up and looked at the power condensed by Bet, stunned. 513 The combined evil god that kept sliding down from the air had completely lost its combat effectiveness. Everyone in the sixth universe raised their heads and looked in the direction of the gods of destruction in disbelief. Chapter 169. The Secret of the God Realm. Great Zeno. The great evil god is born. The black evil energy slowly dissipated. 4 evil gods appeared on the battlefield, and the 2 evil gods that were seriously injured by Bet had miraculously recovered. Bet looked at the 4 evil gods and whispered, "You are finally here. Bet's basic combat power at this moment has reached the peak of the 4th level angel realm. Super Saiyan 7 can burst out the combat power of the 1st level creator god in one fell swoop. Bet also hid the trump card of the combined earrings, and he was obviously eager to try the 4 evil gods. Hearing Bet's voice, a faint smile immediately appeared on the faces of the 4 evil gods. Just then, Angel's gentle voice came, "Lord Bet, be careful. These 4 evil gods are all traitors of the god realm, and they are very powerful. Even Lord Zeno is very afraid of their combination." In fact, what Angel Kessie didn't know was that the power of the 4 evil gods at this moment was less than 1/10,000th of their heyday. The seal of Great Zeno has wiped out most of their power. Otherwise, the dragon god would not be worthy of being their master. Bet was surprised when he heard this. Lord Zeno is afraid, then who sealed these 4 evil gods? Kessie hesitated for a moment, thinking of Bet's identity as the great gods of destruction, so he said, "It was Lord Zeno's father, Great Lord Zeno, who sealed the 4 evil gods." Great Zeno. The unfamiliar position of the god made Bet stunned. Isn't Lord Zeno the master of the multiverse? Then what about Great Zeno? Angel Kessie obviously knew that Bet didn't know this secret of the god realm. Lord Bet, there is actually a supreme universe above the multiverse. And Great Lord Zeno is the supreme, the ruler of the universe. Quote, as soon as these words came out, one of the 4 evil gods smiled faintly. I didn't expect that the little angel girl in the god realm knew a lot. Many angels were also unaware of this matter and were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Not to mention the gods of destruction. No one thought that the god realm had such a secret. Kess added one more point. So behind the god realm is the supreme universe. And Grand Zeno has just reached a critical moment in his cultivation recently and chose to go into seclusion. I didn't expect that the dragon god Salama would attack at this time. It can be seen that there are traitors in the supreme universe, and he is informing the dragon god. The more Bet listened, the tighter his brows frowned. Kess, how do you know this? Hearing this, Kess said without hesitation, I talked to you the day before the war. My father told me about Grand Zeno's situation. Grand Priest. Bet seemed to understand something in his heart. Since Master Zeno can't do anything, let him finish it all. The 4 evil gods don't seem to be as powerful as they say. Bet, who has fought with the evil gods, knows it best. At this moment, Bet slowly walked towards the 4 evil gods. All the gods of destruction looked solemn. They couldn't help in this level of battle, so they could only pray silently. The 4 evil gods looked at Bet, who was walking over, and sneered. Boy, are you looking for death? Unexpectedly, the 4 evil gods appeared at the same time, and Bet dared to fight, and couldn't help but jokingly said. Hearing the naked threat of the evil god, Wang Teng laughed and said, if you want me to die, you probably can't do it. You should be the ones to die. Bet's words obviously angered the evil god, and the evil god who looked like Majin Buu spoke. Let's merge. The great evil god should reappear in the world. Although our strength is not even 1/10,000th of what it was before, it is still easy to destroy this arrogant kid. Let him know how powerful he is. The 4 evil gods nodded one after another, and they immediately took off the earrings on their ears. Then a white light appeared. The entire 6th universe gods of destruction was immediately illuminated as bright as day. Then, the 6th universe gods of the destruction world began to shake, and the surrounding mountains collapsed without being able to withstand the huge pressure. Cracks appeared on the ground and spread in all directions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Amidst the buzzing sound, the white light became stronger and stronger. What is this? What is this evil spirit? What a terrifying evil god. Too amazing. Whis sighed and said. Beerus on the side was already stunned. Vados sighed. The 4 evil gods have combined. The most terrifying monster has appeared. This terrifying aura is really unheard of. Bet looked at the terrifying aura that continued to surge out of the white light, and his eyes were full of solemnity. The most terrifying monster, the great evil god, is coming. Vegeta took several steps back. You are kidding. How can anyone's aura reach this level? Son Goku was also shocked. The aura of the great evil god was so strong that he had no courage to challenge him. It's so terrifying. As time passed by, the white light slowly dissipated, and a terrifying great evil god with a dark body appeared on the battlefield. Bet looked at the great evil god who appeared, and his pupils shrank slightly. That is the great evil god. It's so powerful. In Bet's impression, there is no great evil god. This time, the horror in his heart can be imagined. The terrifying aura emanating from the great evil god made it difficult for angel and gods of destruction to breathe. Bet, are you sure? Jilly whispered. Bet shook his head after hearing this. I can't say I'm sure before we fight. Qian Hao, just then. The 10th universe gods of destruction said with a trembling body, Lord Bet, we can hold him off, you should retreat quickly. Wait for Lord Zeno to come out of seclusion, and then we'll fight them again. Hearing his words, Bet shook his head. It's useless, you can't hold him off for even a second. Besides, I may not lose. At least I am so excited that I am shaking. I want to try and see how strong the great evil god is. Finally lifted, the white light around the great evil god slowly dissipated. Chapter 170. The terrifying great evil god. The sky and the earth change color. Super Saiyan 7 is at full power. As the super evil god who can make the great Zeno take action, the great evil god's strength is naturally not to be underestimated. Fortunately, at this moment, his strength is only 1/10 of his peak period. The great evil god's body is pitch black, and black arcs are constantly flashing around him. Squeak. Everyone looked at the great evil god with horror. The great evil god had a sneer on his lips, which was so weird in everyone's sight. At this moment, the great evil god's body is constantly emitting terrible power. Everyone in the god realm is already stunned. They have imagined the strength of the great evil god, but at this moment, they found that they have underestimated the strength of this guy. The breath emitted by the great evil god is above the first level of the world creation realm. What kind of power will he exert when he explodes? The angels are terrified. At this moment, we can only rely on Lord Bet. We can't help this kind of monster at all. Angel K's said unwillingly. Son Goku and Vegeta clenched their fists, and at this moment they felt their own shrinkage. The Saiyan blood in his body was boiling. Vegeta, it turns out that there are such monsters in the world, it's really exciting. Vegeta heard this and smiled. Kakarot. After this time, I will have special training. I can't tolerate that someone is so much stronger than me. The two trembled 400 times, and their inner pride made them not admit defeat. Vados clenched his fists and prayed in his heart. Lord Bet, you must hold on until your father and Lord Zeno arrive. The others opened their mouths, unable to speak at all. Fear filled their bodies. No one thought that the great evil god would be so strong. The entire multiverse was shaking, as if it would collapse at any time. At this moment, everyone's hope is on Bet. Perhaps only this great gods of destruction can create miracles. Bet looked at the great evil god opposite him, without showing any fear, but murmured. I really didn't expect it. You monster can become so strong. That's just what I want, let's fight. After the voice fell, Bet slowly walked towards the great evil god. Looking at Bet who did not retreat, a trace of surprise appeared on the face of the great evil god. Boy, you didn't run away, I have to say, you are brave. But, I can't let you go. But I can let you suffer less. After the voice fell, the great evil god was ready to attack. Swish. The next second, in the shocked eyes of countless people, the great evil god disappeared directly on the spot. The speed was so fast that it was shocking. Swish. Bet only felt a strong wind coming. Bang. He was knocked out. Swish. Bet retreated dozens of meters before he stabilized his body. He kept scanning the battlefield, looking for the figure of the great evil god. Bet was extremely solemn at the moment. He had never thought that he could not even see clearly how the opponent attacked and failed to knock him away. Damn it, it's really a ghost. How can this guy be so fast? Seeing this, Bet immediately activated the flash time skill. Swish. The next second, the fist of the great evil god arrived. Swish. His fist went straight through Bet's body. What? Afterimage. The great evil god was shocked. Bet's every move was under his control. What happened just now? Just as the great evil god was thinking, a faint voice sounded. This move is for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Bet appeared behind the great evil god and kicked him hard, sending him flying. Swoosh. Boom. The great evil god was buried by the rubble. However, the next second. Bang. The great evil god burst out from the rubble. Bet AFDH said jokingly. The great evil god, you're not that great either. Quote, as soon as these words came out, the great evil god sneered, boy. This is the first time someone dares to talk to me like this. I have to say, you are crazy. But, that trick won't work next time. As soon as the words fell, swoosh, the great evil god's body turned into a ghost again and disappeared directly on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Bet. What's wrong, boy? Why don't you move? Are you scared? Bet heard this and punched the great evil god directly. Abu. His fist was full of golden aura. Super Saiyan 7's power was brought to the extreme by him. The great evil god looked at the incoming fist, but he didn't mean to dodge, and let Bet's fist hit him. Bang! A crisp sound came immediately. The fierce wind continued to spread around. After the wind disappeared, the great evil god didn't move. He looked at the playful face Bet. Boy, is this your strength? How can such a weak punch kill the enemy? It's so weak. The mockery of the great evil god made Bet feel dangerous. At this moment, the strength of the great evil god has far surpassed the first level of the creation god realm. It is extremely difficult to improve the creation god realm by one level. Therefore, the gap between each level is very large. Bet estimated that the strength of the great evil god at this moment is at least the second level of the creation god realm. Seeing that the punch did not hurt the great evil god, he immediately retreated and distanced himself from him. Bet's eyes were solemn. Since Super Saiyan 7 is not your opponent, then Super Saiyan 7 will go full power. Quote, as soon as the voice fell, Bet clenched his fists and took a deep breath. This will be his strongest power. Ha! Chapter 171 Ultra Instinct Advancement. Ultra Instinct Super Saiyan 7th Form. With Bet's roar, the air waves swept in all directions in an instant. The surroundings were razed to the ground. The great evil god stood there motionless, as if Bet's power increase had nothing to do with him. Even his expression did not change, and he was not surprised at all by the full power burst of Bet's Super Saiyan 7. Obviously, he did not take Bet's strength to heart. I didn't expect you to hide some of your strength, but increasing this little bit of strength doesn't make any difference to me. The great evil god looked at Bet, who was wrapped in golden flames, and said softly. Ha! Bet's roar continued. Boom! With an explosion, Bet's whole body shone with golden light, and the long blue hair behind him moved with the wind. His pupils also shrank slightly. Great evil god, let's finish the warm-up exercise. Bet's strength at this moment has been raised to the peak of the first level of the creation god realm. He must find out the strength of the great evil god. Let's see. What is the strength of the great evil god? The great evil god heard Bet's voice and spread his hands. Then let's finish the warm-up exercise. As soon as the voice fell, Yinshin walked towards Bet. His steps seemed very slow, but there was an indescribable feeling. Bet looked at the great evil god, who attacked without hesitation. Tisk, you really don't take me seriously. Then let me see how strong you are. The next second, Bet attacked directly. He rushed out directly. Swish. The fist was full of golden aura, and the speed was much faster than before. While attacking, Bet started to move and flash again. Swish. Boom. Bet's heavy punch landed directly on the great evil god's abdomen. What? It's the same move again, damn it. Yinyi. After the great evil god was hit by a punch, he finally got serious. After that, Bet threw several punches in a row, but he easily dodged them. The flash time skill also completely lost its effectiveness. Swish, swish, swish. But Bet did not give up. He launched a powerful attack with his strongest and fastest power. Swish, swish, swish. The great evil god's body kept shaking, and all of Bet's attacks were dodged. Obviously, Bet's Super Saiyan 7's full power could not threaten the great evil god at all. Bet narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy is really powerful. After being punched, he completely saw through the flash time kung fu. I can't even touch him now. He is worthy of being the guy that Master Zeno sealed. Bet completely understood at this moment. His Super Saiyan 7 full power is no match for the great evil god. And the gap is quite large. From this, it can be judged that the great evil god's strength is at least above the second level of the creation god realm. Everyone in the god realm also looked solemn. Angels, Whis, and Vados unconsciously clenched the angel scepter in their hands. I didn't expect that Lord Bet would be defeated. Whis spoke first. Vados nodded upon hearing this. Yes, the situation is not good. The great evil god is surprisingly powerful. It seems that we have to prepare for Angel's fusion. If Lord Bet is killed, the entire god realm will be over. Angel nodded. Yes, Lord Bet must be kept alive no matter what. Angels from the 12 universes nodded one after another. They were very determined. After all, Lord Zeno had high hopes for Bet. Just as Angel was preparing to merge, Bet used several methods. The great evil god grabbed the dragon fist that Bet had thrown. He let the dragon roar continue. But he could not break through the great evil god's defense line, and watched the golden dragon slowly disappear. And Bet's fist was firmly grasped in his hand. I didn't expect you to be this good. I'm really disappointed. The combination of the four of us is the greatest respect for your strength. You can go now. After the words fell, the great evil god finally made a move. He turned into a black shadow and rushed over. Seeing this, Bet immediately protected himself with his arms. Bang! A fierce collision sound came. Bet was knocked out. Bang! Whoosh! The next second, Bet immediately felt an unimaginable force rushing towards him. He couldn't resist it at all and flew backwards. Zero! Boom! His body smashed directly into a mountain in the gods of destruction world. Wait! Vados! Ms. Bet can't hold on any longer. The voice of the system sounded in Bet's mind. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, begging. Bet rubbed his chest, feeling the pain in his chest. Angel K's thought again and again, and sighed. The Ultra Instinct has evolved and can maintain normality. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the evolution of his state of mind. The perfect Ultra Instinct has advanced again. Ultra Instinct normal level. I still didn't see clearly how he attacked. Debris flew everywhere. Lord Bet never fights an unprepared battle. No buts. Listen to me. Vados had to agree. I didn't expect that Super Saiyan 7, the peak of the first level of the creation god realm, would have such a big gap with the great evil god. Wow. So awesome. Bet was immediately buried in it. Leave this guy to me. Bet and his mentor Angel completed the communication in an instant. Just listen to Ms. Bet. Quote, hearing the voice of the system, Bet was stunned. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, begging. At the same time, we are also ready to merge at any time. Update is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Then what if the Ultra Instinct is activated in the 7th form of Super Saiyan? Bet did it as he said and started to activate Ultra Instinct. Vados also conveyed Bet's wishes to each angel. I'm fine. I still have a trump card to play. Vados was speechless when he heard this. Hurry up and make a move. Vados urged. Update is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. But at this moment, Bet's voice reached Vados' ears, causing her to pause. I will definitely win. Chapter 172, A Sky Full of Stars. Ultra Instinct Super Saiyan 7. Subscribe. After the normalized power of Ultra Instinct was slowly activated, Bet's body underwent incredible changes. Bet's pupils turned out to be two colors, gold and milky white. His long blue hair also turned into two colors, silver white and blue. The power of Super Saiyan 7 was perfectly combined with Ultra Instinct. Bet exuded a silver-white sacred aura, looking extremely mysterious. At that moment, the aura of the entire battlefield was dominated by Bet. Everyone looked at Bet. The face of the great evil god was full of horror. This guy's power seems to have increased. It seems to be Angel's power. I really don't understand. The last second, the heavenly evil god was not disdainful of Bet. At this moment, but he was completely shocked by the power displayed by Bet. 543. So strong, how could Lord Bet's strength increase so much, and he seems to be using Ultra Instinct. I feel like my father has arrived. Vados' eyes were full of horror. He didn't expect Bet to use Ultra Instinct in such a form. This divine power made her, an angel, feel extremely oppressive. Even if the Grand Priest came in person, it would be just like this. Beerus only felt his throat dry. As the gods of destruction in the god realm, he felt the power of Bet very directly. Lord Bet, the aura has increased so much, and this aura is so strong that I have never felt it before. It seems that Lord Bet is indeed very suitable for the position of the great gods of destruction. After Bet fused Ultra Instinct with Super Saiyan 7, Beerus finally convinced Bet from the bottom of his heart. The same was true for Jiren on the side. With a look of shock on his face, he recognized Bet's power in his heart. You know, Beerus and Jiren were Bet's competitors. Although Bet became the great gods of destruction, they had never been convinced from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, the terrible power displayed by Bet made the two completely convinced. The great evil god looked at the divine power that Bet was constantly emitting, and his face became unusually solemn. Because they felt an unimaginable breath. Except for great Zeno, he had not felt such a terrifying power for a long time. The great evil god clenched his fists. He originally thought that the battle was about to end, but he did not expect that Bet would suddenly burst out with such power. It was incredible. The great evil god's eyes began to solemnize, and he finally regarded Bet as an equal opponent. Indeed, the divine power you are showing at this moment is very terrifying, and it reminds me of the great Zeno. But, if you think you can control me at will, you are wrong. Ha! The great evil god's face suddenly changed, and an unimaginable terrifying power burst out from his body. Buzz buzz buzz. The black evil energy immediately dyed the entire sixth universe gods of destruction black. Obviously, he also used all his strength. The silver-white sacred power and the black evil energy immediately confronted each other in the air. The entire gods of destruction world immediately shook violently. Boom boom boom. Angel and gods of destruction retreated quickly, the pressure was too strong. They had no doubt that if they didn't retreat, they might be crushed to death. Swoosh, swoosh. The two flashed at the same time and swept out. The speed was so fast. No one else could see clearly. Bang. Then, a silver-white beam of light flashed. Everyone only heard a sound of breaking through the air. Swoosh. Boom. A huge pit appeared on the ground. The great evil god was already lying at the bottom of the pit. And Bet appeared in the air, his body wrapped in silver-white magical energy, his eyes extremely calm. Wow! So powerful. He actually knocked down the great evil god in an instant. The faces of all the people in the god realm were filled with a complex look of excitement and surprise. The great evil god is an ancient evil god, and they have just seen how powerful he is. Originally, they thought that if Grand Priest and Zeno did not take action, they would probably have to escape. But they did not expect Bet to suddenly burst out with such a terrifying power. Too terrifying. We are no longer the power of the same dimension as Lord Bet. Angel said with a brilliant face. Zero. Beerus and Jiren looked at each other and saw the deep shock in each other's eyes. They had originally wanted to make Bet their goal, but now it seemed that even if they practiced for 10,000 years, they would not be able to catch up with Bet. Vegeta also clenched his fists. I can't believe it. Which Bet is so perverted? He is actually a Saiyan, it's incredible. Goku opened his mouth wide, completely speechless. Just then, Bet looked at the deep pit below and said softly, "Let's continue, great evil god. How long do you want to lie down?" Bet was very clear about the strength of the great evil god. He had only used 30% of his strength just now, and the real decisive battle began now. Swish. The next second, the great evil god appeared in the air. He moved his dark body. I have to say that your current strength is very strong, and you can even hurt me. However, you want to defeat me, it's completely a pipe dream. Quote. After the voice fell, he looked at Bet with a provocative face. Bet's calm eyes fell on the face of the great evil god, and he said softly. Really? Then I will let you see the power of Ultra Instinct Super Saiyan 7. You know, after the system upgrade, Ultra Instinct accidentally merged with Super Saiyan 7, which directly increased his strength by several times. It was a qualitative leap. He was absolutely sure to defeat the great evil god on the opposite side. Huh, then come on. The great evil god roared, turned into a black light and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, a powerful punch was directly hit at Bet. Abu. Bet's body also moved. The sky was full of stars, shining with silver light. Chapter 173, The Final Battle. Brutal. Subscribe. The great evil god looked at Bet, who had a calm expression, and immediately clenched his fists. Boy, don't be so proud. After the words fell, he punched Bet hard. This time he went all out, without any reservation. At this moment, a silver-white beam flashed, and the two of them collided heavily. Bang! The fierce wind immediately spread to the surroundings. The great evil god flew backwards. At this moment, a silver light flashed. Bet disappeared on the spot. Swoosh! The great evil god was furious and roared, "A-hole! Abu!" He immediately went up to him. Bet and the great evil god immediately fought together. Boom boom boom. The energy ripples of the two people's collision were heard in the air again. The speed of the two people was getting faster and faster. How can they be so fast? So strong. Oh 5. Beerus muttered to himself in shock. Bang! Another fierce collision. The great evil god flew backwards again. He used up all his strength to stabilize his body, and Bet in the air didn't even breathe. Bet raised his silver eyes with a calm face. It was this calm look that immediately angered the great evil god. "A-hole, are you looking for death?" The next second, a terrifying air bullet shot out of the great evil god's hand. Swoosh! Bang! However, Bet's expression remained unchanged, and he waved his arm to knock away his gas bullet. Boom! The gas bullet exploded in the sky. Swoosh! At this moment, the great evil god suddenly appeared behind Bet and punched him again. Bet's expression remained calm, and he raised one hand to steadily resist the attack of the great evil god. Ha! With a loud shout, the powerful divine power directly hit the great evil god's abdomen. His abdomen immediately caved in. Swoosh! Boom! The great evil god flew backwards, and a big hole was immediately smashed into the ground by him. Vado's eyes lit up slightly. As expected of Lord Bet, he has completely suppressed the great evil god. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the light on Sishi's palm shone. Swish! 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 See! Countless air bombs smashed down. Boom! 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 The terrifying explosion sounded immediately on the battlefield. Suddenly, flames shot up into the sky, and thick smoke billowed. Great! The great evil god is killed. Beerus and the other universe gods of destruction were excited. But the angels still had a solemn look in their eyes, because their ultra instinct could still feel the great evil god's faint breath. Although the great evil god is not dead, his breath has become much weaker. Lord Bet will definitely win. Quote, Angel said with bright eyes. The rest of the angels also turned around. Just then, Bet looked at the gods of destruction world that was blown to pieces by his terrifying power and said softly, "Come out, great evil god, you can't be defeated so easily." Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, a disheveled dark figure rushed out. The great evil god's face was full of anger. "A-hole, you dare to hurt this evil god, I will kill you." The voice fell. The great evil god floated directly in the air. He raised his hands, and the fearful air continued to gather in his palms. This scene shocked everyone. What does he want to do? He actually condensed such a terrifying power. Quote, the eyes of gods of destruction and angel were full of fear. Jiren, who had been silent, said, "I'm afraid he wants to destroy the entire sixth universe." Quote, everyone looked at Jiren, and then set their eyes on Bet again. But the next second, the great evil god burst out with terrible evil energy, and the terrible energy gradually gathered above his head. A huge black energy ball appeared above the great evil god's head. Ha ha ha. Boy, what will you do? This energy ball full of energy can destroy a universe in an instant. Go to hell for this evil god. As soon as the voice fell, he pressed his hands down, and the black energy bomb flew down immediately. Angel was nervous at this moment. Vados looked at Bet nervously. The great evil god has been mad, 4 seasons heavenly man. What will you do? Looking at the black energy bomb full of evil energy in the air, Bet raised his mouth and said, "Is this what you rely on? It's ridiculous." Bet just changed his eyes. Immediately, the sky was full of stars all around him. The silver-white sacred power appeared immediately. See Bet kicked the falling black energy ball. Bang! At the moment of collision, a strong wind spread immediately. An extremely dazzling light appeared at the collision point. Mr. Bet actually used his body to resist such a terrifying force. Isn't it too reckless? Whis said with a surprised face. The other gods of destruction and angel were just shocked, but didn't know what to say. Bet shouted, "Go!" The terrifying power of God burst out from his ankle. Bang! The two terrifying forces immediately collided with each other, and in just a moment, a terrifying energy aftermath spread to the surroundings. The surrounding mountain walls and trees were immediately shattered, and countless gravel flew up from the ground. Resist! Resist it! Everyone was shocked. The next second, the black energy ball was seen slowly rising into the air and heading towards the great evil god. Bet watched this scene calmly. At this moment, the eyes of the great evil god have turned red. No, impossible. Boom. The body of the great evil god was directly submerged by the terrifying black energy ball. Boom. A loud noise came from the air immediately. The fire was everywhere, like gorgeous fireworks. Then thick smoke and dust rolled in. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise, and Bet, who did this, had a calm face. As if it was a matter of course. The silver-white sacred energy slowly rose. Terrible. Great evil god, are you shooting yourself in the foot? A faint voice came from Bet's mouth. Chapter 174. The great evil god is dead. The grand priest has arrived. Subscribe. Is he dead this time? Beerus asked uncertainly. Everyone looked at the sky covered with thick smoke. Angel and gods of destruction were extremely nervous, only Bet looked relaxed. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the dark and embarrassed figure appeared again. Although the great evil god was not dead, he looked very bad. He was obviously seriously injured and covered with scars. Quote. The great evil god kept gasping for breath, looking at the silent Bet below with resentful eyes. A-hole, I actually lost to this kid, it's so hateful. I won't forgive him. Just as the great evil god roared to the sky, Bet's faint voice came immediately. Do you know why you lost? Because you have a fatal weakness. The great evil god laughed angrily when he heard Bet actually said he had a weakness. What did you say? Weakness. You said this evil god has a weakness. Ha ha ha, what a joke. This evil god has never retreated even when facing the great Zeno. You actually said that this sir has a weakness. It's ridiculous. Bet shook his head and said, this is your weakness. You are too confident in your own strength. When you meet a stronger person than you are still confident and reckless. There is only one consequence, that is death. Hearing this, Yin was angry. Shut up, I want you to die. With a roar, the great evil god rushed directly to Bet. He attacked like the wind, and his swift fists poured towards Bet like raindrops. Bet's body kept shaking left and right. The great evil god only hit those lines of afterimages. Bet easily avoided the attack of the great evil god. 1t, 1 plus 4. How is this possible? The great evil god's face was extremely ugly. Your speed is much slower than before, you are finished. A voice like the god of death came from Bet's mouth. Finished. Do you know what you are saying? I am the invincible great evil god. Even if Zeno attacks, I am not afraid, let alone you. After the voice fell, the furious great evil god immediately threw out terrible energy from his hands. Swish, swish, swish. Countless gas bombs flew towards Bet. The next second, boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion sounded in the air. The flames were everywhere, extremely terrifying. The great evil god laughed crazily. You are definitely dead this time. This is the end of you underestimating me. The explosions continued. Bet was completely covered by flames. The gods of destruction looked at the battlefield nervously. Beerus looked at Whis and said, Whis, is Lord Bet okay? Whis chuckled when he heard this. Oh, ho ho. Lord Bet has mastered the normalized Ultra Instinct and fused it with the power of Super Saiyan. I believe he will be fine. Single quote. After saying this, Beerus was relieved. However, all the angels just paid close attention to the battlefield, and their expressions did not change. The great evil god was laughing wildly. You deserve to die. This is the end of your arrogance. At this moment, the fire slowly turned into smoke and dust. The next second, Bet walked out unscathed. This kind of attack can only raise dust. As soon as the voice fell, Bet disappeared directly on the spot. The great evil god looked around in surprise. Quote dot 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 exclamation mark question mark quote. Bang. At this moment, Bet punched him in the face with a heavy punch. The great evil god flew backwards. Whoosh. Bet appeared directly behind the great evil god, and the torrential attack fell directly on him. Screams continued to come from the great evil god's mouth. Whoosh. Finally, Bet appeared directly on the head of the great evil god, and he clasped his fists and smashed down again. Boom. The great evil god smashed into the ground like a cannonball. Suddenly, rocks flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rolled. Destruction. Bet shot another destructive gas bomb in his hand, and quickly smashed it into the deep pit on the ground. Boom. Suddenly, flames shot up into the sky, and the ground shook violently. Did you defeat him? Goku asked uncertainly. At this moment, a voice came. No, he is not dead yet. Suddenly Angel Whis exclaimed. Bang. A ball of black evil energy burst out directly from the smoke and dust. Everyone looked at this scene with horror. The great evil god was filled with black evil energy. It was particularly terrifying, and his entire body was constantly expanding. The rolling air waves continued to spread around. Bet looked at this scene, his eyes narrowed, as if he realized something. As the evil energy continued to spread, Bet finally remembered what this guy was going to do. #Oh no, this guy is going to self-destruct. As soon as the words fell, Bet rushed towards the people in the god realm, and a sky full of stars immediately appeared around him. The silver-white sacred power continued to surround him. It was extremely terrifying. Abu. The next second, the silver-white divine power directly turned into a light curtain, and everyone was protected inside. The next second, a terrifying explosion sounded. The black evil spirit immediately rushed towards Bet. Boom. This terrible attack lasted for more than 10 minutes. Finally, the black evil spirit slowly dissipated. The silver-white light curtain opened by Bet actually dimmed a little. After everything calmed down, Bet withdrew his power. Lee's gods of destruction and Angel both breathed a sigh of relief. This guy is really powerful, worthy of being Lord Bet. Quote. Vados said with lingering fear. The rest of the angels began to clean up the battlefield, and the great evil god really disappeared without a trace. After everyone confirmed again and again, they concluded that the great evil god had been completely killed by Bet. Bet also dispersed the power on his body. The next second, no, he is not dead. A familiar voice sounded. Everyone looked into the void and spoke in surprise. Grand Priest. Chapter 175. Zeno summons. Appointed as law enforcement officer. Grand Priest's test. Just as everyone was shocked, Grand Priest appeared directly in the air. When the great evil god blew himself up, the dragon god Salama used incredible power to rescue him. The next time we meet, I'm afraid it will be the time of the decisive battle. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. No one thought that at the last moment, the great evil god was still rescued. Bet also sighed. It seems that the dragon god is the final enemy. Next time we meet, I will make you all die without a burial place. Grand Priest's eyes swept over everyone's faces. Okay. Master Zeno invites you. Quote. Everyone was stunned when the words fell. Zeno actually summoned all the gods of destruction and Angel to the Zeno Palace. The Grand Priest disappeared as soon as he delivered the order. Bet did not hesitate. Let's go and see Master Zeno. Swish. As Bet disappeared, all the gods followed him. Bet used Supreme Kai instant transmission to go directly to Zeno's palace. The others were naturally not that fast when they were led by Angel. Bet simply sat cross-legged on the ground and waited. I don't know how much time has passed. Everyone came to the outside of Zeno's palace. Bet got up and walked in with the gods of destruction and Angel. Everyone walked through the long passage to the hall. In the magnificent hall, Zeno 963 sat on the throne. On both sides of him stood two guards with very strong auras. The Zeno guards were as straight as pencils. Master Zeno. Bet comes to pay his respects. Bet immediately knelt on the ground. Yes, Zeno's voice was still childish. When Bet looked up, the Supreme Kais of the two universes were all there. That meant the Supreme Kais, gods of destruction, and Angel were all here. Bet was shocked. What exactly is Master Zeno going to announce that he has summoned everyone here? Zeno smiled faintly at Bet. Little Bet, you are finally here. You have done a great job this time. Hearing Zeno's voice, Bet naturally knew what he was referring to. And the gods of destruction, Supreme Kai, and Angel behind Bet also looked serious. They all looked at Zeno with a serious look. Bet said softly, "It's all part of our job." Quote, Zeno's eyes kept turning. "What should I reward you with? How about you become the law enforcer of the God realm?" As soon as these words came out, the entire palace of the All-AFDG king fell silent. What kind of god position is the law enforcer? That is the priest who is in charge of criminal law on an equal footing with the grand priest. This position has been vacant for hundreds of millions of years. I didn't expect Zeno to let Bet be the law enforcer today. This is incredible. Law enforcer. Bet was also confused. He looked at Vados secretly. Vados, what is the position of law enforcer? Vados heard this and whispered, "Lord Bet, the law enforcer is a priest who is in charge of criminal law." Single quote. That is a priest on the same level as the grand priest. Bet's pupils suddenly shrank. A priest on the same level as the grand priest. Isn't this second to none? I didn't expect Zeno to think so highly of him. Bet was also flattered. But since the law enforcement officer is such a good position, Bet will naturally not refuse. Thank you, Master Zeno. Even Grand Priest was surprised that Zeno casually asked Bet to be the law enforcement officer. The law enforcement officer position has been vacant and there is no suitable candidate. No one can be on par with Grand Priest. Then, Grand Priest whispered, "Master Zeno, although Bet has made great contributions, will the law enforcement officer be?" Hearing Grand Priest's words, everyone looked at him. Grand Priest, do you have any different opinions? I think Bet can definitely be a law enforcement officer. I am very relieved to let him enforce the law on the mythical gods. After Zeno's voice fell, Grand Priest knew that he might not be able to stop it today. So, Grand Priest said, "The law enforcement officer is a first-level priest in the divine world, and must have the strength to match it. Although Bet is very strong, he still needs to be tempered." Quote, Zeno's babyish voice came, "Since Grand Priest has doubts about Bet's strength, how about you two have an arm wrestling contest?" Grand Priest nodded. Bet also nodded when he saw that Grand Priest was still worried about his own strength. Zeno's eyes fell on Bet. "Little Bet, I believe you can become a law enforcement officer. Come on. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, please beg me. P.S. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, rewards, all data, please beg me. Thank you for your kindness, Master Zeno. Bet is very risky if it is just a competition of strength. Arm wrestling cannot use other moves, it is a pure competition of strength. Grand Priest is probably invincible in the God realm." It seemed that Bet was indeed different. Bet immediately bowed. The power of Grand Priest is the most powerful in the God realm except Zeno. I will definitely pass the test of Grand Priest. Update is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. Bet, on the other hand, was full of confidence. Among the gods of destruction, there was actually someone who could arm wrestle with the Grand Priest. No matter how strong Grand Priest is, I have my trump card. Quote, "Don't worry, I will definitely lose." Zeno was sitting in his seat, but he was excited. But this way of testing by Grand Priest still made Bet very unhappy. Let's start. Although what Grand Priest said was true, the law enforcer did have to have the power to match it. The gods of destruction never expected it. Father's power is much stronger than that of the great evil god. Just then, it was incredible. He also wanted to show Grand Priest his strength. Arm wrestling is a pure contest of power, so you have to be careful. Quote, Arm wrestling. Master Bet, I have to remind you. Vado's voice immediately reached Bet's ears. So fun. Arm wrestling contest. Update is not a problem. Please support me, dear readers. After all, he had been hiding his strength when dealing with the great evil god. Bet and Grand Priest had already made eye contact in the air. You know, this will be a contest of power in the world of gods. Chapter 176, Beyond Grand Priest's Bet. Cross-dimensional arm wrestling. Subscribe. At this moment, Grand Priest looked extremely relaxed. Everyone in the God realm still didn't think highly of Bet. After all, Grand Priest's power could only be estimated as unfathomable. But Bet was still very unhappy with the test method proposed by Grand Priest. He decided to burst out all his strength to let Grand Priest know that he had the strength to become a law enforcement officer in the God realm. Grand Priest looked calm. He didn't care about Bet's emotional changes at all. In his eyes, although Bet had entered the level of creation god. But there was still some gap between him and him. The next second, Zeno snapped his fingers directly. A golden stone table appeared in Zeno's palace. Let's start quickly. I'm looking forward to it. Zeno still behaved like a child. But no one dared to treat Zeno as a child. Everyone knew that the master of the multiverse would not be simple. Bet sat down first. Grand Priest, please. In response to Bet's provocation, the priest just smiled faintly. Real power is not just about talking. Then, Grand Priest also sat down and stretched out his right hand. The two most powerful people in the God realm immediately held each other's hands. Both of them were smiling at each other at this moment. But there was a hidden murderous intention. You guys, let's get started. Zeno's childish voice came again. Then, Grand Priest immediately appeared with powerful divine power. The blue-purple flame slowly rose. Bet immediately felt a very terrible sense of oppression. It felt like he was being torn apart. Cold sweat immediately appeared on Bet's forehead. And his arm was pulled down unconsciously. Grand Priest is worthy of being Grand Priest. This power he uses at will is even stronger than the great evil god. If I don't transform, I'm not his opponent at all. After feeling the power of Grand Priest, countless thoughts flashed through Bet's mind. Grand Priest's faint laughter came. Great gods of destruction, are you going to be the law enforcer of my god realm with this little power? The cold voice without any emotion immediately made Bet firm in his belief. Then, he clenched his fists. Golden and silver white energy instantly burst out from his body. The originally black hair immediately turned blue and silver white. The pupils were also a mysterious chaotic color. Bet actually transformed into the Super Saiyan 7th ultimate self-instinct form in an instant. The violent pressure continued to spread to the surroundings. Bet's sudden transformation immediately excited Zeno. Exclamation mark quote. Too interesting. Grand Priest's expression finally changed. Finally, it was used to defeat the great evil god. No wonder, no wonder. The strength has skyrocketed to the terrifying level of the third level of the creation god realm. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. The power displayed by Bet at this moment was so terrifying no matter how many times he saw it. When Bet completed the Super Saiyan 7 ultimate forms, Grand Priest's sense of oppression towards him finally disappeared. You really have a hidden card, but you are too naive to think that your power of the third level creator god can defeat me. As soon as the voice fell, Bet's mouth corners slightly raised. Grand Priest, do you think this is the end? When we fought, I used my strongest means. Quote. As soon as these words came out, Grand Priest's calm face immediately showed a look of shock. You mean the fusion? Quote. As soon as the voice fell, a clone that was exactly the same as the original body walked out of Bet's body under the gaze of everyone. As soon as they appeared, they immediately put on the fusion earrings. Buzz buzz buzz. In a burst of white light, the amazing storm immediately spread around. At the moment when Bet and his clone merged, Grand Priest felt an unimaginable terrifying force. It was so powerful that it was unbelievable. The original advantage was gone. What a terrible power. The power that Lord Bet has exploded is no weaker than that of his father. Angelix spoke first. It seems that Bet is really qualified to take over as the law enforcer of the God realm. Vados also spoke with a surprised look. Grand Priest's eyes gradually became serious, and he kept looking up and down at Bet. Zeno's eyes were full of shining little stars at this moment. Zero. Asked for flowers, and the two of them were in a stalemate at this moment. Bet's defeat was also resisted. At this moment, the aura around Grand Priest continued to rise. The pressure on his body also increased dramatically, and his strength was close to the fourth level of the creation god realm. Bet felt the power that Grand Priest exploded and smiled disdainfully. Tisk, is this the full strength of the god realm's grand butler? It's not as strong as imagined. Quote, looking at the Grand Priest whose face had turned red after using all his strength. Bet's faint voice reached his ears. Damn it. Don't get carried away, kid. After the words fell, Grand Priest finally took out all the power he had saved. Zero. The most perfect Ultra Instinct burst out immediately. The strength soared all the way to the early stage of the 5th level of the Creation God realm. Grand Priest raised his head. How about this kind of power? After the words fell, he pressed down on Bet's wrist with the strongest force. But the ending that shocked everyone appeared. Even if Grand Priest's power was improved to this point, but he still couldn't shake Bet's wrist. This terrifying gap in power cannot be made up at all. The early stage of the 5th level of the Creation God realm. Grand Priest, your power really surprised me, but I didn't expect that I have become so strong. Quote, my current strength has reached the peak of the 5th level Creation God. Even if there is a small stage between the 5th level Creation God, there is a huge difference. What's more, the 5th level Creation God is divided into the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and the peak stage. The two of them are 2 full stages apart. It can be said that they are no longer at the same level of power. As soon as the voice fell, the silver, white, and golden power burst out immediately. Bet gathered power and went to the wrist. The victory or defeat was immediately determined. Chapter 177. God Realm Law Enforcement Officer Bet. Choose the 3 beauties. Subscribe. Grand Priest, I'm sorry, I'm sure to win this game. As soon as the words fell, the silver, white, and golden auras around Bet immediately rose. Soaring into the sky, bang, Bet pressed down directly. The terrible power immediately poured down. Grand Priest couldn't resist such a terrible power at all. Boom. The extremely solid golden stone table was directly shattered. Grand Priest's arm was pressed down by Bet. Zeno's voice came immediately. Little Bet won. Grand Priest stood silently beside Zeno. Bet also stood up slowly. The power just now made him happy. It turned out, he has mastered such a powerful power at this moment, and he is no longer afraid of Grand Priest. Just then, Zeno's baby voice, 247, came. Okay, little Bet has passed the test. Quote, from today on, he will be the second judge of the God realm. Bet heard Zeno's canonization. He immediately knelt on the ground. Thank you, Master Zeno. Zeno waved his hand. DBU. The priest's uniform belonging to the law enforcement officer appeared on Bet. The next second, a halo appeared behind Bet's forehead. The second priest of the God realm was born. The envy on the faces of gods of destruction and angel could no longer be concealed. Zeno's canonization. Everything is settled. Bet. From now on, he will be the law enforcement officer of the God realm, exercising the power of law enforcement and managing the entire God realm. Grand Priest's eyes returned to calmness again, as if he was not the one who lost just now. After the canonization, Zeno looked at the Grand Priest on the side. Little Bet is already the law enforcement officer of the God realm. Grand Priest, you will tell him the duties of the law enforcement officer. When Bet heard the word, duty, he understood that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Although Bet is a time traveler, this is the first time he has heard of a law enforcement officer, so he is not very clear about the duties of a law enforcement officer. After a while, Grand Priest cleared his throat. First of all, congratulations to Mr. Bet for becoming a law enforcement officer. Law enforcement officers are important priests in the God realm. Because no one has been able to take on the position, it has been vacant. It is also a blessing for Mr. Bet to be trusted by Master Zeno. Let's get back to the point. Law enforcement officers are in charge of the criminal law of the entire God realm. If there is an injustice in the 12 universes, you can execute the law on behalf of Master Zeno, and report to the Emperor later. Hearing this, Bet understood that since he became a law enforcement officer, he might not have free time. Law enforcement first and report to the Emperor later, means that he must report to the Emperor frequently. Mr. Bet, remember, you must report to Master Zeno once every 100 years. Quote, Bet nodded upon hearing this. He immediately clasped his hands together and bowed. Zeno also hummed softly, little Bet, you have to work hard. 100 years later, I look forward to your report. just when Bet thought there was nothing to do and was about to leave. The voice of Grand Priest came directly. Law Enforcement Officer, you can choose 2 angels to be your personal angels to assist in the work. Hearing the words of Grand Priest, Bet looked at Zeno. Zeno also nodded slightly. I didn't expect that the law enforcement officer had this privilege. Bet's eyes turned and he said, Master Zeno, I have a request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Hearing that Bet made the request as soon as he took office as the law enforcement officer, Zeno did not express anything. Instead, he spoke softly. You say it. Bet spoke directly. I want 3 angels to assist me in my work. Hearing that the quota for the establishment was suddenly to be increased by 1, Zeno showed a thoughtful look. The 12 angels below also looked at Bet in confusion. Because the configuration of the law enforcer has always been 2 angels. And Gods of Destruction has only 1 angel. Because the Grand Priest serves Zeno personally, there is no other configuration. After all, the Grand Priest is the patriarch of the angel clan, and the angels are all his children. He is the most powerful person in the entire God realm. After Zeno considered it, a baby voice came. Okay, I agree to the law enforcer's request, but there is a condition. You choose the angel first, and we will talk about the conditions later. Bet nodded immediately after hearing Zeno's order. Yes, Master Zeno. Then, Bet's eyes looked at the 12 angels. His eyes kept scanning them. The 12 angels were also very nervous. If Bet chose, it would be an opportunity. After all, serving the law enforcer and serving Gods of Destruction are the same. Bet only took a quick look and made a decision. He turned quickly and whispered, Master Zeno, I have chosen. Hearing Bet choose so quickly, all 12 angels were nervous. In fact, the most nervous one was Vados. After all, Vados has always been Bet's guardian angel. If he is not chosen this time, then Vados will definitely be disappointed. Just as everyone speculated, Zeno was also quite straightforward. Angel, the law enforcement officer will call out the name in a while. Go to the law enforcement officer's planet immediately and assist the law enforcement officer in completing the work. As for the vacant angel position, the Grand Priest will fill it within 3 days. Angel and Grand Priest immediately agreed. Zeno's voice fell. Bet's finger pointed downward. Vados, Makarita, Kes. It's you. The 3 were chosen, and immediately a strange look appeared in their eyes. After all, Gods of Destruction are ugly, and their positions are low. And Bet, not only does he look a million miles ahead of other Gods of Destruction, but he is also a law enforcement officer in the divine world. The 3 of them were all surprised. At Bet's signal, the 3 stood behind Bet. 3 beauties gathered. Bet had already begun to imagine his wonderful life. Then, Bet looked at Zeno. Master Zeno, please tell us your conditions next. Zeno also nodded slightly. Bet, you are the law enforcer of the God realm, and the traitor of the God realm, the dragon god Salama, is your target. The matter of catching the dragon god Salama is left to you. 5GT, Chapter 178, The Enforcer's Proposal. Zeno, Frieza, you are the Gods of Destruction of the 6th universe. Dragon god Salama, the legendary strong man in the God realm, has now become a traitor. However, his strength is unquestionable, definitely above the Grand Priest. Bet became the God realm law enforcement officer and was ordered to take charge. Law enforcement officer, the matter of hunting down dragon god Salama is left to you. All the gods in the God realm are at your disposal. After Zeno finished speaking, Bet also understood the importance of this matter. He immediately knelt on the ground. Yes, I will definitely bring dragon god Salama back to the God realm, regardless of life or death. Hearing Bet's confidence, Zeno also nodded with satisfaction. As the God realm law enforcement officer, Bet took on this most important task. At this moment, Zeno looked at Bet again. Law enforcer, the position of Gods of Destruction in the 6th universe is vacant. According to the rules of the God realm, you must find the next candidate for Gods of Destruction. Hearing this, Bet couldn't help but think of the 2 candidates for Gods of Destruction that he had trained. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Frieza, the Emperor of Universe. After much hesitation, Bet chose Frieza. Both of them had identified the System 05 contract with him, and they must be absolutely loyal. It is more appropriate to let Frieza become gods of destruction and learn the power of destruction. As for Broly, as a legendary Super Saiyan, it is more suitable for him to follow him and fight everywhere. This is the only way to bring out Broly's full potential. The decision has been made. Bet turned around immediately. Master Zeno, I recommend Frieza, the candidate for gods of destruction in the 6th universe, to become the official gods of destruction. Hearing Bet's words, Zeno immediately smiled. Frieza, okay. Summon Frieza immediately. Quote, as soon as these words came out, the 6th universe Supreme Kai planned to immediately go to the gods of destruction world and bring Frieza over. After all, choosing a new gods of destruction is also a very important thing for the gods. Just when the 6th universe Supreme Kai was about to leave, Vegeta could no longer hold back. No, Frieza is an out-and-out villain, he can't become a gods of destruction. As soon as Vegeta said this, Beerus's face turned green with fear. The whole person shuddered, immediately sweating profusely. Vegeta, shut up, do you know where this is? It's not your turn to interrupt. Quote, Beerus was afraid that Vegeta would anger Zeno. Zeno threw a wipe directly at him, and that would be the end. Beerus grabbed Vegeta in a panic and pulled him behind. He immediately knelt on the ground. Master Zeno, I didn't discipline Vegeta strictly, so I let Vegeta talk nonsense. Please punish me. Zeno ignored Beerus, but showed a puzzled expression. Vegeta, what do you mean by this? Are you questioning the recommendation of the law enforcement officer? As soon as these words came out, Beerus wanted to die. If eyes could kill, Vegeta didn't know how many times he would be killed by Beerus. Vegeta heard the question and was about to answer. Beerus grabbed Vegeta. Vegeta, shut up. This is a matter between the law enforcement officer and Master Zeno. It has nothing to do with you. Kneel down and admit your mistake quickly. After saying these words, it seemed that all of Beerus's strength was used up. Beerus was panicking at this moment. He really didn't expect Vegeta to speak at this occasion. Before, he was worried that the martial arts fanatic Son Goku would challenge Zeno. Unexpectedly, the trouble still happened to Vegeta. It was really unexpected. At this moment, Zeno's voice came slowly. Beerus, let him go, do you want to disappear? As soon as these words came out, Beerus was hit hard, and now he knelt on the ground, burying his head low. Fearing that Zeno would be unhappy and wipe him out. Now Vegeta saw that everyone in the God realm was looking at him. Vegeta clenched his fists and said, I know that I have created a disaster at this moment. After all, the master of the entire multiverse is in front of me. Vegeta didn't dare to say a word. Even the arrogant Saiyan Prince was nothing in front of Zeno. Zeno suddenly had a smile on his face. It seems that the gods of destruction found by the law enforcement officer is an interesting guy. Quote, everyone was confused by what Zeno said. After a while, Frieza was brought over. Bet nodded to him. Frieza's laughter was heard immediately. Oh ho ho, Lord Bet, don't worry. He walked to Zeno gracefully, calm on the surface, but like a storm in his heart. This is Zeno, the master of the entire multiverse. He immediately knelt on one knee. Greetings, Lord Zeno. Zeno nodded. Yes, you are the Frieza that the law enforcement officer said, it's really interesting. From now on, you are the gods of destruction of the 6th universe. Quote, hearing Zeno directly confirm his position as gods of destruction, even though he had heard Supreme Kai talk about it on the way here. At this moment, his heart was still trembling. That was gods of destruction. Before, when Beerus descended on the Frieza core, a single look was enough to make them dare not move. Unexpectedly, after following Bet, in just 707 days, he became an equal to Beerus. Gods of destruction of the 6th universe. Frieza immediately lowered his head. Thank you, Master Zeno. Quote, Zeno waved his hand, and the gods of destruction costume appeared on Frieza. In the tablet in Zeno's hand, Frieza's head has appeared in the position of the 6th universe gods of destruction. Bet also nodded. At this moment, Bet realized a problem. Every gods of destruction must be matched with a new Supreme Kai. And what about the Supreme Kai Wei who matches him? Zeno seemed to see through Bet's mind. Supreme Kai Wei, you just continue to follow the law enforcement officer. As soon as these words came out, Bet felt that Zeno was too good to him and arranged everything properly. Thank you immediately. Zeno's canonization was finally settled. Bet is heading to a new divine realm with 3 angels and a supreme Kai. Enforce the divine realm. Chapter 179. Retreat. God-level mission activated. Pure Saiyan blood. Bet finally got his wish and became a law enforcement officer. He was the second most powerful priest in the entire God realm after Zeno. But Bet knew that his strength was still a certain distance away from the real strong. When he faced the dragon god Salama, the outcome was imaginable. After the 6th universe was handed over to Beerus, Bet was also extremely relaxed. As for the job report, it was still early, and the most important thing at the moment was to improve his strength. How to comprehend Super Saiyan 8, so that even if the dragon god Salama was strong, he could kill it with one move. Of course, the decoration and sanitation issues of the law enforcement planet were handed over to the 3 angels. Bet only needed to concentrate on improving his strength. The 3 angels jointly created a room with a different time flow rate from the outside world. Bet walked in directly. He could feel that this place seemed to be isolated from the original time and space. Bet looked at the room created for him by Vados, Makarita, and Kes. The days of retreat always passed quickly. Finally, after a full year of retreat, the system's God-level selection task was activated again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the God-level selection task. Closing square bracket. Option 1. Find 5 of the purest Saiyan blood, and let them offer it willingly. Reward. Super Saiyan 8 transformation method. Closing square bracket. Option 2. Find 3 of the purest Saiyan blood, and let them offer it willingly. Reward. Basic combat power is increased to the 5th level angel realm. Option 3. Find 1 of the purest Saiyan blood, and let them offer it willingly. Reward. Skill final flash. Note. The purer the Saiyan blood, the greater the possibility of completing the task, preferably the blood of the royal family, a high-level warrior. Closing square bracket. Hearing the system's task, Bet was obviously stunned. Saiyan blood, the purest. Bet immediately thought of Son Goku, Vegeta, Broly. Vegeta is a pure royal blood, definitely okay, but Son Goku is just a low-level warrior. I'm afraid it won't meet the system's requirements. After thinking it over again and again, Bet immediately decided to go to the time when planet Vegeta survived. There were the most Saiyans in that period, and their bloodline was the purest. Bet left his clone in the law enforcement god realm, and he used the power of the system to go back to before planet Vegeta was destroyed. Planet Vegeta. At this moment, the core of this planet is the Saiyan Palace. At this moment, King Vegeta is discussing with all the Saiyans. Discussing how to deal with Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. But Frieza's strength is too terrifying. All the Saiyan warriors can't come up with a good plan. At this moment, King Vegeta's eyes fell on a Saiyan who was in charge of the birth of Saiyan babies. Carter, among the babies born recently, are there any who have the combat power of a superior warrior? The Saiyan who was in charge of the birth of Saiyan babies was named Carter. Your Majesty, Colonel Paragus' son Broly was born with extraordinary strength, even surpassing the prince. When these words came out, King Vegeta showed an excited look on his face. But no one saw that there was a shadow in the corner of his eyes. Hokaga's son is so outstanding, so let's send him to Wampa. If he can conquer the entire Wampa house, then when he returns, he will be the backbone of Saiyan. When these words came out, when Paragus heard King Vegeta's order, his whole face was not very good. As we all know, the climate and environment of Wampa are very harsh, and it is impossible to survive. Your Majesty King Vegeta, please take back your order. Broly will definitely work for Saiyan when he grows up. Maybe with him, we can get rid of the control of Universe Emperor Frieza. However, King Vegeta is a narrow-minded king. He will not let go of Broly, who may be out of control in the future just because of Paragus' few words of loyalty. He must root out the problem and let King Vegeta become the next generation King of Saiyan as a matter of course. At this moment, Paragus finally made a move. Damn it, you want to kill Broly for your son. I won't let you succeed. As soon as the words fell, Paragus' fist had already hit King Vegeta. The rest of the Saiyans saw this and were about to help King Vegeta resist the attack. However, at this moment, Lord Vegeta's sneer came. Just you, dare to attack me. It seems that I have been king for too long, and you have all forgotten my power. The heart of the flower fell. A roar continued to come. #Ha. With a deep roar, King Vegeta's strength also burst out. Swish. The next second, Paragas's fist was easily dodged by King Vegeta. Swoosh. At this moment, King Vegeta's heavy fist hit Paragas's abdomen directly. Swoosh. Paragas flew backwards directly. He hit a pillar heavily. Ah! A mouthful of blood immediately spurted out of Paragas' mouth. His eyes were full of gray. Watching Brawly being thrown into the universe spaceship, Paragas rushed out with all his strength. He grabbed a universe spaceship and chased after it in a hurry. Everything that happened here fell into King Vegeta's eyes. Let him go. He is also looking for death. Nanos. At this moment, a silver-white light flashed in the sky. The Saiyan Sentinel immediately discovered the abnormality and reported it to King Vegeta. Oh, there is such a thing. Let's go and see. Under the leadership of King Vegeta, many Saiyan elite warriors came to the place where the silver light appeared. Shua, change. The silver light shone. Bet slowly walked out of the light. King Vegeta and others were already stunned. What is this? What on earth is this? Chapter 180. Arriving at Planet Vegeta and slapping King Vegeta. In the void. Hey, system, is the road you pointed out correct? We have gone the wrong way several times. Hearing Bet's question, the system's answer was the same as always. The next one is Abu. Finally, the two rushed into the space-time tunnel. The speed was very fast. The space-time tunnel was full of dangers. Bet kept cursing in his mouth. This damn system. Just then, the two arrived above Planet Vegeta. That's right. This is the space-time before Planet Vegeta was destroyed. Then, Bet slowly fell, and the silver-white light became more and more intense. This made King Vegeta and others look at the sky nervously. Bet looked at King Vegeta and others and waited for battle. King Vegeta is quite sensible. He even knew to come and greet this priest. Swish. Bet disappeared directly on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of King Vegeta and others. After a slight perception, I'm afraid that there are about 500 Saiyans at this moment, which should be the peak period of Saiyans. Think about it later, there are only a few Saiyans left. Bet's eyes fell on King Vegeta, and he couldn't help curling his lips. Is this the King of Saiyan? He only has this little power 537. I can't imagine how Saiyans survive with this kind of power. Looking at Bet who suddenly appeared, King Vegeta was shocked. Who are you? Who are you? Why are you here? Hearing King Vegeta's question, Bet scratched his ears. You are not qualified to know. From the moment he appeared in front of King Vegeta, he already knew that Bet was probably not a simple person. But seeing Bet so arrogant, King Vegeta, who has always been high above, was particularly uncomfortable. Although he was uncomfortable, King Vegeta did not take action immediately. After all, judging from the few moves Bet showed, he was probably not simple. King Vegeta clenched his fists. This guy, how dare you look down on me? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately pressed the detector on his eyes. Beep beep beep. A value of 0 appeared on the detector. Bet's strength could no longer be detected by the detector. This was because Bet had no anger. If he had, the detector would have exploded. King Vegeta's forehead was already sweating coldly. How could his combat power be 0 if he could have such a fast speed? He dared to judge that this person was definitely a high-level person. But at this moment, an elite warrior with a strength of 10,000 behind King Vegeta rushed out immediately. You are a piece of trash with a combat power of only 0. Why are you so arrogant here? Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Bet. King Vegeta yelled, come back. He wanted to call him back, but the stimulated Saiyan man still rushed towards Bet without looking back. Looking at the Saiyan elite warriors attacking him, Bet pointed his finger in the air. The big man Saiyan was trapped by the invisible air wall. Next, Bet flicked his finger, and the attacking Tangren flew backwards immediately. He fell heavily into the ground. King Vegeta's pupils suddenly shrank. This Saiyan named Bart was enough to rank in the top 10 among Saiyans, but such fighting power was actually knocked away by the opponent with one move. King Vegeta took a deep breath. This, sir, I already know your strength. I wonder why you came to Planet Vegeta. Bet also clapped his hands. King Vegeta, Since you asked, I will tell you the truth. Give me 5 Saiyan blood essences, which must be the blood of the royal family and elite warriors. Do you understand? Is there anyone who volunteered to offer it? King Vegeta laughed instead of getting angry after hearing this. Blood essence. Sorry, I can't do it. Ha. A golden energy ball AFDF immediately condensed out. King Vegeta didn't want to provoke this mysterious strong man, but the other party actually wanted blood essence, and the blood of the royal family. Wouldn't that be equivalent to taking Vegeta's blood? That would reduce Vegeta's strength. King Vegeta would definitely not allow it. Vegeta is King Vegeta's Achilles heel. Swish. Boom. The golden energy bullet shot directly over, and Bet did not resist, letting it explode. Boom. Fire shot up into the sky, and thick smoke filled the air. Countless Saiyans looked at the battlefield. They wanted to know whether King Vegeta's attack was effective. King Vegeta first panted and looked at Bet in the thick smoke. After eating my strongest flash, you will have no chance of survival. As soon as these words came out, the Saiyans immediately became excited. However, just as everyone was excited, a cold voice came. As cold as the cold winter in December. You want to kill people with this kind of power. I think it is only suitable for raising dust. King Vegeta's pupils suddenly shrank. Who are you? You took my strongest blow, but you were unscathed. Could it be that you? Frieza's man. Hearing Frieza's name, Bet's mouth curled up. Frieza, my lackey. King Vegeta's mind seemed to be unable to turn around. The other party actually called the Universe Emperor Frieza his lackey. Take a deep breath. Don't brag. Lord Frieza is the Universe Emperor, and his strength is unfathomable. You are his master. As King Vegeta's voice fell, many Saiyans also laughed. Bet raised his head. Is it funny? Swish. The next second, Bet immediately appeared behind King Vegeta. Cold sweat immediately soaked Vegeta's back. What kind of speed is this? Bang. None of the many Saiyans could see clearly how Bet made the move. King Vegeta flew backwards. Many Saiyans were shocked. Their faces were uncertain and their expressions kept changing. Chapter 181. Agreement reached, heading to Frieza Core. Boom. King Vegeta's body had already smashed heavily into the ground. Smoke and dust rose up. Debris flew everywhere. Many Saiyans were already stunned. King Vegeta was defeated with one move. King Vegeta, who had originally hoped to stand up, had now fainted in the deep pit. This was the result of Bet's mercy, otherwise King Vegeta would not have been left with even a scumbag. At Bet's signal, the elite warrior Saiyan tremblingly took King Vegeta to the only repair cabin of Saiyan. After a long time, King Vegeta walked out with the help of 2 Saiyans. Although the physical injury was healed, the psychological terror was not reduced at all. Cold sweat kept dripping from King Vegeta's forehead. Who are you? Why do you have such a terrifying power? Quote, what is your purpose? Hearing King Vegeta's series of questions, Bet helplessly spread his hands. Didn't I tell you? I want the blood of 5 Saiyans, preferably all royal families. Hearing Bet's casual words, King Vegeta was furious. Quote, exclamation mark quote. I can't give you my son's blood. This is a stain on the fighting nation. King Vegeta seemed like a very passionate king at this moment. However, when Bet saw this scene, he shook his head and laughed. King Vegeta, you still have the nerve to mention the fighting nation. Are you the one who bowed down to Frieza? As soon as these words came out, King Vegeta was stunned on the spot. He kept guessing Bet's identity in his heart, and he never thought that the other party knew everything. Who are you? King Vegeta almost shouted this sentence. However, King Vegeta was a hard stone in the pit, and Bet didn't intend to entangle with him anymore. As long as you donate 5 drops of blood, I will ask you to eradicate Frieza. After hearing this, not only King Vegeta, but all Saiyans were stunned. Eradicate Frieza, that's the Emperor of the universe. Is this kid who came out of nowhere crazy? However, Bet's eyes were so sharp that all Saiyans who wanted to mock him chose to shut up when they saw Bet's eyes. After a long time, King Vegeta recovered from his shock. He took a deep breath. Why should I believe you? The corners of Bet's mouth rose. You can choose not to believe it. If I say I have the ability to destroy the entire planet Vegeta, you shouldn't doubt it, right? As soon as these words came out, King Vegeta's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at the young man in strange clothes in front of him in disbelief. The next second, Bet raised his right hand. An energy bomb immediately appeared at his fingertips. The terrible power that continued to emanate from the energy bomb made King Vegeta step back several steps. An elite warrior Saiyan pulled King Vegeta. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid what he said is true. The energy ball at the fingertips is too terrifying. Hurry up and agree to him. Take a drop of blood, and the prince will regenerate soon. It won't have any effect on him. You can also escape from Frieza's clutches. Best of both worlds, Your Majesty." Hearing the warrior's words, King Vegeta began a complex ideological struggle in his heart. In the end, the desire to survive prevailed. "My lord, I promise you, please put away your power quickly." Quote. Hearing this, Bet snapped his fingers, and the terrifying power that had gathered immediately dissipated. "Why didn't you agree earlier? Why waste my time?" At this moment, King Vegeta's voice sounded again. "But, I can only hand over the essence and blood to you after you have eliminated Frieza." Bet was not in a hurry, and nodded casually. "Okay, send a Saiyan to lead the way, I'm going to Frieza." Quote. As soon as these words came out, Vegeta shuddered. He didn't expect Bet to be so swift and decisive. He would not miss the opportunity to eliminate Frieza. Frieza's rule has made him miserable. If he hadn't been weak, he would have rebelled long ago. He called the Saiyan scout Wick. "Wick, from today on, you will obey the orders of this lord. Do you hear me?" Wick immediately stood up and saluted in a standard Saiyan army. 0. Ask for flowers. Bet was not interested in these at all. "Hey, can we set off?" Saiyan Wick immediately replied. "Yes, sir." Bet grabbed him and disappeared immediately. The speed was so fast that it shocked all the Saiyans present. King Vegeta was not happy at the moment. Why are there so many strong people in the universe? Is it true that Saiyan will never be able to make a breakthrough? Instantly, King Vegeta seemed to have aged a bit. Under the guidance of Saiyan Wick, Bet quickly found a huge universe ship parked in a galaxy. It was Frieza's army. It must be said that the civilization of Frieza's group is really advanced, surpassing Saiyan by many times. King Vegeta still wants to rely on his own strength to resist, that is simply seeking death. "Sir, that is Frieza's army." As soon as these words came out, Bet nodded, his body shook, and he disappeared directly on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already standing on Frieza's universe ship. This scared Saiyan Wick a lot. Actually rushed head on. Quote, it's over, I have to run away." But before Wick could make any move, swoosh, 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 5 black shadows soared into the sky. Then very exaggerated movements appeared on them. Yes, it was Frieza's ace team, the Ginyu Force, that rushed out of the Frieza Universe spaceship. It took a while. They completed their pre-war posture. Ginyu looked at Bet with a smile. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Frieza core? Do you want to die?" Bet heard this and shook his head. "No, it's you who are going to die." Chapter 184. Ginyu leads the way, Frieza meets Cooler. Bet had a very deep memory of the Ginyu Force that suddenly appeared in his past life. He didn't expect to meet them in this way. Bet looked carefully and found that they were exactly the same as the Ginyu Force in his memory. The leader was Ginyu, who had a strength of 120,000. At the same time, Ginyu was also looking at Bet, his pupils shrinking. Although Bet did not emit any aura, the terrifying aura on his body made him feel that the person coming was not simple. "Who are you? What do you want to do in the Frieza core?" Hearing this, Bet's mouth corners slightly raised. "Nothing. I just came to complete a transaction." Transaction. Hearing Bet's words, Ginyu was stunned. At this moment, Geese behind Ginyu immediately condensed a red energy ball in his hand. "Captain, 817, get out of the way, let me kill this kid who is looking for death." Whoosh. The red energy ball rushed directly towards Bet, and even if Ginyu wanted to stop it, it was too late. Bet looked at the energy ball and did not intend to dodge. Hiss, hiss. The red energy ball was directly blocked by the protective shield that appeared in front of Bet. The terrible red lightning continued to appear in the space, and the sharp wind continued to blow around. However, the energy storm covered the scene, and no one could see what happened clearly. "Ha ha ha ha, you are dead if you play tricks." However, the next second, his laughter stopped abruptly. He saw that the energy storm dissipated, and Bet did not die as he thought, but was rich and intact. How is this possible? Jis's eyes widened, with an incredible look on his face. Although the previous attack did not use full strength, it also used 70% of the strength. According to his assumption, Bet should have been blown to death. Bet slowly raised his head, with a slight smile on his face. I just came to find Frieza. Since you are blocking my way, go to hell. You must know that Bet was promoted from Gods of Destruction to Law Enforcement Officer. He also doesn't mind destroying a few people. Swish, swish, swish. Bet's body disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, there were already several screams. The Ginyu Force flew backwards. What? All Frieza's men around were stunned. Their eyes suddenly widened, like copper bells. In an instant, the strongest team under King Frieza was wiped out. The entire Frieza Corps was silent. No one dared to breathe. Gurgle. Saiyan Wick swallowed his saliva, his eyes full of excitement. It seems that Saiyan is going to be lucky this time. That's the Ginyu Force. In the entire universe, there are only a handful of people who can defeat them, but the person in front of him. Just a face-to-face knocked them down. And he is still a person with zero combat power. Everything is so unreal. At this moment, Bet appeared in front of Ginyu in a flash. Grab his collar and lift him up. I'll leave you a breath. Let's go find Lisa. At this moment, Ginyu laughed strangely. You will regret this. As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to shine brightly. Bet was slightly stunned, then smiled. Switch. I've been on guard against you for a long time. Bet directly showed the destructive power in his hand. Swish. The power of the swap skill was actually destroyed directly. Only Ginyu was left with a dazed look. And the others didn't understand what happened at all. Fear surged in Ginyu's pupils. The swap failed. How is this possible? It's the first time it's failed in so many years. Quote, Ginyu relies on this move, 10 straight switches, to change the body of a powerful warrior. At this moment, Ginyu's body is the most perfect body he has ever changed. It can be said that God changing has always worked. But today it failed. This is because Ginyu doesn't know what kind of opponent he is facing. Bet is a priest who is on par with the Grand Priest in the God realm. His strength is even more unfathomable. Ginyu really chose the wrong person. At this moment, Ginyu is completely panicked. He doesn't know what power Bet used to offset his body-changing skill. He will never know how to destroy this divine skill. Bet's eyes turned to Ginyu. Captain Ginyu, you can be obedient now, right? Quote, Ginyu smiled bitterly when he heard this, and he really didn't know how to respond. As the best fighter under Frieza, he was beaten like this. It is enough to show how strong the opponent is. At this moment, he was completely scared. If he continues to be stubborn, he might really lose his life. The moment Ginyu was thinking, Bet had already had the intention to kill. His patience is limited. The next second, the terrifying momentum immediately burst out from Bet's body. It pressed towards Ginyu like a tsunami. Master, don't do it, I promise you. Quote, he didn't want to lose his life. And Ginyu could only hope for Frieza. Perhaps only Frieza could kill Bet. Okay, lead the way. Bet threw Ginyu directly forward. Ginyu dragged his seriously injured body and slowly took off. He knew Frieza was going to meet his big brother Cooler. With 2 strong men from the Frozen Demon clan, Bet would definitely not be able to make any waves. The Saiyan Wick also hurried to catch up. Because Ginyu was injured, he flew very slowly, and Bet followed patiently. 5.8. On a planet with a very advanced technological civilization, 2 people who looked very similar sat opposite each other. The countless strong men around them all looked respectful. That's right. At this moment, Frieza came to Cooler's planet, and I was talking to Cooler about the most important thing. Frieza and Cooler sat together, and the other soldiers were all trembling. Cooler, do you know that Super Saiyan? Chapter 185. Dragon God Salama awakens, and a storm is coming. Super Saiyan, the boring legend of the wild monkey. Cooler said softly. Frieza smiled when he heard this. It's the boring legend of the wild monkey, but it makes people very uncomfortable. As soon as he said this, Cooler immediately understood what Frieza wanted to do. He wanted to destroy the entire planet Vegeta. Frieza, with your power, destroying a planet Vegeta should be easy, why are you looking for me? Frieza laughed when he heard this. The lives of our frozen demon clan are so precious. What if a Saiyan counterattacks before death and transforms into a Super Saiyan? I'm looking for you, it's also safer. You don't have to do anything, just watch. Even if someone transforms into a Super Saiyan, I, Frieza, can handle it. Just then, a faint voice came. Just you, Frieza, still want to deal with a Super Saiyan? Oh 5, you really don't know how to live or die. Quote, after the words fell, Frieza and Cooler immediately started to search in panic. After a while, Bet appeared directly in front of Frieza and Cooler. Who are you? How dare you eavesdrop on our conversation? Cooler looked at Bet and immediately yelled. Saiyan. The faint voice was as loud as thunder. Frieza's pupils also shrank suddenly. Then he regained his composure. Saiyan. The wild monkey actually came to my door, so I won't be polite. Quote, Bet didn't expect that Frieza would choose to look down on him after hearing that he was a Saiyan. So, he didn't have time to talk nonsense with Frieza. Swoosh. Frieza disappeared directly on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Frieza. 771. Frieza exclaimed. Then a fist that he couldn't even see clearly came. Swish. Bet's fist went straight through Frieza's body. Blood immediately flowed out of the wound and Frieza's mouth and nose. Quote quote. Frieza kept coughing up blood, and it was obvious that he was dying. Poor Frieza didn't even transform, but was killed by Bet like this. Saiyan Wick was even more stunned. Then, Bet looked at Cooler. Cooler immediately felt like he was in an ice cellar. He didn't see Bet's attack just now. At this moment, he was in the ultimate form, but he didn't even see it at all. It was as if Bet disappeared out of thin air and then appeared out of thin air behind Frieza. Countless thoughts flashed through Cooler's mind. He understood that the Saiyan in front of him was not simple. Even if his father was here, the three of them would not be able to defeat the man in front of him. After thinking this through, Cooler immediately lowered his posture. I am Frieza's brother Cooler. I am arrogant and offended you. Please forgive me and spare my life. Hearing Cooler begging for mercy. Bet's goal was to get the essence and blood, and he didn't have to kill Cooler. So, Bet slowly stood up. Cooler, you are very good. You know better than your brother. Just collect Frieza's body. Quote, Abu. Frieza's head was taken away by Bet. After Bet left, Cooler realized that his whole body was covered with sweat. Planet Vegeta. Bet threw Frieza's head directly in front of King Vegeta. Saiyan Wick was talking about Bet's power with spit flying. Seeing that the other party destroyed Frieza so easily, King Vegeta understood that he could no longer neglect the other party's request. Otherwise, he might die. He respectfully handed over 3 royal blood essences and 2 elite warrior blood essences to Bet. Bet got what he wanted and felt very comfortable. Before leaving, he glanced at King Vegeta. The legend of Super Saiyan is true, I hope you can dig it out. As soon as the voice fell, Bet disappeared on the spot. In the void, Bet sat cross-legged, and the voice of the system kept ringing in his mind. OJ, congratulations to the host for obtaining the transformation method of Super Saiyan 8. Quote, the blood essence disappeared directly in Bet's hand. Sure enough, after completing the God-level selection task and getting the reward, the task items were taken away by the system. System, return to Dragon Ball Super Time and Space. Swish. The system immediately emitted a white light to wrap Bet. The time and space shuttle function will be activated immediately, and the time is 3 days. That is to say, it will take Bet 3 days to return to the original time and space. Dragon Ball Super Time and Space. Dark Demon Realm. Deep. 4 familiar figures are practicing at this moment. If Bet is here, he will immediately call out the names of the 4 people. The 4 evil gods. And on the innermost altar sat a person with even more terrifying strength. He looked a bit like a Namek. He was wearing a white cloak and his true face could not be seen clearly. There was a word, dragon, written on the clothes he was wearing. 277. Just then, the man slowly opened his eyes. Finally practiced it. The revenge on the God realm should also begin. You go first. Quote, The figure who looked like a Namek gave the order directly. Then, several shadows immediately flashed out of the dark demon world. That's right. This person is the traitor of the god realm, the dragon god Salama. The dragon god Salama looked towards the direction of the god realm. A faint smile came. Zeno, wait for me, I will give you a big surprise next time. Don't think it can be as easy as last time. After the voice fell, the dragon god Salama slowly closed his eyes again. The multiverse at this moment. Everyone is practicing desperately. Only on the law enforcement planet, Vados kept looking into the distance. Lord Law Enforcement Officer, when will you come back? Chapter 186 Crisis. Son Gohan vs. Cell, the 7th universe. At this moment, Son Goku and Vegeta are training on Beerus's Gods of Destruction planet. Only Son Gohan, Son Goten, Piccolo and others are left on Earth. Today, Bulma entertained everyone at her home again. Bulma, Chi-Chi and Vidal were drinking and talking. Only number 18 was sitting alone and didn't say anything. Is Vegeta not here too? Hearing Chi-Chi's words, Bulma smiled faintly. Since Lord Bet became the law enforcer of the God realm, this guy seems to be possessed. He has been training day and night in Lord Beerus and rarely comes back. Chi-Chi sighed when she heard this. Goku is like that too. There's really no way to deal with these Saiyans. Only number 18 looked at Krillin. Maybe her choice was right. At least Krillin is caring and family-oriented. Just then, the sky darkened immediately, with lightning and thunder. It was originally a sunny day, and it was too strange to suddenly have such weather. Piccolo, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks all came over. What is that? Goten pointed to the sky. Piccolo looked solemn. I don't know, it seems that something is coming. Abu. A flash of lightning fell from the sky. Two figures immediately appeared in front of everyone. They knew one of the people who came. It was Cell, but Cell seemed to be different from before, with strange patterns on his forehead. The other one was the combined Zamasu. Although Gohan and the others had never seen him, they felt the other party's evil aura and knew that the other party was not a good person. Just then, whoosh, the time machine appeared. A Saiyan with a long sword appeared. The person who came was Trunks in the future time and space. Trunks, Gohan and the others were obviously stunned. Bulma was very excited. After all, this was his son. Trunks greeted everyone. Trunks, why did you come here? Piccolo asked with a sullen face. It couldn't be such a coincidence that Trunks appeared as soon as Cell and the combined Zamasu appeared. Trunks' face also froze. Uncle Piccolo, everyone. Actually, I came here to track those two people. They first appeared in the future. In the end, they disappeared strangely. I tracked them all the way, but I didn't expect them to come to this time and space. Piccolo's eyes widened when he heard that the enemy actually arrived in the future first and then came here. What is their purpose? Just when everyone was in doubt, Cell had already walked over slowly. Isn't Bet here? Hearing that the other party actually knew Bet, Piccolo and others were stunned. The other party came prepared. Son Gohan took a step forward. Whatever happens, let's defeat these two bad guys first. Cell looked at Son Gohan walking out slowly. Son Gohan, I didn't expect that we would meet again. After I was killed by you last time, I was thinking about when to seek revenge on you. I didn't expect that I would have the chance so soon. Son Gohan was not polite with him. Cell, although I don't know how you were resurrected, but since you are here to die, I will send you on your way again. Son Gohan also knew that since Cell was able to be resurrected, he must have been strengthened by the resurrected. But at this moment, Son Gohan and Vegeta were not there, and he couldn't retreat. Really? Then let me see if you have the ability. Hearing Cell's mocking voice, Gohan immediately flashed and rushed over. Come on, Cell, I will make you give up. Cell's mouth corners raised, and he went to meet him. After all, the other side is his enemy. Bang bang bang. The two immediately fought together. The sound of fists hitting fists continued to come. Awesome. Cell has really become much stronger. Piccolo said as he looked at Cell who was fighting Gohan without losing. Bang. Another circle of sharp wind spread out in the surroundings. Trunks and Goten were ready to fusion and help Gohan. After all, Gohan was out of training and would soon reach his limit. Trunks also grabbed the long sword behind him, ready to attack at any time. Bang. Whoosh, boom. The next second, Gohan's body hit the ground heavily like a cannonball. A cesspool appeared immediately. Smoke and rubble flew everywhere. Oops. Piccolo immediately rushed to the side of the cesspool. Gohan. Cell in the air showed a refreshing expression of revenge. Ha 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 ha. Son Gohan, I didn't expect that after so many years, you haven't made any progress. It's really disappointing. 2. After the words fell, he turned his eyes to Goten and others. Obviously, he thought he had killed Son Gohan. Just then, a low roar came from the bottom of the cenote. The golden flames immediately soared into the sky. The terrible power continued to spread around. Son Gohan actually transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2. Silver-white lightning continued to surround him. Son Gohan's temperament was completely different from before. Swish. The next second, a golden beam rushed directly to Cell. The two fought again. Bang bang bang. The fierce collision sound came again. Everyone around was nervously watching the battle on the battlefield. More than 10 minutes later, Son Gohan was knocked out again. Qian Ma Jiao, it seems that the situation has not changed. Just then, the impatient voice of the combined Zamasu came. Cell, kill him quickly, don't forget our mission. Quote, hearing the voice of the combined Zamasu, Cell looked at Son Gohan on the ground. Son Gohan, I wanted to play with you for a while, but there is no time, just go to hell. Quote. Quote. Cell's palm condensed a terrible power. Gohan is in danger. Chapter 187. Huge difference in power, Super Saiyan, beast form. No, impossible. Son Gohan looked at the Kamehameha that was rushing from the sky. His body began to tremble involuntarily. I didn't expect that he couldn't even exert his original strength due to lack of exercise. At this critical moment, Piccolo shouted, Gohan, swoosh. A black shadow flashed by. Piccolo actually appeared in front of Gohan. Boom. A terrifying explosion came immediately. Son Gohan watched Piccolo being swallowed by the terrifying Kamehameha. An unimaginable anger immediately spread throughout Gohan's body. The first battle with Saiyan Nappa appeared in his mind again. Piccolo also blocked the strongest attack for him without hesitation. I didn't expect it. After so many years, what happened a few years ago happened again. This is something Son Gohan can't tolerate. A-hole, you actually dared to, kill Uncle Piccolo. Unforgivable. The hidden power in Gohan's body was finally drawn out by anger. Big Tay looked at this scene in disbelief. 137. Cell was seen floating in the air, watching the explosion spread. Trash always rushed to die, wasting my power. Just then, Gohan's eyes turned red. An unimaginable terrible power burst out directly from Son Gohan's body. Unforgivable. The blue-purple flames continued to rise into the sky. Gohan's hair turned directly into silver-white. Blue-purple lightning continued to flash around him. The terrible sense of oppression continued to spread around. Even the flames in front of him were hid and disappeared without a trace. DBU. Piccolo's body fell from the sky, and Gohan caught Piccolo directly. Piccolo smiled at the awakened Gohan. Gohan, it's so good to see you like this. Gohan kept shaking his head. Uncle Piccolo, it will be fine. He turned to look at Krillin. Uncle Krillin, feed Uncle Piccolo the senzu beans. Krillin heard the words and immediately flew over, grabbed the senzu beans in his hand, and fed them into Piccolo's mouth. Son Gohan's whole body burst into blue and purple flames, and he walked towards Cell step by step. The red pupils were full of madness. Cell, you go to hell. The form that defeats you is called Super Saiyan, beast form. The current Son Gohan has reached a new form, which is definitely not something that the current Cell can fight against. Piccolo, do you think Gohan is Cell's opponent now? Looking at the recovered Piccolo, Krillin asked. I will definitely win. Gohan now gives me the feeling of being invincible and powerful. That is the power that can overcome everything. Quote. Among Piccolo's boys, all of them are Son Gohan with red pupils. Hearing Piccolo's confidence, Krillin also looked at the battlefield with a smile on his face. Gohan. At this moment, Dad also came over. This is the first time I've seen Gohan with silver white hair and red pupils. Completely different from the Super Saiyans transformed by Goku, Dad, and Bet-sama. Single quote. Piccolo heard this and nodded. Yes, this is a brand new Super Saiyan, and this kind of power gives people hope. I believe that such power can definitely defeat Cell. Gohan stared at him calmly. In his eyes, Cell is already a corpse. Don't think that you can compete with me just by transforming. I have obtained invincible power from Lord Dragon God. My fighting power at this moment is simply beyond your imagination. Cell was obviously full of confidence after being strengthened by the Dragon God Salama. He believed that he would never lose with his own strength. I will kill you. Hearing Gohan's words, Cell still looked disdainful. What an ignorant guy, you can try it. Cell seemed to be very confident in his strength. Swoosh. The next second, Gohan didn't waste time talking to Cell, and the whole person disappeared directly on the spot. So fast. Cell was a little surprised, because even with his current strength, he could only see a blue-purple beam. At this moment, he realized that Son Gohan was completely different from before. If he was not serious, he might be killed. And Piccolo and others on the side were even more shocked by the power displayed by Gohan. After all, they couldn't see Gohan's movements at all. Cell, die for me. As soon as the voice fell, Gohan's fist carried unimaginable terrible power and blasted directly over. His fist was incredibly powerful. Bang! Seeing this, Cell also used both arms to go away. The moment the two collided, the extremely terrifying power immediately spread to the surroundings. Swoosh! Cell's body flew backwards uncontrollably at the moment of collision. What? Cell's face suddenly changed, and his expression froze on his face. Son Gohan was incredibly strong in both speed and strength. He was no match at all. Krillin and Piccolo's faces were filled with ecstasy. Gulp. Son Goten and Trunks were already stunned. Brother Gohan is so powerful. They swallowed hard. Goten had never imagined that Gohan still had such a terrifying power hidden. Indeed, the sudden reversal stunned everyone present. Bulma also laughed. Gohan, you have such a strong power, why didn't you use it earlier? You scared us to death. No one expected it. Son Gohan, who had originally become a Nobita fan, actually awakened the hidden power in his body. Super Saiyan, beast form. It was so strong that it directly suppressed Cell. Anyone with a discerning eye could see it. At this moment, the gap between Cell's power and Son Gohan's is too big. Chapter 188. The Dragon God Sarama has arrived. Ultra-perfect freedom and ultra-self-intention meet the enemy. Son Gohan with red pupils looked at Cell and said calmly. What's wrong, Cell? You only have so little strength. If you still want revenge, I'll be disappointed. Son Gohan had obviously seen through Cell and didn't take him seriously at all. Cell's pupils were full of red bloodshot. He roared to the sky. A-hole, I'm going to kill you. Zamasu, hurry up. Hearing Cell's voice, the combined Zamasu slowly walked over. Obviously, Zamasu couldn't watch Cell being killed by Son Gohan. Swoosh. But the next second, Son Gohan had disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already hit Cell's abdomen with a heavy punch. Cell didn't have time to dodge and was knocked out. Bang! Cell flew backwards and was caught by the combined Zamasu. What a waste. I really don't know why Lord Dragon God would take a fancy to you. Quote. Just then, Son Gohan has attacked again. Super Saiyan, Son Gohan in beast form has already kicked hard. Facing Son Gohan's heavy blow, fused Zamasu also punched him without hesitation. Boom! A terrible sound came. A sharp gust of wind immediately spread around. Whoosh! Son Gohan's body immediately retreated, and fused Zamasu also retreated several steps. What a powerful boy! Apparently, the power of Beast Gohan also exceeded fused Zamasu's imagination. Just as the two confronted each other, a cold voice came. Those guys from the Dark Demon Realm dared to come to the 7th universe to act wildly. They really don't know how to live or die. Quote. After the words fell, Beerus, the 7th universe gods of destruction, put his hands behind his back and slowly fell from the air. His eyes were full of indifference. Obviously, he didn't take small fry like Cell and the combined Zamasu seriously. After Beerus fell, Whis also appeared on the battlefield with Goku and Vegeta. Goku looked at Gohan's new form and smiled. Well done, leave it to us next. Son Gohan was also excited. Dad. Goku. Lord Beerus. Krillin also breathed a sigh of relief. And the combined Zamasu looked at the reinforcements coming from the God realm with a solemn expression. Damn it, it's all because of you, a waste of time, that the strong men from the God realm have arrived. After struggling frantically in his heart, the combined Zamasu breathed a sigh of relief. There's no way, I wanted to complete the task and get the reward. Since the gods of destruction have appeared, I can't deal with them. Quote. The words fell. The combined Zamasu crushed something. The next second, the sky darkened immediately. Everyone's eyes immediately looked up at the sky. Buzz buzz buzz. The sky and the earth seemed to make a buzzing sound. Boom. After a loud bang, a black hole immediately appeared in the sky. In the shocked eyes of everyone, a terrible pressure immediately appeared. A man in a black robe appeared from the sky and slowly fell down. His face was hidden in the black robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. Beerus's eyes were solemn, although he did not know the other party. But he could be sure that the other party was definitely not a simple person. Seeing the black-robed man appear, the combined Zamasu and Cell immediately knelt on the ground. Greetings, Lord Dragon God. At this moment, Whis finally recognized the other party. Dragon God Salama, I didn't expect you to appear here, it's incredible. Quote. The black-robed dragon god slowly raised his head. The face that looked like a Namek completely stunned Piccolo Nan. Namek. Impossible, his aura is not something that a Namek can possess. Just then, Son Goku and Vegeta took a step forward. Lord Beerus, let us deal with this guy. Let you see the results of our training. Beerus subconsciously wanted to organize. But Son Goku and Vegeta had already rushed out. Their eyes fell on the dragon god Salama. This guy is the leader of the bad guys. Let's defeat him. Vegeta glanced at Son Goku. Let's go, Kakarot. Let's surprise Lord Beerus. Zero. Please give me flowers. Ha. A low roar came out from the throats of the two men immediately. The terrible breath spread immediately. The silver-white sacred aura immediately appeared around Goku. Goku's hair immediately turned silver-white. A faint granular power continued to rise. Son Goku actually entered the perfect Ultra Instinct directly. Beerus and Whis were both surprised. Goku, this guy, when did he reach it? Just as the two were surprised, Vegeta's faint voice came. It's too early to be surprised now. Ha! Vegeta also roared. His chi immediately spread. Boom. Zero. The purple-red flame immediately soared into the sky, forming a purple light column. Sizzle. Purple lightning continued to fall from the sky. Vegeta also burst out with chi that did not belong to Son Goku. Beerus's pupils widened. Quote. Question mark. Quote. The power of gods of destruction. Did Vegeta succeed? Vegeta, who continued to burst out terrible power, finally stabilized his power after a burst of output. His hair was purple. The purple flame continued to rise. His eyebrows were raised. Vegeta's face was full of evil. This new form is called Ultra Instinct. Whis and Beerus finally saw the results of Son Goku and Vegeta's training. But they couldn't be happy. Because the opponent is the Dragon God Salama. You know, the Dragon God Salama is the creator of Super Dragon Ball. He is also the master of Grand Priest. Such a strong man is nothing even if he is the perfect Ultra Instinct Son Goku. Ultimate Self Vegeta, silver, white and purple energy continued to spread on the battlefield. The battle is about to start. Chapter 189, Combined Warrior. Vegeta with dual instincts, silver, white and purple divine powers continued to rise into the sky. Boom. Silver, white Ultra Instinct and purple Ultra Instinct wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Vegeta and Son Goku's confidence immediately returned. At this moment, Whis warned. Goku, Vegeta, you'd better not take it lightly, the opponent is a Grand Priest level expert. Goku and Vegeta's momentum was infinitely high at the moment. They didn't take Whis' words to heart at all. Dragon God Salama looked up at Goku and Vegeta with disdain on his lips. In his eyes, Son Goku and Vegeta were just reckless young men. Whoosh, whoosh. The next second, Son Goku and Vegeta attacked directly. The silver-white beam and the 470 purple beam immediately appeared on the battlefield. Bang! The powerful impact immediately poured towards the Dragon God Salama. I saw the Dragon God Salama raised his hands. The powerful force immediately spread. Son Goku and Vegeta's pupils suddenly shrank. They were the power of the double extreme intention, but they didn't expect to be so easily resisted by the opponent. Son Gohan was also shocked and speechless. Although he was in the Super Saiyan Beast form at the moment, he could feel that his father and Vegeta's power is above his. But, even with such a powerful dual extreme power, Son Goku and Vegeta couldn't hurt the Dragon God Sarama. Although Son Goku and Vegeta didn't use all their power at this moment, they also used 70% to 80% of their power. The fact that the Dragon God Sarama could take it so easily means that the power of the Dragon God has completely surpassed Son Goku and Vegeta. Although Son Goku and Vegeta, who have dual extreme power, don't want to admit it. But the fact is that the Dragon God is powerful. Boom! A crisp sound came, and Son Goku and Vegeta were immediately blown away. Whoosh! Boom! Two long marks appeared on the ground immediately. Son Goku and Vegeta immediately felt unimaginable pain. If they hadn't trained their bodies to be strong enough, they might not have been able to maintain their own ultimate power just now. Quote. Quote. Vegeta, what should we do? The enemy seems to be stronger than we can imagine. Hearing Son Goku's words, Vegeta clenched his fists. Damn it, I won't give up. We've been training so hard. Vegeta's face was full of rage. He didn't expect that Dragon God Sarama would be so strong. He and Son Goku had obviously become very strong. Bulma and others covered their red lips. Dragon God is so strong. Even Vegeta and Old Son. At this moment, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield was very depressing. At this moment, Vegeta soared into the sky. The terrifying golden power continued to gather in his palm. Final flash. Self-Destiny Vegeta immediately had a terrifying purple aura around him. The golden energy wave immediately swung towards Dragon God Sarama. This is Uncle Vegeta's ultimate move. Gohan immediately recognized that Vegeta was using his ultimate move. Absolute Flash has a great impact. A very terrifying power erupted in the hands of Self-Destiny Vegeta. This is all Vegeta's power. As the Dragon God Sarama looked at the golden energy rushing towards him, his eyes were not at all calm. Although the lethality of the final flash in the hands of Vegeta was indeed very strong, the Dragon God Sarama did not take it seriously. The Dragon God Sarama flicked his finger. An invisible energy force directly collided heavily with the golden final flash. Bang! In the shocked eyes of everyone, the final flash slowly dissipated in the space. Quote. Vegeta's body began to tremble. At this moment, there was no more anger on his face, only fear. His ultimate move was actually useless. At this moment, not only Vegeta, but everyone present was stunned. Back then, Vegeta used this move to directly blow up the Perfect Cell and seriously injured him. At this moment, Goku came directly to Vegeta's side with an instant transmission. Vegeta, let's combine. The combination of the two extremes will definitely defeat this guy. As soon as the words fell, Supreme Kai's earrings appeared in Son Goku's hand. Vegeta's face showed a look of surprise. This Supreme Kai's earrings? Kakarot. Oh, it turns out that Son Goku had thought of everything that might happen before he set out. He had borrowed Supreme Kai's earrings before he set out. Looking at the earrings in Son Goku's palm, Vegeta's face was still full of struggle. At this moment, the faint voice of the Dragon God Sarama came. Is this all your power? If you don't have any tricks, I will take your lives. Vegeta heard the words, and the struggle in his eyes gradually disappeared. This BD, Kakarot, give me the earrings. Goku was delighted and immediately handed over the combined earrings. Vegeta quickly put them on his ears. A colorful light rushed down from the sky. Unprecedented dual polarity fusion. Under the effect of the fusion earrings, Ultra Instinct Son Goku and Ultra Instinct Vegeta directly merged. Under the dazzling light, a terrible breath burst out directly. This power actually surpassed Gods of Destruction by 5.8, and the entire 7th universe shook violently. Buzz buzz buzz. The colorful light dissipated directly. The dual polarity Vegeta was born. His hair was directly purple and silver white. The body was surrounded by colorful flames. The silver-white lightning kept hissing. The terrible momentum spread immediately. The atmosphere on the battlefield changed again immediately. Chapter 190, Vegito is suppressed. It turns out that this is just the Dragon God's clone. The eyes of the dual-polar Vegito were full of confidence. Very good. Let me teach the Dragon God how to behave. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the dual-polar Vegito suddenly changed, his fists clenched, and the colorful flames immediately burst out from his body. Scream. Silver-white lightning flashed around Vegito, and the colorful flames sprayed upwards in a jet-like shape. It is obvious that Vegito has already raised Ultra Instinct and Self-Ultimate Power to the extreme. Oh, the power of angel and gods of destruction is gathered in one person's body. No wonder you are so arrogant. I have to say that there are some amazing guys in the god realm. The dragon god Salama looked at Vegito, who burst out with terrible power, and spoke. Obviously, the strong men who emerged from the god realm also surprised him. However, he was surprised, but he didn't take Vegito's opponent seriously. Come on, let me see how much your power has increased. The dragon god waved his hand indifferently. Cell and the combined Zamasu beside the dragon god Salama immediately stepped aside. The one who could surprise the dragon god showed that 05 Vegito was quite capable. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, be careful, the enemy is very strong. Son Gohan immediately shouted to the battlefield. Whis' eyes were solemn, he always felt that something was wrong. Vegito didn't care about that, he took a fighting stance, with a confident look on his face. Don't worry, I won't lose. Swish. As soon as the words fell, the dual-polar Vegito rushed out directly, and colorful beams of light immediately appeared in the space. Not bad, the dragon god commented softly. Although the speed shown by Vegito was also very good, it did not pose any threat to the dragon god. Swish. At this moment, the fist full of colorful flames had already blasted towards the dragon god. Bang. Vegito's fist was firmly grasped by the dragon god. Swish. The fierce wind immediately spread to the surroundings. The terrible power immediately made the earth shake. The power is not bad, but only for ordinary people. The dragon god Salama's face was full of disdain. Then, Vegeta felt an invisible force rushing towards him. Bang. He was directly knocked out. Swish. Vegeta left a long mark on the ground. What a powerful guy. I didn't even see this guy make a move. Just when Vegito was about to make another move, Whis' solemn voice came. Dragon God Salama, this is just one of your clones. Your true strength is definitely more than this. Hearing Whis' words, Vegito staggered. Clone. No way. Such a terrifying power is just a clone. Quadruple A. As expected of the descendant of Grand Priest, you have a keen eye. Yes, this is my clone. But my real body will soon descend into the multiverse. Cherish the last time you survive. When these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Clone. Dragon God Salama actually only sent out one clone, and made everyone so helpless. Whis felt something was wrong from the beginning. Dragon God Salama's strength must be at least equal to that of Grand Priest. But now the strength he showed was obviously in the angel realm, not the creation god realm. Whis suspected that he was not the real body of Dragon God Salama. Unexpectedly, after he expressed his guess, my god Salama actually admitted it openly. This was something Whis did not expect. After a brief surprise, Vegito immediately moved his body. I don't care if you are a clone or a real body. I will defeat you. Whoosh. Vegito burst out with all his strength and immediately rushed towards Dragon God Salama. The speed was amazing. At this moment, Dragon God Salama finally made a move. Whoosh. He also rushed out. The speed of both of them was so fast that it was blurred. Bang. The fists of the two collided heavily. Rumble. The ground collapsed immediately, and countless terrible forces immediately spread around. Both of them showed extremely terrifying power. Seeing this, Whis immediately used angel power to create a protective shield to protect everyone inside. Bang. The next second, Vegeta was blown away by the terrible force. He retreated several hundred meters. Then he crashed heavily into a tree. Vegeta felt a sharp pain in his body. Such a strong force, even the clone has such a terrifying power. It's incredible. After the words fell, Vegito's eyes gradually became serious. This guy's power is too strong. We can't fight him head on anymore. Quote. A dazzling light immediately appeared in Vegeta's palm. Final flash. As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, a golden energy wave immediately shot towards Dragon God Salama. Weak power. Looking at the energy wave shooting towards him, Dragon God Salama looked disdainful. He raised his right hand. An invisible force immediately appeared. Bang! The two forces immediately collided heavily 747 together. The final flash immediately dissipated. Destructo Disc. After the two forces disappeared, Vegeta immediately shot out Destructo Discs in succession. Destructo Disc has unimaginable cutting power, and it is possible to be hit if you are not careful. Go further. Dragon God Salama's face moved slightly. He waved his right hand. A green barrier immediately appeared in front of him. 5 or 6 Destructo Discs actually stopped in front of Dragon God Salama and could not be stored. Bang! Dragon God Salama clenched his palm. Destructo the disc exploded immediately. The terrible impact immediately knocked Vegito out. What a terrifying power! As expected of the boss of the Dark Demon Realm. Such a guy is too terrifying. Vegito's heart was already extremely heavy. The power of the Dragon God Salama had exceeded his expectations. After several confrontations, Vegito had seen the gap. He was not the opponent of the Dragon God Salama at all. Even though the opponent was just a clone. Chapter 191, Dragon God Attacks. Ancient gods of destruction appear. Vegito was unwilling to accept it. He had already reached the double extreme intention at this moment, but he was still far behind the opponent in strength. Vegito gritted his teeth and rushed towards the Dragon God Salama. No matter what, he had to fight once, otherwise he would be too sorry for everyone. They had been practicing hard since they learned that the God Realm was going to deal with the traitor Dragon God Salama. Finally, they both broke through, but they couldn't even beat one of the opponent's clones, which was too much. Swish! In an instant, Vegito's body appeared next to the Dragon God Salama, with an extremely fast speed. Go to hell! With a shout from Vegito, he punched the Dragon God with all his strength. However, the Dragon God Salama stood still. Date immediately shouted excitedly. It hit us, we won. The Dragon God didn't dodge, he was careless. Swish! The next second, Vegito was a little dumbfounded, his fist actually went through the Dragon God Salama. Afterimage. When did he leave? Veget was shocked. He didn't expect that he had raised his strength and speed to the extreme, but he was still easily dodged by the opponent. He didn't even see how the opponent dodged. At this moment, a faint voice came into Vegito's ears. It's over. As soon as the voice fell, the body of the Dragon God Salama appeared behind Vegito without any sign. Bang! Veget only felt a strong force coming, and he flew backwards. There was no time to dodge. Whoosh! Veget's body flew backwards like a cannonball and hit the ground heavily. A deep pit appeared immediately. The ground was covered with cracks like spider webs. And Vegito was lying at the bottom of the deep pit. It's over, who's next? Looking at the failed Vegito, the Dragon God Salama looked at Beerus and Whis. Whis' eyes were solemn. The power displayed by Shenron Salama just now was so strong that even he did not see clearly how the other party made the move. Just then, swish, swish, swish. There were several sounds of breaking through the air in the sky. The next second, Beerus was surrounded by people. The pupils of Dragon God Salama suddenly shrank. Unexpectedly, the gods of destruction and angels of the 12 universes were all here. After the gods of destruction appeared, they all looked at Dragon God Salama with a solemn face. Oh, ho ho, so this guy is the traitor of the God Realm, Dragon God Salama. Frieza, the 6th universe gods of destruction, spoke first. As soon as the voice fell, Beerus said in a deep voice, that's right. This guy is so powerful that even the dual polar Vegito failed. Let's merge. As soon as these words came out, all the gods of destruction looked over. Quote, Beerus, are you talking about the combination of the 12 universe gods of destruction that Grand Priest has given us? The elephant gods of destruction said. Swish. At this moment, a cold voice immediately rang in the ears of the gods of destruction. Do you think I will let you combine? As soon as the voice fell, everyone saw the elephant gods of destruction flying backwards. Everyone was immediately on guard. Swish. The black shadow rushed towards Quitella again. Quitella was furious. A-hole, do you really think that this gods of destruction is afraid of you? Destruction. A purple destructive gas bomb immediately condensed out. Swish. However, the speed of the dragon god Salama was too fast. Quitella only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a big hand grabbed him. What? An unbelievable cry appeared, and Quitella was grabbed by the face and hit hard and flew out. In a short while, the two gods of destruction were defeated. Dana unknown currency A. Zeno's men are really rubbish. I really don't know what's the point of keeping these good-for-nothings in the god realm. At this moment, Zhou Lian, Beerus, and Frieza had already rushed towards the dragon god Salama. However, the difference in strength was obvious. Although the dragon god Salama was only a clone at this moment, his strength was also around the 12th level angel realm. And although Beerus and others worked hard to practice, their strength was only around the 5th level angel realm. Bang bang bang. A series of crisp sounds immediately rang out in the battlefield. Swish swish swish. Figures flew backwards one after another. After a while, the 12 gods of destruction had fallen to the ground not far away. When the dragon god Salama was about to rush towards the gods of destruction, a series of angel scepters appeared. Bang! The dragon god immediately took several steps back. The joint attack of several angels was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Beerus roared, "Good opportunity. Hurry up and merge." Quote, the next second, the 12 gods of destruction put aside their grievances and touched their hands together. Purple energy immediately rushed into the sky. This is the fusion technique that the Grand Priest gave them. All 12 gods of destruction must be present, and one less will not be able to merge. Swish. The whole sky was printed in purple. Everyone's eyes were attracted. Smiles appeared on the faces of Whis and others. Great. Caught up. The fusion technique that Father gave to adults Beerus is extraordinary. The dragon god is going to fail this time. As soon as the voice fell, a purple dodecagon appeared in the air. Then they fused together. Buzz buzz buzz. The entire multiverse shook. The purple destructive power was becoming more and more viscous. The dragon god Salama looked at this scene with a slight look in his eyes. Things seem to be out of control, good for the king. Single quote. It seems that the real body must come over. Swish. Just then, a figure similar to Beerus appeared. His forehead was covered with strange patterns. The whole body is full of terrible destructive power. He clenched his fist. Feeling the explosive power contained in the body, he smiled faintly. The 12 gods of destruction fusion awakened the power of the ancient gods of destruction. At this moment, I am the ancient gods of destruction. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, the terrible power spread immediately. Chapter 192. The true form of the dragon god appears, full of oppressive power. The ancient gods of destruction was filled with purple destructive power, and his eyes kept scanning the body of the dragon god Salama. Dragon god Salama, the ancient gods of destruction walked towards him with a smile on his face. At this moment, the 12 gods of destruction merged, and only the dragon god could detect their power. If you want the multiverse, you have to get past me first. The ancient gods of destruction were obviously very confident in their own strength. You are not my opponent, I am not interested in you, let Zeno come. The face of the dragon god Salama was arrogant, and he said softly. However, the ancient gods of destruction believed that he already had the power to challenge the dragon god. Whether you are an opponent or not, you will know after fighting. Don't underestimate the gods of destruction. Although the dragon god Salama was very strong, the E in front of him was just his clone. And the ancient gods of destruction was the fusion of the 12 gods of destruction, and its strength had reached the peak of the angel realm. He was confident that he could face any enemy, even the legendary dragon god Salama who created the Super Shenron. However, dragon god Salama was the strongest person standing at the top of the entire god realm. Swoosh. Swoosh. The two flew into the sky at the same time. This will be a peak showdown. The ancient destroyer god and dragon god Salama stood apart. Dark demon realm. It seems that the clone has already fought with the guys in the god realm. Should we go to support them? One of the 5 evil gods said. It's our turn. The faint voice of the real body of dragon god Salama came immediately. Although the clone's strength is also very powerful, it is probably not enough to face the many masters of the god realm. This will be the most powerful battle in history. Yes, Lord Dragon God. Hearing that Dragon God Salama was finally going to go out, the 5 evil gods were all excited. They could finally leave the Dark Demon realm and avenge their last hatred. And the 7th universe. The battle between the Dragon God and the ancient gods of destruction. Ha! The ancient gods of destruction shouted. The purple destructive energy immediately rushed into the sky. The terrible air wave immediately swept in all directions, and cracks appeared around. When the ancient gods of destruction burst out with such a terrifying destructive force, the Dragon God did not move at all. There was no change in his expression, as if he was not surprised at all that the ancient gods of destruction could burst out with such a terrifying power. It seemed that he did not take the gods of destruction seriously at all. The 12 gods of destruction combined only have this little power, which is really disappointing. The Dragon God's voice was very light, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Although the ancient gods of destruction burst out with a very terrifying power, the Dragon God knew that the real body of the Dragon God Salama was on the way, so he was not panicked at all. A-hole, do you really think that this gods of destruction doesn't have a temper? As soon as the voice fell, the tongue-twisting gods of destruction attacked directly. Whoosh! A purple beam of light immediately appeared on the battlefield. The terrible destructive power immediately covered the fist of the ancient gods of destruction. Whoosh! The next second, the fist of the ancient gods of destruction hit the face of the Dragon God clone heavily. Bang! The terrible power immediately exploded. Whoosh! The whole person of the Dragon God clone flew backwards. Tisk! Just now I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you are just a fake. The next attack will make you disappear into thin air. Destruction! Looking at the Dragon God Salama clone that was directly knocked out, the ancient gods of destruction was very happy. He never thought that his strength could be so strong. He could actually defeat the Dragon God clone. The ancient god of destruction had no intention of giving the Dragon God a chance to breathe. A huge purple energy ball smashed directly at the Dragon God clone. Whoosh! As soon as the purple destructive gas bomb appeared, countless people's eyes immediately focused on the Dragon God clone. The ancient gods of destruction's full-strength attack. This Dragon God clone probably couldn't resist this move even if he used all his strength. Bang! Boom! The terrifying explosion immediately spread from the battlefield. The rest of the people were excited. Although it was the Dragon God Salama's clone who was killed, it was also worth their joy. Boom! Boom! The entire battlefield was filled with smoke and fire. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, a series of sounds came from the center of the explosion. So, at the moment when the ancient gods of destruction's destructive gas bomb was about to hit the Dragon God clone, Dragon God Salama finally arrived with the 4 evil gods. The power of the clone immediately entered the body of Dragon God Salama. Swish! The Dragon God Salama waved his sleeves gently. The surrounding fire and smoke disappeared without a trace. The pupils of the ancient gods of destruction suddenly shrank. What? That guy actually stayed in a place. No, that guy seems to be different from before. Are the 5 people behind him the evil gods defeated by Lord Bet? The scene in front of him obviously shocked the ancient gods of destruction. Whis and other angels also looked uncertain. They naturally saw that the Dragon God was different from before. The Dragon God Salama's eyes swept across the battlefield. Gods of destruction. Angel, I didn't expect that Grand Priest and Zeno could suppress my clone without showing up. I have to say you are very good. But, everything ends here. Quote, Dragon God Salama's eyes became very sharp. He never thought that the one who injured his clone was just a gods of destruction. The next second, the Dragon God who once created the Super Dragon Ball and was the former Grand Priest of the God Realm was really angry. Buzz buzz buzz. The entire multiverse began to shake slightly. The battle is about to start. Chapter 193, Ancient Destructive Power. The final blow. With your power, you are no match for me. The tone of the Dragon God Salama was very calm. It was obvious that after the rage, he had seen through all the power of the gods of destruction. Although the 12 gods of destruction were very powerful in the entire multiverse after the merger, they were still only angel-level powerhouses after all. They were not at the same level as the Dragon God Salama. Dragon God, what are you so proud of? It seems that you were the one who was knocked down just now. The face of the ancient gods of destruction was very unfriendly. Although the dragon god Salama was very famous, he did not take him seriously. This made the ancient gods of destruction very angry. I am just telling the truth. You are no match for me. Let Zeno come in person. The dragon god Salama did not take the ancient gods of destruction seriously at all. Ahol, you make me very upset. I will definitely let you know the power of gods of destruction. After the ancient gods of destruction's voice fell, the whole person disappeared on the spot. Swish. The fist with purple destructive power directly hit over. The speed was extremely fast. Only a purple beam of light could be seen on the battlefield. However, such a terrifying fist was easily avoided by the dragon god Salama. Faced with this situation, the ancient gods of destruction gritted his teeth and immediately launched a violent attack. Swish swish swish. The battlefield was full of purple fist shadows. The speed of the ancient gods of destruction was amazing. I saw the dragon god Salama closing his eyes and shaking constantly on the battlefield. Just dodged all the attacks in this way. Off. The ancient gods of destruction gasped, and his eyes were full of solemnity. He didn't expect that his attack with all his strength was so easily avoided by the opponent. Moreover, the dragon god Salama even closed his eyes, and the whole person was as quiet as if he didn't exist. Such a strong man is indeed very scary. This guy's power is really terrifying. He actually dodged all my attacks so easily. The ancient gods of destruction frowned slightly, and immediately felt great pressure. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air sounded immediately. At this moment, 12 angels have stood side by side with the ancient gods of destruction. The dragon god is too strong, let's attack together. Whis' voice came slowly. Hearing this, the ancient gods of destruction clenched his fists. Damn it, this guy is my opponent, I won't let you interfere. Whoosh. The ancient gods of destruction actually flashed out directly. He attacked the dragon god again. In a moment, the ancient gods of destruction had attacked several times in succession. However, it still did not touch the dragon god's body. How pitiful and weak. Zeno, are you still hiding at this time? In that case, I will kill you and those angels and see if he can still sit still. The dragon god's voice suddenly became cold. Swoosh. As soon as the voice fell, the dragon god's body had disappeared from the spot. So fast, the ancient gods of destruction only saw a black shadow rushing over. It was too fast and there was no way to dodge. He could only cover his body with purple destructive power. Bang! The two terrible forces immediately began to clash. The dragon god Salama stretched out a hand and directly passed through the destructive power. Bang! The next second, the ancient gods of destruction's body was immediately knocked out. The impact force was amazing. Bang bang bang! In an instant, the ancient gods of destruction flew back hundreds of meters and plunged heavily into the sea. Bubble quickly appeared in the sea. In the sea, the ancient gods of destruction closed his eyes, feeling pain all over his body. Wow! So powerful, this guy's casual attack is so strong. The ancient gods of destruction covered his head, feeling a constant pain. It turned out that just now, the dragon god Salama flicked the head of the ancient gods of destruction with just one finger. After a while, the pain on the forehead eased. 0. Ask for flowers. 0. The ancient gods of destruction was extremely terrified. He is the combination of 12 gods of destruction, but he didn't expect that there is such a big gap between him and the dragon god. The dragon god is worthy of being the dragon god. Gods of destruction can't compare with him at all, but for the sake of the god realm, I have to fight. Swoosh. The ancient gods of destruction rushed into the air. That guy really overestimated his own ability. He actually wanted to challenge the Lord Dragon God. He really doesn't know what he is talking about. Quote, one of the 4 evil gods on the side spoke slowly. Not only him, but all the 4 evil gods present thought so. After all, the power of the dragon god is like a mountain that cannot be crossed. Because the power of the dragon god Salama is too strong. 000. Just then, the ancient gods of destruction rushed directly into the sky. Since your strength and speed are both above mine, then I only have this one trick. Ha! Suddenly, the ancient gods of destruction roared. Buzz buzz buzz. An extremely terrifying destructive force immediately appeared around him. The purple destructive force seemed to become sticky. It was extremely terrifying. The body of the ancient gods of destruction was constantly shining with purple power. The rolling air waves continued to spread out to the surroundings. That guy burst out with all his strength. What on earth does he want to do? Quote, if you attack like this, it will be very dangerous. Quote, the four evil gods who were just mocking the ancient gods of destruction shut their mouths at this moment. Because they felt a very terrifying force coming from the air. They all chose to remain silent. At this moment, the ancient gods of destruction stretched out his right hand. This will be all I have. Take it. Destruction. Destruction is the rule power of the gods of destruction, and it is also the strongest move of the ancient gods of destruction. As long as the destructive power is strong enough, it can destroy everything. The dragon god Salama looked up at the destructive power that covered the sky and the sun, and smiled faintly. The power of the gods of destruction. A trifling trick. Chapter 194 Gods of Destruction. Whis is seriously injured, Bet returns with strength. Swoosh. The strongest blow of the ancient gods of destruction was condensed directly. The huge purple destructive gas bomb that covered the sky and the sun immediately went towards the dragon god Salama. Boom. Facing such a terrifying destructive gas bomb, the dragon god Salama raised his head. The rule power of the gods of destruction. What a meaningless power. He raised his right hand, and an invisible force immediately appeared. The huge destructive gas bomb actually stopped in the air. Swoosh. The next second, in the shocked eyes of everyone, the dragon god Salama disappeared on the spot. The black shadow flashed and rushed towards the ancient gods of destruction. It must be said that the speed of the dragon god at this moment was really fast to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the ancient gods of destruction. A heavy punch directly hit. 463. Bang. Swoosh. The terrible fist was filled with unimaginable power, and even cracks appeared in the space. Although the dragon god Salama did not use his full strength, the power he unleashed was already very terrifying. The ancient gods of destruction had no chance to fight back in front of him. He was hit directly on the face by the opponent. Boom. Boom. The ancient gods of destruction flew backwards like a kite with a broken string the moment it was hit. At this moment, Bulma's villa was immediately smashed into pieces. Finally, the ancient gods of destruction plunged directly into the sea. What? The Lord gods of destruction was hit by a blow. The sudden scene shocked Angel Whis. In his mind, even if the 12 gods of destruction were not the opponent of the dragon god, they could at least fight for a few rounds. But he didn't expect that the ancient gods of destruction would be defeated so miserably just after joining forces. It was really shocking. Whis was petrified on the spot. The 12 angels became nervous. If the gods of destruction died, they would temporarily lose their power. After losing their power, they would be at the mercy of others. Just then, dragon god Salama stood in the air. There was a gleam of light on his fingers. God realm. I'll just collect some interest first. Quote, swoosh. The energy wave shot out like a line. His target was the ancient gods of destruction at the bottom of the sea. Swoosh. Ah. The next second, the ancient gods of destruction was directly washed out of the sea by the dragon god's energy wave. The terrible impact made the ancient gods of destruction retreat continuously. His hands were desperately trying to block the dragon god's energy wave. The ancient gods of destruction had a face full of pain. The scene in front of them completely panicked the angels. Only Whis was quick-witted and he appeared behind the gods of destruction in an instant. The powerful angel Ultra Instinct power immediately poured into the ancient gods of destruction's body. The two forces immediately began to compete. However, the next second, a cruel smile appeared on the face of the dragon god Salama. Just relying on you, you want to resist my power, you are really overestimating yourself. Quote, the words fell. Bang. The golden energy wave suddenly burst out with terrible power. Under the astonished eyes of countless people, the energy wave actually penetrated the bodies of the ancient gods of destruction and Whis. Ah! Blood gushed out of their mouths immediately. Whis. The gods of destruction felt that their lives were madly passing away. Shua. The next second, the fusion was dissolved. The 12 gods of destruction appeared on the battlefield with serious injuries. Whis also covered his chest, felt that his life was also passing away. Abu. The rest of the angels immediately appeared beside the seriously injured people and began to treat them. However, the dragon god Salama in the sky was watching covetously. I won't watch you save these trash. The words fell, and the god was about to take action. Son Gohan shouted immediately. The blue-purple flames immediately rose continuously. Silver-white lightning flashed. Gohan instantly entered the beast form, trying to stop the dragon god. However, the dragon god is the god standing at the top of the multiverse, and only Zeno can suppress him. At this moment, Son Gohan can only bite the bullet to save everyone. Whoosh! The dragon god is extremely fast. Even Son Gohan in the beast form can't see clearly. Oops! It's too fast, I can't see his attack clearly. Bang! Just when Son Gohan tried his best, a white light flashed in the sky, and the white light was very bright, making everyone unable to open their eyes. The dragon god Salama stopped in the air, his eyes full of solemnity. He knew that the person coming was very unusual. The light slowly dissipated. Everyone's face was full of excitement. Lord Bet, the law enforcement officer, is finally back. Rushed back from the past time and space. Bet finally caught up. The enemy he cares most about in the entire multiverse is this dragon god Salama. He will definitely meet him properly this time. Bet was not unprepared for appearing in front of the dragon god rashly. Standing at the top of the multiverse, the dragon god Salama. Let me see how powerful the dragon god Salama is. It's better not to let me down. Bet muttered in his heart. He has put life and death aside. He wants to complete the peak battle. He knows that even if he can't defeat the dragon god with the system will probably not let him die like this. Facing the dragon god Salama, Bet also showed his most terrifying side. Let him know that the god realm trusts the law enforcer. Bet appeared at an exaggerated speed, even the dragon god Salama was surprised. The dragon god Salama observed Bet, who appeared, with a cold face, looking at an indescribable pressure. The god realm law enforcement officer and the former grand priest dragon god Salama finally confronted each other face to face. Bet was not afraid of the cold-faced dragon god Salama. After all, he was also a first-level priest. Even if the dragon god didn't defect, the two would be equal. Not to mention that the dragon god Salama is still a traitor. At this moment, Bet is the most supreme existence. Chapter 195, Facing the Dragon God. The world is in turmoil. Super Saiyan 5. You are the traitor of the god realm. Dragon god Salama. Hearing Bet's voice, dragon god Salama frowned. So it's you, the guy who defeated the 4 evil gods. Gohan looked at the figure in front of him, his body trembling slightly. The law enforcement officer is finally back. Bet's eyes fell on the dragon god and chuckled. Yes, I defeated the evil god. Today I want you and the evil god to be buried here. As soon as these words came out, dragon god Salama smiled faintly. Arrogant boy, I've decided who will die next. It's you. Hearing the provocation of the dragon god, Bet shook his head and clenched his fists. If you want me to die, you can try. The two were competing head-on. One is the law enforcement officer of the god realm, and the other is the grand priest of the previous term in the god realm. This will be a peak showdown. The next second, the black cloak on the dragon god Salama immediately shook. Revealing a face like a Namek, the terrifying momentum immediately spread. Dazzling white light appeared immediately. The whole earth was illuminated as if it were daytime. The next second, the entire multiverse trembled violently, and the surrounding buildings collapsed directly because they could not withstand the terrifying force. The space was full of cracks, and the battlefield immediately turned into hell. Buzz buzz buzz. The rolling air waves spread out from the dragon god Salama to the surroundings. Bet's eyes narrowed slightly and murmured. The dragon god Salama's aura is rising like a cliff. It's really a good opponent. He might be stronger than the grand priest. The awakened gods of destruction and Whis bodies trembled involuntarily. Gohan was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and the whole person kept retreating. Piccolo looked at the face that looked like his own, and the shock in his heart was simply unimaginable. A-hole. Salama is a monster. Bet was not surprised at all, and the dragon god's power increased to a critical point. Level 6 Creation God Realm. The multiverse stopped shaking. The white light slowly dissipated, and the dragon god Salama appeared in everyone's sight. Is this the power of the dragon god? As the voice fell, Bet's eyes were full of excitement. As a traverser, he had known about the power of the dragon god for a long time, and he was also quite excited to see it today. A voice from Whis reached Bet's ears. Master Bet, if we are not sure, let's retreat first. Wait until Master Zeno and Grand Priest come before making plans. Hearing this, Bet turned around and gave Whis a reassuring look. Seeing Bet's eyes, Whis said nothing more. He immediately contacted Grand Priest with the angel scepter in his hand. Bet would not retreat at all. He just took a step forward. At this moment, the cold voice of the dragon god Salama came. Boy, you didn't run away. I have to say that you are courageous. But, is this courage? Or are you just a fool? You will know in a while. Hearing this, Bet smiled faintly. Just try and you'll know. The dragon god's eyes turned cold when he heard this. You're looking for death. Swoosh. Instantly, the dragon god disappeared from the spot. Bang. The next second, when the figure of the dragon god Salama appeared, Bet was knocked out. The attack was so fast that the gods around him couldn't see it clearly. Swoosh. Bet flew back more than 10 meters before he stabilized his figure. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I didn't see the dragon god's attack clearly, but the power was not as great as I imagined. Dragon god, is this your experience? Nothing more than that. Hearing that Bet was still talking nonsense, the dragon god sneered. HMPH. This is the first time someone dares to talk to me like this. You are very good. What about the next move? Swish. The body of the dragon god Salama turned into a white beam of light again and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Bet. Swish. The dragon god Salama's fist actually passed through Bet's body. What? This kid clearly didn't move. What's going on? Swish. Just when the dragon god Salama was wondering, Bet's body immediately appeared again. A heavy punch hit him directly. Swish. Bet's fist was covered with white spiritual power. But the dragon god Salama didn't mean to dodge, and let Bet's fist hit his face. Bang. A crisp collision sound came immediately. A sharp gust of wind immediately spread to the surroundings. Seeing that his fist attack was ineffective, Bet immediately jumped back and distanced himself from the dragon god Salama. The dragon god Salama was full of ridicule. Boy, you're using all your strength now. You're so weak. You want to defeat me with this kind of strength. Are you going to make me laugh? After saying this, Bet didn't get angry, but clenched his fists. I expected your strength to be terrifying, but I didn't expect it to be stronger than I thought. Since the normal state is no match for you, then let's go with Super Saiyan 5. 063. The veins on Bet's forehead immediately popped up as the flower heart fell. A terrifying aura immediately surged around him. Ha! White hair appeared all over his body. Super Saiyan 5's violent power continued to spread. The world was in turmoil. The pupils of the dragon god Salama slowly shrank. The silver-white tail behind Bet kept shaking. Lightning kept flashing. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 196 Betivi's Dragon God. Overwhelming Super Saiyan 6. Dragon God Salama looked at the changed Bet, and his eyes changed slightly. This guy can actually increase his strength by transforming, but I don't care about such strength. Bet smiled faintly when he heard it. No matter what, let's fight first. Whoosh. Bet turned into a silver-white beam and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he had fought with the dragon god and the other two. Silver-white collision energy continued to come from the air. Bang bang bang. The speed of the two people was extremely fast. Circles of energy ripples continued to appear, and they were getting denser and denser. The people below were already watching. Bang. The fists of the two people collided heavily. The two were separated immediately. Bet retreated more than 10 steps in a row before stabilizing his body, while the dragon god obviously only retreated 4 or 5 steps. Bet, who stabilized his body, smiled faintly. Damn, the power is so strong, how about trying this trick? Swish swish swish. Bet threw out a series of gas bombs in his hand, and the gas bombs formed a surrounding force and went towards the dragon god. Boom, boom. A shocking explosion sounded immediately. The ground shook and everyone looked at the center of the explosion with serious eyes. Spider web-like cracks appeared in the space. The terrible energy continued to spread around. Fire and smoke rose into the sky. Gohan looked at this scene and said, "With such a powerful energy, even if the dragon god is not dead, I am afraid he will be seriously injured." Whis shook his head. If the dragon god Salama is so easy to deal with, then he doesn't deserve to be the #1 enemy in the god realm. The weird laughter of the evil god below continued to come. Such power is only good enough to tickle the dragon god. As time went by, the smoke slowly dissipated. Dragon god Salama indeed appeared on the battlefield unscathed, but Bet didn't give him a chance to breathe and rushed over. Swoosh! A punch filled with silver-white spiritual power directly hit the dragon god Salama. The dragon god looked at Bet with a smile on his face. "This level of punch can't hurt me, this is how a punch should be thrown." Quote, as soon as the words fell, the dragon god threw a punch at high speed. Bet felt a flash before his eyes, and the dragon god punched Bet in the face. Swoosh! Bet flew backwards. As expected of the dragon god Salama, the former Grand Priest, he was not something that Super Saiyan 5 could deal with, and Bet also wanted to try the power of Salama. Countless thoughts flashed through Bet's mind as he flew backwards. This is a battle about the fate of the multiverse. He must go all out. Then, he burst into air and stabilized his figure, his silver-white eyes looking at the dragon god opposite. And at this moment, the mocking voice of the dragon god came. "What's wrong? Is this all you have? So weak and pitiful. The god realm is getting worse and worse. Let Zeno come in person." Quote, after the words fell, the dragon god looked at Bet opposite with disdain. Bet patted the dust off his body. "Although you are very strong, I am afraid you are not qualified to ask Master Zeno to take action." Quote, as soon as the voice fell, Bet rushed towards the dragon god Salama again. But the next second, the speed of the dragon god suddenly increased, and he disappeared directly on the spot. Whis immediately reminded, "Be careful, Lord Bet." But it was still too late. I saw the big hand of the dragon god Salama grabbed Bet's face directly. Swish! Bet was thrown out heavily by the dragon god Salama. Swish! Boom! Bet's body plunged directly into the sea water. Gurgle! Water splashed up continuously. At this moment, Bet clenched his fists. Ha! The terrifying power of God immediately appeared around him. Purple lightning kept circling around him. The silver-white hair grew longer again. The hair on his body turned black. The pupils turned red. The terrible momentum was completely different from before. Boom! The golden flames immediately soared into the sky. Bet's body slowly rose. The terrifying purple lightning kept sliding down from the sky. Super Saiyan 6. At this moment, Bet's amazing momentum continued to burst out, and the golden flame rose in a jet-like shape. Dragon God, take it! Kamehameha below Super Saiyan 6. The white-blue light continued to shine in his hands. Super Saiyan 6 Bet's aura has been raised to the extreme, and countless sea water continues to surround him. Swish! With Bet's roar, the Kamehameha filled with terrible power rushed directly to the Dragon God. Looking at the Kamehameha that came directly, the Dragon God smiled faintly. This attack is still a bit like it. As soon as the voice fell, he stretched out his right hand and collided directly with the Kamehameha. Boom! The terrible sound continued to come. The two powerful forces were constantly colliding fiercely. Buzz buzz buzz. The huge buzzing sound resounded throughout the battlefield. The white-blue light made everyone unable to open their eyes. Vegeta, who woke up, looked at the battle in the air in a daze. What a horrible battle. Under such power, I'm afraid I can't even hold on for a breath. Boom! The energy finally dissipated, and the Dragon God was covered in thick smoke and dust. The next second, a powerful aura appeared around the Dragon God and blew away the thick smoke. But at this moment, the Dragon God's pupils suddenly shrank. Because Bet Li Mahao had appeared in front of him. The fistful of golden spiritual power hit the face of the Dragon God Salama heavily. Swish! Bang! The Bulma family's cruise ship was smashed to pieces by the Dragon God. Countless debris continued to spread around. Everyone was stunned. Quote dot 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 exclamation mark quote. As expected of Lord Bet, the angels exclaimed, The power Bet has shown at this moment is indeed worthy of the status of the law enforcement officer of the God Realm. Chapter 197, Infinitely Rising Aura. Super Saiyan 6-fold Kaioken to meet the enemy. Swoosh. The dragon god Salama, wrapped in white flames, instantly returned to the sky again. The white flames shot up like a rocket. It was so scary. The next second, Bet's body immediately came to the opposite side of the dragon god Salama. Salamar, you will definitely lose this time. Looking at Bet with red pupils and black body hair, the dragon god Salama's faint voice came. Boy, I have to say, you are really capable. But you are still far from defeating me. Next, I will show you what real power is. The eyes of the dragon god Salama became extremely sharp. Swish. As soon as the voice fell, the body of the dragon god Salama disappeared on the spot. Bet was also very powerful at this moment. With the blessing of Super Saiyan 6, his power also rushed into the realm of creation. He immediately disappeared on the spot after performing the flash time power. Swish. There was a fierce collision in the air. Circles of white energy ripples kept coming. And it was getting denser and denser. The speed of the two was getting faster and faster. Bet relied on the weirdness of the flash time power to fight against the dragon god Salama. Bang! The next second, the fists of the two collided with each other. 190 swish. The fists collided to form a terrifying air wave that immediately spread to the surroundings. The terrifying waves immediately appeared on the sea, and the terrifying power continued to spread. The entire multiverse, the universe, was shaking violently. Swish. Dragon god Salama punched into the air again, with a look of surprise on his face. Huh, I didn't expect you to have such a weird trick. I really underestimated you, Dragon god Salama said with cold eyes. Bang. The two people who collided again immediately separated again. Bet looked at the dragon god Salama on the opposite side with a serious face. Sure enough, as he predicted, even if Bet transformed into Super Saiyan 6, he was not the opponent of the dragon god. If it weren't for instant transmission and flash time kung fu, he would have lost long ago. However, dragon god Salama seemed to see through Bet, with a calm face. Boy, if you are willing to work for me, I will let you fully display your talents. Hearing the recruitment of dragon god Salama, Bet shook his head. I refuse. I can't be your running dog, because you make me feel disgusted. AFEB. Quote, well said, Lord Bet. Beerus said. Whis and the other angels also looked solemn. Lord Bet. Bet's eyes gradually changed. Dragon god, you are really strong, try to take my move. As soon as the voice fell, Bet's figure turned into a residual shadow and disappeared on the spot. He had secretly performed Kaioken 10 times. The speed doubled again. Then, Bet punched out, and the terrifying power immediately made a roar with the air. Along with the sound of breaking through the air in his ears, the dragon god Salama also reacted quickly. Bang! The fists collided. The terrible energy ripples spread immediately. The two of them actually fought to a draw, and the dragon god also frowned slightly. Whoosh! The two disappeared on the spot again. The heavy fists collided with each other. Their every move was filled with terrible energy. The space was filled with the shadows of the two. I saw Bet launched a violent attack. The dragon god Salama's body kept shaking left and right, and he easily avoided Bet's attack. Bang! The dragon god punched. In a hurry, Bet protected his chest with both arms, and the moment of contact, terrible power poured out. Swish! Bet's body immediately flew backwards. Thump! 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 Bet, who was constantly exploding, retreated more than 10 meters and stabilized his body. Looking at Bet, who was able to fight him, the dragon god said in a deep voice. I didn't expect that such a guy appeared in the god realm. I was so surprised. Of course, a guy like you must not be kept. Swish! As soon as the voice fell, the dragon god disappeared on the spot, at an incredible speed. Looking at the disappearing dragon god Salama, Bet's face was extremely solemn. I didn't expect that even if Super Saiyan 6 was superimposed with 10 times Kaioken, he was not his opponent. He is really amazing. Single quote. In that case, then 20 times. The next second, Bet's eyes became firm. He was going to stack 20 times Kaioken on the basis of Super Saiyan 6. At this moment, the dragon god had arrived in front of Bet. Swish. The dragon god's fist went straight through Bet's body, and he still had to rely on the flash time skill at the critical moment. Swish. Bet appeared directly in the air, clenching his fists. 20 times Kaioken. DBU. The air around him began to become hot. Swish. The red flame immediately shot up. A shocking sense of oppression burst out from Bet's body. Dragon God Salama raised his head and looked at Bet, who was like a flame in the air. "You kid, you have some tricks. That's Kaioken, and Lord Bet actually knows such a trick." Son Goku looked at this scene on the battlefield in disbelief. He didn't expect Bet to be able to stack Kaioken in the state of Super Saiyan 6, which was really beyond his imagination. His limit was only to stack Kaioken in the Ultra Blue state. And since he realized Ultra Instinct, he dared not stack Kaioken anymore, because it was too dangerous. Son Goku, who understood Kaioken, also knew how dangerous it was. "I wonder how long Bet's body can last." In the air, Bet continued to emit a terrible breath like a typhoon. Swish. The rolling air waves continued to spread around. The entire multiverse continued to shake violently, and countless cracks appeared on the ground, forming huge gullies. Lightning continued to slide from the sky. Bet's breath was infinitely high. Bet in the red flames was like a demon. The eyes of the dragon god and Bet intertwined in the air,